Whoa, whoa. Two cups of coffee sit side by side, steam rising like secrets we can't hide. The sun crawls in, paints gold on the wall. A puff of smoke, a sigh so deep, dreams awake while the world's asleep. Two cups of coffee, the sun and a puff. Is this morning enough? Is this morning enough? Sip slow, let it linger, don't rush the hush. Two cups of coffee, the sun and a puff. A sparrow lands where the shadows lean. Cracks in the pavement, whole stories unseen. Your laughter stirs, breaks the morning spell. The air so thick, it almost hums. With everything said and left unsung. Two cups of coffee, the sun and a pup. Is this morning enough? Is this morning enough? Sip slow, let it linger, don't rush the hush. Two cups of coffee, the sun and a puff.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Julie. Huh? Julie. Huh? Guess what day it is? Julie. Huh? Julie. Huh? Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Anybody? Anybody? Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Anybody? Anybody? Mike. Huh? What day is it, Mike? Huh? Woo-hoo! Mike. Huh? What day is it, Mike? Huh? Oh, come on. I know you can hear me. Leslie, guess what today is? Leslie, guess what today is? Leslie, guess what today is? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day!
It's hump day.
Hump day! Uh-oh. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Uh-oh. Mike. What day is it, Mike?
It's hump day.
Hump day!
It's hump day.
Hump day!
Expression detection beginner. Data minor with a minor got complex. Scanning my cortex, so in my context. Schizo or psycho, that shit typo. I'm just hyper aware with a wide scope gyro. Third eye open, no token disguise. You monetize fear, I anatomize lies. Empath and sinner, extending the static. You call it erratic, I call it schematic. Your pattern fanatic, the planet's dramatic. Your panic mechanic is purely bureaucratic. Third eye surveillance, I'm watching no watches. They lock in that posture, we break all the lockers. No crown, no throne, no code we obey. We move in the groove out of range of your sway. Third eye surveillance, we float out of reach. You preach from a screen, I preach what you teach. Got nothing to hide in the light that I use. You shrouded in budgets and classified news. Of silence, disguised as compliance, licensed to pry in the sky with a bias. Try to define us with clinical science. Narcissist state need a face to adore. Mirror on mirror, you still wanting more. We pour through the lore that you bury offshore while you choreograph war from a carpeted floor. Metadata predator, beta male senator, headed the editor, censor competitor. Render the truth in a neutral tone, but the neutral zone build like a prison dome. Third eye surveillance, I'm watching the watchers, they lock in their posture. We break all the lockers, no crown, no throne, no code we obey. We move in the groove out of range of your sway. Third eye surveillance, we float out of reach. You preach from a screen, I preach what you teach. Got nothing to hide in the light that I use. You shrouded in budgets and classified news. Why you enable the cable, the cradle, the now child by algorithm, rhythm and chains, but I slip through the grid in the cracks of the frame. Empath, math, the aftermath, path Your ass built on a bloodbath brag. We laugh at the draft of your digital drag. That magnet for secret you panic and manage. We are the watchers in motion. Oceanic devotion, the truth unspoken. No kings above, no leash, no cage. We age out the page of your hidden stage.
Oh yeah, Third Eye Surveillance. I like that tune, but it's talking about now, right? We got surveillance all over the place, cameras all over the place, AI, data collecting, either through your phone, your car, your refrigerator, collecting data. That is the new currency, huh? Data. Your data. What are you doing? What can we sell to you? What can we take from you? What can you afford to give? Oh, are you concerned about third eye surveillance? Some would say, like Ben Franklin say, if you exchange, I'm going to paraphrase, exchange a little liberty for security, you deserve neither. Something like that. Others would say, hey, you've got nothing to hide. What do you care who's looking at you? How far do you take that? Third eye surveillance. What's your thoughts? Happy hump days. Link is going to be in the side to join. It's a cloudy one here. What am I in the mood for? Galactic Garden. I like this tune. Yes. Is it still sharing? Let me see if it's still sharing. I'm on my desktop now, so we're going to see if things run smoothly here. All right? I'm going to see if it's not an internet issue, if it's a Windows issue. All I know is that, my Suno screen looks different on Windows 11 does on 10. Suno definitely runs smoother on my desktop than on my laptop. That's for sure. I got more ease here. Because there's more memory, more RAM. It's just I'm usually more comfortable at the laptop. Anyway, there's a link to join. Everybody wants to get a hang going. I got a couple of hours, so we'll see where it goes, folks. Here's Galactic Garden. One of my faves. For Suno,
In the garden of the galaxy, amongst the shooting stars, by the rhythm of pulsating quasars, calculates our memoirs. Deep within the cosmic sea, bathed in nebula's glow.
Look, we got a 3 and a 6 in our join link.
Only the cosmos knows.
3 runs of Teddy. What's up, Sandy? Good morning. Thank you.
It just sent to me in cosmic notes, plays on the fabric of time. Invisible chords of stardust, playing an eternal rhyme. Every atom of our born in stellar fire. The beauty of the universe, an orchestra of cosmic choir.
Galactic Garden. Why did it do that? You know what? Suno needs to put in a setting to stop, not to go directly to the next song. Did somebody just pop in? No, nobody popped in. All right, or maybe what's this, song radio? I haven't seen this on Suno. What is song radio? Song radio. Is it gonna give me? All right, let's see where this goes. Bamboo. Woo! Wow. All right, let's check it out. Reminds me of what was his name? Eric Johnson guitar. What reminds me of? Huh? Anyone? I'm talking out of my ass. In the link, bro. In the link, bro, Joe. In the link. In the link. All right. You notice that now, the link pin now is. I'm sorry, this is a little loud. The link pin now is at the bottom of the chat, as opposed to the top, where it used to be. It should be pinned now. It should be pinned. There it is. Your wish is my command. That's bullshit. Like I tell some people at the parties who ask, do you take requests? I say, yes, I most certainly do take requests. But I don't take demands. I'm kind of liking this sound. All right. So where are we going as a society, people, with AI and all that? What's your thoughts? Come on in. Let's wake and bake and shake. Oh man, I'm liking this. I'm kind of liking this. It's nice. Yeah. They said that reminded me of Eric Johnson. What are they going to give us next? What's next? There's that sound, that Suno sound there, you know? Bug wings? Bug wings. Like a jazz. It's like we're going into a jazzy hump day. We're making this a jazzy hump day. Huh? Oh yeah. I like that bass. You know, hump days are dying out. In my suggestion, Tuesdays and Thursdays seems to be or at least in the mornings, Thursday mornings, seem to work out good here. We'll figure it out. Try to get the optimum time. We're not going to be able to please everybody. Because everybody lives all over the world. Ah, yeah. I'm liking this. Woo! Yeah. That can almost be a keyboard too. I like that one. Where it takes us. The progressive rock jazz day. I don't know. Oh, a little like, this reminds me, a little Yes organ. Yes? No? Yes? Look at that organ sound like for a moment there. Dog is in the house. Good morning. What's up, Noel? Have a great day. Make it safe, productive. Get that money, baby. I'm actually using it now, Todd. The first time. I didn't know what it was. I just clicked on it. Yeah, I think it went off. I played one of an instrumental that I made, and I think it probably plays off of that. So I think it's playing off the instrumentals now. So I guess that's how it works, right? Let's see. I'm at the backspace. Did I lose it? Yeah, here's where I am. Yeah, I'm getting it. It's like all instrumentals. Chat? Let me see if there's a chat. Huh. Wait, what's this here? Maybe this? There's a chat. Oh no. That's just telling you what's coming up next. Yeah, I don't see it. So then, see, I can only the jazz and the fusion jazz that I like, but this progressive, when it gets this stuff like this, I can only deal with so much progressive rock, like like Yes or ELP. It's like a couple of tunes, all right, but I could never go to a whole concert of like progressive rock instrument. I don't know. I get it. There's a lot of it's talented musicians. Let's just say that I've known people like it and play guitar. I mean, they were just amazing, and they were into that. It reminds me of like it. I think of progressive rock like it's like classical music for rock musicians or for rock, something like that. Uh-oh. Came in and came out. So let me see. So I'm gonna go. Let me that song radio thing. Let me. Oh, hey, he's back. Is he back? Cello.
Hey, sorry about that.
All right.
I don't
Yes.
use so it like my last name up there. Like, what the hell is this? So I just moved. If you go down to the bottom, do you see the little on the left icon? It's the second one that's in the middle of the gap next to notifications. With the red dot on the left bar.
Oh, the notifications.
Yeah, go to the one right down below it. Click on that. Yeah, and then you have Sino Radio and all these other cool things.
Oh, the genre wheel I've seen that before. Yeah, that was cool. I'm like, damn, so many different genre.
The Milo thing's pretty fun. I played with that, but yeah, that's the Suno radio. You can play like it'll have like a reoccurring instrumentals, and it used to have a chat that went alongside with it, and you could talk to like other Suno people, but they removed the chat from it.
I see 31 listeners. But so you can't pick the music.
You vote on it, yeah. Everyone votes on what they want to listen to, and then whoever gets the most votes win. And you can change your votes throughout the selection.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the same thing as like the playlist. Yeah, that thing's pretty cool. Learning
this is cool. Yeah, this is
genres are.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. My alarm's going off. Okay, 9:00 here in the East Coast. Praise 9. All right, I'm gonna play a quick tune. Pick a genre. What do we got here? Ambient dub boogie. Ambient. Because I gotta step away for one moment.
Say reggae, dirty south.
Where is that? Where is it?
It's yellow. It's coming up. Go up, go up, go up. Oh, we just passed it. Go down.
Okay. Oh,
there it is.
Okay. Woo, that's deep. Yeah, it's some bass. All right, be right back.
All right.
Very cool. Link is pinned if anyone wants to come on in. Jello. Oh, we lost everybody. They don't like the reggae. Let me.
That wasn't too bad of a listen, actually. Had a nice flow.
Let me go drop a link in. Yeah. If they want to come in, they come in. I see Hillary's is around, but this might not be his thing. So we got a busy day planned ahead.
Yeah, for the most part. Hold up, let me fix my audio.
All right, go ahead.
There we go. Is that better?
This sounds about the same.
All right, cool. I have two microphones plugged in, and I forgot I got to turn one down, or I'll be coming in through both of them.
Yeah, I didn't get no echo or anything like that.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I think I have it pretty well set that they don't interfere with each other, but they both pick up my voice. Like I could go to one and then go to the other, so people can. I tend to talk quiet, but today, yeah, I have just Windows planned. Busy work schedule. It's Wednesday. It's my busiest day, and if I'm lucky that my father-in-law is waking up early, so I can start off early, which is good. So busy day for me today.
Okay, that's good. Do you give yourself a regular day off?
Usually that's like a no. I'm a workaholic when it comes down to it. So I'm like, I can always work. My wife hates it, but I don't have a problem with just constantly working. So
Hey,
no,
what's
I pretty much like if you're. I think the way I see it, if you're in your zone, there really isn't a time off. Like every time you're not working is its own little break.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, I'm look. How come Sammy doesn't have? What the hell happened to you? How come he doesn't have his wrench?
That's weird. Yeah.
Unless he's on a different account. Maybe you're on a different account, Sammy. Anyway,
I
the
went
link.
to. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, see, look, I'm not blue. I know. I don't know what happened there. That's weird. Somebody didn't want theirs. They didn't want it. So I took it. I gave it to someone else, but that shouldn't have affected you.
Maybe you clicked the wrong person.
Blue balled. Yeah, so yeah. I was looking at do you know Mark Dice?
No, I never heard the name.
Never heard the name? Oh, look, two in one time. We have Green and we have Sammy in the house.
Nice.
Sammy, what's
What's
going
going
on?
on?
Green.
Todd,
Hey guys.
good.
Happy
Hey,
hump
guys.
day, everybody.
Happy Hump
Happy
Day.
Hump Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to
Do
talk
you
about
guys know
these
Mark?
new gummies. These new gummies I've been trying. They're
You're
freaking
on
awesome.
you're on it right now?
Oh no, of course not. I can't. Right? No, but they're freaking great. They're like, I was taking these gummies, like, and it used to be expensive, but now I got these. They're called monster gummies, and they have like
Monster.
monster,
Oh, Monster.
monster, monster gummies.
Wait a minute. Are they from the same company that makes the energy drinks?
No, no, no.
Okay.
They have like the Cookie Monsters. Instead of the Cookie Monster, they have the THC Monster. And they're so good. And they're small. But bro, they fucking hit you hard. Nice.
They're
So I was
called
very happy.
The brand is called Monster?
Yeah, the brand is called Monster
The
Gummies.
strain. Or is it the strain Monster?
No. It's called. It's by.
Listen to
Let
him.
me.
He's already
Wait, hold on.
I think he's on it now.
No, I'm not on it now.
I'm that.
No. No, the only thing is that, bro, you forget where you are when you take these shits. Like I was like in my room looking for something, but I don't know what to look for. I'm like looking for like
Yeah, but I
it
want to
took
know
me
how do
almost
you
like an hour. Just,
how did you remember that? How did you remember that you forgot?
because I was like in my room for like a fucking hour trying to take a shower, and I'm just like walking around like, man, what am I
Well, you
looking
have
for?
to go to the bathroom for that, Frank. You have to go to the bathroom to take a shower, not in your
I
room.
understand. Well, this is pre-bathroom going to the shower, So
You're too much, man.
Yeah, bro, it got me fucked. I think I'm still a little fucked up,
I think
but bro,
so.
these are good. These are good. These are so good. They're worth it. And it was like I used to pay like $50 a bag for these jellies, but now I'm paying like $20, and these are good. These are
$20.
really good. Yeah, $20
Well,
for like.
The
okay, so
gummies.
now see, you got me curious because I don't usually do I never done. I don't think I've ever done gummies.
You gotta
I
try
might
it.
be once. I think I
Oh,
maybe
you
once,
gotta try it.
and it was a mild effect.
I can I can swear
It's
by the
supposed.
gummies. They
It's
do pretty good.
That's what I hear, but it creeps up on you. You're breaking up. You're breaking up,
30
Green.
minutes.
You're breaking up, Frank. Am
I
I the
think
only
for
one
me,
who
like,
hears him breaking up? Am
no,
I the only one?
yeah, he's breaking up.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I think for
Am I
me, like,
still breaking up?
Oh, you're good. There
you're
you go.
kind of coming in clear.
All right, great, great.
Better, better. Go ahead, talk.
Like for me, when I take them, it usually kicks in within about 15 minutes or so. I can feel it. If it's not
That's
instant, like if
good.
I'm hungry, I'll feel it right away because it's metabolizing or whatever. And then like as the day goes on, it gets stronger, and then it's like fuck.
So
Yeah.
you find that if you're on an empty stomach, it hits you harder.
Yeah, or just eating like right before I'm gonna eat. I usually try to eat and do gummies at the same time. It does build up an appetite for me. I noticed that like I will get super fucking hungry and I will need to eat something as soon as I do edibles because my gut starts to get like, oh, you need to eat and you need to eat now. And when I do edibles and I don't have anything to eat, I'm in for a worse high because it's too intense. And then my tummy is growling for food.
Yeah.
What's up, Dwayne? Good day. Oh, I want to know, is everybody getting notifications of the Hangouts? Because I see that it sometimes
Yeah, I
takes.
am.
All right.
I am.
I unsubscribe and then I click and join to try to fuck with the algorithm so it looks like outside people are coming in. So that you get more unsubbed views than
That's a
subscribe
great
views.
idea.
And that can
Good
help
shit
with the
talk.
algorithm.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
Because in the past, I've noticed that in about 15 minutes, people usually get their notifications, and I see, whoever's coming in and out. But now it seems to be a little bit longer. I don't know. I'm trying to zero in on a good day, good time. I get the most people, and then we can do take it from there. But so far, it seems like Tuesdays and Thursdays. I don't know. That's what my
I was gonna
sense.
say like those are usually the hot zone days, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Uh Especially in the morning times. The best
Right.
thing to do is just to find out when everyone's off. Right? When's your off day? Let's throw a hang
Well,
there.
I mean, like I said, I can't please everybody. Everybody's in a different time zone. You just can't.
Right, yeah.
So I try to do like one. I would do one in the morning, and then I'm doing one later on. Though I haven't done an evening one though. We did a poker watch party that was off air. Because I've
Oh, I
been
was
getting.
wondering how did that go?
Serb and Will came in, and yeah, it was cool for a while. Watched some poker, and then we let's see. Then Will left, and then Serb and I we talked. We got into economics. you know, watched the video and got into economics, and so it was
Is it
yeah.
is this dude the Mark Dice guy you were talking about?
Yeah, he's a Mark Dice guy. He's talking about all the AI slop that is out there, where it has reached the point of insanity. So I will just play some and comment, but check out this woman, well, quote unquote woman. She's actually holding up. That's the creatine I use, I think. Oh wait, oh wait. Oh, yeah.
last year, the beginning of this year, when the videos started getting so sophisticated that they began duping large numbers, a large percentage of people, is so unbelievable because now we're seeing fake Karen meltdowns, fake funny pet videos, fake every kind of videos that countless people online believe are actually true. And now there's a very popular genre of AI slop scam going around. And for some odd reason, the platforms aren't taking action to take it down when posting such deceptive videos is supposed to be against the terms of service. And I wonder if the reason
Yes, everything you see there is AI slop. What's up, Hillary's?
Hello,
That's a hard one because there's a line between
my chick, my chick.
You're in.
Hillary's. There's a fine line between like was it false advertisement and then the other one, the terms and service.
Well, the thing is, YouTube is trying to cut back on this because there are a ton of channels that have been demonetized for having non-original content, and like all the horror story channels are all getting taken down, and they're all complaining. But because as far as they're concerned, well, I'm reading somebody else's story, so it's my voice, it's the copyright, and then YouTube is saying, but if 50 people are all reading the same story, it doesn't matter that your voice is different. All that matters is it's the same story, and they can't figure that out.
Right, it's not an original.
Right. I mean, their voice is original, but the story isn't original, and that is why YouTube is saying this is our new policy. And maybe the problem is that YouTube isn't communicating that well enough, and they just can't figure it out, or maybe they're just upset. I don't know.
That goes back into like the content that a lot of people do, like on TikTok. A lot of let me hurt myself for the views, and self harm for views is obviously against the rules, but it's one of those things that does get people like a lot of attraction.
But people getting hurt is funny.
Well, and the thing is, TikTok is promoting people violating the TOS. So what do? Do you do what they say, or do you do what they do? And I tend to do what people's actions show me.
Well, here he's commenting on how realistic they're getting and people getting duped and believing the stuff. And this is a fear of mine as well. I mean, you get some dumb people just believe anything. And you thought the news propaganda is bad in the past?
is because they're so captivating, so engaging, that they're looking the other way because the videos are keeping people on the platforms. The monetization is obviously a driving force, but YouTube recently started cracking down on the monetized AI slop. Over on Twitter, X, that's a whole other story, which is why we've seen so many fake videos like these. Here's a fake Karen melting down at Starbucks.
My name is spelled S-A-R-A-H, Sarah with an H.
A lot of these, the audio gives.
But that's hilarious. The thing is, though, I can imagine someone's doing this anyway, even though this is fake. It's probably.
Well, what's the difference between AI slop and then people doing a fucking acted skit? Because you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the difference between something that's scripted versus something that's AI slop? Because either way, it's still a script.
Like, okay, I just saw a video. I just saw a video recently, right? It was a guy in a wheelchair, and he falls into the water, and he's like drowning, and and then there's this person on a jet ski, a passerby jet ski, gets off the jet ski. Oh, he happens to be one-legged. The one-legged jet skier gets off to help the guy who fell off the wheelchair, and I'm like, and these people are like, oh, it's so nice. I'm like, the fucking guy who's filming it is watching it, right? How do you not know this is not fake? So the
And
guy
that's the
filming it
real
just stood
issue.
there doing nothing, right?
And that's the real issue is it's the people that are watching it that are believing this nonsense. Because I see links all the time, and I think this is so obvious. Like there was one just I think it was yesterday, about highway patrolman intentionally hits geese. And I'm thinking, well, as someone who is trained to do stuff like this, I know why he hit the geese. But if somebody doesn't know why you would try to remove an impediment to motor vehicle traffic, then they just say, oh, this evil mean guy is running over geese. Yeah, because they could possibly kill somebody. What if they fly up 3 feet in the air and whack somebody's windshield and it kills them? Of
So are
course
you
he's
going
going to
to
try to
go
run
and
him
run him
over.
over, or are you just going to let's get him to fly away or something? Or you just don't? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, there are a few options, right? Number one, he's not animal control. So is he going to pull over and shoot them? Well, there's other motorists. How does he clear the whole highway? So I'll just give you the short answer that as long as you don't want to go touchy-feely, all that you care about is saving people's lives, then you're going to run them down with your car. You're going to run them down at 65 miles an hour. But yeah, if you want to clear all the traffic for 2 miles in both directions and stop everybody from moving, then yes, you can shoot them. Or you can get a whole team of people out there with nets, and hopefully maybe they'll still be there by the time that you spend 2 hours shutting down the highway and getting everybody there. Or you can just do what the actual policy is, and that's run them down.
See, now if I did that though,
Pardon?
what if I did that? A regular
Yeah,
citizen,
well,
like, oh, I'm
It
going
would
to
be
clear
totally
the road for
legal.
everybody. Huh?
Well,
here's an experience.
honestly, I can't answer because I don't know. There are a lot of stupid cops out there. Who knows? You may get a ticket. You may get a leaf that blows into your mouth and you spit it out and get a $300 fine. That was another link that I saw, and I could totally see that happening because there are a lot of stupid cops. But I'm just saying the reason why the government has the policy to run over a goose who is possibly endangering motorists' lives is because they're possibly endangering motorists' lives. But if you're not willing to think 8 moves deep, then you're not going to know that. You're just going to know, oh, that evil bad guy tried to run over a goose. How horrible of
Lesson,
him not to endanger human lives.
Lesson, don't let your goose loose.
Yeah. I think these were wild
Well,
geese.
I was heading to work one night. It was like 11 p.m. shift, and I think it was like Christmas Eve or some crazy night. So the roads were dead. Okay, and I'm driving along, and all of a sudden this massive big golden Labrador just appeared in front of me, and I hit it at probably about 60, 70 Ks an hour, so 40 miles an hour, say. And like this dog fucking flew. And surprisingly, it got up and bolted off into the fields.
Yeah.
Now, on these desolated roads, right? I hadn't seen a car the whole drive, but a car happened to be driving past at the moment it happened, going the other way. And she pulled up and she's like, oh, you're right, darling. I saw what happened. You know, it's not your fault. Like, but she expected me to run out into the fields, fucking cow fields with like barbed wire fences and shit,
and go
and go look for this dog. Like, bitch, I'm late for work. I feel bad for the dog, and I know like it's probably gonna die with like internal bleeding and shit. But I ain't gonna. It's not my problem, and I have to go to work. And she thought I was the most horrid person in the world.
It's something similar happened when I was in Russia. There was this dog that was chasing after all these cars in a road at an intersection. And I was walking with somebody else and we were just watching everything happen. And it kept chasing all these cars and mostly it didn't catch him. And then finally it did. And it was mangled onto the rear wheel of one of them. And then it's kicking and screaming and snapping its teeth. And my friend wanted to go over and help the dog. And I said, we can't. We didn't choose for it to do this. It chose. But if we go over and try to help it, it's going to bite them. And I was in a situation recently where I was that dog. I was going under a major problem, and if anyone went and tried to help me, I would have seen them as a threat. And so most people wisely avoided me and just said, let's not approach.
Mhm.
And you don't know when you're in one of those states. You just have to avoid and say, let's wait for another time and then we can talk and maybe things will get better.
It's like when I'm sick, I could be very irritable.
Yep.
Well,
But if I was
if
to
I'd have
rewrite,
gone and found that dog injured and shit, and
Mhm.
then tried to grab it or pick it up or something, then what? Fucking
Exactly.
bites my face off.
Exactly. That was the point of my story. If we went and tried to help that
Yeah.
dog, what would it have done? And it wouldn't have been good. But you didn't put the dog there. It made choices. And this is just a natural consequence of actions. People need to think 5 steps ahead that these things can happen. And most people can't think 5 steps ahead.
It's all different in a different situation. If it was a different situation, that woman would her point of view would be different. Say if like you were her husband, and if you didn't get to work, you'd be fired, and that'd be
Yeah.
it. Yeah, then
She'd
that
be
dog
like,
don't matter.
"Oh, fuck it. Fuck it, honey. Your job's more important."
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other question. Why isn't the woman going and chasing down the dog? She's the one that's worried about it. Why
Yeah.
is she demanding that you do it? And then
There's
now we're
this
getting into
video.
politics.
And she's already acknowledged it's not his fault, right?
Acknowledged it was
Right.
not my fault. That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
There's this video that I saw recently. It's someone paragliding in some type of mountainous region, and then out of nowhere, a plane comes and crashes like right into the parachute. And like going over these AI videos, I wonder if that one's AI.
AI.
Yeah, because a lot of people are questioning how do you miss somebody as a pilot, someone with bright who's paragliding. It seems like it's done in a fisheye lens and one of those like stick cam thingies. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's a third person view or whatever.
Yeah. But that's true. But
What altitude was this?
It shows the person falling. Actually, it shows them touching ground. Like it shows the part where they get hit and all the way to they fall down to the ground, and then the video just cuts, and it's them like trying not to. It seems legit, but
And it was a
I think
commercial
it's fresh
airplane
on
that hit
top.
him?
It was like a private little jet airplane with a propeller.
Okay, well, you'd have to watch a bunch of pilot videos, but there are reasons why huge jetliners hit each other if their radar or whatever isn't working. Because all you have to do is put your arm out at arm's length and look at your thumbnail. And they say this many miles away, a 747 is the size of your thumbnail. 5 seconds later, you're hitting it. So that's why you have radar. If you can't see him 20 miles away, you might not be able to avoid hitting him. And you don't know which direction the plane's flying. All that you know is something is out there that you can't see, and the next thing you know, you hit it. So yeah,
that's what I was about to say.
a little
Even
paraglider
those
could be bright
little
yellow, but
planes.
if they can't see a 747, then they're not going to see a paraglider.
Well, the markers on the plane were had, so the plane had its tags on the underwing, and it was caught in the video. So whatever
So
would
yeah, you could
happen,
look it up.
it's going to be known.
See,
Yeah.
so what? There's like because I watch like religiously air crash investigation videos. I love them for some reason. And there are so many instances where you think in all of the almighty motherfucking empty sky, how the fuck, even big planes, how does planes ever crash?
Yep.
But yet little planes crash into each other and shit. And it's because like the angle that they can't see just below enough that they, there's only so much vision out of the window. And like Hillary said, if you don't have that radar, and these little planes often don't, they're just flying visually. And so, yeah, the sun's in their eyes, the paraglider's just below them, like basically directly under them, and then they they suddenly turn and then all of a sudden there's a fucking aeroplane or a paraglider in front of them.
That's
So,
it's so weird. Like even like I'm thinking about the paraglider in the air. Like how could they not foresee or hear the plane coming? You know, I don't know.
Well,
the
he might have.
dynamics
He
of
might have
that,
watched the whole thing, but like tried to maybe glide out of it, away from it. But
I think in the video it
Yeah.
was a female, but I'm not sure. Still pretty interesting, like just to see the whole thing go down. Like if that's AI, that's pretty impressive.
One more?
Sure.
It away. The video still fairly clear. You can always find some strange artifacts, but there is, at least in many of them, just
It's
an
pretty good.
odd sound to the audio. The memes are obviously great, but slop like this serves literally no purpose other than to pollute the internet and unscrupulous actors trying to cash in on the monetization. It's not even funny. It's not even relevant, but somebody thought they had the brilliant idea to create a Hooters waitress arguing about her tip.
Do a $100 tip on a $58 bill. That's more than the meal. What are we even talking about right now?
We're talking about me running circles for you for 2 hours, wings, extra sauce, beer after beer. 100 doesn't touch that.
That's $100. That's 100.
The funny pet videos are perhaps the saddest. Who doesn't like a funny pet video?
Yeah. This one's cute, but it's AI.
And there are many social media accounts that have been dedicated to collecting the pet videos from various platforms and just creating an aggregate feed of them. But now many of them are either based on AI slop or getting duped by AI slop videos themselves. This from a dedicated slop account on Twitter. Baby playing with the tablet and the dog, and then mom comes in, and then they...
Cute, right?
That's adorable.
It is, right?
Kind of creepy, if you ask me.
Yeah.
It's creepy
Yeah.
because of the whole technology surge and all that.
Well,
like that's the gross part about
and
it.
that
That's what I mean.
and that babies that young aren't that aware.
No.
Nor
Right,
are
yeah.
puppies.
Nor would the dog know, we
Yeah.
better hide.
And then
It's
they
totally Disney.
What's this?
extremely sophisticated. Not only does it look very realistic, but they were very clever to make her eyes two different colors in order to capture the audience's attention.
Why are young women attracted to older men? It goes deeper than you think.
Deeper than the obvious. They have more resources. They have more money.
The
Many
voice,
women also
too.
obviously
Huh?
I
What's that?
can always tell the AI voice
Yeah.
as well.
find more mature men to be more appealing than younger men their own age. They have more is quite sophisticated.
This
They
is-
are pumping out
this is
these videos showing non-existent people making handmade resin lamps in their garage, and they have quite a brilliant emotional hook to them. And despite it being an obvious AI slop scam, well, the product may be real. It may not be real. That remains to be seen. Even if it is real,
Or that guy
all of the
only
images, all the
owns
videos are
one
totally fake, so it's
t-shirt.
probably going to look
Yeah.
like crap. But maybe they are real. But just look at the marketing campaign behind these videos. Nobody will ever buy your ugly WWE lamps. This one is captioned on TikTok. And he's building it in his garage by hand, sanding it in his family room. And there's the final product, which, I mean, it does look cool, but again, this is totally fake. And then there's always
It does look cool. Who knows if that's real?
Yeah, that does look badass, right?
It's not real. That's the point. It's all.
But wouldn't it be
AI.
even more genius if they made this like with the mold injected dye, and then they made all this AI marketing to make it sound like somebody's doing this in his garage and he's a disabled vet? And I mean, I've seen these like total heart stories, and it's all for fake, but it's.
I don't know
an
if that's a
evil
problem.
genius.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a problem because like how is that any different from like any gimmick from like we have
You're right.
there's somebody called like Mr. Tin for their business, and they do like air duct cleaning, and but
So
they're
you're
like, so I think it doesn't, if it's part of the gimmick and part of the costume that you wear in order to perform or sell your product, then that's part of selling the product. It's what, and that's ultimately what matters in a business sense, is to sell the product.
You appeal to emotion.
But that's what people have to be aware of. They need to stop letting their emotions override their brain and say, okay, does this guy really have no more than one t-shirt? Is that maybe why you're trying to sell these? Because you can't afford a second t-shirt?
Spend all his money on supplies.
Yeah.
I like the Godzilla ones. I wish those were real. Wait, you'll see them coming up.
People to purchase these things. The emotional hook that they're using on these, like I said, is absolutely brilliant. They're pretending that people are making fun of some guy wasting his time building these lamps, which in the videos do actually look pretty cool.
So, this comment said, "You're a woman supporting a 40-year-old man making WWE lamps for kids. Let that sink in."
And they were singing.
Are his lamps really that bad? I mean, yeah, they do look amazing. Whether or not they're real, we don't know. And even if they are real, this is still.
Why didn't he check? You could go check. Can someone go check? They could be real. That'd be so fucking cool, though. They're cool looking.
Yeah, what's the point of having the videos if you're not selling a product? Either the idea is the product or there's a physical product for people to buy. But he's probably making more money off the videos than he is off of actually selling lamps, if the lamps even existed.
That's what he's saying. The point is they're unscrupulous people on YouTube.
Yep.
It's for the clicks, not for the sales.
Because they're not handmade, or even if they are, they're not being made in an American.
Or they are like he's gonna say they're made in China, but they're made. You know, they just tell you the story of how it's made. So
right.
Yeah.
American garage, these would be being made by Chinese slaves halfway around the world. The emotional hook for this one, however, takes a cake. This is a fake Instagram account that has amassed 56,000 followers, most likely all bots, of Milo. Milo makes art, who has Down syndrome, and he was selling his Godzilla lamps on the side of the road, and then some punk kids came by and threw either a water balloon or an egg at him. Just get a load of this. And there it is. Should I just give up? He's crying. There he is in his bedroom, painting them by hand. I mean, look at this.
I feel so bad for him.
Boy.
I gotta buy one. Right?
Look at the comments, brother. You are so cute.
Guys, please don't scroll. I worked so hard on this.
Yeah.
Hashtag resin lamp. Hashtag Godzilla. Hashtag equality.
It's cool.
That's kind of putrid, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. And this can have a backlash too. I was watching Netflix earlier, and there were all these ads that, you know, if you're paying for an account, why am I watching ads? So what's going to happen? In business school, we learned there's something called goodwill. And if you do something nice for the public, like giving out free samples, that earns you goodwill. Well, it's the opposite too. If you're making me watch ads when I'm trying to watch a show, I'm less likely to buy T-Mobile or State Farm or whoever it is that's keeping me from watching my show.
I've over the years gotten rid of every single streaming platform except YouTube because of that fact. And if YouTube ever start making me watch ads, even though I'm premium,
that's why I got premium.
Then they'll lose me too, because that's what I pay for. I pay for no ads. Exactly. If I'm gonna watch ads, I'm not paying. So
that was the whole start with cable TV. Was supposed to be like that, remember? Oh,
yep. Yep.
Yeah.
No ads. Oh, slowly crept in.
And then, of course, in the comments, it's all bots from people saying this isn't either bots or total morons. Amazing work. And well, a lot of people are pointing out that it's AI, but this is a whole new level. There he is. Post link in bio to purchase them. Something that's not AI.
One of the comments said, if I was you, I'd give up.
And that's something else. Like the channel owner can remove all the comments that they don't like, but yet then they can pay bots to make comments, you know, that other people are going to see. And there are lots of videos that I won't even comment on anymore because I used to very foolishly, oh, this is horrible. Look at this. This is so many mistakes. And then I realized, you know what? All I'm doing is attack. Oh, shoot. Sorry.
Okay.
Just a second. I spilled something.
Oh.
All right. Thanks. Get back my thought. Oh yeah, I realized, okay, I am leaving the comments just attracting more people to watch these ads. My comment's going to be hidden or removed, and then but more people are going to see it. So now I've just stopped commenting. If it's something stupid that I don't like, I don't comment. If I have to watch, paid promotions from people that embed ads in their video that YouTube isn't even adding, then I'm not going to like. Even there's a few channels that I really like, but they're always trying to promote some sort of product in the middle of their stream. Well, instead of clicking thumb up every time I see I've just stopped doing it altogether because
there's
you're
also
already getting the
you can
reward that
skip
you're
over
earning.
it. If you notice on the timeline, there's that little white dot. Sometimes
Well,
tiny
no,
white that skips their ad.
well,
Whatever.
my ad blocker already skips over all the ads that YouTube puts in, but this I'm talking about like a liberal hive mind. He will put in a 2-minute ad at some point in his video for something. Okay, well then that is what you earned. You got the money for putting that promotion in the middle. There's no way for me to skip over it unless I'm have it, on the screen because usually I'm listening to stuff in the background. So because I can't skip your 2-minute ad, you're not going to get my thumbs up and comment. Even though I used to religiously thumb up and comment all of his stuff.
Right. And all that is engagement for the algorithms, and helps
Yep.
them.
Yep.
So here's something I don't know if this is like borderline abusive to me. I don't know, but this is not AI. Apparently, this is a thing. Drag syndrome, Down syndrome, dressed up in drag. I don't know. I don't know.
However, and something that liberals are actually doing is dressing up people with Down syndrome in drag. Obviously, sadly, with the permission of
has
their
been
parents
happening
or the
in real
institution that
life,
is raising
but-
them, and then they're getting off by having them perform for them, and then posting photos and videos of people with Down syndrome dressing and performing in drag on their social media accounts. Drag syndrome. The AI slop.
So my feed was saturated with that. Down syndrome people in drag.
Wow.
But it didn't seem AI. Like
That's
legit.
what he's saying.
I just act this. Oh, so he's gone off the AI thing. He's saying this is like.
Yeah,
Right.
he's saying this doesn't seem to be AI. This is actually happening, but it seems to him
Yeah.
to be borderline abusive because they're tricking these people into doing this just to feed the narcissistic supply of the people that want other people dressed in drag.
Yeah. Yep. Well,
I don't know.
I'm kind of on board there, but if I mean, if they are genuinely deciding to do it themselves, fine. But how come all of a sudden there's a whole?
Are they able
space?
to? Because it makes me think of because I
Yeah,
know
it's
of
called.
a Down syndrome couple that got married. Do they
Yeah.
know enough to get married?
So
There's
there's a thing. All right, I don't know how it goes in American law and stuff, but and I don't. Yeah, actually, it is written into law in Australia. It's called choice and control. Okay, and that overwrites duty of care in instances when it comes to making mistakes, for instance. So we can say, oh, she wanted to wear all this slutty outfit, but I didn't let her, because I have a duty of care. But well, no, you've overrode her choice and control. All you can do is say, it's probably going to be cold tonight. Let's take a jacket with us.
Well, here each state is going to have its own law, And I've had to look into this recently because of a family member trying to do some stuff. And here, unless the district court has issued something saying that a person is mentally incompetent, you have to presume that they're competent. So
Exactly.
these Down syndrome people, if they want to get married, and it's a shall issue state, then you have to give them their marriage license as long as
Yep.
they're not cousins or closer related.
Yeah. And if they want to dress up in drag, you can't stop them.
Right.
What you need to do is prove people are grooming them somehow. So, see, I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just saying that, yes, my feed also got saturated with that stuff for a while.
Yeah, I think the way to do it here is financial exploitation. But again, each state is different because the state that the crime initially began in, apparently what I was looking up was legal. But in my state, it's not. In my state, it's a first degree felony. So guess where we're prosecuting? My state.
They're saying here that Down syndrome, they have an IQ between 35 and 70.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like the children in essence.
Yeah.
But you have to go by the statute.
But
And the
it's
statute
about
is
quality of life, and yeah, and they're a 20-something or 30-something-year-old child, and it comes down to this, Brojo. Will you willingly meet every one of them and decide whether they have the right to get married?
right. And
Are
that's
you
what
gonna
legislatures
say
have
yes
to
or
do.
no? Or are you just like, fuck that, I don't even have an opinion? And that's where most people are.
Yeah, but
because
if they, all right, but then there's no how they take responsibility for those choices or accountability for those
Well,
choices.
and
They
that's where
can't.
society does come into it. Like, they both already have some sort of societal care in Australia. You know,
Mhm.
they both got carers. They've both got help, funding. And that's the point that, you know, the bleeding heart liberals think that they're trying to make, is they want this society where we do help these sorts of people be married, instead of just going, oh, I think you will only ever have the age capacity of a 5-year-old, so you shall never have a partner. When talk to any Down syndrome person and ask them what their biggest dream is, and they'll tell you it's to get married and live. I want to
Male
live
and
with
female,
I
or
want
mostly
to
female?
mostly male and female.
Male and female equally would say that. I mean, because
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. Both sides. And Down syndrome people have massive sex drives. So you're now not only going to tell them they can't have a life partner, okay,
Well,
who
now that's
understands
a whole
them,
nother issue
but
now.
that they can't fucking diddle their genitals together. And
What's the likelihood of
so,
a Down syndrome kid?
Exactly. So you have a
and
few different options. Either they're infertile or they're going to be popping out Down syndrome kids. Those are pretty much the two options.
yeah.
Now, who's going to take
Now,
care?
as a society, what
Great
do you want?
question.
Do you want to say, no, you don't deserve to have children, even though we'll care for you because you do exist, but you're
No,
not
but
allowed to make any more of you
but tell me
exist?
what is okay. It's almost here, as much as you want to be happy, and they can have that fantasy, but it almost sounds like preteen fantasy, Disney fantasy. That's what it sounds. It's a kid's fantasy. Getting married. It's just a Disney fantasy thing.
Maybe, but the thing is, right, it's more real to them than I think to us.
Yes.
To us, it's a fantasy. To them, it is real. When you see these people, or if they're your family, they're your sons, your daughters, okay, and they say to you, Dad, I'm 30 years old. I know I have like special needs and stuff, but I want a woman. Like, I want a woman, Dad. What do you say? Sorry, son. Be celibate for life.
Yeah, empathize with them and put yourself. I'm sorry.
Have someone. Yeah, sorry. Just to finish it, or do you say, like we do in society, the reason we have age of consent laws and blah blah blah? Do we say find someone who is on your fucking page?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, empathize with them and put yourself in their situation, bro, Joe. They, like Sammy's saying, they don't have a work life that they can devote themselves to. They don't have hobbies like other people. You know, they aren't flying planes or making resin lamps.
They have other hobbies.
Hopefully they're not flying planes.
You have hobbies. Come on.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they do have hobbies, but
no, I'm joking around. Yeah. That's why I made the joke about the resin lamp.
Yeah, they're definitely not.
No, well, I'm saying, I mean, I've worked with. I mean, I volunteered time and worked with either they're
right
socially disabled or there was one Down syndrome, and there was a couple. They got married. They didn't have Down syndrome, but there's always going to be a level of care needed for them. They ain't going to be totally independent, right? But so it's all to. And yeah, to them it may be real, but it's still make believe because it really isn't reality.
Right. I'm just saying from their perspective, they want a family because they can't have the other things that society tells them should be important. They can't have a job. They can't do these other things. So, but they have this ideal of, well, I want to get married. That's what you're supposed to do. But society handles it different ways in different areas. Like in America, we're having this problem right now. On the left, they're saying, "Oh, well, we should empower them. We should give them all this." And then when they pop out a bunch of Down syndrome kids because they have nothing to do but spend time staying home doing that all day, then apparently that's somebody else's problem. And then the people on the right say, "Exactly. This is going to be our problem that we're having to pay for. So we need to say, hey, it's okay for you to diddle each other all that you want." But somebody needs to be an adult and step in and say, hey, let's do some counseling. You know the problems you're having in your life. Do you want to create 8 more people with these same problems?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Let's not. Well, hey, let me be controversial for a second. Maybe it's a good thing that the trans people are making them more trans. They'll stop having babies.
Well, if it worked like that, then
sorry, it was a joke. It was a joke in poor taste. But hey, Will, hey, how's?
Speaking of homo, how are you?
Speaking of homosexual, transsexual.
That was a dig at myself. Just so that everybody knows, that was a dig at myself being a hubble.
I'm afraid to ask what this conversation is.
Well, it started out going on Mark Dice on AI slop, but now it's.
We thought, how can we insult as many people as possible? So we're talking about transsexual Down syndrome people
having babies.
Well, I didn't get it.
Having babies.
And they're also midgets and Nazis.
Well, you said you were having a snooze,
right? But if there's going to be hate speech, you need to let me know. I have a reputation to uphold.
I should have. I'm sorry. I'll do better.
So I don't know where they're gonna. Any other comments on Down syndrome? Should they be able to get married? Should they be able to have kids? What?
Oh, I say the more Downies the better, because I'm down with Downs. They're some of the sweetest human beings on this fucking planet.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
But I just want to point out, what the fuck is that dude?
You know that channel Down with S&M? Did you see that Down with S&M?
I did not, but I'll have
Down with S&M. Well, their name is Sam and Miguel, I think, and they want to be famous on YouTube, and so for short they say get down with S&M. I'm like, that's nice marketing.
Okay, but like 40 years ago, these people used to have families, and their families would prevent them from being groomed or commercially exploited by the trans community. But now, in the last 20 years, people have been told, oh no, your family can't protect you anymore. You got to let them be exploited by other people. So now we're seeing this. We're seeing people being sought out and exploited because they have a disability or some other unique problem, and their families are too afraid to speak up.
All
And
about the
can I
views,
just
man. All
say,
about the eyeballs.
unless the black dude is the woman and the white dude is a man, I don't see much trans shit here. The stuff in my feed was like
Oh, this is drag.
proper drag trans, like, but the videos were like, it was all sort of heart tweaking stuff. Like, just because we're down doesn't mean we can't be trans and blah 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 stuff. Like, there you go. Those videos look more like it. Yeah.
But they're doing this with kids too. Like when we were having fun with Jill, like about a year ago, I downloaded some pictures just off a regular Google search. And it's bizarre. Like, why is a society, are we tolerating parents allowing their minor children to be abused like this? But on one part of this political spectrum, they're saying this is empowering. And on the other side, we're saying this is clearly abusive.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
by the way,
can I? Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Oh, I was
There's
by
a
the
very.
way,
Oh,
go ahead, Sammy. Go,
yeah,
go.
sorry.
Go.
There's an important distinction to make here. Okay. People call it trans. What you are looking at here, like, is not trans. This is drag. Okay.
Right.
Trans people they don't put funny eye shit and they just try to look like the opposite sex. Full stop. The colored hair and the big eyes and all that shit, that's drag. That's a whole other thing. That is 100%.
They are more most likely homosexual, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, not necessarily, but more likely, yes. Absolutely. Like, straight men don't really generally want to wear dresses, but it does happen, of course. But the point is, this isn't about trans shit. This is drag shit. And it's like, same as when I heard about people got upset that a local library had a drag queen come in to read stories. I'm okay being upset with that. A trans person, sure. Like, don't be upset. It's just someone that's fucked in the brain.
But some of them are
whatever, doesn't
borderline
matter,
clowns, though.
whatever.
Some of them are
But
borderline clowns.
exactly that over sexualized, over exaggerated stuff. I do not understand why we are putting kids around that extreme stuff, like the big booty stuff and do you know what I mean? Like, kids
By the
shouldn't
way,
know
I just
about
got
twerking stuff.
I got a call. Well, it's kind of related, I guess. This is related. I got a call for this last minute gig. It's a screening event. They're going to show a movie, and then they want to have an after party. I was like, all right, this is pretty cool. And then I was like, all right. I had no idea what it was about. Then he emailed me the flyer. The movie's called Heated Rivalry. And since it's in June, which is Pride Month, and it's a gay movie. It's gonna be like a gay event, I guess, LGBTQ kind of thing.
See,
Screen
now
Heated
you got me
Rivalry.
wondering about what's real and what's AI, Brojo. I saw a video earlier tonight. This father in what I'd call Big W, you'd call, like, what's your giant chain store where you go and
Walmart?
buy cheap clothes? Walmart or something, right?
Walmart, Kohl's.
And he was like, look at the boys' range, okay? T-shirts, this much money. Okay price, whatever. Here's option one. What are boys like? Okay, trucks. Here's trucks. Trucks and a rainbow. He's like, okay, option 2, dinosaurs. Boys like dinosaurs. Oh, a dinosaur climbing a rainbow.
Oh.
Option 3. And he went through all the t-shirts, man, and it
They
was
all have
all this
rainbows.
boy stuff, but every single fucking shirt had a rainbow on it. And now, but see, now, I'm like, was it AI? Like, at the time, I didn't see any of the glitching. The voice wasn't weird. It looked like a legit video, but I don't know anymore. I'm starting to.
I wonder if there's a shirt out. Like I'm thinking a scenario, like Noah in the Ark shirt, and there's the rainbow from the Bible, promise of God, and
Yeah.
there's someone saying, "I didn't know Noah was gay," you know, that kind of thing.
Or just, yeah, even Noah was LGBTQ plus fucking HD TV.
The Ark flying a rainbow flag.
Yeah.
So here you go.
Obviously, sadly, with the permission of their parents or the institution that is raising them. And then they're getting off by having them perform for them and then posting photos and videos of people with Down syndrome dressing and performing in drag on their social media accounts. Drag syndrome. The AI slop has become such a problem that
Well,
hundreds of thousands
actually,
of people.
Berjo, final thing
The
to
AI
say on
slop has
that.
become such a
What?
Final thing to say on that. If what he said is other people are posting them on their account, that's fucked up. That is fucked up. But as someone who, you know what I do for a living, like I support people like this, they do often want to do this of their own accord. You know what I mean? That's one thing.
How much of their own accord if they
I think you're underestimating the intelligence of people with Down syndrome. There are actors, there are people that like write symphonies and stuff. They have an extra chromosome and it does fuck with some shit, but they are extremely intelligent. Like their emotional intelligence far exceeds ours. Their emotional intelligence is like the way they care for children and lesser beings, as it were, and stuff like that. They're instinctual. It's phenomenal.
And there's a lot of.
Sorry,
I thought you were done.
Yeah, no, you go. I was.
There's a lot of variety, just like with any other person. Like I've been around a ton of Down syndrome people and volunteered a lot too. And there are some that are super bright, that are probably brighter than some of the volunteers that are working alongside me. And there are other ones that, let's just be honest, they're at the other end of the spectrum.
They're close to vegetable. That's exactly right. And see, now I've worked with very intelligent ones who can barely write their name, and then I've worked with non-verbal ones. You think they're pretty much a vegetable, but they create these artistic masterpieces that's like savant level shit. So that's why just a blanket, you shouldn't marry, or you are only as smart as a 5-year-old. Nah. Some are as smart as a 20-year-old, and we let 20-year-olds marry. It's just they'll never get smarter than that. But and like I said, and then emotional intelligence and stuff, they don't just want a chick to fuck. They want to get married and have a wife and a family and like, do you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, why do people get married? Because they realize they can only do so much by themselves and they need another person. So I've got attributes.
They don't want to be alone.
I need somebody with the complementary attributes B. And when they get married, they can help each other. but they need a family member to say, that's great that you two are together and you'll probably stay married, unlike all these other people, because you know that you need each other.
Yeah.
But let's do some pregnancy counseling and say, do you think maybe we should maybe have a surgery or maybe get an injection so that we don't have to remember every time?
Yeah.
No, but I want a child.
And then that's when you have to ask him.
Then-
Remember all the difficulty you went through in school?
Yep.
Do you want that to happen to somebody else? Let's have a little empathy and just, if that's really what you want, I can't stop you. But is that really what you want? Let's think it through.
And then
Yeah.
call me a liberal. And this is why I want to talk to people like Knock and just let them ask blank questions. Because if they ask me this question, I'll say,
What question?
like, I think we should let them. I don't think we should stop them. I think we should give them counseling. Who pays for that? Taxpayer. Oh, whinge about it, Jill. Get
about-
over it.
How about the
I'm
children
happy to
question?
support Down syndrome people.
Who pays for
And
the
then if
children?
they do have a child, I support them. If I'm supporting them, I've supported them to have a child. So now I'll support the child. And then I'll try and counsel and teach that child to not want to perpetuate it, but I will not enforce it.
Or you can say, you know, that's a great idea and let's explore that. Why don't we get you a cat
Yeah.
and see how well you take care of that
Yes,
cat?
let's get you the fake baby
The fake baby, right? They do that,
that
actually.
cries every
for, normal
and see
people.
how you go. And they'll after a week they'll be like, "No, we
They
don't
do that
want
with
a baby."
teenagers, right? To teach them
Yep.
what.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is you
Yep.
want to mess around. Yeah, lug this around for a month.
And the sad fact is, maybe it's simplistic to say this, but the sad fact is the fighting between both sides is why and people who say, I don't want to pay for that. It's that. That's all it comes down to. I don't want to pay for that. But if you ever had that child, if you gave birth to a disabled child, unless you were going to take it out the back and shoot it in the fucking head, then you would hope that you would not be left to lose your house and struggle and not have any support.
But let's go one more step. For
You
some
may not
people-
expect the support, but you would hope for it, right? And want
For
it.
for
Sorry,
some
go
people,
for
it's about who's going to pay for it. But I'm on the right because I have empathy. I can imagine myself as that little baby. And if I was that little baby, would I want to grow up in that environment? Would I want to grow up with a 35 IQ and two parents with 65 IQs that don't know what they're doing, that aren't changing my diaper because they forgot about me in another room, or they left me in a bus stop somewhere when they left because I wasn't crying? And so because I can empathize and make myself that little baby, that's why I want to be more careful before we make decisions.
I don't think you can
And-
empathize with someone with an IQ of 35, Hillary. So I think you could try, but
You're
it'd be
right.
like empathizing with a parrot.
But I can dumb myself down to the level of a pet. And if I was a puppy, would I want to be
Wow.
treated like that?
I want to test that theory a little, Hubbles.
Yes,
Oh,
but
no.
and see that's see now.
Their IQ is under 70. Where's the reasoning?
But regardless, right?
No,
at
well,
this
let's do
point of
it. Let's do it.
conversation, at this point of the conversation, we're in agreement. Okay, that's the thing. Where the next step is I'm saying, will you pay for it? Or would you pay for it? Or are you against paying for supporting people like this? I agree. We should be doing everything we can to tell them not to have more babies because I empathize. I with the baby. I'm 100% there with you, Hills. So what do we then do? What's the next step? Do we outlaw them having babies or
Sterilize at birth.
do we sterilize them? Like, yeah, that's what I'm asking.
And there are real life situations like this in Germany. And this is an ick factor. but adult incest is legal in Germany. And for the most part, it's not a problem for them and their society. But there's this brother sister pair that keep coming up with babies, and each of them have genetic markers that each one of the babies has problems with it. And Germany says, well, it's fine for you to have sex with each other, but you can't make babies. And they say, but we want babies, and we've had 4 of them, and we're going to keep doing it. So every time the guy goes to prison for 6 months to a year, and then the woman gets on, social services, because they're both on social services anyway. But you can't stop him from having the baby, but you can sure lock the guy up. And the woman should be locked up too, but their judges say, well, somebody has to take care of the baby, so let's let the woman stay out of prison, and we'll just put the guy in prison every time. I think it should be the opposite. Let the woman get locked up a couple of times and let the guy stay out. Let's see if the woman still wants to keep popping out babies. Because anytime, and I've seen the documentaries on it, the woman cries, and she's just like this little, 4-year-old, that she just wants to do whatever her brother tells her. Well,
that is fucked. That is a societal
Joe.
problem.
That's the next headline, Joe. We're getting to
so desperate to fuck their sisters that they will not outlaw it. They will outlaw the having birth, like not putting a condom on it. But how about outlawing fucking your sister? I'm disturbed when I found out recently in Australia you can legally fuck and marry your cousin.
Yeah.
First.
Well, but the reason that
far too close to me.
Well, the reason in Germany
that you were any cousin, like 5th cousin, I'd start going.
Well, in Germany, they legalized adult incest because to them it's a matter of choice. Who are you to tell them once they're an adult? And remember the old argument: they're 2 consenting adults. They should be allowed to do what they want to do.
That's what I bring up too with the brother and sister. Put the ick factor aside. Wait, hold on. Ick factor aside, right? If you could say, "Oh, we can't have children. We're not going to have any kids. They get sterilized." Should they be allowed to have a relationship and get married? They're consenting adults.
Oh,
and Germany decided
now, see, bro, Joe, but you didn't add that. You didn't say they're sterilized. Now,
yeah, I mean,
that's the reason most countries outlaw it.
Because that's the main concern about kids with birth.
Yeah, the countries aren't outlawing it because they don't want brothers and sisters diddling. Fucking brothers and sisters are probably diddling every day, everywhere, all the time. They just don't want them having babies, so they outlaw the sex.
Okay, so now why don't you want them to have babies? Because you're afraid they're going to be deformed. They're going to have some kind of defect. But yet, here we are talking about Down syndrome couples. Down syndrome couples allowing them to have babies. See what I'm saying? Where do you draw the line?
I'm not saying yes or no to either. That's what I'm asking. Like, should we actually be stopping Down syndrome people having babies? But is Down syndrome people a problem in society? I guess they're a cost because we have to support them.
Law-abiding brother and sister. How are they? The only problem was if they were stealing or killing somebody.
But it's the disabled child.
Well, again,
you said, if they can't have babies, then yeah, they should be able to fuck.
But you keep saying it's a matter of cost, and I'm saying I'm not approaching it from a matter of cost. I'm trying to put myself in the child's position. The child didn't ask for them to be put in that position. So I'm looking at the victim and what harm is being done to them.
How did I get the cost? Because it was about the people's rights in the beginning. I don't know how I got the cost. It should have been their right to have a child, But
what about the child's rights? Does the child have any rights?
Then shouldn't we start it's a thin end of the wedge. Like, do we then start making people take tests to see if they're smart enough or know how to have a child?
You're right.
We, get a whole policing system of you need a certification to have a baby.
You're right.
Yeah, but think about that with marriage. How come with any other license you have to take some kind of test, but not for a marriage license?
That's right. And what does that license actually grant you? Why are you involving yourself with the government? Like, if I want to,
Well,
go ahead.
it grants you the right to involve yourself in the government more.
Right.
That's it.
But people don't think about it that way. All that a guy knows is he wants to get in the girl's pants. The girl says, well, if you want in my pants, you got to marry me. The guy says, well, why do I have to marry the government? Because I want in your pants. And the woman says, because that's the way I want it. And then the guy, if he's young, agrees.
Yeah. Yep. They go police your marriage. And then when you break up, they're going to negotiate it for you.
Yeah. In Texas, it used to be if you cohabitated, okay, fine. And then if one person wanted to claim that you're common law married, then you had to fight it. Now they're wanting you to register if you're living together but not married. That's how bad it's gotten. And I didn't realize that until I was trying to get a birth certificate for somebody so that they could get a state ID. And then that pops up on the website. Oh yeah, if you're living together, be sure to register that you're not married.
Yeah. Because we have religion usually was covering that base, because it was a sin, it was shameful, live together. But now it's totally different. It's totally different now. Divorce was taboo.
Well,
no anymore.
because
it was taboo. All these things that were taboo at one time are no longer taboo. So now you have to develop new laws and regulations so you can get the money out of these people.
Because over time, societies, governments slowly took the power. Instead, we tried to institute these governments to stop the church having power, but all it did was they just took the power.
Exactly. They replaced it.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, Tamaga here.
We pay our tithes, our income tithes.
That's right.
Exactly. And in America,
God is more reasonable than the government. Imagine that. God is more reasonable than the government.
God only wants 10%.
He only wants 10%. Yeah. And one day. Government, they want 6 days, 35%, 50%. So here, story about MAGA influencer. I don't know. I vaguely heard of this person, but in headlines, but there you go.
Problem that countless people just can't tell the difference anymore between actual Instagram floozies, Instagram models, virtual prostitutes, and AI Instagram models. There was recently one that was exposed, which should have been obvious to anyone who saw it. Some people may not have cared. It just taps into their primitive sections of their brain, and they just see some hot chick in all these different scenarios who went by the name of Emily Hart, which, surprise, surprise, was exposed as being the creation of someone in India, an Indian, who created this fake MAGA influencer. And she was just photoed, everywhere. I mean, everywhere MAGA goes, there she was. I guess on the bright side, this might actually put Instagram whores out of business. Here's another one, Olivia Branch. It's clearly, well, it's actually.
Thank you so much, Americans, for monetizing. Thank you so much for your hospitality and your support. Thank you.
I'm scrolling through Instagram the other night, right?
Yeah.
And this hot chick turns up. Like fucking.
That was me.
Steaming hot.
Yeah.
But she was a inverted commas co-joined twin, right?
Oh, he gets to this. He's gonna get to this. He's gonna get to that right now.
Is it the two-headed chick?
Yes.
I nearly subscribed. It's like, that's AI. I'm like, really?
Yes,
They got photos of their childhood there. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. This is, and the more I looked, all the scenarios, I'm like, there's no conjoined twins that's literally just a two-headed person, like so perfect. And
yeah, that comes up on this.
Not clearly AI, but it does mention AI in the bio, which may be a requirement for the terms of service. But by taking a look at these photos, you really wouldn't know.
It wouldn't
I
know.
mean,
God damn,
just
I'd
amazing.
fuck it.
The most
AI or
disturbing
not.
of these AI influencer
There it is.
accounts, however,
There
Is
you
this the
go.
one?
Yeah,
Yes.
Valerie
the
and
one?
Camilla. Yeah. I
That's
nearly
it.
followed them. Oh my god. I'm so embarrassed.
2 heads, 1 vibe, Miami style.
Yeah,
Twin
because
energy.
they're all flirty and they're like, people ask us, do we think the same? Of course.
Let me
we
ask
do.
another question. Let's say they're working joined twins and one of them wants to be an OnlyFans model and the other doesn't. Who gets to decide what to do with their body?
Yeah, the dominant one.
Yep. So
The
then
one
the
with the
non-dominant
one
one
with the
has to
higher
do them?
IQ.
Well, let's assume that it's the low IQ one that wants to be the OnlyFan. Like, can the high
Well,
IQ one stop her?
Here's the thing. This is why, like, if you think about it, it doesn't make sense. There's no conjoined twins like that, except in the cases of they will only have control of one side each.
Right.
For instance. So the OnlyFans one couldn't physically force the other one because the other one's got control of the other side of the body, the other arm, the other leg, and it's usually crossed too. So
She's just
that's
gonna
a
have to
whole
take a
head
nap.
fucking
She's just
itself.
gonna have to
but
take a
yeah.
nap while she does her thing.
Well, there have been historical cases where there
where
is
they got
one.
married.
Yep.
Yes, I've seen the one. Yeah, there's that. Yeah, real life.
She's like, I just put music headphones on, but I'm like, yeah, but unless you don't feel any sensation, like, aren't you also getting fucked?
Yeah.
Yes.
And is it a menage a trois?
Do that? Yeah. Well, yes, because
I mean,
apparently, remember, you don't need 2 bodies to have 2 persons. Just ask Jesus.
That's right.
Valeria and Camilla account on Instagram, which has over 400,000 followers, which consists of fake Siamese twins who
Not me.
are
I didn't subscribe.
almost every day. And AI slop is everywhere.
They're gorgeous. Oh no, it's like it was a 10-second thing. It's like, oh shit, Jopper, look at these fucking hot chicks with 2 heads.
So you go to their page.
I might follow this. He's like, no, look, it's AI. I was like, oh
So
yeah.
here's our U.S.
Like,
Department of Education trying to pull off AI. Look at this slop.
Now, obviously, I've used AI-generated thumbnails. Sometimes they are very creative. It's the
God.
only way to get a certain image to
We're
be made.
back in the wall,
Try to pay
Roger.
a little bit more attention to the AI-generated content you're making. Department of Education. They recently
This
posted
takes me back to
Skills that
like
pay
the
off.
Cold War or
I know, but look at the
World War
picture.
II.
Where's DT? He be insulted so badly right now.
The plumbing is all messed up.
Oh, the pipes.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god. What
the
is
pipes.
going on?
Yeah, what? And they don't even use copper pipe anymore.
And what is he
promoting
pointing at?
manual labor, the trades,
next
which
zinc
in the age of AI,
the tools.
displacing a lot of jobs, are probably going to be the future jobs that are going to be paying extremely well. Many of them already pay extremely well. But they posted this meme, and whoever posted it or generated it didn't look at it more than a half a second because no sink has the copper piping. They're just soldered onto the front of the sink and around the sink, and whatever this fake tool is that this woman is using, it doesn't exist. The wrenches are wrong. They're the one.
Look at that old van too.
Also, the van has no
The
front
longer you
wheels.
look at this image,
Yeah, right. It's an old van. It looks like a postal van almost.
Yeah, but we should see the front wheel.
Yeah. Yep.
It's floating.
Department
And
of
that's the thing,
Education.
like, AI is so easy to tell if you look at it for more than half a second.
Look, there's half a wrench. It's like missing.
And her belt buckle is like some sort of a clamp.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not half a wrench. It's not anything.
It's not
What the
listing,
fuck
yeah.
is that tool? Oh, that's a half a wrench. Yeah, you're right. But look in her hand.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
What is that?
the more absurd it actually gets. It's so absurd. I'm even going to look past the diversity of having a black woman depicted as being a plumber because there are so many other mistakes. Just look at this. Anyway, I'm Mark Dice. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to my channel if you're new here.
So there you go. We're so cooked. Yep. Department of Education put that out. Oh.
But
Idiocracy is here.
Yeah, think a few steps
Yeah,
deep.
but-
Why are they putting that out? Because they want to justify spending more money to take in more taxes. Because who's it that's signing up for Job Corps? It's people that would otherwise be drug addicts, out on the street. So we want to get them off the street, but we want to get them a skill so that they can pay taxes. But they're never going to pay taxes because they're really not learning a skill.
Also, we like to think that that post is responsible or was responsible of an entire board of people. No, it was the responsibility of some fat old bureaucrat called Shirley who's in charge of their fucking Instagram account and thought she's doing really cool modern stuff with AI. That's all that is. Sorry. I know from personal experience.
I was at a meeting a few weeks ago, and there were a bunch of lawyers there, and one of the person asked, why is there such a long waiting list to get on a waiting list? And I didn't say anything during the meeting because other people were talking, but afterward I talked to him and said, because under federal law, you only have to work 3 out of every 8 hours that you're paid as a federal employee. So that's why there's a waiting list to get on a waiting list. And people don't realize it if you've not worked around these agencies. It's insane.
A waiting list to get on the waiting list.
Yep.
That's like when you go to the doctor. There's the waiting room, and then you go into the room to wait some more.
Yep. Yeah. It's a factory. People don't realize, unless you're actually in the industry, all the steps involved. They just think, I'm going to see the doctor. Why am I doing all these other things? Well, because they're billable. Why do they take your temperature when you don't have a temperature? Because they can bill for it. Why do they check your weight when you already wrote down what your weight is? Because they can bill.
Sometimes the cow also loans. You don't necessarily have to be on the other side, if you know what I mean, Hillary's.
Right.
You don't have to be in the industry. You don't have to be the butcher. Sometimes the cow spends so much time at the butcher but survives that they realize that it is just a fucking factory. And you're a cow.
You want
I learned that because
$2,000.
Yeah.
When I had my surgery back in February, I had to go to a doctor. And the doctor that I have been going to said, well, your name isn't on the card. And so even though 3 years ago we agreed to this contract with your health insurer, we aren't going to see you. So I had to have an emergency televisit with a different doctor. And I got the medicine that I needed after my surgery. I then find out that he billed my insurer over $8,000 just to write me a prescription. Wow. This is clear and obvious fraud.
Fuck.
But again, how do they justify it? And as taxpayers, just all of you know that you are paying for my health, even though it's private. The taxes go to the government. The government says it's too expensive for us to do it, so we're going to pay a private insurer a fraction of what it would cost us. That private insurer then pays for my insurance. Then I go to the doctor, and this is what happens. So he didn't get paid anything for it. In the end, all the taxpayers won. But again, the doctor actually had the gall to bill over $8,000 to write me one prescription for antibiotics.
Now, if you didn't have insurance, I don't know in your area, but around here, it's a relatively inexpensive visit, and yeah, they wouldn't do
right.
that.
Exactly. It
But
would have been
see,
just a me go and to go to one of those. I don't know what they're called.
$100 for the visit, $150 for the visit. You know.
it must pay off, or they wouldn't do it. If it
Right.
didn't pay off every now and then and be more worth it, they
This is where
just
the argument comes about with the government providing, the funds. There's always
Mhm.
going to be that abuse and corruption because people look at it as free money.
Yeah, and I had a different doctor. This is a while back. The one that wouldn't see me also tried to bill Medicare. Pardon me, not Medicare. My insurer, who gets paid by Medicare, and say, we want this much money, but they're refusing to see me. So why are they doing that? Oh, well, we're trying to prefetch your benefits. Well, hold on. You're trying to prefetch benefits, but you refuse to see me. That's not going to work either.
yeah.
And again, every month I get a bill saying these are the charges the doctors have given. If any of these are fraudulent, let us know. And so then I call up and say, yes, absolutely, these are fraudulent. And sometimes the doctor still gets paid, even though they didn't provide the service. The insurance, for whatever reason, still pays. And so then that's why all the doctors are going to bill, because they know that even if it's only 1 out of 300 times, that 1 out of 300 pays off. So they're just going to bill. And unless they get prosecuted for fraud, they're just going to keep billing. And this is what society has created. So every time you get a jury summons, show up, because this is what voting really doesn't matter. Just to be honest, as a person who's been through the system and watched it many decades, voting is really largely irrelevant. But anytime you get a jury summons, you're 1 out of 12 people and your voice does matter. You're not 1 out of 350 million. Show up to the jury summons, vote the way that you want to vote, not the way that the judge tells you, and not the way the prosecution or defense tells you. You make up your mind and you vote. And then they'll want to talk to you afterward and want to know why you voted, because it's so far away from what they expected. And then you can tell them, this is why you need to quit screwing over the taxpayer. I've done it. All I can say is I've done it, and they understand. But again, people have to think all these layers deep. And until they have gone through the shit and come out the other side, they don't think about it. They just think, what do I need to do today? How do I need to get past today?
And the system's set up so they're too dumb. They can't know this stuff.
Exactly. From birth all through school, you're just taught, do this and things will be good. Do this and things will be good. And until you find out that, no, you've been lied to your whole life, things aren't good, then you're not going to question any of it.
Yep. Until you're starving and homeless.
Something like that, yeah. Until you reach a end of the road catastrophe and you realize I've been lied to all my life, and I need to figure out the way the world really works. Not what we're told, but behind the scenes, the way things actually function.
That might be happening now.
Yep. I think it's happening to a lot of people now. I hope so. I think under COVID, a lot of people started realizing, hey, we've been lied to. We're all in this economic mess because we've all been told that we have to go to work and spend so many hours a day, and then we go home and we just want a paycheck at the end of the week. But what are we actually giving up to get what we get?
Yeah.
And when I can't pay my bills and bad things are happening to me, is the government helping me? Nope.
Yeah.
But it's just like with alcoholics and drug abuse. Until you hit bottom, you're not going to have that sudden adjustment where I need to look at the world entirely differently. It's not at all the way I've been told. And the system does count on people sleepwalking through their day, just doing what they're told.
How much longer can they keep the people sleepwalking at this point?
I don't know.
No.
I mean, I think that they are realizing that, and
Still
that's
a
why they're turning
while.
to AI. Because if they can get AI to do everything,
Yeah.
then they don't really need humans anymore.
The more I look at the internet, all the different sites, Instagram, TikTok, fucking pick one. I don't care. People are fucking dumb. They're dumb.
Yeah.
They're dumb sheeps, bro, Joe. So I don't really think it's gonna happen anytime soon because it's gonna take
A whole reawakening.
a critical mass. Yeah. It has
Yeah.
to be more than 50%. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're gonna need that guy in Idiocracy coming to save the day.
Yeah.
Reintroduce water into the system.
It feels like that at this stage.
And a lot of people make fun of Trump, but Trump is the idiot that we need. He's the one saying, hey, maybe we need to add a little bit of water. And yes, he's dumb as dirt. He has all these flaws, and there are tons of them. But his policies are reversing a lot of the stuff that's been happening over the last 40 years.
And do you know, I'm not saying this personally because I don't really know his policies and stuff. I'm not very political like that, but I have seen an awful lot over the entirety of his political career, the 3 terms, his first, Biden, and then his now. It's almost cliche at this point. People say he's a dirty fucking scoundrel human being, but he has good policies. Like, they like what he did politically and stuff. Just, yeah. If he's an Epstein pedo and grabs chicks by the pussy and all that shit, it's gross. But as far as what presidents have done and do, the problem is people don't tend to look at big pictures with presidents either. They look at like direct things, like say this very minute, oh, fuel's going through the roof and like groceries cost more and this and that, so he must suck. That's not how that works. I mean, that could be the reason in the case, but that's not necessarily how that
Yeah.
works. You know what I
People
mean?
gotta blame someone, and they're always gonna blame the leader.
Yeah.
But people need to look at the chain of events. Why are groceries so expensive? Well, because we doubled the money supply under Biden. So of course everything's going to cost twice as much because money's worth half as much. Why are we having all these problems with Iran? Well, Obama flew in pallets of cash on chartered jets to fund their nuclear program while claiming it was ending the nuclear program. So now, because of all these things, Trump had to go in and drop bunker busters on the supposedly non-existent nuclear program.
Yeah.
That's been put them back for years, but nah.
Well, every time it's going to put them back for years until next year when it's right back to where it's at.
Yeah. See, and that's what I mean. I don't know that much detail, Hillary's, but I know like enough as a member of the globe that Iran and I don't know, pick another topic people think Trump has the blame for. All of those things existed far before, like the problems about those things existed far before fucking Trump came along. Iran was an issue far before Trump came along. He's just the first one that went, fuck it. Like, I guess I'll just try and do something about it.
And
how much
gas,
Israel had to do with this, then I have to question that.
right?
They
And
haven't-
Sammy, gas prices in Australia are high. I get that. Would it surprise you to know the gas in my area is actually $1 less now during the war than it was under peace in Biden? And people's wages
Well,
are
no, it
twice what
wouldn't
they were under
surprise me.
Biden. So people are
It
making
wouldn't
twice as
surprise
so people are making twice as much now to pay less in gas than it was under Biden.
me.
Did they cut a tax, a gas tax or anything temporarily?
No, it's because all the refineries are right here. So we're getting all that light sweet
They're
crude from
prepared.
Venezuela.
They've
Yeah,
got-
you're getting that extra work.
Yeah, we're getting it. I
And-
mean, we're getting all the benefits from this war. So people in my area are like, why is everyone else complaining? This is freaking magnificent.
Yeah. And on the other side of
Oil's
the
under
coin,
90 now. It just hit under $90 a barrel right now. I'm looking at the prices. Metals are dropping also.
but in our law or constitution, or what, probably not our constitution, but some law we have that we are supposed to have 90 days minimum supply of fuel in storage. Okay. We have had less than 30 days worth for over a decade. So multiple governments, not one government. Even progressive as in the next government that came along, not progressive, but each government didn't go, oh shit, I'll fix it. They just went, oh well, the last government let it be 30 days worth. I'll let it be 30 days worth.
So this
And
war
now
revealed the problem
that
now.
the war hit, it's like,
Right.
oh,
Revealed the problem.
yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. You're going to have to pay double or triple for fuel. And, groceries have just tripled, but it's because of transport and fuel costs. And I know you're already paying that at the fuel pump, but now you have to pay it in the grocery store too.
In order to support local farmers.
Exactly.
Well, if we're
And
supporting
if you're
local
not,
farmers, how come we're paying triple the fuel cost?
Fuck Australian farmers.
Well, it's
Yeah.
just nonsensical. If people just actually think out all the contradictory claims, well, if we're supporting local farmers, then how can we have to pay triple the prices for fuel? Because apparently there shouldn't be hardly any fuel prices if they're local
Because they're
farmers.
local. Yep.
And what I would have done if I would have been your government that came in, I would have just said, I would have had a huge campaign before the election and said, guess what? The last group decided that you weren't going to be able to do this. So now you're going to have to pay through the nose to get us back to what we are required by law to have in fuel reserves. So at the next election, just remember these other guys made you think that you had cheap prices, but they were running you into the ground. Now we have to correct their mistake, and you're going to have to pay for what you voted for last time.
To get what we never had in the first place. We never even had the fucking stores.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't blame the war. I don't blame Trump because my government let me down. It's like, when did the butterfly flap its wings to start this shit, Brojo?
Banks. Blame the banks.
No, go back to Dodd-Frank. Dodd-Frank caused the housing crisis. They made banks, literally by legislation, they made banks agree to liar loans that they would never get paid back. And that led to the subprime mortgage where they did all the bundling. So that was Dodd-Frank. If you voted for Democrats, you voted for the housing crisis. Again, it's a chain of causation. Don't look at the very last step. Look at the 8 steps before it. I wish Sir was here to explain it because I'm sure he would do a hell of a lot better job than I am.
You did all right. I mean, I understood, so that's saying something.
Whenever I hear something, I always try to imagine the inverse. Well, if this is true, what would happen if it was the exact opposite? Would the person still be making the same argument? And very often it's no. They would be making the opposite argument. So, like, I just saw a video, an FBI agent was talking about mind control. And he was saying, it's funny how the same people who say my body, my choice when it comes to one thing, when it comes to getting an injection that the government is telling you have to have, now all of a sudden it's your body, my choice instead of my body, my choice. What happened? What was the difference?
To what fuck words.
They probably think there's more people affected. The reasoning probably is there's more people affected if you don't take a vaccine than if for an abortion.
Yes, that's the reasoning. The problem I have now in hindsight is there was no proof of that, and I just followed it.
And plus, Brojo, you're right. It's a collectivist versus an individualist argument. So if you're going to say my body, my choice, but you have a collectivist position, then that clearly contradicts what it should be. So if it's a collectivist decision, then now it's not your body, your choice. Now the government gets to decide whether or not you can have kids. If the government decides whether you get an injection, the government decides whether you get to have kids.
And it seems like the basis for a lot of these policies, because it's always that trying to find that balance between individualism and, collectivism or society, what's good for society. I mean, you can't have all or nothing on either side. I don't think that it works.
But in modern politics, that is how it works. It's winner take all. So if the collectivist position wins, then they write the rules. If the individual position wins, they make the rules. But even on the individual side, the individualist voters are getting the best politicians that they can. But then those politicians say, now, how can I make money off of it? And that's why people hate the Republican Party, because their leaders, no matter what the voters want, they get the same old leaders that have been there for 40 to 60 years and just want to make fundraising. In Texas right now, John Cornyn's ads are everywhere. John Cornyn's a POS. How did he get $100 million working for the DEA? Think that one through. And now he gets on and he wants to say, well, I got support of all these agencies. Of course, because you vote for bills that fund all those agencies. But as soon as you're out of office, I bet they're going to turn on you in a heartbeat and say, we always hated him.
Right. Yeah, no politicians are going to start cutting, like like you technically would need to cut services in the government, but that's political suicide. So they're just going to keep, printing and printing.
But then I don't remember whose channel it was on, but somebody was playing this guy that looked like he was from New York and New Jersey and saying, I'm working 3 jobs. I can't afford to have a family because I'm working to support everybody else. So what about me? When do I? And he's saying that he doesn't like the system. Now he's starting to wake up. Yeah, but it's not really the system. It's your fellow voters. Everyone around you has voted for these policies. You know that the policies are bad, but you somehow have a disconnect and don't realize it's the voters that are voting for them. So yeah, you can either move or you can change their minds or you can do something else, but don't just blame the system. Blame the root of the system. Who is it that decided the system is going to be like this? I grew up in a state with horrible, disgusting, horrible laws. And as soon as I became an adult, I ran away from that state as quick as I could. And then people want to say Texas has shitty laws. Well, everything's a trade-off. Yeah, in some ways it's shitty, I'll admit. In very limited ways, and I'm getting really niche now, but because of one particular thing, I'm having to go through administrative code and government code instead of commerce law when dealing with a certain agency. But I understand that. But at the same time, I also have a law that's protecting my grandmother, that when someone is doing something very bad to her, it's a first-degree felony. Whereas the state that she came from, it was totally legal to steal all of her money. So there's a trade-off. And I prefer this trade-off. As shitty as some individual situations may be where I've lost all my power over a government agency, in other situations, it's to my benefit because at least all of her money isn't going to get stolen. Eventually, we'll get it back one way or another.
Yeah, that's good. Because regardless where she come from, she resides in the state she resides in.
Exactly. And the person that stole the money didn't think that through. They just saw, well, in this state, it's legal to steal. Yeah, but the person isn't in that state. And technically, the money really wasn't either. The money is U.S. money. It's owned by the Treasury Department. So it doesn't matter which branch location is processing the money. It's not actually there. It's actually in D.C. or New York City. You just have to, again, think several layers deep. This is the Federal Reserve that handles banks. It's not the local branch. The money wasn't physically in a branch. But you have to make that argument. Tog makes an excellent point when about the weak link in the chain. Trump had everything against him when he took office. AutoPen signed all these regulations as executive orders and I'm just going to give one example, to stop drilling in the Gulf Coast. So AutoPen made it illegal for the American people to get the oil that they need to drive to work every day. So Trump came in and said, okay, well, let's look at the whole picture. And he had all his experts look at it. And then somebody, probably some college kid that's 19 to 23 years old, said, you know what? All this is predicated on one thing, Gulf of Mexico. But if we change the name to Gulf of America, then that invalidates all these executive orders. Let's just change the name.
Because under the executive order, it's under the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah. So this is genius. It's going to look stupid and everybody's going to make fun of me on TV. But we're
why not just change my name? Any bills that come to me, I just change my name and I don't have to pay the bills.
You're right.
Just change my name. Oh, yeah. There's a law there. You can ask for a change of social security number for various reasons. Like if you have a 13 in your number or 6s. Yeah, you can actually request for religious reasons a new social security number. Yep. Are you sober? We have someone backstage. I wonder if they're sober.
I will doubt it. I will bet $1,000 you can't ask to have a 666 in your social security.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
Well, you could request it, but they're not going to grant it.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah.
But I guess, there's a way around that too. Again, the law is all about options. People think it's just black and white. It is in some respects, but you still have lots of options. If you can get a federal judge to order the Social Security Department to change your name because you want a 666, then they have to either comply or explain why they're not going to. They can say, for instance, every social security number ending in 666 is already taken, so we can't issue you a new one. Or they may just be lazy.
That's a fair response. Yeah.
Yeah.
Already taken by Lucifer.
Maybe.
He took all of them.
Lucifer.
He took all the 666 options.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, happy hump day, Wild Art.
It is. Guess what day 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 it is? Guess what day it is?
Hump day.
Thursday. Oh my god, you nearly gave me an epileptic episode.
Well, hump a hippo.
Yeah,
Shut
people, anyone who's watching, if you do anything today, hump a hippo. If that's the one thing you do today,
Hump a hippo. Save a horse, hump a hippo.
yeah, yeah.
Happy Thursday.
Sorry, excuse me.
Only
Is
just.
praise an elephant in the room? Could that be insultive? Especially if there's a fat person around.
Did you say? I thought you said praise. Did you say praise? Could praise be the elephant in the room? He's always the elephant in the
No,
room.
no, I didn't say that. I forgot what I said now.
If Pez is in the room, he's definitely an elephant. Yeah.
So I heard if praise is if praise is there, could you say he's the elephant in the
I
room?
don't know why you have praise on your mind.
What'd you say?
I know it wasn't that, but it was like
You had no idea. You stoned.
I know it wasn't praise because I don't have praise on my mind. It was about a fat person being in a room and you say, something to the effect of an elephant.
Oh, about the elephant in the room. Well, if they take it personally, is that a you problem? Because that's an expression you would have said.
I was obviously talking about a Republican.
Yeah. Even if there wasn't you could still say elephant in the room. So yeah, if they take it personally, that's their problem. Also.
Yeah.
Fucking drink.
You talking about me?
I especially enjoy that we've established that praise is always the elephant in the room. Do you reckon he's 300 pounds? He'd got to be.
Should there be fat preachers?
Well, how tall is he? He's definitely at least 250, but he may be 300. Yeah.
Yeah, I know I might be pushing it, but that no neck and that massive fucking head,
Yeah,
that just floats there in blackness.
Looks like Pizza the Hut.
Yeah, Pizza the Hut. Fucking hell. Whew. He's keeping someone in business, that's for sure.
Somebody should make a meme like "Praise the Hut" or something like that.
The local fried chicken place probably
fucking answer. Yeah.
kept alive solely by him.
Isn't one of major sins gluttony?
Oh, it is.
Oh, the 7 deadlies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So-
that's
so
not
now-
biblical, is
That's
it?
why I always find it funny to have fat preachers up there on the fucking pulpit
Yeah.
preaching
They're
against sexual.
always fucking fat.
Yeah.
Why are preachers always fat?
Right.
Well, I can tell you it's the same reason that so many lawyers are, because they sit at a desk, they type up their thing, sermons. They are counseling people in their office, so they spend 8 to 10 hours a day sitting on their butt. If they don't actually get out and
Diddle a
exercise for a
few
couple hours,
kids.
yep. So if they don't
Yep.
actually
Did
get
you
out.
see how readily Hillary said "yep" to the priest? Diddle the kids. Yep.
Yep.
Church I was in, the assistant
Yep.
pastor, yeah, he was huge. The wife was huge. Their kids were huge.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean. And that's why I, even as a young kid, I would look at them, and because I'd people watch, right? So I'd look at that fat pastor and I'd think, you're just taking us off for a ride. Like you just got
Almost
to
sound
clear
like you said
something up.
fat bastard.
I don't even. Yeah, well, fat bastard
Fat
pastor.
bastard.
Yeah, my ear had to hear and like fat bastard, no pastor. Oh, okay, pastor.
Okay, sorry, fat pastor. Yeah, and I was just like, you're taking us for a ride. Like, look how cushy your life is.
Cushy.
Yep.
But you're preaching like, you know, don't value
money, but give me your
and
ice cream money.
Yeah, but give me your money.
Give me your ice cream money, kids.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll never forget, and I bring it up sometimes. There was an incident at church. I'm coming out of church, and what people do sometimes is just light up a cigarette, going outside the gate, and there's this big old, fat lady from church. I knew her. Her name was Teresa. She's trying to tell me I shouldn't be smoking. And I told her, well, when you lose weight, I'll stop smoking.
Whoa.
And yeah, it shocked the shit out of her, and she apologized to me next Sunday.
Did she?
Yes, she did. She apologized.
Wow,
That's
that's
all right.
amazing. Beautiful outcome.
Yes, it was a good outcome.
Fat bitch.
But at least she was self-aware enough that she didn't
Right.
double down. She looked at your perspective and saw, yep, I was wrong.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do. That's the best thing to do, I think. Yeah. Because she might not have noticed that she was fat before. But once you pointed it out, she might go on a diet.
You say that like it's fun. I mean, like she didn't know that but you're right. People get comfortable where they're at. They slowly get fat and it doesn't occur to them, I'm obese, until somebody points it out. And then they're like, shit, you're right.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I am fat. Yeah. You might have saved a life in many ways.
Maybe. I don't know if she's skinny now. I mean, I quit smoking, not to Jesus. Jesus never got me to quit smoking. I quit smoking without Jesus. So I'm just saying, all right? All those years in church, smoking.
Do you think anyone ever told Praise he was fat?
Well, if you read my book, Olive sure didn't.
Oh, maybe, yeah, just he hasn't been told yet.
Well, in my book, Olive just praises him all the time and tells him what a good boy he is and just go ahead and do his business.
She does more than that.
She does a lot. And she has him lick up his own stuff.
Honestly, like, even if you're not into that shit, Hillary's is like writing some shit that could actually make it in that genre.
The thing is the sex is just there to get people's attention. Look at the psychology. If anybody is reading my books, I've noticed I go into some dark, deep shit. And it's all about just observing people's behavior and then extrapolating from it. What would happen behind closed doors that we don't see?
Yeah.
And then it's there.
And you're so close to reality, in my opinion.
I sometimes shock myself. I'm like 7 chapters in, I'm like, holy shit, how did this turn out like this?
Sorry, so are we talking about the elephant in the room? By talking about birds?
Yes.
That's what we're doing. Yeah.
Which elephant? I stepped away and I just came back when you were talking about that. What elephant?
Oh,
Like
he's
birds.
just trying to be funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And failing spectacularly.
But like the spy books that I wrote, like it is some deep psychological stuff in the way that people manipulate each other. It's set in a spy school in 1983 in Russia. But the way that the instructors and the students do their interplay, on the surface it's a spy book, But look at what's actually happening and the way that everything is going. And it's all about conditioning the students so that when they go and get, positioned in other countries, they can take advantage of the politicians and the industrialists and the government bureaucrats. The sex is just there.
I saw an advert on YouTube for getting like Chinese wives.
Oh boy.
Honestly, on YouTube.
Oh, Jesus. Now, I've written songs about how much they're listening to us because the algorithm just seems to pump shit that suits you, but there's my proof. That's all the proof I need.
Wildheart, have you seen the videos about how difficult it is for a Chinese man to get a Chinese wife?
Yeah.
No.
So if you are looking for a Chinese wife, she is going to be a spy with the CCP. Guaranteed.
Wildheart, you don't want any Asian. You want Southeast Asian.
Yeah.
Southeast Asia. Yeah, there was
Ooh,
also Thailand, and is that Southeast?
Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia.
Yeah. That we're talking
Philippines.
About. Yeah.
Like, fuck Asia.
Literally.
No, just because it's too dangerous and it's too messy. It's too the government's like, it's fucking China. I don't fuck with China. But also, what Hillary said, there's no females. Good luck getting a fucking Chinese female. They're so racist, dude. They think white people smell funny. We have stupid white man food. Like, I dated a Chinese person for a while, and fuck me, drunk they were racist. Can't explain the racism to my face. It's like, just because you're sucking my cock doesn't mean like you can say racist shit.
Your white cock smell like fish.
If you're going to say all that kind of stuff, let me go ahead and plug your mouth again.
White man smell like milk. Why you smell like milk, white man? I don't know. Because I can drink it and my genes don't fucking go against it. Because I'm not lactose intolerant.
Yeah, like,
I don't know. Why do you smell like fish and soy sauce? Like, fuck.
That's weird.
It's just human. We all fucking stink.
Will posted a video the other day about women encouraging other women to embrace the fish smell. And I didn't post it, but it reminded me of the psychologist explaining the sexual competition among women, that mid-tier women want other women to be excluded from the market. So they will tell them to chop off their hair, to gain weight, to get a nose ring, to do everything they can to make them unappealing to men, so that the men that are left on the market have to go after these mid-tier women. And that's what feminism is actually all about. It's about excluding women from the market. And people don't realize it.
My brain shut down at increase the fish smell. I think you lost me at that.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's get more fish. Yeah.
Well, men have their breeding practice, and we know what helps us be more available and get more women. But women it's all about access and control. So if women can prevent other women from having men, and that's what feminism is all about, is making less women available on the market. So then the men have to go to the few women that are available and haven't made themselves completely disgusting. And so then that's what feminism is actually about. And that's the reason why women want other women to look bad, to smell bad, to act weird, is so that the men have to go for these mid-tier women.
Isn't
Are you
that
smelling a lot of nasty smelling women around?
I'm not. I'm just seeing the video that Will posted. And then it reminded me of these other videos that I've seen about why women do what they do and what their psychology is. A man is going to want to make himself as attractive as possible. He'll go to the gym, he'll get a good job, he'll do things that attract women. But a woman doesn't have that ability. A woman can do certain things to make herself more attractive, but she really has more of an advantage of making other women less attractive. So that's what she does.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, they're always backbiting each other anyway.
Yeah. But why are they backbiting? As a man, we're not in that world. We don't know why they're doing it. But it's all about mate selection.
Feminasty.
Yep.
Hand down my pants, I flick the beam. My boo ghost, but I don't need him. 5 digits gonna make me squirm and scream. This is all on me, all I need. My hand press, move to the rhythm of my slow breaths. I know best, I know better. Killing this, a real go-getter. So I can't really lean on me. And an arm of a love seed. HuMpDing. Bump to my own beat, like to ride as I slide.
What the fuck is you talking about? Ride and slide. Good to get to the hump day quicker. What else is on the table? Do we have another ceasefire yet?
I'm not even tracking any of that. I keep seeing all
Do we
these
have
videos
another
now.
Taco Tuesday?
Taco Tuesday.
Trump
I
always
don't know. I've been seeing a lot of these videos about Iran. I'm not even watching them because I know it's the same crap back and forth, and I know whatever we're being told is probably pretty close to the opposite of what it is.
Right.
Because that's the art of war. When you're close, appear far. When you're far, appear close. So whatever Trump's saying, and people know Trump. People have studied his policy and read his books, and they know the Trump policy.
Well,
so
Trump
what his
can-
strategy is to just say everything. He says the wildest, craziest stuff so that he's totally unpredictable, and it works.
Yeah, I'm just amazed that Trump can write. He wrote a book.
Well, he told somebody what to write.
Yeah.
So he was a ghostwriter. Yeah. But it's the same way. Obama was the same. Obama didn't actually write his book either. He had somebody else write it. And then it turned out that he said some stuff in the book that he didn't like. And so when it came back to bite him, he ran away from it. Like, oh no, even though I said I was born in Kenya, I didn't mean that. Look at how chuckled he is.
And now AI has put ghostwriters out of business.
Yeah, that's true. As well. Yeah.
Well, the free AI keeps getting lobotomized. Like Grok 4 months ago was really good. And then like 8 times they made it worse and worse and worse. Now, unless you pay for it, you're getting crap. And why pay?
I have something for you, Bridget. Will you indulge me? Please. Does membership have privileges? Have an ask.
Asking for a friend.
Your Hello Kitty smell. I know difference between feet and Hello Kitty.
Let me see this.
This is part 2, so it is mid-convo, but it's the best part of the convo, so.
We don't shower too much during the winter time. Am I right?
Yes.
So let's be honest. It's been a few days, right?
Yes.
See, girl, you don't have to lie to me. I do nail for a long time. Sit in front of people doing petting. I can tell the difference between feet smell and Hello Kitty smell. Your Hello Kitty smell ew. You know, ew. So let me help you out.
Smells
Okay?
ew.
Hello Kitty smell.
Hello.
He tells the Oh, this is why Southeast Asians, bro. Don't fuck the Asians. Southeast Asians are so real. They'll be so blunt with you.
No, girl, I lost my concentration right now. Hold on. I got you, girl.
Gotta get my mask on.
And the Hello, I just want to make sure I understand. The Hello Kitty fish smell is for Punani, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
One's not enough. One not enough.
They got double up.
Yes, one not enough. One not enough.
I don't blame you. I'm not gonna, it happened, but it's cold. I know it's cold, and sometimes
And I get tired.
I know.
He's got a third one.
Think a little bit, but I
Come on.
At home, I eat enough fish. I don't want to eat fish at the nail salon. You know?
Come on.
Oh no!
Oh,
This has got to be for the video.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
What's that?
This is
Got
good for
four
your Hello
masks.
Kitty.
Oh, he's pointing that thing at it.
There we go. At least the thing will push it back. Moist it up, and then
Push it back.
I'll give you a wipe, and you can wipe it. Sounds
You
good,
can
man?
wipe it.
Okay, let's go ahead and continue.
Yeah.
Let's go get all moist up and then you can wipe it.
Yo, be honest. It's been a few days. You haven't had a shower in a few days, have you? Yeah. No. I know difference between
No,
feet
is it-
smell and Hello Kitty smell.
Come on now.
Hello
It's
Kitty-
stage.
It's ooh.
Come on, it's a joke. It's gotta be all staged. Come on, 4 masks. Come
Yeah,
on.
I got to the third one. I started guessing that.
Probability 90% probability it's staged, because I've seen several of these videos where it's the same thing, just different people. But it gave us a good giggle, right?
Yes, it did. It did.
If he had stopped at 2 masks, I was pretty much convinced. But
Yeah.
then I
Once
realized,
he
no,
went
this
to
is
the
too much.
third, I was like, okay, it's staged. But still, it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Why are we using a dirty file on me? Because that looks real gross. Yeah, that right there.
What's going on?
I have a question for you. Why are we using a dirty file on me? Because that looks real gross. Yeah, that right there.
This came from your skin, girl.
It wasn't dirty before you put it
No,
on me.
I use a brand new file every time on every client.
That
But
looks nasty.
yeah, why are you relaxing? This all came from your callus.
How crazy are you serious?
I'm not making it up. Look, dude,
It's like snowing.
it's worse than snow, girl. This thing look like mud.
Yeah, that's gross.
You see what I'm saying? You don't have a foot file at home or
Not
something?
like that, no.
Get this. It's by Beyond the Cream. It's nanoclass. You don't have to replace the pad. I have this over a year, and it's still sharp.
It doesn't hurt though. I love
No,
that.
it doesn't hurt at all. But you thought I was using a dirty foot file?
Yeah, it looks gross.
Never. I would do that. This is all from you, girl. Yeah, I know, right? Hold your mouth. I don't want you to get lung cancer, girl. That's disgusting. But yeah, that's pretty crazy, right?
That is.
Get this foot file. I'm telling you, you're gonna love it.
Okay, I'll have
It's
to. Where do I
great.
get it?
I'll leave the link right down below. Look down.
This
Look down,
shit's a
look down.
pillow.
Leave the link below.
There's a link. Buy one. There's a link.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye, bye.
So,
Bitch, this nastiness is all you.
But you know what I love? This is called weaponized honesty, and I love it.
Yeah.
I wish that everyone was this honest. Then I would know exactly where I stood.
That's it. You nailed it for me, Hills.
Hillary's your feet stink like death, like death on
Thank
roller
you.
skates.
Thank you. I'll take care of that right now that I'm aware of it.
I will. I also.
Link below. Link below.
But I think you just nailed the Philippines for me. Weaponized honesty. This dude's Philo, by the way, if you don't know by the accent. But
Oh, let me try. Wild Heart, you're a drunken mama's boy. I do feel better.
But sometimes you can be too honest. You know what I mean?
I have suspicions that you fantasize about your mom's breasts.
Oh no!
Bingo!
Wow, you didn't go there.
You hit the bullseye.
The weird
Tell
thing
us
is
how
that I think that she
you
also
really
has the
feel,
same
Will.
fantasy. I think she has the same fantasy, which is the weird part.
the weirdest thing is we've all thought it. Come on.
Yeah, and I saw
I've
another
never
video
thought-
about that, about the beauty of lying. It says that in social relationships, everybody lies, and that's the way that social cohesion works. But I'm the opposite. I don't want lies. I want you to tell me the deepest, darkest, dirtiest stuff about me so that I can get it out
Okay.
and air it out.
Okay, Hillary's. Okay, Hillary's. I'm very uncomfortable by your erotic porn novels because my life's never been so interesting, and I don't think yours has either. And it bothers me that it doesn't bother you as much as it bothers me.
And I appreciate that, and I'm going to try to tone it down and quit sending you samples. So thank you for telling me that. But see, I do. I appreciate it. As soon as I give feedback, I alter my behavior.
Well,
I love that about you, Hillary's.
My
Wait, you
feedback
gotta alter your behavior
is
to every feedback?
it's a little boring. Like it could be a bit more over the top. So push further with Hills.
Yeah, what do you do now? Yeah.
More tentacles.
Tell me what you're interested in, and I will write something just for you, Sammy.
Okay. Oh,
Remember that you did this to yourself, Sammy.
Oh yeah, no, I know exactly
It's
what
a
I'm
whole
doing.
fucking series of Sammy fan fiction coming from one suggestion. Wait and see.
Oh my god.
Hey, St. Tommy gave me the
moist.
idea for
Oh
sushi.
no.
Yeah, it was like a sushi bar where it was like a quote massage parlor in the rear and a sushi bar in the front. And I started writing it.
Staffed entirely by Justin Bieber impersonators.
No. But it
Dressed
ended up
in
being
Japanese attire.
No, the way it ended up, because just this is how it is. You know, I always insert myself into these. It is a CPA that is in his late 30s that inherits a sushi bar / massage parlor from his uncle who died. And so he inherited it, and then he goes in and it like turns into an erotic comedy where like he's dealing with the sushi chefs in the front and then the massage girls in the back. And then sometimes people get their order confused and
I ordered fish, not fish-scented woman.
Oh, I misunderstand. You said sushi roll. I thought sushi roll.
Yeah, I thought you said sushi hole.
Look, are you brand new or something?
Why? What? I'm so sorry.
I mean, look, you're cutting me up.
I know, dude.
Like, every finger.
You know what? It's not. You're actually moving a lot as you're talking, and your hand kind of shakes a little bit. So I'm sorry, man.
Not that much.
But
I mean,
I know. I'm so sorry.
Mean,
it's an accident. Here, let me help you out, okay? You're
Strategic
gonna be all right.
false
You're gonna be all right. You're not dying. You're not gonna die.
Do you have a tourniquet?
Oh, what?
A tourniquet.
Like so it could stem off the blood.
A
Here,
tourniquet.
let me just tie off your brachial artery, man. I'm happy to do that.
Hang on. Let me go for the one in your throat.
Yes. Let's tie off the carotid. There you
I want to know how she managed to get those tattoos with all that shaking.
From hemorrhaging from my body?
Hemorrhaging.
I have a Band-Aid.
Will that work? A tourniquet.
Call 911.
The blood is gushing out.
I get an ambulance.
I'll give you a band-aid. Will that work? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, English is my second language, so I don't know what a tourniquet, because blood is rushing out. I might die from blood loss. No, you're not going to die from blood loss, man.
Yeah, you see that blood just spilling out all over the place?
I love this. She is doing hyperbole. She's doing hyperbole. She's way over the top. She's claiming all these things that are totally nonsensical, and he knows it, and he's going to address them. But in society, how many times are we told the most crazy, ludicrous stuff, and we pretend like it's real?
I like that he's treating her like a 4-year-old. Oh no, sweetie,
Yes.
you're not going to bleed to death. You're dumb.
Yeah. That's what I meant when I said, like, that was a good definition for the Phillies, is this brutal honesty. Like,
That's funny.
What's wrong with you? Are you?
You know,
are
not
you
frequently, but
okay?
it happens to other clients. And usually in a few days, it just heals. But luckily, it's not on top of your nail, so now nobody will see it. You know what I mean? But I'm sorry about that. Yeah, you're going to be all right. Do I get a discount?
Oh, now the truth.
Would that be okay? What's 2 fingers? Can I have 10? Yeah, fine, $10 off.
No.
Okay, that works for you? That works. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry about that, man. No, that's fine. I didn't mean to hurt you like that. You know? That's okay. I understand. I appreciate it. Is $10 good enough for you? Yeah, I think that works. Look, are you
Looks at the camera. Yeah, not
Looks at the
just
camera,
with
yeah.
me and the locksmith. No, you want $10 off? You're gonna actually look at me and tell you for 10 minutes worth of work you want that much money that you didn't negotiate with me ahead of time. You just came in and started working after you got here an hour late. No,
Do you think I'm going to do a second's more work on you after
exactly. And that's what I would do if I was him. I would say, well, you can pay me $10 to stop in addition to the money that you already owe me. Would you like to pay me to stop?
I'm liking this brutal honesty thing. This what are you calling it?
Weaponized
What was that
honesty.
phrase you
Weaponized.
used?
Yeah.
Weaponized honesty. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Brojo.
Oh boy.
Yeah, those 420 bumps, they suck. Please stop doing that.
You're a few years late.
Yeah, we haven't done it for a while.
I know, but I didn't tell you in when I wanted to.
Okay. Oh well. I would have told you then.
yeah.
What I would have told you then was too bad.
I know. That's why I didn't tell you.
Anyone got anything for me? Get it out now.
Halsey, you
Wait a minute,
over-explain
Festivus
everything.
is not wait. Festivus is not till December here now. Come on.
I'm going to be brutally honest, Halsey. You are probably the sweetest person I know. That I love you for who you are, and there is nothing you could do to make me feel any differently unless you completely change who you are.
That is very
It just
true.
smells like
Very
bullshit.
sweet.
But it's
It
honest.
just smells like bullshit.
No,
Well, I
You're
don't care what it
saying
smells like.
bullshit, but it was
It's true.
honest bullshit. It was
It is
honest
complete
bullshit.
Joking.
honest truth.
Yeah.
Jerry, just remember, it's not a lie if you believe it.
No, Brojo.
Low blow. But Alex, you believed him, didn't you?
It's true.
You should believe him.
Look, I said all this to get some of this brutal honesty, this weaponized honesty coming back. So let's go. Let's have it.
We
Well,
started.
good. I'm gonna go ahead and use this no cap rejuvenating foot cream by Beyond the Cream for you, okay? Just to like massage your feet and all that. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
This is good. Does it smell bad?
Sir,
Yeah, how can I help you?
could you not use gloves?
Ooh, she wants it
Skin to
raw.
skin?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm loving this.
You want me to take off my rubbery glove?
Can we skin to
Take
skin?
off your rubber. She wants to
Are you
skin
sure
to
about
skin.
that?
Feel. Yeah.
But I'm
It's
supposed
more personal.
I'm supposed to wear gloves for protection, you know? like that skin to skin can get me.
Oh, but it's so much more personal when it's skin to skin.
You sure about that?
Oh, yes, it makes it so much more personal.
It's gonna cost you an
Is that
extra
because you
20.
want that
It's gonna be extra $20, right?
cream to like
50.
get into your skin deep with my skin?
Yes.
Because that's why you mean skin by skin, right?
Yeah, skin to skin.
Okay, well, I
It
don't
makes
usually
it
take off
so
the.
much more sensual.
I know what you mean, but I don't usually take off the glove for anybody, okay?
Oh,
Because sometimes the gloves
are you
keep.
sure?
Oh, I like to protect myself because you never know
I
what.
like the VIP experience.
I think she's got a blanket
I got you.
wrap. Her hands are.
I'm about to.
Picture.
She said
This is wild.
she wants the VIP experience.
It's wild hard in the brothel.
Yep.
No, take off the gloves, please. Like, we don't usually handle this shit without gloves.
Rub you good, okay? But if anything goes wrong, you don't come back and tell me that I'm the baby daddy, okay? Good. I'm gonna go ahead.
That was great.
Oh, I love it.
I'll come back and say I'm the baby daddy. Hold on. What's up, Nisha? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? There she is.
Anisha.
Good morning.
Good morning. For another half an hour for me.
We were talking about weaponized honesty, Nisha. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Oh man, that's
Are you?
crazy.
So fun, Nisha.
That is hilarious.
Is there anything you want to be honest with us about?
No, not right now.
You just like living in your
He's
lies.
like, not you cunts. Not right now. Maybe offline.
How do you feel about Down syndrome getting married and having kids?
Oh God.
I've seen that they can actually have pretty healthy babies without Down syndrome.
They can. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Bridget's point is like, because they can't raise them, now this like taxpayers are paying carers to help support them, so on and so forth.
I mean, why wouldn't
And
they be able to raise
the
them?
risk of having further Down syndrome babies that need support. Should we?
You guys know that Down syndrome couples raise kids all the time, right?
Some of them have jobs, and they're just a little
Downy.
depleted in some areas, but you can sit and have a
They're just a
conversation.
little downy.
But hold on, that's perfectly fine during their youth up to their teens, and then after that, I mean, there's a lot of parents that might be normal that aren't even present in the kids' lives and shit. But these people are going to be present. They're going to be there. They don't have huge social lives and shit like that. So I think that there's just as much of a chance of them doing very well taking care of a child, better than a lot of normal people.
And I have firsthand experience with that.
I had my suspicions about you, you
Wild
Down
heart.
syndrome, you moon face. All right, sorry.
Wild heart laugh. He's going to hell. I just wanted to point that out.
So when my youngest daughter was in track, there was 2 Down syndrome parents, and he was very present in his daughter's life. They were 6, 7 at that time, and she was normal, and he was there at the track meets. He was a present father. However, the bad part about that was she did get teased a lot at school because of her parents. So, but she was completely normal and smart.
Oh, yeah,
Smart
so
enough that she would grow up knowing I have 2 syndrome parents, Down syndrome parents, and
And
look,
she knew.
she managed to raise me. Like, she will be the best spokesperson for, because there you go, Bridget.
And her dad, he
You
worked, and
think she
I don't know if
deserves to exist?
Slow
you know,
doesn't
but
mean
like
incompetent.
Lucky's and Safeway hires a lot of people with disabilities, and he works at Safeway, and he's been a long time employee for Safeway. So he held a job, and he helped raise a family, and he was a present, or is. I don't want to say was like past tense. He is a present father in her life. His name is Gary. His name is Gary too, by the way.
Thank you, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gary's a fucking legend.
Thank you, Gary.
So there are exceptions to the rule.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Sam.
No.
Well, what's the chances of a Down syndrome couple having a normal thing? What's the chances?
I don't know. Google it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And well, hang on. Here's a better question: what percentage would make a difference to you?
51.
Oh, is that all? Okay, so maybe you're not such a bigot. Okay, so let me Google it. If it's 51%, we're good. I'm not really Googling.
Just type in. Hey, no. Oh, that's disappointing. No, just put 51% Down syndrome. That should do it.
51% chance that 2 syndrome parents will have a syndrome. Down syndrome baby. Question. Why is that funny? You're going to hell.
I'm like laughing at everything. He's I don't know.
Yeah.
Be on something.
What is
He just loves hearing other people called Down syndrome instead of him. See, look at him. He's giddy at the prospect. No, but we were saying, think that Down syndrome people can live by themselves, and be competent and all. Wild Art, you don't qualify in that category. You're one of those people who are slightly lower than Down syndrome people because you have to be taken care of.
Oh, talk about brutal honesty.
Oh my
That's
God.
what we were doing.
Rojo.
Now we're not doing it. God damn.
Yeah, what's the chances?
Well,
What's the chances?
Unfortunately, you're
75.
No, 50.
Will, you said
we're 1% off. He's a racist, a bigot.
So there's a 50% chance?
It's roughly 35 to 50% chance.
Oh. So I have to love kids.
It didn't quite meet your threshold.
That's pretty,
that's pretty good.
I do. It is
Now,
something
compare
that
it to,
society should be addressed. Like 2 Down syndrome parents having a normal child.
So now, wait, what's the percentage for an ancestral couple to have a deformity?
Do you want me to? I'm worried about my Google history, but
yeah, I would too. Remember, he's in Australia.
Of what? No, it doesn't mean Down syndrome if you fuck your sister. Like
no, he said deformity.
Deformity.
He said deformity.
Yeah,
but it's vague. Like
It
I want to
is.
know if it's worse. If it's worse,
Well,
percentage
Rojo, I can only tell you what I read in my
chance
sociology
there
book when I was
will
in college, and it said until the 7th generation, it's usually not a problem. It starts showing up around the 3rd generation, and by the 7th, it's a problem. But it also depends upon the pool, the genetic pool. So if you grow up in a small town and everybody's marrying each other, then the chances are going to be very high, whether you're related or not, that anybody in that small town is going to have a deformity. But if you're
And that's
marrying
what
somebody on the other side of the country, now you opened up the gene pool.
Whoa.
and that's what some of the people in the Amish community had came out and said, no, we have more deformities
So
within our community because we're closed.
Yep.
So that whole spiel that JFK or RFK said was just, he pulled that out his ass, because they came out and said, no, we suffer from a lot of abnormalities because we are such a close knit community.
And if in my
so
20s I knew that they were actively asking men to come and contribute genetic diversity, I would have been up there in a heartbeat.
and you're right. I'm expecting the government to knock on my door soon.
Yep.
But
You haven't listened.
not only did Google not give me like an AI overview, it was like,
warning.
sorry, we're gonna send you to AI for complex responses. Would you like that? I'm like, so it could have just been an AI fucking overview, the silly bastards. But the total risk of severe congenital deformities, physical abnormalities, Jesus Christ, or significant intellectual disabilities in a baby conceived by full biological siblings is 40 to 50%.
Less than 50%.
So
30 to 50 for the down, 40 to 50 for the
it's the same. fuck your downy, fuck your sister. There's a 50% chance you'll have
fuck your downy sister.
Yeah.
Fuck you down. What if it's a downy sister? Maybe I ain't googling that. Fuck you all.
And in America, you're going to have a huge problem with that. Do not do it here.
But I thought there was
No, but
more of a chance of having a baby with disabilities when women in, like, as they get in their upper ages, like late 40s or mid 40s, have kids,
Yep.
because I see that.
yeah,
Now, since we're being brutally honest, the white women community does that a lot.
Yep.
And I have seen firsthand when I go to these school functions, and I'm like, God, that lady, oh, that's your child. And then the child has some type of deformity, not disability, but deformity. But white women are known to have babies up into their late 40s.
That's true. White women are encouraged to get an education and do everything before they get married. So they're already starting off late. And then by the time they get married, they hold off having a kid until they're established professionally. So then by the time they're in their like 42 or so, and they start looking to have kids, now they're having difficulty conceiving. So by the time they're 45 and they actually have a kid, chances are there's going to be something wrong because you waited too late.
Exactly, because my daughter's doctor, her pediatrician, did exactly what you just said. She put her school, her career first, and then she had her first kid at 44, she said. And he came out with hearing impairments. And then she had another one. By that time,
Here's
I
the
think she
thing,
said she was
Nisha.
46.
It's like, come on, brain, don't let go of it.
Come on, Simon, you can do it. Let's go.
We were talking about older white women having babies and putting their careers first. And then, is that helping? I know the struggle is real.
Now, should I be a jerk and make a comment about a comment?
Sure.
Okay, well, if someone says that they don't do generalizations, isn't that a generalization? If I
Yeah.
say I never deal in absolutes, am I not dealing in an absolute by saying never?
Yep, you are.
I generally never deal in generalization.
Exactly.
I never generalize. Never.
I generally never generalize. Somebody
That's all
pointed
right.
that out in a video about Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan, and he said only the Sith deal in absolutes, and they're like, isn't that exactly what a Sith would say?
I have that clip. That is the clip on my channel, and I did that clip because are you from Ace's channel?
I go over there sometimes.
Okay, so that's probably how you heard about it because I know the JG played it, or we played it on JG channel as well. But that's what they deal in. They deal in absolutes. You're concordant people.
Did you ever
Yeah,
think
the
about the
universal.
psychology of why people deal in having to have absolute certainty?
Comfort?
Well, again, I'm not going to give out specific information, but if as an adult male, I have moved to 26 different locations in multiple different states, I have kept at my job for an average length over my entire adulthood of 11 months each. I have substance abuse problems and possibly given to domestic violence. I can't control myself clearly from my demonstrated behavior, so I want somebody else to be in control. And I can then blame them for everything that I'm doing. So I think that's why people who go for that kind of ideology go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be clear, you're not talking about yourself.
I'm definitely not talking about myself because I don't go for that.
Yeah, I'll just.
No, I agree. I agree, and that is one of my issues with the I don't even remember, what do you call them people again? I've been out the loop so long. Uh,
Down syndrome.
Calvinists?
no. Yeah, well, they're a form of Calvinist. Ace's
Determinists.
belief.
Oh,
They're
Ace is a universalist. He actually
yes,
he's an ultimate reconciliationist.
yes. In the absolute, he dabbles in absolutes, and it's just weird to me. Like you just gave that scenario, I I don't see that in the Bible. I don't.
Well,
I'm reading the same scriptures, but I don't interpret them that way because I also know that there's different lords. Not all of them are God. That
right.
when the Bible generalized the word Lord, they left out that there was regional lords. And so you got these weird different like stories like God doing this, the Lord said do this, and but it's a regional Lord. So I was able to determine reading scriptures that that's not the same God or Lord. Like, I mean, it's common sense. You got this Lord walking around saying doing weird stuff and telling people to do weird stuff, but then Jesus hadn't came yet. And then he comes and he's walking around and he ain't even doing none of that stuff. So we forget that Rome was heavily intertwined in Jerusalem, that holy land, for a long time. So they had regional lords. So I don't believe all them lords is a divine lord. They're regional lords. We still do that in Wild Heart's country. They still do that. They have the Lords of London.
Yeah,
So
we have laws.
yeah, so and King James came from that region. So yeah, I cannot say that all them lords in that Bible is some representation of God. I can't.
So how do you interpret it then, and how do you solve the difference between a regional lord and when he says the Lord? Most people say that to mean like God, Jesus. I do
Well,
tell the difference.
it was crazy because before Iran started coming out with their videos, I had already been doing series on Baal. Baal is a regional lord. So I had already been doing that. And when Iran came out with, and they kept using Baal, I said, what a coinky ding. Not saying that it was related to me, but I felt like I was on the right path because Baal was a regional lord. Baal wanted human sacrifice. Baal was doing all this weird stuff. And that's what Baal was, a regional lord. And so you look at like the Abraham story, like all of a sudden, God is like, sacrifice your kid to prove your loyalty or faith. And then you have this messenger of God running to stop him to do it. But then across town, you have Hagar who went to throw her baby in the bushes so the baby could die. And then God's showing this messenger showing favor with Hagar and her son, and then basically gives her and Sarah's kid the same promise. Like, oh, your kids will multiply like the stars. It's so, I hate to say it, but I know for a fact that a lot of these pastors in the church have come to some conclusion that some parts of this Bible is bullshit, but they can't say it. They have a congregation, they have a following, and there's people still trapped in the matrix. So they have to help them navigate. It's a business. Church is a business.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
And I've ran into only one black man who had a church that actually said it. He said, yeah, church is a business for me. And I said, I don't follow him and I don't look at him any like he's greater or, I'm like, well, kudos to you for actually saying it out loud because that's what this is.
Yeah, it is in many ways because obviously people give money to the church and they get paid. So it is literally a business. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was sitting at a discount tire once, and while I was waiting for them to take care of my car, there was a black guy that was next to me, and he was reading a book on, basically how to pimp out the church, but it phrased it as prosperity gospel. So then I went outside to get something, and he was out there on the phone, and he was telling all these old people how they need to give him money. And, oh, this is seed money. You're planting a seed. God will bless you and all this other stuff. And I'm thinking, you just read that chapter. Now you're out here putting it into practice. So, I mean, I guess you're following through, but do the people on the other end know that you just read that in a chapter and that you're now using this against them?
Yeah.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's sad to watch because it's a business, and then your main customer base are women.
Mm-hmm.
They're women. And you look at all the churches, you just go visit a church and you look in there and it's women. And then they got these men propped up as some type of just a regional lord. Like, in order to speak to God or have a relationship with God, you got to go through this person, or you got to believe what they say, or understand it in a way that they understand it, or have their Bible, or whatever the criteria is. I've never been, and I hear my friends joke about it all the time because I'm a Sagittarius. They're like, that's the Sagittarius in you. I cannot be bogged down with rules and structures I can't. Like, it's hard. Like school, like doing something I like, the classes that I'm in now, that's different because it's something I want to learn how to do. Like, I want to learn how to make my own wines and ferment and dance and all that. But far as like, you need to believe it this way or do it this way, it's hard for me. It's hard for me because I want to freely think. I want to come to my own conclusion. I want to have my own relationship with God. I don't want to have the relationship you're telling me I should have, or believe the way you're telling me I should believe. And it's just worked for me. It's worked for me. Honestly, it has.
What if God has Down syndrome?
What if God is a
that
Braxis?
will make a lot of sense.
What if God is a Braxis? He's just a mirror that reflects whatever you put out. And if you put out good, he reflects good. And if you put out bad, he reflects bad.
Well, I always go back to the basic, what does God mean? And God just means power. And y'all heard me say this countless of times, and I'm not gonna ever change the definition. God means power. And that is why some people are able to run around and say, I am God, or I exude God, or God sent me. And then because they want to insert some sort of power over people or a person.
Right.
So we all have the ability to have power.
Verily, the force within thee is strong. Heed it and conquer all.
So yeah, that to me, that is, and there's this scripture that says, God is the power unto salvation. So I mean, you can like see these little things and say, oh, okay, this is what God means. And I always give people the analogy of godmother. What is godmother? It is when you have power of attorney over someone's kid if something happens to them. Isn't that kind of the story of Jesus? Like there's this father and then he sent his son and now he's taking accountability for people or over God's children. It is a power of attorney type of deal. So
I love
I
that
don't
you're
know.
pointing that out. Yes.
Yeah.
God is the corporation and he sends his attorney. Jesus is the agent acting on behalf of the corporation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And nobody's trying to like hang me or there's no witch hunt because I'm being called godmother. But if you say goddess, then it's like, oh, pitchforks, get them. Or I am God. You grab the pitchfork. But if I can say I'm godmother, yeah, it's like, oh, okay, well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that's blasphemy.
And Hillary's is right. Whatever you put out there, that's what's coming back. That's why I say very important. When you say I am what? Careful what you say afterwards. You're putting a spell out there.
Oh no, you said spell.
Isn't that exactly what the law is? It's a magical formula.
It is. It controls people. Yes. But you're revealing the game. You're revealing what a spell really is.
You're right, and I should apologize.
You believe in it.
Yeah, no, we're being brutally honest. You don't need to apologize. Yeah.
Wildheart, you need better spells.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Fuck that. Give me better spells. I need some fucking good spells.
So Nisha, I'm hearing a lot of disillusionment. How far do you think that disillusionment will spread throughout your religious life? I mean, you've seen some of the structures that these religious ideas have erected, and you criticize the structures and the practices. How far are you willing to look into that?
When things present themselves, I don't mind, but am I like purposely going down the rabbit hole to expose it these days? No, I don't have time, but I don't mind going down the rabbit hole if it's in my
Listen,
face.
I don't need all that sexy talk right now. I'm asking you questions. Yeah, we don't need all that dirty, filthy talk. You've been in that church too long. No, I'm saying.
All she's saying, Will, I'll put in a sentence. She ain't going searching for shit. But if it pops up in her face, she'll talk about it. She'll go down any rabbit hole you are willing to present.
What if the entire breadth of the Abrahamic religion complex is nothing but horseshit meant to control people? What if that's the case too, Nisha?
I would say that like I said, there is some horseshit in there, but then there's also some information. Like there's a little bit of truth in there as well. So we can at least probably agree that there are lessons to glean from.
Wait. I'd like to hear one of those truths. Just give me one of those little truths that we can learn from the Bible.
So I believe that Abraham's seed did multiply on the face of the earth, and then things started going crazy. Like we started having these issues. I believe that was a problem.
So the true thing that we've learned from the Bible is there's a real problem with the Jews.
Well done, sir.
Well, I mean,
Abraham's
seed, but no, Abraham's seed was not just the Jews. Remember Hagar's child too. So it
you're
was Muslims. So they're
take it back. All of the Abraham. She trying to set the world on fire right here.
No, so I
those
mean that's
Jews and those Muslims. That's what.
Yes. That
what about
region.
the Christians? You don't think the Christians are a fucking problem too?
Well, then you have Rome that was in Jerusalem.
What? Rome was not in Jerusalem.
Rome was in Jerusalem. So then that's when you started.
No,
Romans. I'm
Romans.
sorry, Romans. Yeah. So yeah, then you started having this whole territorial propaganda introduced into the Bible.
I don't think that was the Romans' fault.
I don't think. I think that's what I'm talking about. Really, if you look back on this a little bit, I think you'll find that the entire Judeo religion is based on absolute horseshit.
Okay, so
the Old Testament is garbage.
So when did we start seeing writings, like recordings, outside of scrolls ancient scrolls they found in caves? When did we start actually seeing these writings put into books?
Okay, so your earliest Bibles aren't even compiled, meaning formulated, until almost 400 AD. So over 390 years after, or maybe not 390, but 360 years after Jesus, we have a compilation of writings. But that's not what they start with. There were writings about this, like Paul's goes back to like the 50s. So from the 50s onward, Christianity was building itself, building a mythology around it, around these writings.
He was building churches. If you talk about Paul, he's doing what he was building churches.
Paul might have been building churches, but Paul was really only embraced fully by the Marcionite Christians. Do you know about Marcion?
Yes, a little.
Okay, so there's
not a whole lot.
The people that you call Christians today, their orthodoxy or their fathers smushed out the actual orthodoxy, which were Marcionites.
Okay.
And they used the Roman government to do it. But your actual earliest Christians were almost all Marcionite.
Okay. So how can I use that information?
You can realize that the people that crafted the Bible for the next 200 years were not Marcionite, or the people that formulated in the end and carried forward, that call themselves the Catholic. They're not truly Orthodox. Neither are the Orthodox. There is no Christian orthodoxy because the imposters slaughtered them. And if you notice, that continued on through the Spanish Inquisition and all that. Like slaughtering anyone that disagrees with you is a Christian foundational principle. It's only recently that they stopped crusading for Christ.
Okay. So back to my original thought, which was that you had these stories, or that these scrolls they found in caves, and then somehow they got interpreted and then put into books at the time period you stated. So my whole problem was the printing press. That's the problem.
No,
when the printing press came, when the printing press
No, that was much later. The printing press. That was like 50
Yeah,
but
that
like,
to me,
why is it a problem?
Yeah, why is it a problem?
the printing press. Why is it a problem? Because that's where we started getting all these mass productions of Bibles, and then
It just allowed them to spread the same bullshit faster. The bullshit was
yeah.
already floating around. The Dark Ages were dark for a reason.
And plus, you didn't have total reliance on the priesthood to interpret the Bible for you and tell
It was
you what.
always in Latin too, right, Brojo?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And there
so
are no original manuscripts. None. Zero of the New Testament. No originals.
So I don't know what I can just give you like a blob of things that are the problem, and to me it was the interpretation, the translation, the printing press, the different factions. We already saw that happening when Paul was writing his letters. They were breaking off, and he was traveling.
This is always a question I'm having here. I mean, if God can raise the dead and perform all sorts of miracles and split a sea and all this other stuff, why can't he preserve any original manuscripts for clarity?
I don't have the answer to that, but I do have my own theory on how God communicated with people.
He has a mouth. Can he speak to us? Can he speak to everybody at the same time right now?
We have, and that's drowned out now that we got technology and cell phones and everything else. So we had the ability. Well, I believe we had the ability to communicate via telepathy. That was always there. They took.
Okay, so
they
why can
they
God?
mimic that.
I'm sorry,
They-
Nisha, but can God, Nisha? If I don't know what God you believe in, I'm really confused. But if you're talking about the God of the Bible, I mean, couldn't this God just telepathically communicate with everybody at the same time? We can all be on the same page.
I don't know. I don't know about communicating, but what I'm saying is that they mimicked the same technology with the satellites that we already were capable of doing. They had studies where people were in another country on an island doing the same thing. They were isolated, but they were doing the same thing that these people on another continent was doing, and they had no way of knowing. So what I'm saying is,
what were they doing?
they had a tradition. It was a long time I looked this up. It was some type of tradition, but they want to say that they took these tiny little canoes and traveled over, and they didn't get to that side of the ocean with little tiny dinky boats. But my whole thing is we have the ability to communicate in that way. They mimicked the same technology via satellites, doing the same thing, using light, using radio waves, using frequencies, however they transmit information. We have that same ability.
Ooh, communicate something to me.
It don't work like that, bro, Joe.
Just to do it telepathically.
Wait, I'm getting something from Nisha. Wait a minute.
Oh, you
if you
dirty
get this,
little
that
girl.
would be funny.
You dirty little girl.
That's why the government dumped so many billions of dollars into these programs with the remote viewing and all that stuff, because they knew that there was something there.
No, they did it and it didn't work.
That's not true. That's not true.
It is.
Okay, well, which one did you investigate and it didn't work? Which one?
Which one was it? I forget the name. Matt. Tell me the most famous one.
Wildheart. The CIA told you that it didn't work, so that you couldn't investigate.
He believed them.
Yeah, no, I know what it's called. I just can't think of it at the moment.
There was several, and they're not. They always rename them. They always like this little alien surveillance. They shut down one, and then they opened another one, and then called it Gremlin or something. Like they just changed the names.
Yeah,
Like it's
Majestic,
like the
Magic to
shell
the sky.
game.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the shell game. They just move it around, change the name.
So you believe in telepathy?
Yeah,
I thought you were sensible.
I am.
Wildheart, do you know what the word tele and pathy mean? What do you believe in telephony? You're on the
Yeah.
internet. Do you believe in telephony?
All right.
That's why I said it's the same technology. We had the ability to do it.
No, but
They
I'm
just
talking about.
mimicked it.
I'm talking about telepathy, like mind to mind reading. I don't believe in that.
And a lot of our ancestors, and I'm using ancestors as like great grandmothers or great grandpas. They were more, if I can use a Star Wars term, they were more force sensitive. My grandmother, when I got pregnant, she called me the next morning, and she said I had a dream about fish. And we all knew if grandma had the dream about fish, somebody was pregnant. But she called me, and I happened to be pregnant with my son. So they were very force sensitive because they came from that era where they didn't have all the technology yet. So they still were getting the dreams and the visions. It wasn't blocked out by all this satellite and all this stuff in the air, the airwaves.
Yeah, but when they were telling you this, did they do it by speech?
Yes, because sometimes we are not sensitive in that sense.
Right, so they didn't do it by telepathy. They did it by speech.
No, she's connected to me, and she had the dream. She called me and said, "Hey, you're pregnant," but she said it in a parable, which is what Jesus taught in parables. So it was a metaphor. I had a dream about fish, and we knew I was pregnant, and I was.
So you were breaking up a bit there.
Oh, she had a dream. She had a dream, and it was a
Yeah.
metaphor about fishes, and we all knew what that meant. And I was pregnant. She was right, and that is how our ancestors used to talk to us.
We were watching videos about fishes earlier, so this is interesting.
But why does fish equal babies?
That was her. That I don't know why it came to her like that, but when she did, she knew what that she was able to interpret that as someone's pregnant.
So if she had a dream about dogs and then you got pregnant, would you believe
I
that?
cannot have a hypothetical what if argument with you. Okay. I'm not, my brain's not wired like that. Maybe you can do it with one of these guys, but not me.
Okay. No, I was just wondering why fish? When she had a dream about fish, that means you're pregnant. I don't get the connection.
That was her symbol for her.
For being
Yeah.
pregnant. Okay.
Yes.
Why fish? Sorry. Like why fish?
I don't know, Wild Heart, but I wouldn't try and break it down for you
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
one, I don't think you're in your right mind, and two, she's no longer with us, so I would like to respect that.
All right. I'm sorry.
That was my grandmother. I loved her to death, and I still miss her.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Oh, good to see you, Math Big and Nerdy Borden in the side chat. Good to see you.
Hey,
It's
Math
Sandy.
Pig. I can't see the comments, but hey, Math Pig.
Confucius say, when women have a dream about fish, it's time to buy soap.
What's up, Matt? Sorry, I'm a little distracted right now. Busy.
Hey, Math Pig, when you get a chance, call me back. It was just bad timing. I was at my daughter's concert, spring concert. So you didn't bother me. It was just bad timing.
Oh, can you put that comment back up? I struck 7K.
7K down a mountain.
Yeah, down a mountain. And it's a lit on Monday to get a train to airport.
I don't know why I had to. I don't know why I had the vision like a cartoon when you're running down a mountain, a cartoon, and then like you just see like the legs are like a wheel and then smoke.
Right.
It's running down the mountain.
Driving 6 white horses.
Ooh, that's my type of outing, Math Pig. And he knows, he follows me, so he know I'll be into that life.
Skinny dipping down the river.
Nice.
Well, it's the crystal being by the river with the glass of wine and then the birds chirping. Ugh.
Yep.
I love the earth. I think it's a beautiful place. I just hate the freaking condition we're in.
The planet's nice. The people suck.
Exactly.
Yeah. I like your Christ. I don't like your Christians. Yeah.
I like your planet. I don't like your people.
Yeah.
That part. Have you guys there's this doctor that gets into like he studies UFO phenomena. I don't remember his name, but he's a doctor and he has like really bad skin. But he's like the face of the UFO movement. You guys know who I'm talking
Are you
about?
talking about Greer? Stephen
I think
Greer?
so. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
The guy who does those expeditions to the mountains and says, hey, we can go communicate with the aliens?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and take some of these. This will help. This will help with the communication here.
Go ahead and finish your story because I can tell which way this is going.
What is these boogas? It just came up in my timeline a couple of days ago. The boogasphere. It's weird because that's what I call my youngest daughter. Her name is Booga, but it's called a boogasphere.
That sounds like something when you put your finger up your nose too far. Reach the boogosphere.
Well, he's always talked about these orbs, but then now I don't know how long this has been going on, but they got one, and it's called a boogasphere.
Got a booger. They got a booger.
Yeah, and they're saying like this ancient technology.
Call me a booger in the boogosphere.
So I'm kind of torn because one, we did have civilizations that were very advanced. We just think they were playing with stones and sticks back then, but we know they were advanced and they were scientific in every which way. So he's saying that these are from
Yeah,
another planet.
The Baghdad battery. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. But if you guys look up this Boogosphere, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I don't believe it came from somewhere else. I believe it's from here. It is ancient, from a civilization, and I don't know. The carbon dating thing is kind of weird for me.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's also entirely possible that the Great Pyramid was a Tesla-style Wycliffe Tower wireless energy transmitter. We just don't know.
Basically a power plant.
Yep.
Maybe.
A power plant that the tip of it could transmit electricity there in the local area wirelessly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
And with that, happy 420.
This one's dedicated to Will, huh?
Yeah, I wish I had a drop right now. I wish I had a whole 420 drop right now. Just like annoy the shit out of him right now.
Nerdy says the Boogosphere is a mysterious metallic object discovered in Buga, Colombia. Gained international attention due to viral footage showing it zigzagging in the sky before crashing.
Okay.
Cool.
So somebody have heard of it. Yeah, it was just like, I think that's from here.
Telepathic aliens.
Oh, here we go.
Excuse me, we'd like you to have this flower. Excuse me, sir, would you? Donation to the Reverend Moon. Juice for Jesus. Read about Jehovah's Witness. How about Buddhism? How about Jerry's Kids? Oh, yeah. Scientology. Or nuclear power.
Down syndrome.
That was fun.
He threw the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Smoke telepathic aliens every day. So the person who owns the Boogosphere won't even allow anyone to properly examine it?
I was going to ask that question, yeah. So it crashed. So presumably it's on a booger.
Booger.
A
Booger.
Booger.
And they've not like recorded this or anything.
Oh, I'm sure there's like cell phone footage, but we all know how easily that can be doctored.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe everything you see on YouTube.
What? How dare you? Shocking.
I thought we were being brutally honest.
You're a wanker.
Yes, I am. Oh, that's fair enough.
I'm still waiting on someone to be brutally honest with me.
The only thing that I could think of, the only complaint is I know that you embrace the void, but when you're on a stream and I'm really, really enjoying your participation, I wish that you would tell me before you were leaving instead of me talking and then all of a sudden noticing that you're gone. That's the only complaint that I have.
So, okay, no more Ninja Vanish.
Right.
No more Ninja Vanish. Okay.
Just announce it. That's all I ask.
So I can just say Ninja Vanish and leave and you'll be fine.
I would be totally okay. Yep.
Deal.
Seriously, I can't think of a single complaint that I have against you, Will. None.
Oh, can I say, well, if we're being brutally honest, you're a cunt.
Right?
That's more of a compliment, isn't it?
I mean, I was looking for new information. I've known that since I'm like 21.
It's that long.
Oh yeah, for me to be sure, I had to examine a few cunts to really understand that I was one.
Can we be happy that Homelander is dead?
I didn't
Yeah, I
even
don't
know he
watch
was
it.
alive.
Who?
You're talking about bad guys, bad boys, or
Yeah,
what is
because
that? The boys.
speaking of cunts, yeah, I was like, finally.
Well, how about yell out spoiler alert next time? I haven't even started the series, but I already know that somebody's gonna die. And
It's
his name is
over.
Homeland. Oh, is it over?
Yeah, it's over.
And it not just because Homelander's dead.
Well, I mean,
Is
I
there any
think
other
it's
spoiler alerts you'd like to drop real quick? I just opened the door and let you walk right through with them.
To be fair, if it's called Homelander and Homelander is dead, that would kind of kill the series.
Yeah.
You know?
yeah, I think unless Vault just builds another 7, but other than that, I think it's over.
Because I'm just fucking with you. I haven't watched a single episode. I know it's about superheroes, but I could give a shit.
It is the most blasphemous, disturbing show that no Christian admits they watch.
But you just completed it.
Yeah, no, because we're being brutally honest, right?
Yes, but this isn't a confessional. You're supposed to be brutally honest. It's weaponized honesty against other people. You shouldn't just be admitting that you're a pervert.
That's true.
What's Jesus going to be thinking like when he comes back and there you are binging on your third watch through of the entire The Boys series or whatever? He'll be like, Nisha, you filthy little girl. You filthy, filthy girl watching this smut when you should be out there baptizing dumb people in my name.
I am baptized.
What is wrong with you, Nisha?
Thanks for playing.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. My twisted little mind sometimes veers off the path of righteousness.
But why does there have
I'll
to
be back in a few. Stay civil.
So why does there have to be a Booga Booga world? I mean, why is that so important? I mean, you haven't seen any Booga Booga. Right? Nothing that you've seen can't be explained away by a vent was left open and the curtains moved or some shit like that, right? You haven't ever had any telepathy. You've just had your thoughts bouncing around in there. Like why do you need to believe in all the Booga Booga? Can't you just be open to say, if I actually see an example of it, I'd be good? Why must we keep the fairy tales alive?
There are several good answers to that. Just you choose one.
Okay, well, one, I think the world runs off of stories. Like, it's kind of part of the engine of society. We have to have a story, or else everything will be boring. So that's one. Somebody has another one? Go for it.
I would like to put forward the noble lie. The noble lie has a lot
placate
of
the
merit.
people, to keep the people under control.
No, I'm not justifying any of that. I'm just saying that if weak people need to be led, they need a strong leader. Sadly, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, but that can't be Jesus.
Why not?
Because Jesus was a colossal failure.
Right, but what type of Jesus? If I want to institute a noble lie and say that this is my Jesus that I want to put forward that everyone should follow, don't read the books. Just listen to my story and then do what the story tells you.
You could get away with that. I think it's called Mormonism.
Oh, I mean, you can get it away. You can get away. That's what we're saying. It's been gotten away with. I'm saying why? What part of society is this holding together that can't be replaced by some reality? I mean, we're assuming that they need the training wheels, but have any of them ever had the training wheels kicked out from under them?
Yes, repeatedly, and generally those empires fail because they don't have a communal lie that they can all believe in.
Social control sucks.
It does.
Because you have to wade through people that hold. I mean, I was one of them. I was firmly planted in the bullshit, going along, thinking that, hey, this life here, it doesn't matter what happens here because the next one is the one. That's where I get to retire and have all the good stuff, right? So I can suffer anything for a moment here.
Yeah, that sucks.
But that's what you do as a Christian. You believe that.
That's Christianity.
Not me, but it is what they tell them. Like basically, this life doesn't count. So the next, when you die, that's when it counts.
Like, but we don't have the first bit of solid information about what happens to the essence of humanity or intelligence once we die. We don't know. We have no one to prove it. Just stories about people who've come back. But it'd be more believable if they stepped out of a Stargate instead of just supposedly raising from the dead and then vanishing from all human interaction for eternity.
But Will, no one has died for the last 2,000 years. Didn't you know death was conquered 2,000 years ago?
That's what Jill tells me.
Yeah.
And that Jesus is still on the throne in Israel somewhere. We just got to look for him. Like, where's Waldo?
And that's why I talked about absolutes. That is an absolute. When you claim to know that when a person dies, they die. We don't know what happens when we leave this vessel. We don't know.
Yeah, we just know that the body dies and rots. That's what we know.
Yep.
Right. And that was one of my issues with people that speak in absolutes is when you're dead, you're dead. You don't know that.
We don't know what the dead encounter. We have no concept.
Yeah.
I mean, we have ideas, but we have nothing to establish anything on. So it's all whimsy.
Right.
So why spend your life in servitude to a mythology that may have a payoff? It seems selfish and also wasteful at the same time.
Yeah.
Because they're worried about their own salvation. Let's be real. They might, once they're in, they're worried about other people's, but none of them would trade their spot in heaven for someone's spot in hell. I mean, if their unconditional love only goes so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't care. They actively, according to the Bible, they actively laugh at people in hell.
Well, you can hear it in the way they want to remind everyone that they're going to hell, that you're going to hell and they're not. Like they're good. Yeah. They're going to condescend to your low ass and tell you that you need to start believing in shit they can't prove, or you're going to go to a hot place.
Well, it depends on what their definition of hell is. I mean, I have a definition of hell as a gardener, a farmer, but then they have this added on Dante's Inferno definition, which technically the Bible really doesn't even really talk about hell being that place.
So what is hell? What is hell in your mind?
Hell is an unseen place. You don't know.
So is Geneva for me. I mean, I'm saying when you think of hell, and you're saying it's not hell's different for me because I'm a farmer. I'm asking you, what is it? A dung pile? Is it trapped in a chicken coop? What is hell when you think about whatever that might be as a concept? When you read the scriptures, when you read the word hell, what pops into mind?
So what pops into my mind is I'm going to get buried like my plants. I'm going to be the seed is going in the ground. The dirt is going to cover me. And then from there, we don't know where I'm going to because it's unseen. It is an unseen place.
Nisha, I get that you're saying that, but certainly you would say that there is one place that's preferable to the other, Is there more than one place we go? Is there a optimal situation and a less than optimal situation? Like, I don't know, hell, separation
Well,
from God, something like that.
well, I do know, Jesus. Now, this is just what I came up with, and this is my comfort. So Jesus said, "You must be born again." I do believe that we, at some point or sometime later in the future, or maybe instantaneously, I think we get born again.
So a
That's how I
reincarnation kind of
interpret
thing.
it. Yeah, that's how I interpret it. You must
I
be
don't have a
born
problem with that.
again.
I don't
Yeah.
have a problem with that. That doesn't leave a whole lot of room for a heaven or hell, and that makes more sense than the heaven and hell scenario, which I don't know what the purpose of those would be.
Yeah. Like, I took that part of what he said literally. You must be born again. And that he
So
also
what do
said the
you
kingdom
what
was within us. The kingdom
what
of
do you
heaven is within us.
what do you do with all the references to hell and negative outcomes for people who don't believe in the New Testament?
Well, the reference is like how they use Abraham's bosom. Man, if you just break down the words, that context of that story, he's talking about like a ravine or a river. And that's why he says, the guy says,
Dip your tip into the water, let me lick the water off. Is that what he says?
yeah. But if you break down the words, if
Tip
you
of your
break down
finger,
the
I think.
words, yeah, if you break down the words, the one I can't remember, it's been a while since I looked at it, but break down the words in the context, it means a river. Something in there means a river. They're talking about a geographical location. Um, so it's not like some mystical place. And I had this debate with, I wish it was still fresh on my mind. I had this debate with an Hebrew Israelite because he thought that was actually a designation. And I said, no, that's a parable. And then I broke down the words. I said, there's a reason why he's mentioning water, because this word means river or
Okay.
ravine.
But Nisha, that would be fine if that was the only mention of something that happens after someone
Okay.
dies. Is there anything that's mentioned not in a parable about hell or heaven or anything like that? The disposition of souls once they leave the mortal coil.
Well, I know he says the mention of, and I believe it's in Revelation about, things being thrown into the lake of fire. Um, I think basically that's the ideology. So hell will be cast into the lake of fire. Death will be cast into the lake of fire, and something else. The false prophets. I think that's ideology, because when you look at these things, these are actually ideologies. Fallen angels or the false prophets, the idea of death, the idea of this, they're being cast into the lake of fire. I think that is the destruction of the ideology, or
But what?
possibly
Okay.
religion.
Okay, but now that's fine until you're reincarnated and you start as a baby again and you have to learn a different ideology and have it burnt at the end of time or not at the end of time, but at the end of your life when you get reincarnated again. Like, it's a cycle then of forgetting. The lake of fire, you're saying, is a cycle of forgetting, since you're immediately reincarnated, possibly, or shortly after you die, you're reincarnated. Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah, but that depends on if you believe you're going to be reincarnated in this system again. I mean, we might not. We might be reincarnated into a new system, or even a doppelganger. I don't know, because the Bible, there's planets that are proven to possibly be like Earth. We don't know. The possibilities is
Hold on.
endless.
Proven to possibly be like Earth.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, I get what you're saying, that there might be other realms, and there's the idea of the perpetual you that is always there living some life. And if you pass away in this life, you immediately skip to the next existence that they're already in, living a life. I mean, I've heard lots of different theories about
Yeah,
it.
and that's just a
But
theory.
yeah, it is.
And they can't say it's crazy, because Christians dabble in that theory all the time when they say God is timeless, and he's everywhere at once, and they dabble in that
Christians
anyway.
Christians don't say anything that's not crazy.
Yeah, so for me to say that, like, oh, well, you're already dabbling in that when you're saying he's omnipresent and omnipotent. So he's the X, Y, and Z.
I
So
challenge you to show me anything in the Bible that isn't crazy. That isn't
well, I can't do
something
that.
insane. Okay, yeah.
We're all in
I mean, I
agreement
can't
there.
do. Yeah, so because if you look at the story, if you just want to say Jesus is the pattern that we look at, if you look at it, he had to be born again, and he didn't have all his memories right away. He had to learn, he had to remember, or somehow they came to him, and he had to start all over again, allegedly, because it says in the Bible that he
Yeah,
gained
but what did he
in
do?
wisdom.
But see,
what
that's where
did-
the problem is.
Go ahead.
Okay, so if we're here to learn all these lessons, but then we go to a new world that's different, what was the point of learning the lessons? Because we all have to learn all the new lessons in the new place.
Well, we don't know that is the unknown, like the math equation, n plus a equals x. We don't know what the equal x is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm sorry, Will. Go ahead. I didn't mean to step in.
No, that's okay. Sure. It's your world, man. I can't even fathom some of the concepts that are floating around here that you entertain all the time about Jesus. And I bet if I asked you which one of the messianic prophecies that he fulfilled completely and accurately, you'll back away from that question.
You're asking me?
No, I'm
No,
asking
me.
her.
Oh,
You're
okay.
prepared to answer just about anything I ask. I already know that, Hubbles.
Well, I don't really deal in prophecies.
No, but you deal in Jesus, and Jesus is supposed to be a Messiah, and for him to be a Messiah, we'd have to identify him, and that's done through prophecy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I go back to his birth, we got the Magi, which were Zoroastrians, by the way, the Magi, and they dealt in astrology and stuff like that. They believed that he was supposed to come, and they were waiting for him, and somehow they knew that this was the one because he was born on this day in this
Okay,
location.
that's fine. Just show me the prophecy they were operating off of so that I can see if they were right.
Well, then I think that we will have to go into Zoroastrianism, which I actually
I don't think you would. I think that they were added into a story and didn't actually. There were no magi traveling wise men or anything. That wouldn't even make sense. But maybe. Go ahead.
Well, Nisha, let's look at the Gospels. Did the Magi get there 2.5 years late, or were they right there at the Nativity in the cave where the manger was? Because that always confused
that's
me
the
in Catholic
debate.
school. Yeah, that always confused me in Catholic school. We're doing these Christmas plays, and I know that they're actually against what the Gospels taught. So how do I reconcile all these? And I can't.
Yeah, because they say it was a baby, and then some people say that he was already a couple of years old, which is technically still a baby, by the way.
Okay, but I want to bring you back to when you say Jesus is the Messiah, then certainly he's identified through some prophecy that you've looked at and said, yeah, this is the guy, because you don't think that Muhammad's the Messiah. Right, he's got a magic book and his prophecies or whatever, but like you got prophecies about Jesus. I'm sure that there's something that you think there's a prophecy that exists that says, yeah, this is talking about Jesus. Do you have one of those that you rely on to say he's the Messiah?
I don't. No, I already said I don't dabble in prophecies. That's not like I'm not like a fan of prophecies.
So then there's another identifier that you're relying on to say that Jesus was the Messiah. Now, is that secret information or could you share it?
No, Jesus is a way of life. He's not a religion. He's not some guru. He's a way of life. So like a teacher, and the teacher shows you a way of life. That's all he is to me.
Wild Heart is a way of life. What are you talking about? Look, Wild Heart is not a teacher.
No, Wild Heart is not a way of Wild Heart
is too.
Wildheart's way of life is our fallen nature.
Doesn't
Okay.
change the fact that it's a way of life.
Okay. But this
But we
way of
examine that.
life,
We examine whether the way of life is good or not by the outcome. What was
right?
Jesus' outcome?
Humble. It was very humble.
Dead. They killed his ass.
I
They stuck
know.
him to wood.
Exactly. It was a
Post-it note.
humble ending. Yes.
It was a
Yes.
it was not a humble ending. It was worse than that. It was degradation. He was mocked even in his final moments. He was
Mhm.
scourged and spit on. He was lower than low.
What made it humble was he was allegedly the son of God, and this is how they were treating the son of God.
Well, the allegedly would come from his own mouth.
Mhm.
See, he said a bunch of things and it caught up to him. And that's a way of life. And just like Wildheart drinks a lot of things and it's caught up to him. And
No,
that's a way of life.
the way of life that he was portraying or teaching was anti-violence. It was socialism. It was radical. It was what we were.
Sorry, can I interject? When you say it was anti-violence, didn't he say you should kill your mother and father? And
Not kill. You should hate them. You should hate them.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
he did
no.
throw a tantrum and flip over a bunch of tables and whip people.
That's not violence, okay?
If I did that in your house, I'd get charged with domestic violence if we were fucking.
Okay, but what was the context of why he did that?
What? Well, the context.
What was the context?
He didn't like what he was seeing, and he went up there and threw a tantrum.
They turned worship into a business. What we talked about earlier.
Well, what's that?
It was a business.
With him? Yeah, what's that got to do with the wandering Jew?
I just said it. I don't know what more you want me to add to that.
He didn't like what he saw. He didn't like their practices. So he made a scene. He whipped people with a braided rope and he flipped tables over.
Yeah.
Okay? He's not anti-violence. He's also, if you read Revelation, he's certainly not
how are you
violence.
defining violence?
I think coming back with a sword sticking out of your mouth and slaughtering all of surviving
Okay,
humanity.
no. Don't move the goalpost. How are you defining violence? If you're defining violence, as
harming
someone
other
flipping
people.
Okay, so flipping a table did not harm other people.
Whipping them with a whip, you don't think that was harmful? You think it was helpful? He helped them. He flipped their tables over and helped them close
It
up.
didn't even say he whipped them.
Did he take their prophecy or their property and flip it over and mess with their business?
Yes, because
so he wasn't helping them then.
It wasn't violence.
They turned the temple. They turned a temple that they built into a way to make money. It wasn't the Lord's house. It was their house because they built that shit. God had no part in it.
He said they used his father's name.
Okay, now there we go to another question. Now, if he's saying that's his father's house, certainly there'd be some evidence for that. Like maybe he fulfilled a prophecy somewhere to say he's actually God's son. Do you have any reason to believe the madman that went up there all pissed off because they were selling shit out of the temple is God's son and not just a crazy dude trying to make a scene and get some? I mean, he straight chimped out on him.
I don't see the difference with what we were talking about earlier and how we feel about religion and churches any different from what he was feeling. Except he was more animated about it. We're just talking about our
That's fine. What he feels is fine. I'm not worried about his feelings. I'm worried about his identity.
Okay, now we're talking about something different.
No, we're not. We're talking about whether he's the fucking Messiah or whether he's just a crazy guy that chimps out when somebody sells trinkets out of a church.
Okay, when I look at him,
say what your actual position is, because I think that Will's going down a different track from what I've heard you say in the past.
Yeah,
do you think,
in my opinion, he was the way out of religion. He was trying to get people out of the system that we are still dealing with today. Because he didn't have a church. Not to me, because I'm out of it.
Yeah, but you say that people are
I
still trying
never
to
actually. I
escape from
never
it.
was in it. I never was in it. So
So if
I
he's the
can't.
son of God, shouldn't it have been easier to help? I mean, he's doing miracles. Shouldn't he have been talking about you need to get out of religion and not saying, hey, keep the laws that I gave you, or keep the laws that my father gave you, or that Moses gave you? I mean, he was pretty big in the law not going away.
What? No, what? Hold on. He he gave the most hardest law. He gave a new law, which is hard.
What new law did
That
he
that
give?
super that superseded all the laws.
What new
Love,
law
love,
did he
love,
give?
love your neighbor and love God. That's
Those aren't new
hard.
laws. Nope, those weren't
He
new at
said
all.
he's okay, whatever. He
Nope,
said, I give you a new
Nisha, that's
I
1 through 4 of the commandments, and
okay,
then
but
also 5 through. No, I'm telling you, the first 4 are about loving God, and the last 6 are about loving your neighbor.
okay.
He just summed
So
it up.
right. So it's the law of first mention. He mentioned those two and he said, I'm putting this at the very top. Now, if we all did those two, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in now today.
Those 2 are not
That's the
laws.
two.
Those 2 are not laws. They sum up all of the 10 commandments by breaking them into 2 categories: love God, that's the first 4, and then love your neighbor, that's the last 6.
Well,
He repeatedly said that the law is fine. There's nothing wrong with the law.
Because it's holy. Nobody can keep it.
Then why did he say not one jot or tittle will pass from the law until heaven and earth pass away? He
You
didn't
know
come
what?
to abolish the law, but to
He
fulfill the
can't.
law. He was
He
doing the
did.
law.
He came to fulfill it. He said, I didn't come to tell you all to fulfill it. He said, I came.
But he also, yes. But why did he say I didn't come to abolish it? Does it mean that it's still there?
No, he said he came to, what did he say after he said he didn't come to abolish it?
To fulfill it. I came to fulfill it.
I.
Right. I get that Jesus fulfilled the part of
And he
the
did.
let me finish. He fulfilled the part of the sacrificial lamb. Okay? But that, as far as does that get rid of the law? He's clearly saying no, I didn't come to abolish the law. The laws
Yeah.
didn't change under Jesus. He never repented of a single law.
He said,
Not circumcision. I fulfill. Sure, he came to fulfill. That does. Do you know the difference between fulfill and abolish? Because he uses them against, or he juxtaposes them against each other when he says, "Don't think that I came to abolish the law. No, I came to fulfill it."
Yeah.
So that they're not the same thing.
Yeah,
It doesn't
they're
matter
not.
that he fulfilled it. The law stands. The law didn't go away. So he didn't give any new laws. He just pointed at the same old 10 commandments and said, continue to please God and man.
And he did. I mean, you know how hard it is to love your enemies?
So
I
Nisha,
don't.
if I understand your position, you're saying that because no human being could ever fulfill the law, this one person came to fulfill the law so that we no longer had to even try. Is that right?
Well, that's the Christian point of view.
And what's your point of view?
I'm trying to put it in words. I have one. Hold on. I believe when it's where it says he became sin and he died for our sins, I believe it should read he died because of our sins. Like because we were sinful, he died. He didn't
but we
die
weren't.
for them. He died because of them.
Okay, so why do you say that we were sinful as though that's not part of our design?
That is one of the sins.
Why
Murder.
are we
false witness?
Why? I understand what the sins are. I said, why are we getting blamed for the situation that God created? We didn't create ourselves. If I left a bunch of stupid children around, a bunch of fire hazards and one of them got fucking burnt, I can't be mad at the kids. I'm the dumbass that left them with no guidance and watched them fuck around. I mean, I can be like, you made bad decisions. They didn't know anything. God cannot be.
I
God
agree with
cannot,
you, Will.
Right. So we can't sin. That's bullshit. If
Okay.
God can't make himself clear, then we don't have any obligation at all, despite what the Bible or Jesus says.
I agree with this conundrum here. Like, if God left the hot pot on the stove and said, don't touch it, like, why even have the hot pot there? If he knows, if he's God, he knows we're going to touch it anyway. I know this argument. I understand the dilemma. I personally, this is just, if I was to break this down in two different ways from the Christian point of view, is that when we fail, somebody had to take accountability. So like
Okay, but
a car,
And
like
it
a
should
car
be you. And it should
manufacturer.
be you. It should be you.
Okay, but no. The Christian point of view is, so because God left the hot pot on the stove and he told the kids that couldn't understand his words not to touch it, but then they did and they spilt the pot on themselves, he now needs to kidnap his own child, torture it, and murder it in order to forgive the child for what the child did.
There you go.
Right. So that's the Christian point of view. Like, somebody has to take accountability, and allegedly Jesus was the
Nietzsche, you don't think? Come on, you don't think there could have been a better way? Come on.
Yeah, of course I could. Of course I do. So I mean, I'm just, you want me to make sense of something that doesn't make sense? I cannot.
Well, that's the thing. You should just say it should make sense that it doesn't make sense to believe it because it's nonsense.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, to me, Jesus is a way of life. It's not a religion to me. He's not like this God in the sky. It's not like that for me.
So you're just stealing the name. You're stealing the name Jesus and then attributing it.
That's
to
not even, to me.
That's.
I even hate to use that name because that's not even his name. Like, we just mucked it all up.
Well, you should stop referring to him as a him, since it's a way of life. And whenever you personify it and say Jesus, you don't know fuck all about the man named Jesus, and you don't even reference it in your thought process if he's a way of life.
If I was to tell you guys how completely out of the matrix I am, and that I have to word things this way because I'm in the matrix, playing the matrix game,
I think you would have to start by explaining what the fuck you mean by you're in or out of the matrix and others are still in it.
If I was to go out, to me, God is not even a man, it's a woman. If I was to even go there, Christ is not even a man. Okay, I'm so done with this man thing.
He was a woman.
Yeah,
because tell your perspective, because I pretty much agree with you. Just say it so
God is a
everyone knows
woman.
what it is.
There, I just said it. God's a woman.
Actually, God is both in one body, right?
He can be, because in order to create a male and a female, he had to have had the X and Y.
Yep.
There you go. That's right.
So lay it all out. Lay your total theology out.
He called Eve the mother of all living. Adam was too dead.
We can't understand you.
That's her
we
theology.
Can't understand you.
Get your head out of that lap and talk to us.
Oh, yeah, God.
Come back to the matrix and yeah.
Adam is God of the God of the dead. Eve was the mother of all living.
Sorry, that came out of nowhere. You plugged back into the matrix. The signal got.
Yeah, now you went back to the Bible and he God.
No,
Adam
she's
is
not.
the
She's
Lord
using
of the
matrix
dead.
words, but she's giving her point. Just let her lay it all out, and then it'll be clear.
But Adam is the Lord of the dead. Is that? That's what he said? Okay,
God
cool.
of the dead.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
God of the dead.
And Eve is the mother of all living. Continue.
Mm-hmm. And men can't give birth or give life, and that's why the whole thing is I mean, nobody never really wondered why. Wait, hold on, because I gotta go in like 10 minutes. So how that little,
you're gonna be wrong for 10 minutes and then leave? Is that what you're gonna do?
Is that 10 minutes? Is that 10 minutes matrix time?
Yes. So that little emphasis on how he had to be born of a woman, that whole thing, born again, born of a woman. Even wisdom is her. Even Holy Spirit is her, her. Like this is just all just God is a woman.
This is just all just you not reading that book with any seriousness about it and pulling terms out.
She
No, I
absolutely
did.
rejects the book. She rejects the book, but she'll use the book's
she does.
language.
Yeah,
But,
she's
you know,
using the
she'll use
language
book's
and the
language, though.
characters. And the
Yeah.
characters. And
Yep.
the ideology to a great degree.
Yeah.
That's
So
being in the Matrix.
it's being full of shit, Nisha. Look,
That should be a cherry picking.
you say men don't give life. Well, try giving life without us. Okay, women don't just sit there and hatch babies. That ain't how it fucking works either. Somebody fills them. A man.
Wait,
fills
have you
them
seen
with
Mary? You don't know about the Mary, Virgin Mary?
Even the Lord stuffed his dick in that 14-year-old. Okay, so I'm just saying because the Holy Spirit came across her teeth, and when you say these things, when you say these things like it's got to be a woman because there's a born again. There's never been a born anything that didn't have some semen involved. Okay,
I
Except for maybe
agree. I agree.
right. So God's not a woman.
God is a woman.
God is the Baphomet. God has the principles of both.
God is a woman.
That's just you trying to make women sound important.
Nisha, in the past, when we've talked, we have both agreed that God must be both man and woman. So why are you now saying only woman?
And not just in the past, in this conversation, she said that, and now she's going back. God's a woman because I'm a woman, and I like to say things that are womanly.
I said God of the dead. I said Adam was a god.
Yeah, that didn't clear up. So
I thought
is
it was
Adam a woman?
I thought it was our Father who art in heaven.
Not for Nisha.
He be arting all right. He be graffitiing and all that.
Nisha said, "Big Mama, who is in heaven, please help these people stop asking me about my crazy beliefs because I have no answers." Amen.
Well, I mean, what do y'all want? What do y'all want?
Heavenly auntie, please look down on me with some mercy because Wild Heart's breath is kicking.
I want some consistency here.
I mean, if you want the all male heaven version, I don't have it.
Ain't nobody talking about
heaven.
all male. Ain't nobody talking about an all male heaven. We talking about you just importing the idea that God's a woman because birth is mentioned in rebirth in the Bible.
Okay, so when we talk about Elohim, will you know that's God plural? Goddess.
Yes, it's gods and goddesses.
Okay, so they were there. Okay, so is it if I'm not just saying God alone, there's a woman God and there's a male God. And
you
that is
only used
according
one.
to
you
sorry if
only
that hurt
used
your
one.
feelings.
It's not about hurting feelings. It's you said there is a God and it is a woman. And then Adam is also a god, and then another god. You just there's no reason to take any of this shit seriously because you're just skipping around and just this
no,
was
I'm
the
not.
man,
I'm
and this
using
was the woman.
Elohim.
This one, the Lord of Death. This is just dumb.
How many gods?
So I'm just using Elohim, the definition of Elohim.
No, I was going to ask that question. I was going to ask that question as well. So you believe there are two gods, one male and one female?
According to the Bible, it says Elohim.
And her position is the male is the god of the dead and the woman is the god of the living.
That's all I said.
Yeah.
And that is scripturally backed up.
Is that Satan, God of the dead?
I don't know.
Is Satan a god?
To me, Satan is a dog.
A dog.
He's a backwards guy. He's a dog. I actually had a dog named Satan. My dad named my dog Satan. It's a Doberman Pinscher. That's where I came up with the idea that Satan was a dog because God is always sicking him on people.
But Nisha, God, I mean,
Okay.
throughout the whole Bible,
And
God
then
is
he said
referred to as
the
he
enemies
or
will be at the
father.
feet.
But
Dogs are at the feet.
he or father. God is always referred to as a he or a father. The
Well,
father of all. Yeah.
if you go back to Kings, the story of Kings, and he says, there's this part in there where Solomon is talking to his mother, and he has them pull up a chair, another chair at the throne. He's sitting at the throne, and he has his servants pull up another chair to the right of him. And he has his mother sit there at the right of him. And he tells her, sit here until I make your enemies your footstool. And then you have in another part of the story, I think it's probably in Revelations or something, where he says, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. It's the same freaking story.
Well, no, just because it doesn't mean it's the same person.
But y'all
It's just
act
it's a
like
matter of
y'all
position. It's a matter of position.
no, y'all act like it is totally just unheard of to have a queen or thrones where there's a king and queen. And we've been programmed to think that way. Like it's two men sitting at a throne. That's ridiculous.
Right.
As opposed to the obvious that it's a woman sitting on the right hand, her majesty. Like we've been so duped to think that it's two men on the throne. It's never been set up like that. So why now? Even like I said, if you go back to King, where he pulls up a chair on the throne for the queen regent, which is Bathsheba.
You're breaking up a little, Nisha.
Oh, okay. Let me sit down. So even when he pulls up
Still don't hear you.
She sat on her mic.
Okay. So even when he pulls up a chair on the throne to the right of him, he sits down the queen regent, which is his mother Bathsheba. But we've been duped to think that it's two men sitting on the throne. That is ridiculous. That is the Matrix.
But Jesus says he sits at the right hand of the Father.
And there might not even be a man. What I'm trying to tell you.
Now Jesus is a woman. I love
Jesus
it.
is a woman now too. So Jesus.
What I'm trying to say is, if this is King James version of the Bible, and this is all just set up as kings and queens and thrones, there is never two men sitting on the throne. Never. But we've been duped. Not even that. When the king gives up his throne.
Okay, so God is the Father, and so now Jesus is a girl, a woman, right?
So I'm just going by what the standard is, and the standard according to Kings, pull it up in Kings. Pull it up in Kings where Bathsheba sits at the right hand.
Okay, but then but how's that? That doesn't flow with the rest of the story.
So does having two men. So does having two men.
I know this is why it's all bullshit.
It's gay. It is gay, and King James was gay too. So of course that makes sense.
The whole Bible is gay, and people that believe in Jesus are gay. Everybody's gay. You're gay.
His lover was
Double
Lord
gay.
Buckingham. So of course you're gonna have another man and a man sitting next to each other because his lover was Lord Buckingham.
I think you're all over the place, Nisha. I don't think you know what you believe.
Okay.
Nisha,
Well, I know.
You've been trying to soak up too much bullshit, and it's starting to drip off of you.
Well, y'all believe in the gay throne theory.
We don't.
I'm not here.
We're not Christians.
No.
But I just pulled up. I just gave you proof in the Bible
that it's gay.
That I just before I go, I just gave you proof in the Bible where a woman sits at the right hand of Solomon.
I just want to clarify. So the Father and the Son are both women, right?
No.
Gay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Then I misunderstood.
So who's the man? Who's the man? The one in the throne or the one on the right hand?
Adam. Adam's the god of death. He's got a ding-a-ling.
My ding-a-ling. My ding-a-ling.
This is some
But if you
feminist
think
My
about
God
it,
doesn't have a ding-a-ling.
Isn't the woman as the fertile soil the actual god of death? Because the man plants his living seed in the dead, putrefying soil of the woman.
You must have walked by on a hot day.
See how I did a total inversion of expectations there?
I guess. But either way, y'all
Nisha, I have
can.
one more question before you go, Nisha. Before you go,
Yeah.
you said earlier that Jesus said there was only 2 commands: love God and love your neighbor as yourself. So my question is, how do you love God?
Well, first she has to define God, and God is the woman within her.
Which makes you a lesbian, technically.
How do you love God?
So you just have to rub one out to worship God. I like it.
No,
Take that.
I
like it.
Okay, so
How do you love God?
I think I told you guys I don't worship men. I don't even worship Jesus because that's unnatural. But the
Your
way
husband
I
ought to
show
beat you.
the way I show the way I show my reverence, the way I show my reverence is trying to be loving and consider others. So that's how I
So
show my reverence.
you love God by loving?
I love God by respecting other people's
Your husband needs to
feelings.
leave you.
Well, he ain't going nowhere. It's been over 20 years. We
Oh,
just
oh, you
we
mean-
just had our
okay.
anniversary last week.
He's
The point-
got you
the point-
thinking men are weak.
The
No,
point
I
I'm getting,
don't.
wait, check, time out. The point I'm getting to is that God says, if you love me, you will obey my commandments.
I
So
just told you that.
this whole notion about loving God, the only commandment I have to do is love God, which actually means to obey the commandments. So it's obeying
Well,
the
which one am
commandments.
I breaking?
That's what I'm saying.
But
You got
since you-
all 10, baby. 10.
Which-
obey the 10 commandments and you obey
Which
God.
one am I
You love
breaking? Because
God.
I
You love
haven't.
God.
Okay. Which one am I breaking?
But Nisha is saying that by metaphorically, the woman goddess within her scissoring with the woman goddess in other people, she is worshiping the goddess within, and I am totally okay with that.
All right, we're gonna leave on that note.
I would love to see you worship God, Nisha.
Yeah, let's take some video of that.
Bye, guys.
All right, love you, Nisha.
Love you too. Bye.
This is a sister.
See, that's why I say have a person actually lay out their position and don't just assume anything, because she was going down a totally different tack than the way people were assuming she was going. And each person was making excellent points, but it was never going to get through to her because in her mind, you're creating a straw man. And so she's doing the same thing that you do, Will. She's saying, you can assume whatever you want. That's not actually my position. And then you're winning on each point, but to her, you're not winning because you're already admitting defeat. So it's psychology. And Rock,
I'm sorry.
come
I'm
on.
still clearing the rust out from all the shit that I just heard. That was I know you say she's doing that. That's great. But she doesn't. Maybe that is how I come off. Maybe that was your moment of honesty there. I hope that there's some distinct differences between the way she communicates and the way I do, but whatever.
There are very definite differences. I'm just saying what's going on in her mind isn't the same that every other person in the audience is seeing. And so if you're trying to get through to her, you have to get through to her. But if you're just wanting to make it a point to the audience, all the audience, I'm sure, is in agreement with every single point that you made because you very clearly elucidated each and every point.
Well, that I would like to get clear to her, get her
right.
I think the
And
idea
that's
that
why-
she believes she's already outside of the matrix has got her fucked up.
Yeah, I think that may be impossible to get through. Not denigrating her, but it may be impossible.
What is the fucking matrix? Then we'll know whether it's possible or not, but you can't just reference it and that's what she was doing. And I'm like, are you in? Are you out? Are we in? What does that fucking mean? How do you know what the matrix is?
Yeah.
Well, that's what she's saying. The King James Bible is the Matrix, and she'll speak the language of King James if that's what you want. But I wanted her to step out of that, and that's why I kept interjecting and saying, step out of the Matrix, take 2 minutes to lay out your total position, and then that way there's no question. It's totally clear what your position is. And if you're saying that God is 2 women, then we can go from there. If you're saying
she needs to trust a man, because we come equipped with a way to determine whether we're in the Matrix or not. And she doesn't. We'll know because our balls itch. And if our balls itch, we're not in the Matrix, because that's not programmed in. That's real talk.
Does this make the Bride of Christ gay too now?
The Bride of Christ is a ladyboy. Bit of a ladyboy. And there's nothing, it's not gay. It's just, I mean, it's gay. But it's okay because, you know, it's Jesus. He makes the rules.
These are the brides of Christ right here.
How many of them have penises?
More than you would want. This is Southeast Asia. It's going to be a lot.
Well, that's where we'll find Jesus. Southeast Asia. Jill's wrong. He's not sitting on the throne in Israel. He's sitting on a throne with a ladyboy on his lap in somewhere in Asia.
Bangkok or Phuket?
Bangkok, I would imagine. That would sound about right.
Well, Phuket, if you say it funny, just looks like fuck it.
Fuck it.
Jesus is like, eat of my flesh. Just eat my flesh. Eat that flesh. That's what
Roll it all, every last drop.
Here comes the Holy Spirit. Here come the Pentecost. Ooh,
And see, that's just it.
revelation.
If you look at the Gnostic mysteries, and you look at the mystery religions that were going on in the area at the time that Jesus was preaching, it is a lot of eat of my flesh, drink of me, take it all, swallow it all.
Now that's an erotic story worth writing. Bubbles.
It is. But you don't even want to read about Adam exploring the animals as his helpmate.
Yeah, no, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. But like the idea that the 12 disciples were all locked into a special group, like they entertained parties together, you know, taking the robes off. Yeah, a lot of prostitutes and drinking at those parties too.
Well, that's just when they were on land. When it was just 12 hungry, hung seamen out on a boat, I mean, they were doing their thing there too. Don't think they weren't.
They were exhausted, but they hadn't been rowing all day.
Yeah.
They've been churning that butter.
He said, baby.
Sailors do have a reputation.
And he said, Peter, your heart is a rock, and I can make you walk on water if you'll just believe.
I give you the key to bust this door open. If you bust it open good, it'll stay open, Peter.
It's just a matter of perspective. Read it the right way.
This is the rock I'm gonna set my temple on. Watch out. Got a little lube. Here come my temple.
As long
Peter's
as you
like,
read
what
the
has
right
gotten into
frame.
this guy?
Jesus apparently.
Speaking
Yeah,
of
but you wouldn't.
Speaking of lube, I was listening to some reports because they were talking about Iran and everything, and how no oil getting through, so now no lubricants can be made.
He's in jail going, oh, this is gonna hurt.
We're gonna have a problem here if we don't get no lubricants. Do that straight.
I'll give you a little secret. Neosporin. It works Oops.
There's plenty of synthetic lube. Just use graphite or lithium.
Sure, killed the joke.
Graphite, isn't that like a lead pencil?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There he goes. You'll have a big black cock. Well, you'll have a black cock.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be big. No.
It looks bigger when it's dipped in graphite. Go do it. Grind up a pencil right now and go put your dick in blackface. You know, there's a lot of Asian porn out there, but I can't watch any of it. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
I like Track Patrol.
Oh, we're still being brutally honest.
We are.
Yeah. Okay.
Trike Patrol is the only channel I watched, and I haven't watched it in months.
I don't find Asian women attractive.
Racist.
I know. I know. And I'm like the only white guy that doesn't find Asian women attractive, but I don't. They're not ugly. They're just not, they don't do it for me.
They're attractive up until about 30, and they turn into old women for some reason.
I disagree. I think when they're middle-aged, that's when they actually look best because they still look young. It's the young ones that creep me out because they look too young.
I don't get to where I don't want to be around any young women at all of any flavor. I'm so sick. They're all dumb. There's not a single young woman that's worth talking to.
And then when I'm in the gym and they're fishing for compliments, I'm like, I know which way this is going. I'm going to pretend like I got no idea what you're talking about, lady.
Put your sunglasses on and go into your best Ray Charles. You ain't seen shit. Carry a cane in there and set it next to the treadmill. Be like, I can't see. Can't accuse me of staring, but you are going to stare.
No, I'm doing the leg press, and they're like walking up to me, and I'm like, sorry.
They're walking up to you.
They are. I can't help it.
Hold on. I'm just in my mind. The leg press is inverted, isn't it?
No,
so they're coming up all buffalo shot to you.
You're sitting down and you're pushing it straight out away from you.
Oh, right. So, but your head is lower than their waist, right?
Yes.
You should have told them you couldn't hear them to come closer. Get real close to my good ear.
Or just turn to look at him and say, what do I smell?
Hi, ladies. Is that Captain D's?
Sorry, excuse me.
Being sexist out here
I
today.
think you're making a point, though. Why are they coming up to me when I'm on the leg press, where I'm right at that eye level? They're not doing it on the other machines. Why there?
Be like, look, if you need to get past me, just step over my face.
Yeah. How much longer are you going to be? Oh, baby, I can go all night.
Oh, I got about 30, 40 reps still left in me. Come on with it. Wildheart, that got you thinking about joining a gym? No.
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 No, I am going to join the
He's
gym.
going to get Hillary's to send him videos from his gym experiences.
Yeah.
Give me a bit of a clip of that, if you would.
It's send me the work. Yeah. Just get the videos.
Yeah, but I mean, that says something for Wildheart. He's matured enough where he's like, I don't need anything more than just gooning on random strangers on the internet. Like, I don't even have to be around them physically. I can just look at pictures and bust loads all over my phone. Is that right, Wildheart?
Isn't that the goal of being an integrated person? You don't have to interact.
You know how much money you save doing that?
A lot, yeah. Except when he hires one to come over on the weekend.
No, but he can't afford that. He's doing cocaine.
And then they steal his tobacco on the way out.
Well, to be fair, he tried to go broke a different way with prostitutes, but they take as much money as the coke dealer. And sometimes they are the coke dealer.
And they steal his tobacco on the way out.
And his lighter, apparently, because he can't ever fucking find a lighter that works. They're like, take his
No,
lighter.
I'll go one. I'll go.
Oh, there it is. Don't worry. Next time one of them comes over, they're walking out with that shit and leaving you a busted one.
There is so much subtext and insider jokes in these panels. It is amazing. Anybody from the outside looking in would have no idea what we're talking about.
I forget about that sometimes. But I don't know that Brojo's drawing a new crowd right now.
No, he's not. Every once in a while.
Gotta do something different to get different views if that's what you want. But I think Brojo's pretty happy with. Brojo, are you even there?
I am taking care of business.
He's wanking. I knew it.
Yeah, that's what I understood.
All that talk about prostitutes got him all fucking hot and bothered.
And Asians.
Asians. Yeah, I forgot about the ladyboy thing.
I haven't done an Asian yet. I want, yeah.
He's good. That's what he's shopping. He's like, I'm busy. I'm looking on the
I'm
black
busy
market
shopping
here.
for
Get me
I'm
one.
shopping for an Asian.
Oh, they'll marry you right away from overseas. Sight unseen. They're ready to come over and live with you.
Married?
Yeah, I think I told the story. I think I told the story before, but there's actually an advert on YouTube for Asian, women to marry.
Stop clicking it. You can't afford it.
In college, I had a friend that was getting magazines called Sunshine Dolls and Asian Peaches, and I'm like, what's the deal here?
It's a bad idea. Okay,
Yeah,
I mean, it's not
idea.
because they're Asian. Because one of my sergeants, in the upstate in a correctional facility, his wife came from Ukraine, and it didn't take long for her to decide, okay, enough of that shit. We've been married long enough. I'm out the door, taking half your shit.
How long was it? 2 years?
It was like 2 years, yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
And then she was out. And she was making him hell. She was spinning him dry for that full 2 year period. It was always something. Are we bulge looking now? Is that what we're doing? Looking for bulges?
Why not?
Because they're Asian, like you said. You got to be careful.
As long as you hit them from behind, who cares? I'm not asking what they are.
There's fucking nuts swinging around. You're gonna notice.
Like I said in a stream a couple days ago, once I'm balls deep, I'm not asking what their gender is. I'm just doing my thing.
I know, but the fact that your ball sack is slapping against their ball sack has got to send off some sort of spider sense tingling.
I try not to think about it.
Well, Sammy knows that you do think about it. Sammy,
I like it. Sammy's high-fiving me saying, hit it, Hubbles.
Dig upward. Dig upward. He's blushing for us. Look at him.
He is.
No, it's very warm in the UK, that's all. I've got my fan on.
Oh, that's right. But I thought you guys invented air conditioning. Oh, that's
did.
right. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Nope. Watch this. He pulls his little fan out. This is his air conditioner. He's like, we invented rolling down windows in cars, too. You dumbass. You know that you could build an air conditioner with one of those fans and an ice chest full of ice. You just cut the top out, put the fan on it. It could blow ice in the air. But you're also a low capacity person mechanically, I imagine, could possibly electrocute yourself and set your apartment on fire.
No, I'm not a low capacity person.
Well, I mean,
no,
I don't know.
I used to be a plasterer.
Yeah, that was 20 years ago, motherfucker. You ain't done shit since then. We watched you. Brojo worked with you forever to get you to try and pull your stinking ass carpet up. You remember that extravaganza? Brojo had great fun watching your drunk ass crawl around on that vomit covered carpet and pull it up with your fingernails or whatever.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Psycho. Fucking psycho. I'm talking about Brojo. Brojo's a psycho. He's trying to get you to work, thinking you could do things.
Yeah. How dare I? How dare I try to help you?
What a mistake to make.
Yes. Oh, that was this. Oh. You think he's Italian, though? You think Brojo's Italian? Brojo's not Italian. He can't be because his hands don't move when he talks.
Oh, Mamma mia!
Hey,
that's not something that Italians can sidestep. Okay, that's just even if they can do it when they're not around their family. The minute they're around their family, that shit starts up. Man, the hands are in. What?
I'm half Italian, so I guess it's the bottom half.
Yeah, your feet move. That's why you're dancing all the time. You start talking and your legs start wiggling and shit.
Oh, this goes out to Raw. Get in. Sorry, he just asked me to say get in.
Yep.
So I did. That's for you, Raw.
I'm sure it means a lot to him.
Yeah.
Fraction.
Get in. Get in. You took my only job away now. If you got it on soundboard,
Get in.
oh, for fuck's sake.
You can still go, know what I mean? Know what I mean? You can just
Know what I
pop in
mean?
and say, know what I mean?
Know what I mean?
You truly are one of the rednecks of England. That's the same as us saying, y'all know what I mean, right? Y'all understand what I'm talking about. Y'all, you know what I mean? A bottle of water.
A buckle of vodka.
A butthole full of vodka. That's you.
No, it is actually water.
No, I'm saying you are a butthole full of vodka.
Oh, yeah. That's not true.
No, it is.
He said yes, but then wants to add not true is the codicil.
By the way, your new, you know, since we're being honest, I do like that you're growing a beard, but the one that you're working on looks like you've been eating ass for about 3 hours.
That's offensive. It's true.
Weaponized honesty, remember? Weaponized.
Yeah.
Got a little shit on your eyebrows, too.
Oh, yeah, my eyebrows are very bushy. But anyway, we can change the topic.
Yeah, change the topic. You're criticizing me. Talk about me. I don't want to center of attention.
Change the topic.
Hey, you know what I mean? Know what I mean?
Know
what I mean?
Know what I mean? Fucking redneck. Know what I mean? Yeehaw, motherfuckers. See, it's not that different.
Buckle.
I bet you piss outside, don't you?
I do.
Oh, wait. No, that's right. You're British. You piss in your closet.
Yeah.
It has been known.
It's called a water closet. It doesn't mean any closet is suitable.
Oh, that's where I've been going wrong.
Piss in your closet?
Yeah. They don't have bathrooms over there. They have water closets.
Yeah, the WC they call it. And it's a weird name for a place where you go and well, I guess restroom and bathroom are misnomers too, because like you're not going to take a bath in most bathrooms, right? Because most bathrooms are just public restrooms and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're taking a bath in the urinal, you're weird.
Although I have taken horse baths in truck stops before.
Okay, but now the restroom, it can be a restroom. If you get as lit as fucking Wildheart gets, and you may collapse there and have to rest for a while. So I've seen many a drunk resting in a bathroom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But a water closet makes it sound like everything in it's fucking soaking wet. It's just like jackets and shit hung up with it's constantly getting dampened. Why would you have that? What's wrong with you people? But that's where you go shit. No, where are you going to go shit? In the closet where the water is. Oh, okay.
That's
Welcome
the
to
beautiful
England.
thing about Russian. In Russian, you have one room that's called the toilet, and it only has a toilet in it. And then you have the banya, which is equivalent to bathroom, and it has a literal tub in it, a tub and a sink. And that's it.
Well, that's a no, it doesn't. Because what if you're in the banya and you need to go to the turdlet?
Then you have to leave that room, step to the next room, and go inside of it.
Yeah, yeah. And then you have a choice whether to dry off first, and maybe you don't have time, and then the next person that comes in there is going to slip and slide and fall on the toilet.
Well, if you're in a one-bedroom apartment with 20 people living in it, then that's why you separate the toilet in one room and the bath in the other room.
I'd go live in a Mexican trailer park in America because it's a much better scenario. Whatever's going on in Russia, that's fucked up. Did you say 20 people? Nope.
And if they could leave to go to the Mexican trailer park, they did.
I'm almost for a rescue mission. Jesus Christ, man, that sounds horrible. I didn't like sharing a bathroom with my son. That was bad enough. 20 motherfuckers just pissing and shitting all over the place. No, hell no.
And that's what 1997 was we were attempting to do a rescue mission over there. We said, we're going to flood you with money. We're going to send over all these specialists to help you become good capitalists. And they said, great, we're more than happy to take all of this, and the money's gone. And your specialist can get right the hell out of the country a year later. And now we're going to have our own thing. And then Putin came to power and said, thank you very much for the influx of cash and all the specialists. Now we're going to rebuild our empire. But we're going to have you back in your country while we're doing it. And that was 1997,
Seems like a pretty good deal for them.
2000. Yep.
Great deal for them. Shit deal for us. Also,
You're
shit
right.
deal for the people that are trapped in that house that things aren't getting better for. Our government can waste some fucking money, can't they?
But they're no longer 20 people per one apartment. Now they each have their own apartment.
Oh, well, then it is good. It is good. I still think our government wastes way too much money.
It did. Yeah, everybody. I mean, Clinton was really good in some ways domestically, but for foreign policy, he was crap. He bailed out Russia and took a totally defeated enemy and remade them into a new enemy. He sent supercomputers to China so that they could be ahead of us in 20 years under research. I mean, it was just a miserable. But again, everybody sees, oh, well, he didn't get us into any wars. Are you sure? Didn't we get shot down over Yugoslavia? Didn't we have other peace missions where we got shot up? Just because you don't call them a war doesn't mean we didn't get killed. Sorry to bring the temperature of the room down, but damn.
No, sorry, I was on mute.
I was gooning as you were talking. I was just steady gooning. Sorry.
Didn't he shoot a ship down as well because it had some drugs on it?
Did what?
He shot a ship down. You have to say that very carefully.
Who did?
Trump.
Trump did?
We were talking about Bill Clinton.
Oh, Bill Clinton, sorry.
Yeah, TDS strikes again.
This is not live. This is your imagination.
Yep. It's Memorex. Is it live or is it Memorex?
Right.
What's next, Bro Joe?
Well, I like that comment.
Breakfast. Breakfast is next.
I like that comment that Brojo just highlighted about Wildheart being the only one that comes into somebody's hangout. So when someone treats everybody like shit, but then they want someone to come in their hangout, but nobody's getting any notifications, because why would they get notifications? Well, of course, no one got a notification. So if you were pleasant and behaved well with others, then other people would subscribe and get notifications, and we would know. So I'm just doing the whole, again, you can't look at one step. Let's look 8 steps deep and see why there's a chain of causation.
Yeah. Well, I was the only one.
Why were you the only one there?
Because he's gay.
No, because Ross said it. And I imagine he had the...
Gay for raw?
I am a little bit gay. Oh,
there he is. He is gay for raw. Just a minute, he's a little gay for raw, right?
It's the beard that does it. Do you know what I mean? Gay for raw.
You like the bears, huh? You're a bear.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're like a manly man.
Wildheart's only medium gay.
What did I do the W wrong?
Are you saying he's pink on the inside?
Yeah.
I think it's best just to let everyone be creative with their ideas of what medium gay would entail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Halfway in, halfway out.
Yeah, what is medium gay?
And when you
see, it's already happening.
No, just think about getting a cut of meat. Like you order a medium cut of steak, and as soon as you cut into it, it starts bleeding. That's what I imagine.
It sounds like virgin gay.
Yeah, semi.
Yeah. Oh, did gays bleed on their first time as well?
They probably bleed every time.
know.
There's a dick in your fucking ass, bro.
Well, eventually they toughen up, but yeah, for a while.
They're tearing the lining out of that thing, man. You know there's blood. That's what
I
the whole
imagine if you
AIDS
have
thing
enough
was about.
lubricant.
Oh no! If you get split open, it doesn't matter how much lube there is. You're getting split.
Right, Wildheart?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
No, I mean. Well, that got dark quick.
Yeah,
But-
thank you. Thanks,
yeah,
Will.
sorry. You can't get it out of your head now. You're starting to evaluate. Am I right? Could it be medium gay if it was a virgin? I don't know if you can see. There's too many questions there, and I'm sorry. Getting split open is gay.
Yeah, it is.
Could be.
Quite, yeah.
Except for that can happen against your will without your consent. So it's not gay
Oh,
on
yeah.
your part. That's just painful.
Yeah, that's just jail.
Ouch.
In fact, if you've just been a little more gay and didn't resist so much, you probably wouldn't have had your butthole hammered in. I'm saying if they offer you a choice between getting nailed in the tutor or, giving them a little oral pleasure, I think you better really consider the ramifications of the first one.
And this
Yeah,
is
I
two
might as well-
CEOs talking that have seen this with thousands of times.
Yep. Just saying, if you're in prison and you get the chance to have a choice, you better open up your mouth and remember you can brush your teeth. Because the other option, you might go to the hospital.
Yeah, I was trying to work out which I would prefer. Like neither. But if I had to, I'm still not sure.
You went to a British prison. They were probably all offering you.
They were all bending over. Oh, a new cock. A new cock.
He's not embarrassed. Like, yeah, they did. Nigel and Raj are both. They just
new
they just
cock.
dropped to their
New
knees.
cock. Hi, new cock.
Oh, you're Jeremy. Hello, Jeremy. He was waiting the whole time thinking somebody was going to jump him, feeling rejected. And meanwhile, they're all feeling rejected. Be like, look, I walk by him. I shake my ass. He doesn't even look up. He acts scared. I'd say something, but I don't want him to think I'm gay.
Sometimes
Well,
it's social. You know what I mean?
Wildheart went into the day room and said, man, I kept being told by everybody I was going to get, railed and pummeled from behind, and not one guy is even offered. They're like,
6
offer?
times.
We were hoping that you do that to us.
He's got a locker full of honey buns, but still doesn't know why. Nothing's happening. That's very inside joke, I guess.
Yeah.
Deep inside.
Invitation.
In Texas prisons, instead of honey buns, it's Haagen-Dazs. Everybody gives you a little pint of ice cream.
Oh, yeah, no, and around here, and it's weird because that's so much hotter in Texas, but you would leave your cell, and if you came back to your cell and there was a honey bun on your bed, the rule is don't fucking touch it, because if you eat that honey bun, you owe somebody a little something.
Right. Well, here they don't leave it on your bed. They actually offer it to you in the day room. Hey, you look a little hot. Would you like to cool off? You have a little pint of ice cream.
They said they were so mean in prison. They were so nice. They gave me ice cream.
That's right.
Then they hammered my butthole in. They like the new guys because the new guys don't have their canteen set up and can't pay them back. They'll be like, I'll pay you back. And be like, when? Well, my canteen.
Dear mom, this is my first day in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't gone well.
They were so nice. They gave me some ice cream. And then a
I'm
pat
having
on my ass.
Now I'm applying that same ice cream to my aching butthole, Mom. Sin Ben Gay. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that would murder you. Ben Gay on a busted butthole? What am I thinking? That's the wrong product. Preparation H, I think, is where I was trying to go.
You're thinking of has been gay.
All this gay talk, but have you ever had like icy hot, like make contact to your scrotum?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't think
No,
about that
but
when I said big gay.
peppermint oil. Nobody remembers that.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot worse. That'll give you a chemical burn.
Yeah, I forgot there was some on my hands, and I had an itch. And
ouch. But you know,
Brojo Nerdy has
like,
a question for you.
It's all on video too.
But see, I kind of like a little bit of pain, so a little icy hot down in the jock strap doesn't bother me a bit.
That's some straight old bullshit there. That shit hurts. I mean, not as bad as the pepper spray when you showered after the pepper spray house, but right up there.
Again, I like the
You
pain.
like that. You like that.
You know, when I used to bite my fingernails as a kid, they gave me that stuff to put on them so that it's super hot. So if you put your fingers in your mouth, it burns. I loved it. I got to the point where I was just applying it just to suck on the hot stuff. In the same way with like spicy yellow mustard at the Chinese place, like I love it until my face is soaking with sweat. I haven't had enough.
Jesus Christ, man. I don't even know what to do with that. Okay. I can't relate.
I am a freak.
All right. Okay, but been gay on the balls it is.
Yep.
I did not enjoy that. I wanted to kill everyone that was involved, and if I could have found out who it was, they would have had wedgies year round.
I mean, sometimes after I've put Tiger Balm on my neck or my wrist or whatever, I kind of pat and dab on my eyelids. And it makes my eyes water, but it also feels kind of good.
She calls it eyelids.
Well, no, my actual...
Hillary's, have you met Halsey? Halsey, have you met Hillary's?
I kind of like it. You know, it all started a long time ago when somebody accidentally squirted. You know, remember that Banaka breath spray? Remember that?
Right.
Oh, well, that took a different direction.
Right in the eye. And I was like, you know, one eye was like kind of messed up for a few minutes, but I kind of liked the weird minty burn in my eyeball. So.
Does anyone remember when I put cock paste in my mouth? That was quite painful for several days.
I can't remember.
Yeah,
I wanted to forget.
Cock cream sandwich, I think it was. Knob cream is what you call it. Knob cream. This is my knob cream.
Is that what it says on the label? Knob cream.
Apply generously to your knob.
Yeah, not your mouth. Yeah.
It's quite good medicine.
Possible side effects. Very much swelling of the mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, because you put a steroid in one of the most bacteria-ridden places on your body, which I would probably argue is almost, if not more, dirty than your butthole. And then you were dazzled by how your mouth turned into a whole nother civilization of creatures. It's like bacteria strains that man hasn't discovered yet. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop, my mouth. Oh, bop, bop, bop.
I think that's where that comes from. Yeah.
Remember when I got you to put cooking oil all over your head and style your hair? You got so mad at me because it got on your pants and the couch, but he styled your hair with cooking oil and then got mad at me about it.
Yeah, but to be fair, I was trying to use sperm. You know,
we know you're always using jism.
Yeah, I wanted to do that with my hair.
Well, I mean, you're wasting too much of it. You know, putting it in your mouth.
Yeah, I thought that's what we were talking about, not your hair.
What part of your apartment isn't covered in your seed? dried up, dead, crusty seed everywhere. It's on your hands right now. It's on the couch. It's just everyone that comes into that house can accurately say that Wild Heart's fucking with them.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. And Will. Oh, he's just gone. Yeah, you stole my picture. I used to have that picture, but be right back.
It's the most sincere form of flattery.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Nerdy asks, what was the best gay sex you've ever had? Who wants to go first?
I was just going to say you want to go first.
I'm just sad that Sammy's been mute for so long.
Sammy
they have the best story.
Best one to go with. Yeah.
Still waiting. Still waiting.
Yeah, I'm still waiting as well.
Oh, come on. I know that can't be. At least tangentially, there has to be some story. I'm watching the show.
I went to 2 Catholic schools as well. I've been to prison 6 times. Still never been done in the ass.
I was an awful boy. I had no propositions. No propositions.
And nothing.
You got to do something to improve, to be a little bit prettier, Wild Heart, and then you'll find your right guy.
The last, I was adorable.
Oh. Saw you checking out my human grade child recipe chicken tenders, or jerky tenders rather. Human grade, 100% human grade children recipe.
What is it? Is that a picture?
Yeah, what is this? I don't know. It's kind of like when I was looking up the cock flavored soup.
I presume there is such a thing.
There is, and it's on the shelf in the grocery store. Cock flavored soup.
Why don't they just call it chicken soup? Is it specifically
because there's no chicken in it, so they can't legally call it chicken soup. I'm watching a TV show called, and I'm going to after Another Life, and it's about humans get visited by aliens. So then they get a space program to go to the alien world to try and contact them. And the reason why I brought it up is there's a scene in there where this girl is like super hot, but she's like, they don't actually give her age. I'm going to guess probably 20 to 23. And then like she didn't have much experience when she was on Earth because her parents owned an asteroid, and so she was like super rich and wasn't around regular people. So now she's on board ship and she's trying to get action. But like everybody else on board is like super naive and they're super smart and they don't have any whatever experience. So then the scene that they just had in like episode 10 was her and 2 guys. And then like the way that she got the guys to get with her was she got them to kiss each other. So that's what I mean about tangentially gay.
All right.
Dr. Leek soup.
Yeah, I get you. So she couldn't get in this, so she had to get a woman.
Yep.
So it's more necessity than.
Did Will get excited?
Actually being gay. He's wanking as we speak, I'm sure.
And as manipulative as it is, I have seen 2 guys act gay at a gay bar to pick up women who were at the gay bar with their friends.
Oh, I've heard of that, yeah. But what's in it for the woman? Do you know what I mean? I mean, if she thinks that, yeah, do you know what I mean?
I'm trying to think it through. I think what it's in it for the woman is she doesn't want to have the social restraints of having a relationship. So she goes to a gay bar to be around gay men that then she has sex with, and then in her mind she can brag to all of her friends that she slept with a gay guy. So she didn't actually turn him straight, but she lured him back to her team.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that could work. Yeah. I'm just nipping out to the gay bar. You just gave me an idea.
But in society, in the weird way things have been going the last 20 years, look at the depravity people have to step to just to, get their game on.
Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty sad. I just ring a prostitute. It's really easy.
And to answer raw, if you asked any of the women I've ever been with, they would say there's no way I could possibly be.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I've got empathy and I can put myself in other people's situation and imagine how I might react.
Oh, yeah. So I can imagine being gay.
Absolutely, I can imagine.
Yeah. See, it wouldn't bother me if I was. Do you know what I mean?
I would be the flamingest, fruitiest one possible. Absolutely. That's just my personality. I would go all the way.
But sometimes you meet gay people and you don't find out they're gay. There's a flame lord thing. They're obviously gay. But then sometimes you find out that they're gay after thinking they weren't.
Right.
Yeah, so where does the flaming thing come in? Is that like personality or?
Yes, for me it would. It's my personality that if I would be as flaming as possible.
You're pretty ravenous, aren't you?
I am.
Insatiable young man. I mean, do you never just feel like after you've been digging and digging and digging and digging and digging that you're just like, I mean, you can take it or leave it. You're good at digging. You just, you don't need to dig all the time. You pretty much understand the process and the rewards and consequences of digging.
Well, if I'm being 100% honest, for the last several years, I have not done any digging. I talk about it, but I don't actually do it.
That's why you're crazy about it right now. That's what it is, right?
Exactly.
You just want to get a good whiff of it.
When I was married, I never talked about sex. Everyone thought I was such a prude, but that's because I was getting it 5 times a day.
5 times a day? Good Lord.
5. Yep.
My dick would have had blisters on it. Shit.
My wife was telling me that I needed to talk to other women. That's how she felt.
You could be a popular fella if you wanted to.
Hey, do you want to hear some stories?
I was about to say yes, and then I was like, I don't know. That's some dangerous ground with Hillary's.
Let's just say the HR department.
How many midgets are in it?
No, the HR department. They loved me coming in to talk to them.
You fucked everyone in the HR department?
Not everyone, but they all knew that I was available.
Well. Fucking your way up the ladder.
That's right.
That's HR.
That was half of HR. That's right.
Or someone with asthma, possibly.
It almost sucks that women are so powerful. It really does, because with their womanly ways and their perfumes and their scents and the, their wet, warm,
Shapes.
squishy bits. Yeah, and that cake, man. When they get that cake, god damn, big asses. I like them. When I was younger, I kind of liked skinny girls, but now, I mean, I like
You like the fat ones, huh?
Pogs,
the big ones.
I'm the
pretty ass white
opposite.
girls.
When I was in my 20s, I wanted a middle-aged, full-figured women. And now that I'm in my early 50s, I prefer a more slender, younger woman.
Tight ass.
I mean, basically, the age of the woman hasn't changed. It's just my age that's changed.
That's too small for Will.
My mind got wiped just then. I was
Too small for Will.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did the Men in Black just come by here and
Yep.
put that thing in my eye?
Yeah,
I
it was
forgot what we
I
were
was
talking about.
hypnotized by some spinning sphere and a piece of cake. Anyway, it's a bite-sized morsel.
Love that ass.
Back to Jesus. Yeah.
Back to Jesus.
Fuck that guy.
Oh God, look at that ass. Oh Jesus, look at that ass. Dear
No,
Lord.
it really became apparent that people's personalities, like the women that I would be around, would have a huge effect on my libido. Right? It didn't matter how young they were or attractive. After a while, if they opened their mouth and they said too many stupid things, I just couldn't feel sexual about them anymore.
Right.
And that's weird, but that's gotten worse as I've gotten older. It's like that's like having a huge fucking patch of warts on your forehead. If you just say stupid shit all the time, I'm gonna be staring at you like that's the case. Like you just are hideous.
Have you read Schopenhauer?
Well, he doesn't send me any letters.
Okay, well, he writes all about that. The whole thing about women is the mystery. They have this allure that we all believe and that we're all been taught that they're sugar and spice and everything nice. But if you're actually around them, you can't stand them.
Well, it's not all women. It's
Right.
it's the dumb ones. It's the dumb ones that no accountability, can't say that they were wrong, can't try to see it from a man's perspective. I do know the probabilities of finding those, but I know they're there because I've met a few.
Right.
It's just that they're always taken.
Yes. Exactly.
Because some
You're
dude
right.
has said, "Yeah, we're not letting that one get away." I don't. Yeah, that's a keeper. That one knows how to do things and think about things. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's exactly the problem. All the good ones get taken early, and as long as they get taken by a good man that they're happy with, then they're never back on the market, and then we're left with the leftovers.
Just a bunch of dizzy bitches, and I can't stand. I mean, I like older women. I don't like young girls, but I can't stand when you find a woman that's a little more mature and she is mentally still the same as a 12-year-old. You're just like, do you not understand that you aren't that chick anymore? You ain't that bad bitch anymore.
In her head, she is, because she's still emotionally stunted.
Well, it occurs to me that I'm reinforcing the idea by my presence. I'm a bad bitch.
Decide what it is you want from her, accentuate that one aspect, and try to ignore all the rest.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It is.
I was hoping that it is, but with it's worth it or it'll be
No, I'm sorry, I can't give you any hope. It's just that is what it
is. There's no upside to that. Yeah.
It could be a lot of work for nothing. Or for worse, you could do a lot of work and then they take half your shit. Wildheart, did you do that beard shaping yourself?
No, my mom did it.
Okay.
I'm a her as well. Yeah.
Your hair looks good. It's the beard. It's the beard. It's weirding me
Too
out.
big. Too big. Oh.
It's almost a perfect circle. If you cut the chin part off, then you'll have some amazing like handlebar mustache kind of thing going on. But if you cut the mustache down a little bit, you could have a pretty cool goatee. It's just together, it looks like a butthole, and your mouth is the very center.
See your little patch right underneath your lip, right? That little patch.
Yeah.
Shave a strip totally down to the skin from that all the way down like your neck. So there's like an empty spot right there. So then it looks like you got a head that curves around and becomes a beard. But it's not a beard because it doesn't have that part. It's kind of missing. Can you grow mutton chops from the sides?
No.
Oh, that's
oh
too
yeah,
bad.
the sides they do grow.
Oh,
yeah.
you should
well, not
grow
too
some
much.
mutton chops, dude.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you? Don't you think that would look good?
I always cut them off. Yeah. I don't know. What about mutton chops and no beard? Just
That's
a mutton
always a
chops.
good combination.
Yeah.
Well, I ditched the gay party for a better party.
Then you have to have a special hat though to wear.
Ditch the gay party.
Ditch the gay party.
They didn't pay quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, but like speaking of gay parties, if you were at a gay party, everyone would know that you were the guy that was ready to catch some dick in your mouth because you got that bullseye painted around it there in hair. Hairy bullseye for face fucking.
No, do you want, as we're being brutally honest, do you want to know the real reason why I have a beard?
Because you're a man.
To tickle your boyfriend's balls?
No, it's because I've got a butt cheek, butt. You know that thing.
You got a butt chin?
Butt chin.
Chin butt? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you got
Chin look like a dinner roll?
Wait, some women like that butt chin, though. They like that butt chin.
Yeah, women like that shit.
Yeah.
The clef? Like a little Cary Grant there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's why you should do the handlebar mustache, so your cleft is out there, and it's accentuated by the crazy gay biker handlebar mustache. It's not gay biker, but it is. It could be. It was in the 70s and 80s, but now it's
Wildheart should go for like the full-on 70s vibe. You know, let his hair grow out, do the mutton chops.
Yeah, I'd say the 1770s. What he ought to do is get the mutton chops and all that shit. A pirate outfit and a eye patch.
That would be good.
You remember because Styx Hexenhammer is now wanted by the police, or there's a hole in the market now. There's a need, a vacuum for another guy to talk bullshit while dressed like a fucking pirate. I used to like Styx. I can't believe that dude. Oh, have y'all seen that nonsense? It's almost as bad as the Shanny and Rev thing.
I have. I think Green still posted it because I remember you used to post his videos all the time. And then I saw that one the Green posted and like, yeah, he's drunk. He's grabbing the girl. He's doing all this.
Yeah, that was weird. It was skeezy. Like,
I'll be back in a bit. You guys will be all right?
Yep.
Yes,
All
Daddy.
right. Yeah, I like it when you call me Daddy.
Fly boy, this is Sex Daddy. Are we clear to land?
I'm opening it up wide. Just come down as hard and as fast as you want.
Hold on, I need to take a second to circle the runway. Circle the runway. Oh, I'm gonna buzz the tower. Buzzing the tower. Landing gear down. Coming in hard. Contact.
Wow, you bounced. You just had to contact hard over and over again. Come on. Slow that thing down, buddy.
Negative, Flyboy. We have a stuck fuselage. Yeah, I'm dying over here. My lung came out. Know what I mean? He's gonna drink a bottle of water. Bottle. I can't do it.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
It's like yodeling almost. Bottle of water. But like, I don't know. Nerdy coming in hard is definitely gay. Well, if I came in soft, it's like, what
Yeah.
What's
the point of that?
It's just silly.
I'm just going to lightly touch it and just sort of kiss it.
The landing gear is a little soft. There's no air in the tires, no pressure. Warning, warning, we're losing altitude, losing speed. We're crashing. We're going down. We're down. We're done. It's over. I'm dead. That's the way that would go. You can't. What I mean, coming in soft, it would require apparatus like 2 popsicle sticks and a bit of duct tape, to splint, a cock splint, I think is what it would be called. Come on, buddy. I'm trying to go in soft.
It's also called thumbing.
It's like being stabbed with wet spaghetti. Did you say thumbing? Oh, because you used your thumb.
Yeah,
to
use your foot to stuff it in. Exactly.
I've had to do that before. Yes, there was a situation.
I have not, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, you had to do that, and then it's when it's that reluctant sex where you really don't. You're like, I'll take it, but I don't really want it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, going in, I've never been soft, but halfway through, I lost interest, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but no, we're done.
I mean, there's no arguing with him when he's like that.
No, there isn't.
I've tried strangling him, slapping him around, trying to get him back in the game, but no.
Now if you choked and choked and slapped me, I would definitely be down for it.
I was talking about my dick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was meant to be an innuendo kind of thing, but yeah, I was referred to my penis, trying to get him back in the game once he's down. But I see it works both ways.
Yeah, brutally honest. Do you know what I mean?
No, what do you mean? Say it again. What do you mean?
No, I mean.
What do you mean?
Buckle. And it's buckle, by the way. Buckle.
Buckle? What the fuck is buckle?
With 2 Ks. Buckle.
Buckle. What are you saying, buckle?
Buckle.
That's a bottle.
Nerdy wrote that too, and I
buckle
didn't. All right.
It's a buckle of water?
A buckle, yeah, with 2 Ks.
Fuck the British. Fuck the British in their eyes.
Yeah, and I agree now that coming in hard is definitely good with your landing gear down. And
no, if your landing gear's down, you're not coming in hard. I don't think. You're just coming in recklessly.
Oh, you were... So I was talking about planes. Were you talking about your penis again?
I thought the landing gear was like your balls. Like, wouldn't that be the part dangling down after the shaft of the plane there? I know the head is the cockpit. That just makes sense.
Cockpit.
Because a plane is just a dick with wings. I don't know if anyone's ever noticed, but it's just a huge cock with wings. Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong. If any commercial airline, you're just riding the skies in a big flying cock. It's even the front where the captain sit, cockpit. There's even a baggage area for your balls, for your sacks. Put your sacks in the baggage area. Your luggage. You're an aerial dick show, is what that is. As soon as I mention an aerial dick show, Irenic shows up. Wow. He's got a totally different image in his mind, though. He's like 2 guys on a fucking tight wire having a fencing competition with their penises. You know? On guard, touche, or not touche. That's not that one word. Oh, you tickled me with that one. That was a good one. I don't know. I think someone could beat me if that was the competition. They're on a tightrope and they're coming at me with a hard cock. I'm like, oh no, I'm falling off.
Yeah, I'd
Oh,
run
I'm
over.
going over. He's nubbing me in the leg. I can't take it. He's just knob thrusting into your thigh. I'm gonna fall. Aha! It's a deadly sport. I risk dry humping. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get high and say stupid things.
Well, if Sammy was here, he could back me up on this. Fencing usually occurs right in front of the toilet bowl with your partner backed against the locked bathroom door, so they don't have
Wait.
the option of stepping off the high wire.
There's no getting away.
Nope.
It's a battle to the death or something like that. Do you ever slap Sammy across the face with a glove or a condom or something? Slap. Follow me. I think just to change it up, you should smack him with the sweat sock. You know, whap. Follow me. You're not into it? Okay. All right.
Normally, just put my finger through his belt loop and just drag him.
You naughty dog. He could wake up and defend himself, but
he never has.
I meant in the stream right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now it's a different picture because you're dragging an unconscious man by his belt loop. That's questionable. Does he ever wake up with no recollection of the events and an achy butthole?
He always wakes up and says, "Hey, love."
He was aware the whole time. He was just playing. He was playing sleep. Call it playing possum. Wildheart's grinning, but he's imagining it. He's like, I wish I lived with them.
I could just sit on the sofa and watch, get all my vicarious jollies that way.
You have a buckle of water. I can't even. It ruins everything.
If it's as hot there as you say, why are you in a long sleeve shirt?
He's British. They invented clothing.
They must have. It's not even that hot here, and I'm shirtless.
Yeah, but to be fair, we have to pay you to put clothes on.
That's true.
Like, and why do you have so many banana hangers? Like, I don't understand. We've seen every form of animal with a big nose around your waist. I don't. Hey, look, it's another elephant trunk, guys. We've seen it, but this one's yellow. You know, I've seen it all, buddy. Wild nights at the compound. I got to admit something, Hubbles. I've never seen American Psycho. I own it, and I have never watched it.
I've never watched it either. I've seen little short clips.
Do you have a reason?
Just the clips that I've seen have been enough. I know the story, so I don't need to actually watch the movie.
I don't know the story. I've heard of the film. What's it about?
Tell us the story, Uncle Hubbles. Tell us the story, Uncle Hubbles.
It's about a yuppie, and he went through college, and now he's trying to work his way up the corporate ladder.
Stop. You got to explain to the British guy what a yuppie is.
No,
wow.
No,
oh, you have yuppies?
An upper class person. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Young, upwardly mobile person. Exactly. So he is, I think, at a stock trading firm, and he's trying to use his Machiavellian techniques to manipulate everybody around him. And he's finding out, oh, well, I don't actually have to be good at my work. I just have to look good at my work. So I have to have the perfect card stock for my business card. And I've got to do this exactly this way. And then it just goes like deep into his psychology. And most of it is from his perspective. So we don't know what the true story is because he's an unreliable narrator. and then he just describes things from his point of view.
Yeah, that sounds good actually.
He's a killer, right?
Yes. Yeah,
that's a
he's
big part
serial
of it.
killer.
He's a serial killer.
Oh,
and he has.
Yeah, you forgot to
Yeah,
mention.
I don't. Yeah, he didn't. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, are you going to mention the most important?
Well,
feature
that
of
wasn't the
movies?
important. That wasn't the important part to me. The important part was how he mind screws everybody.
Yes. Better to be mind screwed than cork screwed, I always say. Actually, I just said it just now for the first time, but I'm going to start saying it.
I don't know. I think you can heal from being physically corkscrewed, but to be mind screwed, it's hard to recover from that.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, he's a serial killer. See, he's also, from what I understand, the epitome of a narcissist and a sociopath.
The full dark triad, yeah. Narcissist, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, all three together.
Yeah. Let's not forget.
Are you sure that Machiavellianism is in there? Because that's just
I'm
a
just
philosophy
assuming.
or strategy.
I'm just assuming.
Okay, there was something, but anyway, I'm afraid to watch it because I'm afraid I'll relate to the character too much, except for the murder part.
Well, again, we don't really know because it's from his point of view. So it might just be in his head that he's doing all these things. Because from what I've seen from some of the scenes, if it happened in real life, there's no way he wouldn't be arrested. But yeah, I
so he's not a serial killer.
In his mind. Again, because it's an unreliable narrator, we just have to assume things, and we don't really know because it's a movie. It's not real life.
Well, now I'm fucking certain that I'll identify with the character. God damn it. Wild Heart.
I can appreciate the character even though I don't identify with it. I can appreciate all the aspects.
There are so many people that I've strangled to death in my head that never even saw a glimpse of dislike. Right? Does that's again, I'm afraid that I'm going to relate to the character now even more.
I don't think you have any of the narcissistic traits that he does.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of narcissistic traits. I'm certain of that. I'm not a narcissist. I'm pretty certain of that too. But I have a lot of the traits as part of my psychological makeup.
Okay. Well, I have to actively simulate them because as a natural person, if you knew me in my teenage years, I didn't have any of them. But as a salesperson, I had to learn to emulate them so that other people have that opinion of me.
I was just married to one for over a decade, and it becomes a way to learn to defend against them by learning all the things that they do. And some of the things that they do are actually useful and useful tools to use against them.
Very true.
Unfortunately, a lot of those tactics and techniques and manipulations stick around as part of a functional way that you deal with the world sometimes.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just being honest.
It can be part of the integration strategy. I agree.
That's why I got real weirded out or kind of my switch got flipped when St. Tommy was talking about dealing with his narcissism in a very narcissistic way. He had made that admission on your stream,
right?
And that bothered me because I'm like, that's something that I don't want to see in myself. Even the things that I do know, and most people do have some narcissistic tendencies. All children have them. Some people just don't grow out of them.
I would disagree. If you grow up with an alcoholic parent, you have no narcissistic traits because you want to hide, and I wanted to hide and just disappear.
You mean your entire childhood?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
and
I would say
until I became an adult and grew up. I'm sorry?
I say in typical situations where children aren't forced to recognize that sort of danger early on.
Right.
because the narcissist typically dislikes themselves.
True.
You know, that's why they just keep trying to become something, making a mythos, you know, becoming different things to different people all the time. And yeah, they have a very unsteady sense of self. I think Housey would probably say it that way. Anyway, I always worried about stuff like that. I had very complex diagnoses when I was a teen and onward. And then I just stopped going. I'm just going to say a bunch of things for not later. You know, then I just quit going to get help because I didn't like that they drugged me up all the time.
What happened? It got quiet. Everybody walked away. Oh, look who's out there. Ironic. Wait a minute. Am I? No. I unmuted the site.
You muted the site.
No, I wanted to make sure the site wasn't muted because I did mute the site because I had to make
okay. Well, Wildheart stepped away to use the phone. Housey's AFK and Sammy's asleep, and Hillary's and I were just discussing some things that apparently made the room go quiet.
Oh. You still talking about that gay stuff?
Yes. Nerdy's got it. Yeah.
Checking they're in a psychopath.
We were just talking about American Psycho, the movie that that Avatar that Hillary's using is from. I was saying I've never seen it, but I've heard things about it. And then Hillary said that he's seen enough of it to know what it's about. And then we were just I was self-examining.
Is that the one where we saw the trailer the other day? Someone could have sworn there was no trail, or no, that's American Beauty.
I can get you the trailer for it if you want to see it.
That was American Beauty I was thinking of. Someone said there was no, they don't remember trail for that.
Yeah, so do you want me to get that?
For what, American Psycho?
Yeah, I can.
Sure. And then I'm going to go step away again and make something to eat. So if anybody wants to come in on now, do it. Do it now. On this lovely hump day. Oh, he changed his shirt. He took a shower. He's pink.
He did not take a shower.
Took a shower?
Yeah.
Did you change your shirt?
No, I just changed my shirt. No. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
Hey,
I didn't take a shower. I'll be ridiculous.
He's enjoying his own mustiness.
No, it's short sleeve. I was taking.
Well, yeah, that was, you were wearing long sleeve shirts and you're complaining of how hot it was. So yeah, Hillary's taught you a thing.
In this fucking weather?
It's backstage.
What the fuck you doing? Huh?
It was on top of all my shirts. So it was just the first one.
Ladies.
Well,
Is that your
It's
mother's
backstage,
shirt?
Virgil.
Is that your mother's shirt? Who's backstage?
No.
Oh,
The-
I didn't give me a link. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted me to present it.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna take that out. Take that out. Put that in there. There we go.
New card. What do you think? Woohoo! Very nice.
Patrick is so sweet.
Jean,
Yes, Patrick?
would you like to accompany me to dinner? Sabrina, why don't you dance a little? Christy, get down on your knees. We're not through yet. That's a wonderful suit. You look so soft. I don't think I can control myself. If you stay, something bad will happen. I feel lethal, on the verge of frenzy. I think my mask of sanity is about to slip. Do you have any witnesses or fingerprints?
Actually, yes.
Human.
I know my behavior can be erratic sometimes. Hey, Paul!
So, what do you do?
I'm into, murders and executions mostly. I have all the characteristics of a human being, but not a single clear, identifiable emotion. I simply am not there. I just had to kill a lot of people!
Now, why would he make that his avatar?
Yeah. Is there something he's heard?
Well, he's never watched the whole movie. That's what he said. He's seen enough of it to know what it's about, though.
So you say you have some evidence. That's what the face is. Because he's answering the question in the trailer, right?
That's from the, yeah.
You got some evidence, huh? Fingerprints.
Well, you know, he is a Freemason, and they do the shh thing, so, you know, could be that. But I think it's just him pondering, him listening to people talk and pondering what they're saying. I think that's what he's trying to get across. Not murdery stuff. Not that.
I won't rule it out, though. No.
Hillary's isn't a murderer that you can prove. Nothing you can prove.
I got fingerprint.
What does this picture and this picture have in common?
Well, both of the people are from that island, but other than that, not a goddamn thing.
They're both got a pinkish. They're both wearing something pinkish.
Okay. All right. You're reaching.
Yeah. See?
It's not pink, it's red.
Bloody hell. They're fucking twins.
The pink ladies. Pink is my favorite color.
I want Irenic to come in and tell me about that new guitar. He's had it for 2 months now. It's plenty of time to. He has an outstanding looking carbon fiber guitar. I think it's from Enya, but I'm not certain. But it is sleek as hell. And I've been toying with the idea of an acoustic guitar upgrade, and I'd like to hear his review of it. Maybe he could play us a little ditty.
Yeah, come on in, Ironic. Play us a little ditty on your new.
You might be polishing a knob right now.
Baking some bread. Maybe he's baking some bread.
He can multitask. He can polish 2 knobs and play.
He might be
I've
having
seen
his.
it.
Maybe.
Just joking. Just joking. Just joking. Don't believe me.
Maybe someone's cutting his cake. Oh, come on. He has no cake. He looks like a frog in a pair of trousers. He has no cake.
Putting that bread in the oven. And your Pro Mini, he loves it so far.
Can we hear it? Come let us hear it. It's carbon fiber. That means it can't warp. It can't. It can get wet and it'll still be fine. Like he could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
it's
why
cool.
did Enya? Is that I think of the artist Enya.
I'll show you since he's gonna be a bitch.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'll find.
That's what I was gonna. That's what I was gonna say. It reminded me of the artist, Anya. Yeah. You took the
It's
word.
a fairly new company.
So,
Took the words right out of my mouth. Must
Come
have
and
been
knock
while
on
you
our
were
door.
kissing me.
All right, here's his fucking guitar.
Here's
He
his
won't
fuck-
show it to you.
Welcome back.
It's beautiful. Look at that thing.
It does look like a graphite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sexy as hell. The little sound hole on it and everything. I wouldn't fuck it or anything, but Irenic would.
Fuck that hole. That's a big hole to fuck.
Yeah. Can I play this?
That is a big hole.
Are we going to hear it, or are we just going to hear him talk about it?
Yeah, you get to hear it. Hold on. Yeah, you'll get to hear it.
Channel, you guys. Hope you're all doing very well today. As you can see, we've got, well, a pretty interesting guitar to share with you guys in the studio today, and beyond just its interesting construction, the shape. So let's jump in and check it out. It's light this week. I mean, just look at the top of this guitar. Absolutely incredible. Looks so cool. I'm a huge fan of carbon fiber, but the downside of carbon fiber guitars is, well, they've always been horribly expensive. There's huge advantages to using carbon fiber, especially in acoustic guitars, but the price tag has always been up here. And when you look at this guitar and you look at the top, you look at the shape of it, the sound hole, it all looks very expensive and high-end, but this is actually the most affordable full-sized carbon fiber guitar I've ever played, with the base model coming in well under $1,000. But of course, the showstopper is that carbon fiber top. Very cool.
That's nice. Under 1,000, he said?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's like $550 or something like that, which is he
Looks
can correct
light,
me.
too. It looks very light.
Oh
Jeez.
yeah. Yeah, and it's like super durable. You know, people worry about their guitars getting smashed and shit. Oh, and it's got all these electronics on it. See, he doesn't want to brag, but look at the preamp and all that on there. I mean, it's a sweet bit of. Well, let's hear how it sounds, because I don't want to say all that and then it sounds like shit.
All right, you guys, let's find out what the X4 Pro sounds like. I should remind you, I'm not plugged into anything at all. I have my mic right here, the OC18 from Austrian Audio, and everything you're hearing is coming directly from the sound hole to the mic, and that's it. All the effects, everything is coming directly from inside the guitar. So I do have the preamp on, as you can see there. So we've got some delay and some verb, and let's just play an E minor 9 so you guys can sort of hear what that sounds like. So yeah, that, verb really does give, a nice spacious tone, of course, with that delay as well.
Not an ovation.
So that's kind of like the...
You don't know what?
It says not an ovation. I like how the ovations sound.
I always found them to be a little thin.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about those thin ones that have the little
No, the
leaves around the
acoustic
holes.
ovations. They got a nice full sound, it seems. No?
it has a more woody sound than this. Raw has some point out there, but Carbon has no sound. It does have a sound. It has its own sound, but it's very reflective rather than like sound absorbing the way that wood sort of dampens things a little bit. This just makes more and more ringy kind of sound. You know, it's very
I hear
chimey.
it. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that's why.
So you're picking up them.
It threw me off a little bit. Yeah, when he did that, I was like, wait a minute, because I'm expecting more of a full wood soft sound. I was expecting something like that.
Let's see if he changes any of the settings.
Nice.
And then let's put the effects back in. There it goes.
It might sound better without the effects. I think it sounds better without the effects.
Yeah, I think it depends on what effects he's using.
Yeah, whatever.
I want to hear him. I want to hear him fucking jam a little bit on it. So that slow picking's not telling me what I want to hear. I want to hear some framming.
Yeah, there.
It's got a good tone for some types of music, I imagine, but there's something that
I'm really gonna know till you hear it in person too, right?
Yep. And if Ironic would just swallow his pride and come in here and show us his sexy guitar,
Wood gets
it's
better.
framming gay, man. Nerdy. Framming has uses for gay and straight purposes, so it's not exclusively gay.
This is crazy.
Yes.
We'll get better over time. Welcome.
What's up, shitmouth?
I know where your mind went.
Doesn't he look like he's been eating ass? Look at his mustache beard combo. It's just straight ass eating. Look at that.
Is that what ass eating looks like?
It does when he does it, yeah. Look at his teeth. That's what teeth look like that he had. All the pubes sticking out of him and shit. Yeah, I imagine it does have good sound projection outdoors. I'd like to hear it through an amplifier. I'd like to hear that. So it's just the piezo pickup.
Is there an output for an amp?
Oh, certainly there must be. Maybe I'm wrong. Does it? $529. There better be a fucking input jack. Output jack.
Output.
It's output.
Does that have an output jack, Ironic? Is his different from the one we just saw? He said.
I don't think so. I think that's the same one.
It says Pro Mini.
It's $529. That's a decent investment to spend. So I can see wanting it to last forever. And at carbon fiber, there's a good chance it's never going to warp. That'll never happen.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a jack. She's got the jack. Dun, dun.
Never apologize for singing AC/DC.
Yes, I should stop doing
it. Apologize for giving girls the jack.
Yeah. Which actually in the song is gonorrhea.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said you should apologize.
Yeah.
If it was roses, you would need to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every rose got a thorn.
I don't think that Wild Heart's ever given a girl gonorrhea.
No, I'm not.
No?
To my knowledge, I've never had a sexually transmitted disease.
To your knowledge.
But there was something you can have without noticing. I've heard.
Oh, for decades, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is the reason that you don't know if you've ever gotten one or not, is that because you've never gone and got tested?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And plus all the prostitutes insist on wearing a condom. So
Yeah, but you might be riddled with syphilis and don't even know it.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes you go mad. You go mad.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. Yeah, I might have syphilis.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Harley, what I'm going to do? I don't know what I'm going to do now. Might as well go all the way.
Buckle of water. You don't want to make it all about you, do you, Wildheart?
No.
No.
That's the least of my intentions. Yeah.
Ask Wildheart about his hairpiece.
Okay, I'll bite. Tell us about your little piece of hair.
About a hairpiece.
Oh,
we got 10 viewers now. 10 viewers wondering about your hairpiece.
Well, this is herpes.
Herpes.
Oh, herpes.
Herpes.
Oh. See, I didn't get that. Herpes.
I've never
When
had
he
herpes.
said, say herpes.
Herpes.
Hairpiece. Hairpiece. Oh. I see.
Are you drinking vodka?
No, it's water. Unfortunately.
That's a lie. You're a lying sack of shit and you know it. You don't just drink.
I
You've
couldn't
never
drink it.
just drinking water. Drunk water?
Honestly, it's just water. I couldn't drink that much vodka. Not
Sure
straight.
you could. What the fuck are you talking about? You couldn't drink that much vodka. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. I've watched you down liquor, like straight out of the bottle, you psycho. And then throw the empty bottle against the wall.
Yeah, but I always get a face on. You know, when I'm drinking vodka, it's straight.
When you get a face on, make a bit of a weird face.
Yeah. Yeah, this
and he does the ba 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 ba.
That's right. Well, I'm glad that you're not drinking.
And here's Raw.
Would the reason that you're not drinking be because you don't have the money to get the alcohol?
No, it's through choice.
Well, good man. Good man. And this you are drinking some though, right? Because, you know, there's no way that you could go cold turkey. You would die.
No, I went to detox, so can't go over that. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, okay. What's up, Raw? Now, Raw, you're not drinking and driving, are you, Raw?
No.
I'm not driving. I'm in the back seat. I just got it in neutral. It's just rolling.
Right.
Are we driving around our property?
Pulling up.
There's home. There's home. There's home. Right there. Wait, you just passed home.
Nope,
Where are we
there it
going?
is.
Wait,
Nope, there it
another
is.
home. Another home.
There's a whole
Tiny
neighborhood.
home. Mm-hmm. Where are we going, Raw? 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 Don't hear you.
Oh, another home. Somebody lives in that little boat. Don't laugh, Will. That's where I live. I live right
There's
there.
the work of art. That's the work of art right there.
Oh, it's a work of art.
Well, you guys are joking, but he was saying earlier, Will, there's still time to get in the boat.
That's what Noah was telling everybody.
Yeah.
Good old Noah. He was from Florida, too.
Florida man, Florida
What is this going on in that arc?
We're home.
That's where we're going. We're home.
Home.
Florida is racist.
Right, Raw? I mean, wasn't there a lot of incest going on after Noah? No? A lot of inbreeding.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah. It must have been because there was only 2 people. Oh, no, 8 people.
Only 8?
Yeah.
4 couples.
All in his family.
One of them might not
Yeah.
have been able to have kids anymore. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, there's got to be some incest.
How you guys doing?
Doing awesome.
Well, Hart.
I'm hungry.
Will,
I'm leaving. I'm stepping
Hillary.
away. I'm going to get something to eat. I haven't eaten yet. Is that okay? Can I do that? Now that you're here, Raw. Yeah, Raw's here to keep everybody,
Company.
in line. Right, Raw? Okay.
That's right.
That's right now. That's right. That's right. All right. So Manchester's like the south of the United States, right? So you get something like in common, you and Raw. Wild Heart and Raw.
No, it's an off.
You're like Hicks. You're both like Hicks. Rednecks.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's everything that way. Yeah. The poor people.
Are all rednecks poor?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're going from Manchester.
Any rich rednecks?
Are rednecks poor? That's a good question, John.
Are all rednecks poor? That's what I'm saying.
No.
One might have won the lottery.
What makes a redneck a redneck?
I consider myself. I consider myself a rich redneck, but you know.
A rich redneck, huh? Didn't know that.
Come about what's on it?
Well, I consider myself rich.
I would consider Rod to be rich. Large family, nice property.
It's relative, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
How are we getting a loop? What's going on with the loop?
The who? Who? Luton? You say Luton? Who's Luton? You Luton?
I'm getting a loop feedback for some reason.
Oh, I'm getting noise from you.
Yeah, I've got YouTube open.
Let me check his settings. Let me try maybe his background noise. No, he looks pretty good. Actually, his volume is low. Now I know why. All right, faggots. I'll be right back.
Is there faggots or faggots?
Faggots. All right, faggots.
Faggots.
Is it faggots or faggots? Faggot. 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 I forgot. I forgot. All right, forgot.
So is it going well? What's going on? Oh, he's trying to say something.
He's muted now.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to figure out which tab was left open where he was getting the feedback.
And speaking of which, I've just been on the phone to my mum, and she says I've got to get something to eat today. So, yeah, thanks, Bojo. Although he's away as well, but yeah, I gotta go. Cheers, always. Good to see you.
All right, see you later. Yeah, I'm the only one that's not muted.
What if I was rich? Would that surprise any of you?
It would not surprise me. For instance, the corporation that you own?
Well, I do have, the Williamson Corporation. That's true.
Yep.
Funny, right? There's that loop again.
Well, thanks for the hospitality. I'm going to get some lunch now that Broja made me think of it. And guess I'll catch up with y'all later. Ninja vanish.
Yeah, I'm in the same position. It's 2 p.m. here and I haven't eaten yet. So nobody says anything quick, I'm going to be AFK. I thought Irenic was going to come in, but I guess not. I know he never said that he was going to. I just kind of anticipated that he would. Because he's always good for conversation.
Oh, that's it, huh? Everybody left. All right. Ironic says he'll join when he comes back. Maybe. Yeah. I was just stepped outside a second. It's beautiful out. I should be outside, really. I'll play a song. Yeah, this one's for Wild Heart. There you go, Wild Heart.
He's a 40-year-old mama's boy from Manchester, but his life's in shambles. He's a total disaster. He's always drinking, never sober, always plastered. He's a slave to his addiction. He can't break the pattern. Alcoholic mama's boy from Manchester, living life on the edge. It's a total disaster. Always drinking, never sober, always plastered. He's a slave to his addiction. He can't break the pattern. He's lost his job, he's lost his friends, he's lost his way, but he can't stop drinking. He does it every day. He's a broken man, he's in a downward spiral. He needs help, but he's too proud to ask for a revival. Alcoholic mama's boy from Manchester, living life on the edge. It's a total disaster. Always drinking, never sober, always plastered. He's a slave to his addiction. He can't break the pattern, 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 His mama tries to help him, but he won't listen. He's too busy drinking, he's always missing. His family's worried, they don't know what to do, but he's too far gone, he's lost in his brew. Alcoholic mama's boy from Manchester, living life on the edge. It's a total disaster. Always drinking, never sober, always plastered. He's a slave to his addiction. He can't break the pattern. He's living in a haze, he can't see the light. He's drowning in his sorrows, he can't win the fight. But there's still hope, he can turn it all around. He can beat his addiction, he can stand his ground. Alcoholic mama's boy from Manchester, living life on the edge. It's a total disaster. Always drinking, never sober, always placid. He's a slave to his addiction. He can break the pattern. It's time to wake up. It's time to take control. It's time to face the truth and heal your soul. You can beat this addiction. You can find a way. You can be a better man starting from today.
Mr. Hex.
Yo, are we all just raving alone? in our rooms.
You missed the party. I stepped away to go make something to eat, and yeah, everybody left. Will's gone. House is gone. Roy came in. Wildheart was here. Hillary's is back. Sammy's
Yeah.
asleep.
I just got back.
So there we go. Freemasons in the house.
Ooh.
Is there a holy day for Freemasons?
No, not really.
Not really, but you couldn't tell me if there was, right?
No, I would answer a little bit. At first, I wanted to say not really. Then I would say the high and low days of St. John.
Oh, well, but you're York, right?
Right.
Right. Yeah, it's not.
They're not the real Freemasons?
No,
we're not.
the
we're an
York Rite
independent
is
body.
explicitly Christian.
It's called independent body.
Yeah.
But no,
They're
the
like-
Blue Lodge doesn't.
Yeah. There are like important days, but they're not like actual holidays or anything.
Is the 33rd day of the year a holiday?
Nope. And 33rd is only important for Scottish Rite.
Yeah, whenever you hear a conspiracy theorist, right? They're always talking about the 33rd or the 110th or whatever. They have no idea. I have thought about joining the Shriners because I want to drive a little go-kart.
When I first got in, I thought that the quicker I went up the ranks, I believed all the nonsense, all the conspiracy stuff about, oh yeah, once you get high enough, you learn all this stuff. So I just shot up as quick as I could. And then I realized, nope, it's nothing like we were told.
Oh my, yeah, but you don't even get in. I don't know as much about the York Rite, but the Scottish Rite has all the wacky philosophy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they're Christians.
And in the shrine, you cross the hot sands and do a couple other things, but it's basically just play. It's like being in a fraternity, and it's just different games. You don't really learn anything deep and meaningful.
Mm-hmm. There you go. So, 7 people watching. Hello, folks. 8 people. Don't forget to give a like. Hit that like. Come on. 4 more people here. If you're here or
You know
not.
what? I don't think I hit the like button.
Hit that like button. Fast.
Well, like 3 hours ago, we were talking about weaponized honesty.
Oh, I love weaponized honesty.
That's what I said too. And then they tested to make sure I did. And yes, I love it. Show me all my warts. Show me all my bad sides, because then I can improve on them.
Oh, I mean, I didn't think of that as weaponized. I think of weaponized as like a way to hurt someone else.
That's what it was. Sammy was showing videos of this, I don't know, Southeast Asian guy. I forget if he was Filipino, but like he was being brutally honest to his customers.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was just saying that I prefer that, because then everyone knows exactly where they stand. And then they're like, oh, Hillary's, let's test that out. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of the I'm debating with someone on here that I don't particularly like, and I know they're not going to believe me. So I pick some information they don't know that they probably need to know, and I make it as precise as possible. So then they're just screwed.
Right. As soon as they deny it, you're like, well, here it is.
Or when they run across it themselves, maybe they just look at it and go, "Oh, that's that bullshit."
Huh.
Yeah, it was this guy.
I have a question for you. Why are we using a dirty file on me? Because that looks real gross. Yeah, that right there.
This came from your skin, girl.
It wasn't dirty before you put it on
No,
me.
I use a brand new file every time on every client.
That
But
looks really sticky.
yeah,
gross.
while you relaxing, this all came from your callus.
How crazy? Are you serious?
I'm not making it up. Look,
Dude,
dude,
it's like snowing.
it's worse than snow,
yeah,
girl.
it is really
This thing look like mud.
Yeah, that's gross.
You see what I'm saying? You don't have a foot file at home or something?
Not like that, no.
Get this. It's by Beyond the Cream. It's nanoclass. You don't have to replace the pad. I have this over a year, and it's still sharp.
It doesn't hurt though. I love
No,
that.
it doesn't hurt at all. But you thought I was using a dirty foot file?
Yeah, it looks gross.
Never. I would do that. This is all from you, girl.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Cover your mouth. I don't want you to get lung cancer.
Might as well use some sandpaper. Yeah, I don't want to get lung cancer.
Girl, that's disgusting. But yeah, that's pretty crazy, right?
That is.
Get this foot file. I'm telling you, you're gonna love it.
Okay, I'll have to. Where do I get it?
I'll leave the link right down below.
I'll leave a link down below.
Not at the call. Thank you. Just click on.
And then you'll never have to come back to him again.
And then he was talking about the difference between foot smell and Hello Kitty smell. And then he starts putting on masks to like get rid of her hoo-hoo odor.
That was so funny.
Yeah.
Put on 4 masks. The only issue I have with what you said, Hillary, is that, but what if they're wrong?
Then that gets exposed, but at least then we know. But if a person tells me, then there's no question about what information they've got. But if they just play the silent game, it really ticks me off because I believe that they're wrong, but until they tell me what their position is, how do I know that they're wrong? And that's why I don't like making assumptions. Tell me what your deal is. Let's look at it, and then we can decide. And I'll tell you what mine is. And then if I'm wrong, please show me that I'm wrong.
No, well, I was saying that you were saying that if someone has brutally honest with you, then at least it's something you can improve upon. But the thing I'm saying, if they're wrong about what they're saying about you, then there's no need for improvement.
You're right.
Yeah.
And that's the risk that I take, that if they give me bad information and I make the mistake of believing they're bad information, then I'm screwed.
So anything interesting happened today in the world? I haven't really looked at the news.
Neither have I.
Did SpaceX go up? I see $2 trillion valuation. $2 trillion. I'm seeing a headline. What? Nick Benzino.
Actually, that's
Just go away. Okay.
I think the women have food and they have all the dogs in the room.
How many dogs do you have? 5? 5 dogs?
Oh no, no, 4.
4.
I didn't know what you said to start with. We got 2 German Shepherds and 2 Beagles.
I thought the gay guy would be pissed that I dropped his party. I wasn't pissed.
My brain did not catch the meaning of that.
I had I had 2 calls for last minute for the same date.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
So this guy he calls out, he's telling me it's like a screening event. I was all right, pretty cool. And I found out since it's in June, I guess Pride Month, it's a gay movie. I guess you would call it a gay movie. So they're having a party afterwards, so they want a DJ. And I said, okay. But he was like, they're so fucking late. And he still didn't get the deposit to me. And then meanwhile, I get another call from a past client, and they needed somebody last minute. I was like, okay. And it was going to be a little more time, a little more money. And she was willing to pay right away. That's what I did. Drop the gay guy. I dropped the gay party for the birthday party.
You could have negotiated. Maybe the gay guys would have slipped you a little something extra.
I'm sure he would have. I feel it was going to be a headache. I could just imagine. Last minute. I had no idea what kind of music he wanted. I have to go up looking up gay playlists.
Well, there are gay playlists though, like the 20
Yeah.
most famous songs, and
Sure. I did my first gay wedding earlier this year. It was in January. 2 guys.
did they say you?
Yeah.
Did they say you may now kiss the husband?
It's a good question. I don't remember now what they said. I don't remember. It was actually a good party. It was a good time. They were cool. No, everything was good. They were very laid back. It was awesome. All right, smoking some banana boo boo. All right. Oh, who just came in? Who popped in? We have an ironic.
Excellent.
What's up?
What's
that?
What's the shirt say?
Is my sound okay? I just have my laptop there.
Yeah. The man, the myth, the legend.
The man, the myth, the legend. Who would that be talking about? You getting kind of weird faces when you're walking around with that shirt? Strange looks or anything like that?
No, they just usually, tell me they're glad to finally meet me.
You legend, you. So what's on your mind, Ironic?
Oh, I was just getting ready to make a ham sandwich.
Okay.
That's about it right now. It started raining. I was going to work outside, but it wasn't supposed to rain today at all. My weather program told me like 2 days ago that Wednesday will be the next no precipitation day. And it just had like a 20-minute thunderstorm roll over me.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's it's not unexpected myself. I mean, but if they don't know what they're fucking talking about, why don't they just shut up? Speaking of being honest. Right, Hillary's?
If weathermen were perfectly honest, right? Every day be like, I don't know what's gonna happen. Looks like rain, but not sure.
Tut tut, looks like rain.
Well, one night during a thunderstorm and they were having tornadoes overhead, the weatherman came on and said, well, when I say it's 90% chance of rain and it's pouring down, people wonder, why are you saying 90%? It's clearly 100%. He's like, but look at the size of our viewing area. It's going to rain over 90% of our viewing area. That's what that means.
Well, I usually see the word chance. It's like 90% chance of precipitation.
Right.
I mean, that just seems like they're manipulating you if that means 90% of our coverage area or something. I don't know.
You're right.
I'm assuming, I mean, they have my location. It's a little dot that shows up on their radar map when I'm looking at the storms, rolling through. So they know. I thought that was specific to my point, my pinpoint. That information seems to, logically it's tied up to my location, my nearest weather point.
It should be. You're right. And that's how I am too. When my mom says, "Oh, it's supposed to rain," and then I give her our exact zip code, and I can even get down to the local weather station at the closest school, and I can say, "Well, but the weather forecast you're getting is for 100 miles away, and the one I'm getting for is 1.2 miles away. So which do you think is going to be more accurate for here?" Well, on the TV it said, on the TV it said over this viewing area, it's going to be this. And we're clearly not in Corpus Christi.
How did you know you weren't in Corpus Christi? Why was it so obvious?
Because I know the location of where I'm at.
Well, how is that different from Corpus Christi?
It is a significant number of miles.
Oh.
Although in an overarching meta sense, we're all in the body of Christ. So I guess in a sense, we're all in Corpus Christi. Waiting to see if any microphones come unmuted. I'm not in the body of Christ.
I wouldn't know even if I was.
It'd be hard to. I mean, how could you prove someone wrong?
Exactly.
It'd be pretty difficult.
How strong was Jesus?
He took on 12 sailors.
He carried the weight of the world's sins on his shoulders.
Hmm.
Did he work out regularly? Did he have to?
He was a carpenter, probably by, by occupation, he would be a.
Wait, we assume he's a carpenter. How does it say anywhere in the Bible he's a carpenter?
It says the word builder, and
Joseph was a carpenter.
Right, his father was a carpenter.
Well, that's what tells you, it's a family thing.
But he was a fisherman.
that was only much later.
He wasn't a fisherman.
He was a fisher of men, but that was only after he was 30. And realistically, wood was extremely rare in that area. He was most likely a stonemason. Let's see how many people get upset at that claim.
Are you calling Jesus a Freemason?
I missed it, but who was the stonemason?
Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh.
They say he was a carpenter, but in reality, wood is extremely rare in that region, so he is most likely a stonemason.
Yeah, I heard about that. Like his, the word used to describe his dad is more of handyman than woodworker or carpenter.
A handyman.
Yeah.
Well, that might have been on purpose then to describe the poverty-rich environment Jesus was born into, maybe.
Maybe. Like, it's not like Bethlehem, or not Bethlehem.
Jerusalem.
Yeah. Well, it's not like this where he grew up in was poor. It was just small. Is the issue, right? And they would have, to get work, they probably would have had to travel to a city nearby. And there were cities nearby that they could travel to in like an hour, right? They weren't very far away from everything. But he probably wasn't a carpenter. There just wasn't enough of that to go around. He probably did carpentry, right? But he probably also did stoneworking and bricks and fixing roofs and all that stuff.
Helping the ladies out. The handyman in town.
Saying he was a plumber laying some pipe?
Homemade sourdough sandwich bread.
It's good.
There we go. Smell it from here. Oh, look at him.
I usually make them a little thinner slice than that.
That's thin. Making a sandwich. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You're making a ham sandwich. A Bethlehem sandwich.
A Bethlehem sandwich.
I couldn't help it because Sir, he pronounced it Bethlehem. I was like, Bethlehem. Is it Bethlehem? Bethlehem. Bethlehem and Swiss. Holy Swiss. Holy thing I got.
Little Sargento.
Sharp cheddar. I like sharp cheddar. I like very sharp cheese.
I don't like. I don't like. I don't like mild cheddars at all. They're like too bland or whatever. I don't know. I don't like them.
Yeah.
I don't like Colby cheese. Have anybody eat that stuff?
No, I don't like that. No.
I like all kinds of cheese.
I mean, I like different kinds, but I just don't like bland cheeses.
I do love cheese though. Jesus. It's Jesus. There's Jesus. Jesus crust. I love Jesus.
Man, I love cheese.
I love cheeses. Yes. Ham is Swiss. It's good. Turkey Swiss. Some lettuce, onion, mayo.
I usually eat maybe cheddar cheese, Swiss cheese, provolone.
Mm-hmm.
I'll eat cottage cheese in my lasagna. I don't like cottage cheese by itself, or I don't like any Roquefort or anything like that.
If I have cottage cheese, it has to be with pineapple.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's popular. I remember that being popular. Worked at the restaurant.
I do like it with pineapple and usually some ground beef.
Okay, interesting.
Get that protein. Serb eats jugs of fucking cottage cheese. Fucking
yeah, cottage cheese.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
We go to Costco and they have like gallon containers of cottage cheese.
Gallon of cottage cheese.
And of course, sandwich isn't a sandwich, you know.
Miracle Whip. Isn't that fake stuff? What is in that stuff? That's not mayo, though, right? That's not mayo.
It's probably called a sandwich spread, but yeah. High fructose corn syrup, vinegar, modified cornstarch, eggs, salt, natural flavor, mustard, flour. You know. Usually, like if I have time, I like to find out how to make like my own, how to make my own mayonnaise or whatever. Like, I'll probably start making my own butter pretty soon.
Olive oil, eggs, and some other stuff.
Right. I mean,
for Miracle Whip.
The mayonnaise, you mean?
For mayo?
Yeah, to make
mayo's just oil and eggs.
Yeah, that's right. I get it. It's pretty simple.
Miracle Whip has some stuff in it.
But yeah, I mean, anytime I can eliminate any kind of processed stuff, I like to do that.
Honestly, the making your own butter is probably not worth it unless you have your own cow.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to make it expensive.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's going to be more expensive than just buying like pure butter.
Oh, dang, that's right. 333.
Yeah, but
333. Cheers. Praise 9.
But imagine eating your own butter is kind of cool, right?
Well, there is one thing, another dairy product that is cheaper to make it yourself, and it's easy. Yogurt.
Oh yeah, right, exactly. If you can turn milk into yogurt, right?
Oh, I can't stand yogurt.
You can make it in a crock pot.
Ugh.
Well, yogurt is just like cheese. I don't know what's the.
I don't know what it is. The consistency. I don't know
Well,
what it is.
What about do you eat sour cream on a potato?
Yeah, I actually enjoy sour cream with with some
Tell me the difference between plain yogurt and sour cream.
I don't know.
It's slightly milder.
I mean, I'm just saying, there ain't much difference.
I think so. I think it can. It's
Yogurt's a little more tangy, maybe, right, or something.
Tangy, liquidy.
Liquidy.
More liquidy.
What kind of yogurt are you eating?
If it sits on the
sour
My-
cream.
I would say yogurt and sour cream are about the same
About the
consistency.
same. Yeah, you're right. About the same. Lumpy, right? Usually.
Sour cream's creamy, pretty creamy.
No, just something about yogurt.
Oh yeah.
Well, you could just, if you don't like the texture, you can just get Greek yogurt.
Ugh.
Ugh.
It's just thicker yogurt.
About no yogurt.
Yogurt's good for you.
Yeah, in my 20s, I would switch between yogurt and cottage cheese every other day.
So I eat a lot of bagels. So I found this cheese make. Anyway, I didn't like the fact that I was out, eating so much Kraft cream cheese. Just like maybe for political reasons, and plus, the extra shit they put in it.
Wait. Kraft cheese is political?
The Kraft family? Yeah.
But didn't they sell Kraft cheese?
I don't know, but really it goes back to what I was saying before.
All right.
I mean, I just like to eliminate that shit from my diet. Anything processed, but like even like Philadelphia, it's because, Philadelphia brand cream cheese is like the only cream cheese to buy, really, right?
Yeah, it's Kraft Heinz now. Isn't that owned by Warren Buffett?
Probably.
Oh,
But does that work?
but it's too close to John Kerry in my opinion, so whatever.
Thanks. You vote with your wallet.
Exactly.
Vote with your wallet.
But this is a good sandwich.
Yeah. It's getting difficult when it's more difficult when you comes down to a handful of companies making everything.
Right.
That's true.
I mean, it makes me sick thinking about the corporate conglomerate that makes up, all of our groceries, all the stuff on our grocery house. What sickens me is all that shit in Washington that goes on that, precipitated and enabled it all.
Well, we can go clear back to the Roman Senate if we're going to talk about that and how it was just a few men making all the decisions.
Yeah, the Spartans had a good setup for the time period. Only men could vote, but women had all the money.
Why do they have all the money?
Because unlike everywhere else, the women inherited the money when the man died. And Spartan men used to die a lot. And they could get remarried.
But then they have to worry about the guys being after their money.
Yeah. A lot of them stayed widow after a little while. But
well, it would protect the status of women in the society much better.
Yeah, there's lots of instances we know of where like kings would go to the women and beg them for money for war.
Sure.
And the women were like, lots of times the women were like, I don't want my son to die. Nah, no thanks.
Yeah, don't like my war, yeah. I don't want my friend's son's dying either. My other rich widow friends.
I could be for a war in Iran if all the politicians that voted for it had to be part of the front lines.
Ooh, sorry. Oh, pulled a muscle.
Pulled a muscle.
See, I'm for a war in Iran because I don't like nuclear weapons.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. There are no nuclear weapons. There are no nuclear weapons.
I agree. There are no nuclear weapons.
Remember, they were obliterated months ago.
Sir.
Everything.
Not everything.
No, they were obliterated. Trump said they got months ago.
Yeah, the equipment. Yeah, but all the refined stuff's still sitting there.
Set them back years.
Yeah, they had to rebuild all that stuff. But I also don't like a religious regime that wants the world to end trying to get nukes. I also don't like that.
Is that why they had a fatwa against nuclear weapons?
Oh, you mean the fake one that they just said to the public to try to appease people? That one?
You got some Jews like that too, you know. The Jews want.
How is Iran any faker than America?
Or Jews, or the Jews.
I don't think that matters. America could be even faker.
What about the Zionist Jews? They want the end of the world too.
Your argument is might make.
Hold on. Are you sure about that?
Well, no. Might does make right, but that's not my argument.
No, I'm saying not makes right, but hey, the world is the way it is, so we might as well fuck them before they fuck us.
Oh,
no, that's not my.
We go again.
That's not my argument either.
Is it a pragmatic argument you make, or what?
Yeah. I don't want people that want the world to end to have nuclear weapons. That affects me personally.
What evidence is there of that?
That they enrich uranium above 7%.
Don't we have a uranium?
Absolutely, we do.
Yes.
But you know what? We're not. We're not a religious regime trying to end the world.
Right, but they might just be a regime trying to keep in power.
No,
after watching something like what happened.
Yeah, exactly. They want to stay in power.
That's where this is going.
Yeah, so let's get rid of them.
No, I'm saying if they look around and see what happened in Libya, I mean that would be the biggest reason to go ahead and get a nuke because they were doing that before Libya. They've been trying to do this for a while. But like look, even let's just say you're right. So what? America's been fucking with them for forever. So
sure. Let's just say you're right. So what?
Right, they're not a threat to us. There's no nuclear
as long as
threat.
we keep them not a threat to us.
No
Yes.
nuclear threat. It's all propaganda made up by Israel. That's what I think.
Oh, that's fine. I have to stay in tune with the facts on the ground. I can't just go, oh, it's the Jews.
Yeah, you mean the propaganda on the ground is what I'm hearing from you.
Yeah, well, according to themselves, they've enriched uranium above 7%.
That's right. There's nothing wrong with it. Any nation has a right to do that. If you're a sovereign nation, you can do that. And
what do you mean rights?
This can't just be about nukes. This cannot just be about nukes.
Wait, what do you mean rights?
They signed treaties signing away those rights, so they no longer have those rights.
Well, they don't have rights on the first. States don't have rights.
Agreed. But he's making the argument that Iran has a right to a nuke, and I'm saying that they signed away their rights, any rights that they may or may not have had.
How? When
they signed their deals with the international community, with the EU, and with America.
I thought Trump is the one who got eliminated the JFCOA or whatever it was.
He did, but you know why he did? Because Iran.
For Israel's sake.
No, Iran blocked the inspectors.
Yeah, they've been in breach of contract basically from the time that they signed it. So it's non-enforceable. So there's no reason for us to observe it because they haven't observed it.
No, we're not part of the agreement either.
Yeah, we're not part of any agreement right now.
So there's no agreement right now going on.
Yeah, that's why we're blowing them up.
Exactly. That's why I was going to say we should go bomb the shit.
Iran is not doing anything that Israel hasn't done and continues to do.
Okay, and
side issue.
Okay, and what?
Yeah, that's an irrelevant side issue, saying that they're
it's not irrelevant because Israel is the greatest threat to Americans.
Okay, but we'll bomb them next to get rid of their nukes. How about that? You're not making an argument to not stop Iran. You're making an argument to also stop Israel.
No, I'm saying there is no threat from Iran the threat is from Israel. Everything from Iran you believe is make believe. Mostly.
No.
That's what I think.
Really? I mean, I believe their leader when they said they had 60% uranium.
So what?
Why would they lie? They know
You can't-
they know it endangers them. And they said it anyway.
No, they have a right to make the uranium as much as they want.
You know,
how much,
states don't
how
have
much
rights.
uranium do we have at 60%?
States don't have rights. We have a ton of it.
No, if America can do it, so can any other nation.
Nope. Doesn't work that way.
States don't have rights. Yeah, get over that. States are
There's
not
an
people. They're not human
there's
beings.
The international order that was established after World War II that supposedly is,
If they want uranium for energy,
right? It's a rules-based order.
if they want
Enforced
to
by what? Enforced by us having nuclear weapons.
Yeah, ask yourself if the UN, the rules-based order, is pro-nuclear proliferation.
Look, are we arguing what is or what ought to be or who's the fuck up here or?
I'm arguing when Iran.
I don't think we really know how much uranium Iran has.
We can fucking do whatever we want because we're the biggest guy and we're the bully.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not
So
my
all
argument
you're
either.
Talking about is the bullies ruling the world like always.
That's not my argument either. My argument is
Yeah, it is. That is.
there's no good reason for them to have it. It's a threat to us for them to have it. We can stop them from having it.
Wait, there is a good reason.
No good reason for
There's a good reason for them to have it, sir.
Reason for Iran
not for us, for them.
Yeah, for them.
There is. Yeah,
for
fuck them.
There is a good reason for them.
Right, just like for us is to have a good reason.
I don't know why is anyone making an argument that an existential threat should be left to exist when you can stop it?
Because America isn't going to just be wiped off the map by just anybody that. I mean, aren't you you're describing America?
I think more the threats within than it is without to America, to tell you the truth.
Oh, maybe, but that doesn't make external existential threats not a problem. Right? There's a problem out there, and then there's also a problem in here. That's ignore the problem out there.
What about the problem of people making up problems?
But where
yeah, great. There's no problem too.
What you guys argue?
Right. So what do we do about you?
Oh, I'm not making stuff up, so you're not gonna worry about me.
No, you are making stuff up.
Why? I'm believing them when they say they have uranium.
You might not be making it up, but you're believing falsehoods.
I mean, do you not believe them when they said they had 60% uranium?
I don't care about them having 60%.
Okay, so I'm not making stuff up, am I?
How you know that? Wait a minute. How do you know they're just not throwing their dick around? How you know they're not just throwing it? Hold on, if I may. How you know they're not just throwing their dick around saying, "Yeah, we got it. We have uranium." It's just like saying we have a missile that can reach you when we really don't. We're just bluffing.
Okay, so the reason why I don't believe that they're just bluffing is because that's high enough to get them bombed, but it's low enough that they can't make a nuke right now. So saying that they have 60% uranium is astoundingly stupid.
If my neighbor says that they kidnapped my kid and I can't find my kid and I shoot my neighbor in the head, am I the bad guy or did my neighbor?
Wait a minute, you
screw
can't
up?
find. Wait. Iran has uranium you can't find.
I know we found
Is that what you're saying?
I was talking about my kid.
Yeah, I know, but you're
But
making
in this
you're trying to make-
situation, no. Yeah,
you
in
make
this-
comparing it to Iran, no? And
Well,
uranium.
I wasn't making a direct comparison. My thing was that if my neighbor says something, whether it's true or it's a lie, I'm justified in my actions if it's believable.
If it's believable. So
Yeah.
what makes it believable besides someone just saying they have 60%? What makes it believable that they do?
Us having
What
satellites.
makes possessing 60% worthy of being attacked?
I
That's
thought
what I want to know.
I thought Brojo
can't I
was
have
asking me.
60%?
Anything above 7 is worth being attacked.
I thought Brojo was asking me when we have satellite imagery showing the facilities where they're doing enrichment in the mountains, when we know how many tons of uranium that they have, and yet they're refusing to allow us to inspect it, then that's a credible threat.
What makes
That's
you? Why do we believe those numbers?
Hold on, Ironic.
Because we know them.
No, who knows them?
Because we have spies that track the movement of the yellow kid.
And who do those spies talk to? Where's that information supposedly coming from?
Irenic, right? Relax, Irenic. You're getting a little bit emotional. I have a
CIA.
follow. I have a follow up. Hold on, I got a follow up commercial. I have a follow. I just.
Normally skeptic,
And then see if I mute him. Then I'm a Nazi if I can't get a word in my own channel. My own channel, I'm a Nazi if I have to mute him.
No,
So,
I'm just wondering where the skepticism of Hillary's went to.
and well, I'm trying to do it in a reasonable way here because I'm trying to, I'm asking for evidence, right? Some kind of evidence. And my follow up question was, well, there was a bunch of places bombed apparently where this stuff was obliterated. Was these in the mountains that you speak of where the uranium was?
Wait,
They are trying to negotiate. If I can answer Brojo's question, they are now negotiating to deliver to us the uranium dust that supposedly never existed.
No one
So
said
yes,
it never existed.
that many people in the media are saying that
No
the uranium.
Iranians ever denied it.
Okay, then that's fine. But I'm answering Brojo's question about a credible threat. If I can't find my kid and my neighbor says they kidnapped him, then that's a credible threat. I don't have to verify that my kid is in their basement. All I have to know is my kid's not around.
Why is Israel? Why haven't we bombed the shit out of Israel? They have supposedly
I'll answer
they have
that.
nukes.
There are at least two good reasons. Number one, they have Mossad agents spread throughout the world, and we have lots of Jews here in America that could be Mossad agents. So if we do something to them, they could do something to us. Second, we know that they have at least 8 nukes. So for all that we know, they could have nukes here in America, and we just don't know about it. That's why we don't do anything against them, and that's why we don't invade North Korea, because we know that they have nukes.
So in other words,
the moment Iran has a nuke, we can't do anything to them either.
There you go.
Right, but it sounds like we're not under nearly the threat from Iran as we are from Israel. If you're saying this is the possibility,
you're just wrong about that.
Well, no, I want to address that. We know that Israel has nukes. Have they ever used them against any country in the world? No. Has Iran said that they want to use them the moment that they get them? Yes.
No, I'm talking about the threat from Israel that you just alluded to. If we was to say, fuck you, Israel, sit your shit down, or whatever we want to, whatever.
And that's what I was answering. That's what I was answering. Israel has never used their nukes against any other country. So therefore, they're not as much of a threat. They're a great potential threat, but they're not an active threat.
Where has Iran used a nuke against any other country?
That's what I said, that they have said that the moment they get it, they're going to use it. That's the difference.
I want to see that. Who said that? I've never heard.
I can look up the religious doctrine about how they want to end the world if you really want me to.
No, that doesn't sound like that aligns with.
But also the waving your hand and saying, "Hey, there's another threat," doesn't change anything.
What?
When we pointing out Iran's a threat, and you go, "Oh, but what about Israel?" We go, "Okay," and that's it.
I'm not granting that Iran is any threat like Israel is, though. Israel is a threat. I mean, he just spoke about a threat that we actually have to bow to Israel's feelings.
Let me answer your question.
So they don't turn against us, because if they did, we'd be fucked.
You know how I would attack Israel? I would stop funding their military. I would quit resupplying their Iron Dome. I would just basically slowly withdraw all of my agreements so that they were isolated.
Okay, so the reports of uranium are from the IAEA.
The public reports, yes.
That's what we see here. That's who's reporting that they have the 60% uranium.
In public, yes. But there's also CIA secret reports that aren't public.
Well, we wouldn't know about that.
Oh,
most people wouldn't know about them. That's correct.
But the board members, though, on this organization are from various states.
Yes.
Now, my question is, because I'm thinking could there not be a bias?
Of course there could.
Right? An exaggeration, right? Because
Absolutely.
they're trying. Okay.
Yeah, their bias is anti-proliferation.
Their bias is not destroying humanity. Yeah, I would agree.
So, Hillary, you didn't address my complaint of your sudden anti-skepticism towards the CIA information.
And I'm not sure if I could answer it except my time in the military. So I agree that yes, we should be skeptical of anything that the CIA reports, but it goes back to my, kidnapped kid argument. I can't verify where my kid is. So if someone tells me that they've kidnapped him and I can't find my kid, then I'm justified in doing whatever I do. I don't have to have the CIA track down where my kid is. I just know I can't find my kid.
And so I don't get it. So you're willing to, I guess you're willing to knowingly kill an innocent, you're willing to put the chances of killing an innocent person yourself.
In his mind, is that they're not innocent.
Because somebody is threatening to kill your innocent person.
If my neighbor,
that's what I'm hearing. Is that right?
right? And let me repeat back to you. If my neighbor says that they have kidnapped my kid and they're threatening to kill my kid, then to me, they're not innocent.
If your neighbor has a history of lying to you, what about then?
Well, then I have to take that into consideration. The chances are
but
they're going to be
ignore
screwed.
it because you were part of the machine in your past.
Well, no, mostly ignore it because your kid's also
No,
missing.
I'm talking to Hillary's because he said he's.
Yeah, no, but you keep on looking over it and then asking why.
His military experience, he trusts the CIA.
What's the second part of his situation? You're saying the first part, but not the second part.
All I care is to address the first part. That's where the problem.
Oh, so the first part without the context. Got it.
Oh, wait. Yeah, you got the context, but there are other circumstances. I mean, there is a possibility that the neighbor is trolling, and it just happens that the kid is missing just maybe for an hour, 2 hours. Could be other circumstances.
I admit that. And I admit that. Hold on, let me answer Brojo. And I admit that yes, the CIA has frequently lied and conducted what's that called? False flag operations. So it's entirely possible that all this could be wrong, but I still feel justified in my actions because they made the threat and I can't verify that they're wrong. If my kid was sitting beside me, then I would know that they were lying. But if I can't verify, I don't need to verify. I just know that it's a credible threat.
So what if your IQ is like 85 and you're not able to verify it? And you would be you would be self-justified maybe, but I thought you were making the argument that you would be legally justified.
Yes, if an 85 IQ person did what I just described, if their neighbor did what they did, then I think that they would be no billed in front of a grand jury. That's correct.
Right, but someone like yourself that's not an 85 IQ, how is it that you think you wouldn't be subject to a murder?
Because I know the county where I live.
It would come out. It would come like, let's say it comes out in trial that the guy was completely fucking innocent, and the information you believed was totally fucking.
Well, let me answer that.
Like a reasonable person wouldn't believe it. It's ruled against you that a reasonable person wouldn't believe that information. So you're convicted of murder, right? You should be, right? In that case.
If everything was exactly like you said, and if a reasonable person shouldn't believe, then yes, that's probably the way that it would turn out.
Is that the way? No, that's the way it should turn out if laws are just, correct?
I'm not going to get into a philosophical what should happen. I'm agreeing with you that that's probably what would happen.
Well, I'm arguing about what ought to be. A lot of this shit between America and Iran and nations.
Especially if we're considering dropping a nuke on Iran. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I disagree. I don't want to talk about an ideal state that doesn't exist in material reality. I want to discuss the realpolitik of what happens in actual nation states.
Right, but I mean, so much of it has been propagandized. People don't even talk I mean, they don't even talk the facts as they are.
I agree with you.
But what do you do when like 80% of the population believes it? And including the politicians.
You have a number of options available. I don't know which one you would prefer.
Well, I don't prefer armed rebellion, but you know.
Like I hate to tell you, but 80% of the population believes something, they're probably right.
Wait, what's that? I had some water running.
80% of what population?
I would say global population, like in general. If 80% of people believe it,
talking about
it's probably right.
I'm talking about America here, but
But when he says global, when he says global, that still includes the 350 million people in America. That is the global population of America. And if 80% of them believe something, it's probably correct.
no, I'm talking about the super propagandized population of America compared to the global.
Yeah, but see, the problem is you have this idea that everything is always super propagandized on every level.
No, I'm saying that that's the case in America. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm saying you believe it, but you're claiming it, so I get it. Right,
No, that's my belief. Yeah.
But if you're in the 20% that don't believe whatever, you're probably wrong.
How is that?
That's a valid heuristic.
Yeah, it's a heuristic. Right, the odds are in any situation, if you're in the 20 to the 80, you're probably wrong.
Well, that might be true, but that doesn't address this case in particular.
It does. It does.
No, it doesn't.
It addresses every case. What do you mean?
No, it doesn't.
So are you saying that 80% of the world population believes Iran has 60% enriched uranium?
I would say those that know about what's going on probably do.
Those who know what's going on. Oh, wait, now we're changing it now. That's not 80% of the population.
Yeah, I don't know if I would include people that are just ignorant of what's happening. Right? Because they don't even have an opinion.
But we need to question who has this opinion. Do they have any motives? What's their political bent? Or
no, you really don't. No, the heuristic stands without any of that. That's why it's a heuristic.
Yeah, but
you're not trying to tease out all the details.
80% of what population?
Of people that would know.
And how many of that? How many would you suspect is know any intimate details of the uranium in Iran?
We mean intimate details. It's not about.
I mean, how they would know the information, the data. I mean, how
are they familiar with the available information, whether it's disinformation or any?
Oh well, I mean, when every country that's signed up to the International Atomic Energy, I forget what the last word is. When all of them, every one of those countries are saying that it is
35 countries.
Yeah.
35 board of governors.
Yeah.
Mostly Western.
Yeah. Western is the best.
So
you trust them?
I'm a non-interventionist. And I'm on that side of the argument.
Yeah, I trust them. I trust them enough.
Interventionist side, so we're not going to come to terms.
Yeah. I approve of the doctrine of if there's an existential threat, get rid of it. You don't need any other. You don't need a provocation to attack.
Let me ask you a question, Ironic. If your neighbor comes over, sticks their gun in your ear, and pulls the trigger, at what point are you justified in defending yourself?
When he's
when he
comes dead on the ground, right?
Say again.
Well, wait. There's a better version of it. It's the cannon in the house.
Do it. Go ahead and do it.
Okay, Ironic. Your neighbor. For whatever reason, the police and the government will not come to your aid. They don't give a shit, right? So you're just on your own. Your neighbor says, "I hate you. I want you dead," and he starts building a giant cannon in his house that's pointed out his window at your house. When are you justified in stopping him? How far along the process does it have to go?
When am I justified?
Going over there and like killing him or blowing him up or whatever.
I would say, I mean, I believe in self-defense. So as soon as it was clear that that he was aiming to kill me, I would be justified in taking him out.
So, but is that when he declares he wants you dead, or is that when he gets the shipments to build the cannon, or is that when he starts assembling the cannon, or?
No, it's when I get the internal, when that thing clicks, and I know it has to do with when I believe it.
Is it before he lights the fuse?
Yeah. Well, what would make you believe him? Well, that's what I'm asking. What stage?
I understand, but I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'd have to experience. It's like one of those things you couldn't answer
Right.
until you're in the
Now, when you say justified, though, justified by the law, which is, it seems like to those who are supposed to be enforcing the law in the first place, it doesn't even matter.
Well, I would argue if you're talking about law, an existential threat kind of excuses you regardless of the consequences.
Well, see, this is why I was going with my example. Iran has the gun. We all agree that they have the gun. They're coming over to talk. They're coming over to talk to Irenic. They've told Irenic what they want to do to him. They put the gun in pointed at Irenic, but Irenic says, "But I don't know that they have any bullets in the gun." So at what point is Irenic justified in defending himself when he doesn't know that there's bullets in the gun?
Yeah, do you believe they would have bullets in the gun? It's hard to go, hey, there's a country that wants us destroyed, and they go, I don't know. That's my
What
statement.
evidence is there that they want us destroyed?
When you say bullets, do you mean a missile with a nuclear warhead capable to come over to the United States?
The bullets in this case would be 90% enrichment. And it's true. They don't have 90% enrichment, but they do have over 60, or at least we have reason to believe they have over 60. And even a low-powered round is enough if it's pointed at your head to get the job done. So I'm going to say, even if the bullet only fires at 60% strength, it can still do the job.
Can they reach the United States?
Do they have subs? Do they have freighters? If they have a freighter that can sail into New York Harbor,
remember we destroyed all their navy and airports.
Wait. Are there cargo ships?
Yes, that's why I was saying freighter. They have a cargo ship that they can put an intermodal container on that contains a weapon, and nobody knows until it explodes in New York Harbor.
Oh, okay. So if now you believe they had this ability all along, how come every ship has not been inspected from Iran?
What do you mean?
Honestly, cost.
Right, you believe that they have this kind of threat, but yet all their freighters are not. Have they been inspected?
After 9/11, there was a big push to put radiologic sensors at every port, and when they ran the numbers, they knew that we couldn't even inspect one in every 10,000 shipping containers. So what we did was we chose to lie to the populace and pretend that we were scanning, but really we couldn't.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you can. I think you can actually technically make a nuclear weapon at 20%.
Well, you can make dirty bombs.
Well, that's not what I mean. But that being that, those aren't great either.
I mean, I'm saying they're a steep
So
escalation.
But sir, you're talking about an implosion. You're talking about an implosion device with deuterium.
Show me where Iran has pointed.
Maybe I have to look it up.
Show me where Iran has pointed a cannon at a New York City, at a United States city.
Oh yeah, the religious doctrine that wants the world to end.
No, it's just a doctrine. It doesn't mean nothing. I want to see the cannon.
It's part of their religion.
It's just words. Then it's just the neighbor talking words.
I guess what a threat is. A threat's just words.
Wait. But where's the cannon, though? Where's the cannon? Where's it pointing? Show me where it's pointing.
Uranium and the world.
The words are the cannon, bro, Joe.
Uranium and the world.
Propaganda is the cannon.
Right, you just got words.
The propaganda is the
That's
cannon.
what all threats are words.
Just words. So if I'm going to blow up somebody for words.
No, somebody. No. They want the world to end.
You're going to blow them up. I don't.
And the way they believe they do that is
they want the world to end.
they cause global war.
A small.
They might want a fulfillment of their heavenly ecstasies or whatever. Just like Christians look forward to a permanent, eternal state.
Do you think
So what?
93 million Iranians want the world to end?
It doesn't have to be a million. It just has to be the 30,000 at the top.
30,000 at the top want the world to end.
Yeah, I wish I could remember the name of this. I used to know it. They have like a Messiah-like figure in Persian
The Mahdi.
Islam. Mahdi,
Mahdi.
yeah, the Mahdi. That's what it is.
Okay, but are we to blow up every place that thinks the end of the world is coming?
No, they want to cause the end of the world. It's coming because they're going to cause it.
So do most of the Christians in America. By all this bullshit.
Wait. Do most of the Christians
about Israel?
Wait. No, seriously, right now, because I might have to kill some people.
The land of the Holy Land, so 2/3 of them can be annihilated.
I'm not catching anything you're saying because it's making no sense. I might have to kill some Christians if you're going to tell me Christians in America actually want to cause the end of the world.
And they're actively enriching nuclear weapons in their basement to send them somewhere.
Read 2 Peter, the chapter.
No, I'm talking about Christians that are living and breathing. I'm not talking about a book.
Yeah, where? Give me some of these addresses. Let me type them down real
It
quick.
talks about Christians hastening
Ironic.
this day of judgment of the Lord.
Ironic. I'm asking you, tell me the addresses where these Christians in America are enriching the uranium. I need to type them down. Please tell me.
No, I'm saying.
Could an argument be made that Israel?
No, I was addressing. That was addressing Serb's argument about these people in a country wanting others to be annihilated.
But wanting and actively taking steps are different.
We have a large Christian sect in America.
He's not listening.
That spends a lot of money and effort to get Jews back. It's a Zionism movement. Have you heard of it?
You're missing the important information.
It's about getting Jews back in the land of Israel, where this apocalypse, which these Christians believe,
sorry, but I need a drink,
will wipe out 2/3 of all the population that's there at the time of that this occurs. But they don't care about those.
You're not making a counter argument because you're not taking in all the information we're saying. Like you wasted your breath there.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out again. America is in the same
place.
That
put it out again.
But you think Iran is an existential threat, but
until you address Serb's point, none of this matters.
Yeah, just a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter?
They want to end the world, but they.
No, they actually. How many people are?
I was right in the middle of what I was saying, but go ahead.
How many physical individuals are in Israel because of this dispensational Zionist movement to get people from Jews, supposedly Jews from all around the world, to get to Israel, the actual physical nation there? And that is where these people think all the Armageddon is going to occur. That actually is predicted to kill 2/3 of them. Do you understand that?
A bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with what I said. So back to what I was saying.
No, it has to do with this suicide.
Yes, something else.
Something totally different.
It's addressing this homicidal.
It's like I always tell my mom. There's one right thing to do, and you're telling me all the wrong things. Stop telling me the wrong things and tell me the one right thing.
No, I'm addressing Serb. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're not. You're not addressing anything.
You're not addressing him.
No, I'm addressing Serb and this supposed homicidal mentality that Iran possesses that supposedly we don't.
What?
That's not what he said.
So it doesn't matter if we do. I'll grant you that everyone has it. Everyone has the homicidal mentality.
If I was a Jew, I would consider every dispensationalist American Christian a fucking existential threat to me.
And as soon as they explode a bomb,
that would be based on Serb's philosophy.
And as soon as they detonate a bomb,
they're a fucking threat to me. They want me dead, or they want 2/3 of me dead.
Yeah, I'll grant you that every country facing the earth has the same situation.
No,
how's that change? No. I'm right in the middle of talking. You're constantly interrupting me. I'm letting you go on giant tirades. I'm going to talk over you. No one's going to be able to tell what you're saying. You need to be quiet for a minute. Control yourself. You're an adult. Take a breath. Stop
I want to
Calm down. Take a breath.
Israel took a blip
Take a breath. I'm just going to talk
church,
over you. Just take a breath.
he would have to
Calm down. I think you're just saying the same thing you already said.
Because he has no
Oh
argument.
no, he's still going. Okay. Okay. I didn't hear anything you said. Back to what I was saying.
They just go blah,
Oh, he's still going.
Go on.
What the hell did I come back to? My God.
Sir was being very calm and
I'm sure he
repeatedly
was.
no and repeatedly let IP go crazy.
Sure.
And at a certain point, he was tired of Irenic just repeating the same crap, and so he decided, since there wasn't anyone to moderate, I'm just going to start talking to.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, guys, come on, we gotta let each other finish their point. Irenic.
Well, Serb let Irenic say it over and over.
Yeah. I'm
doesn't
very
do
well.
is he
I'm
doesn't-
very
he
well
doesn't
aware
address-
of both
he
their
doesn't go.
personalities. He's still
He never
going.
addresses. He doesn't respond to the criticism.
Okay.
Honestly, anyway.
Okay, gotta go back to where I was. I'll start over again. I haven't been able to get farther than a sentence.
Okay, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you each a minute, and
No,
Irenic,
just forget it. I can just let him talk. I'm listening.
Yeah, but if I have to put you, but you don't. It just seems
No,
like
he's full. They're full of shit about what just happened while you were gone.
Are you gonna?
Just
Are you
go
gonna?
ahead. We're having a back and forth.
Okay, well let's make a deal.
Are you gonna allow him to finish?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to make his point. He doesn't have to spell out what happened or what's going forward. Just make your point. Go ahead.
Well, let's make a deal. If you interrupt me,
I don't
you have
want
to
to
donate.
Just let me hear your argument. That's what I'm waiting for.
You have to donate $20 to Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll grant you let's just say, for sake of argument, every country, every people wants to end the world in their own special way to get their own Messiah and to get the type of heaven they want. That changes nothing about why Iran's a threat or why you should do something about Iran, because they have it too. Saying that there are other problems doesn't get rid of one problem.
Right. Okay. So saying every nation is a threat is what that boils down to, what your argument boils down to. Every nation in the world could be identified such. So that means no nation is special. So do you understand what you just did?
That was not his argument. That was the
No,
argument
that wasn't his argument. That's the entailment of his argument.
Why are you getting like that? Irenic? Because
people don't recognize what the fucking argument is against them. You like, do you not understand by Serb identifying Iran as such, as an existential threat, all based on arbitrary information or non-reliable, ambiguous, not always reliable information? That every nation, if it wouldn't take but a few seconds to identify every nation in the world as an existential threat to us.
If you listen to his response, he addressed all that, but you were talking over him every time he spoke.
Okay. I didn't hear how he addressed the fact that he just universalized the complaint. Go ahead.
Well, the argument was, it's not that we could. I'm saying, I'm granting for sake of argument that we have identified every nation as an equal threat as Iran. Right? My argument is saying that they're a threat, adding 250 some extra problems doesn't get rid of the 151st problem. Right? So saying, oh my God, Israel, oh my God, this, oh my God, we have that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything.
It changes the perspective of anybody considering your argument, whether we should bomb Iran or not, I think.
Maybe if they're stupid.
No.
Yeah, saying Israel's a problem is just saying Israel's a problem. It doesn't say Iran's not a problem. It just says Israel is also a problem.
You don't see, like, to go back to realpolitik here. You don't think considering every nation in the world as an existential threat, treating them such, and launching attacks against them, that's going to be good for America?
Is that what I'm saying?
Is that a good position to hold towards other nations in the world?
Wait, is that what I'm saying? Do you think I'm saying
I'm
that?
asking. That's the question. It seems like that because logic would demand that we hold every nation as an existential threat. I don't, like what that idea itself says is like scary as hell.
I want you to repeat my argument back to me in your own words. I don't think you're understanding anything I'm saying.
Iran, you said, was an existential threat based on the information you claim to know.
There's more. Can you continue about what what I just said?
And the limited nature of what was disclosed so far today by you, as far as evidence or whatever, this, puts you in a position where you'd have to admit, or you could, as you did, you ceded to the argument that, okay, yeah, so every nation except for America is an existential threat to them. Now, I was trying to point out that that's a dangerous world if we're going to look at the whole world that way. That doesn't bode well for anyone to live very long in peace.
Okay. So you're thinking like I'm claiming this. I'm not claiming this.
You're claiming that we should take out Iran.
Yeah, but I'm not claiming that we should consider everyone a threat, or that you.
Threat, according to you, which you admit.
I was right in the middle of my sentence.
Country in the world is an existential threat, so that we should take out every other world.
$20 to Hillary from Ironic. Ironic Hillary Clinton likes to thank you for $20 you just donated.
Yeah, I got nothing you said, so I'm just going to repeat it. I'm not actually claiming that everyone's a threat or you should deal with them. I was saying, for sake of an argument, you could say they all are a threat, and even then, at the most extreme version of this, considering them all a threat, does it change whether Iran's a threat or not? It's all extra information that doesn't matter.
No, but it boils down by you claiming Iran. The problem is your claim that Iran is this existential threat, when the whole world, based on the reasons that you give for why they're an existential threat, or why we might, want to be careful whether they are or not, applies to every other fucking nation on the planet. So why are you picking on Iran, I guess?
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, what other country has declared that they want to cause the end of the world, and they're going to do that by causing global war, and they're trying to get nukes? Which other country's doing
it? What evidence do you have of that?
That's the second part. What other country is saying that?
My claim is no country is saying that.
Okay, so no other country is saying it.
No.
So we're only talking about if Iran.
No, you misunderstood. I said no country on the planet is.
No, I heard that.
Okay,
I heard that.
So why do you bring up other?
Well,
why the word other?
Because other is included in all.
No, because you're trying to you're pointing to other than this. What country you're saying other than Iran is doing this? Which is you have a built-in assumption that isn't
we'll get to the assumption.
No evidence for that.
We'll get to the assumption because you said we could consider other countries an equal threat.
I'm saying if you think Iran is a threat because of the reasons you stated, for all those reasons, I would want to consider all the other nations of the world the same threat based on the same information you
do you realize that your argument actually helps Serve's argument, that you're claiming that every nation's a threat? So under your worldview, we shouldn't be invading and occupying every single nation on Earth. I don't see how that invalidates Serve's position.
No, that if Serve was to be consistent, that's what we should do.
No, because the whole point is every other nation, including the 2/3 or whatever, Chris, you see, you're just not listening to facts.
No, I am.
You don't want to hear the argument, so you're just going to talk over
if every nation in the world is an existential threat to us, And if
According to Irenic.
hold on, an existential threat nations that are, in nations that are bringing this existential threat, we should preemptively attack them. That means we should attack every nation in the world preemptively, right?
If they all are such a threat.
I said, I laid out the conditions. If this, then that, right?
Yeah, you have an obligation to, I would say, even.
Hillary, so what is your argument, Hillary's?
I don't think that you're listening to what I'm saying if you're expecting an argument. I'm not making an argument. If you'll listen,
I wasn't listening to
Rojo,
Iran.
this is where we're at. He's just unwilling to listen to anybody.
No, I'm trying to.
I think. All right. Time out. Time out.
You can't listen to the criticism.
I said time out when the host speaks, please.
Criticism comes.
Well, Irenic, I'm trying to clarify for you. See, tell me if I got this wrong. If I'm trying to understand you correctly, that if we're going to use the reasoning that if a country is an existential threat, that we should go preemptively strike them, all right, and then if we say. If we feel that every other nation is an existential threat, by Serb and Hillary's logic, we should preemptively strike them as well, right?
That's the problem. That's not by Serb and Hillary's logic. That's by Irenic's logic. And so, if Irenic's position is that every nation is an existential threat, because that's his argument, not ours, then yes, under the Irenic doctrine, we should invade and occupy every nation.
Why, why we should attack Iran?
It sounded like it was Serb argument.
Why are we
no. If I can talk where Irenic is backstage, then my argument was no, other nations are not an existential threat until they try to enrich uranium up over a certain level. Now, whether that's 70%, 90%, whatever, we can discuss that.
How about Russia?
That's China, Russia, Pakistan.
Can I answer Brojo? I addressed that. You were probably in the other room. I said the reason that we're not invading North Korea is because they've already got a weapon. The reason we're not invading Israel is because they've already got at least 8 weapons. So yes, any country, once they get a nuke, they are such a threat that we all of a sudden can't even touch them. So that's why we don't want Iran to get the nuke, because as soon as they get the first one, and they've already told us that they're going to use it, then that's already too late.
How convenient.
Whereas Israel already has weapons, and they have not used it.
Okay.
So therefore, they're a potential threat, but they're not an active threat.
What about Korea?
Well, they're an active threat to the rest of the Middle East.
Well,
they're an active threat to Iran. They're an active threat to Lebanon.
No, that's the difference between active and potential. I would say that Israel is a larger potential threat than Iran, but they're not an active threat. Iran.
They're not an active threat. Did you see what they did? What happened in Gaza?
No, when it comes to nukes.
How many nukes have they used?
No, but I'm saying they are being a threat. They are being a threat.
You're equivocating. You're equivocating and saying that I'm saying a threat. I'm saying a nuclear threat. As far as ground operations, I would agree. They are definitely a local threat.
Okay, so if a country like Iran did that, or Russia, don't you think they have nukes? That's a nuclear threat. There is a threat there of it being used, right?
What I said was that I even agree that Israel is currently more of a threat to America than Iran is, because Israel has nukes, Iran doesn't. So I would even stipulate Irenic's point that currently Israel is more of a threat than Iran, but there's not much we can do about it except for the doctrine that I laid out of stop funding them.
Hey, Hillary's, what if America?
We have some agreement here.
Yeah, we start off with agreement.
What if the politics in America, politicians decided we're going to withdraw we're going to terminate our relationship with Israel. They're just going to take this place of a normal nation. So they're not going to have any big brother protection, coming from our way, no treaties or anything like that. What does that do to the threat of Israel you know,
Right.
would you say
I
that
understand.
increases the threat of them using a nuke if we
I,
was
I,
to
I,
withdraw?
I understand your question. Let me
and
answer.
is that something that Israel would have over our heads to force us never to separate from them?
And if you're ready for my answer, I was ready to give it before you finished
I just want
because
you
I
to
already understood your
understand
question.
the black
Let me go on my answer.
Let him answer. Ironic.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I was going to incorporate all of that in my answer. Yes, the reason we haven't withdrawn from Israel is because, yes, they hold that threat over our head. If we automatically withdrew instead of the slow phased withdrawal that I'm talking about, I think that there would be a regional nuclear exchange between several different powers. Pakistan and India would probably be involved. Israel would be involved. We'd have other exchanges of other types of war between the Middle Eastern countries and Israel. Yes, it would be a bloodbath shit show. Yes.
Well, I don't know about that because they're talking right now. They're even talking now about Russia, China, India, Iran, a couple other nations forming a security bloc for the Middle East region. That obviously would include, all U.S. bases getting out of the region completely. So, no American presence in the Middle East.
And let's see them make that happen. What are they going to do to America that we wouldn't do an equal and proportional response to them?
I'm just saying, would you be opposed to that kind of block being formed?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You would? I would be opposed because my doctrine is America first. And so if we have to turn every other inch of soil on the planet into glass, I'm totally okay with that. I am much stronger in my position than Serb. He is much more moderate and much more reasonable than I am. As far as I'm concerned, turn them all into glass. I have no problem with that.
Okay, but what about human? So what does that say about how you value human life?
Very low.
Okay. That's obvious, right?
That's right. It is obvious.
Talk about brutal honesty here.
You're right. And I have no problem with being brutally honest about the flaws in my own thinking.
But, okay. That might be, but wouldn't you rather have a world where nations didn't fight each other in wars?
I would like for America to be such a strong, dominant position that no one else would even think of ever messing with us. And I can tell you in my real life that none of my neighbors would even think of doing anything to upset me because they know that I can be a psycho if it comes down to it.
Okay, so in other words, the bully,
yes,
the bully rules are just part of life that you can't get away from.
Correct. And so the most benevolent thing to do is be the biggest bully in the world so that no one even thinks of messing with you. And then you can be the nice guy. Once they understand their place, then you can be the nicest, softest, sweetest person in the world because they know what a psycho you can turn into. And that's my position.
Walk quietly, carry a big stick.
Exactly.
Well, Mike Benz makes this argument, well, he doesn't make an argument, but he his whole thing is pointing out all the nefarious fucking shit that we've done throughout the world, right, through these NGOs and USAID and the State Department, like going into countries trying to make them versions of America or whatever, whatever it takes to twist their arm or cheat or we escalate the steps if they don't bend the knee quick, so okay, so there's all that, and it's like when you learn all this stuff, it's like an American, like at least it was raised in America that I was raised in, that that there are supposed American principles of free speech, justice, law, those
I agree
things,
with you. I agree
right?
with you.
And
Those are
so-
all lies. Those
and
are
so-
all lies that we tell everybody else so that we can get what we want. I agree with you on every particular that you're saying.
So the point though that he brings up is, okay, so yeah, that all that stuff is like, and when you hear about it, but you'd ask any average America, would you trade all the benefit? Like, what your argument admits is that we've received a lot of benefits from that fucking behavior.
Yeah.
You know, that has benefited us as opposed to, you know, not benefited the world. You know, we've taken advantage of these countries. We've sucked out of them to provide for us, you know, at, you know, a lot of times nefarious ways of doing so.
Let me
Now,
answer
is
your
that,
question.
you know, would Americans trade their way of, you know, their conditions in life, you know, for that, you know, if, right?
If any American doesn't like the way that America does business, they can defect. There's plenty of other nations that they can go to live a weak, soft, pathetic life of victimhood if that's what they would prefer.
Yeah, but America doesn't call
Let me answer. And you're right. There is 30 to 40% of Americans, probably, I'm just guessing, that want to be weak and pathetic victims. And I say, by all means, leave and go do it.
Well, that kind of just that's just a hand wave away of the arguments of doing things politically different that might have different results, and which you can do in America because of the freedom of speech and elections. You know, we do have the power. If enough people get together, the American people can make shit happen.
Okay, can I say something on where we are currently? Because this involves the propaganda that I don't think Ironix sees. From the founding, individuals have rights. Right? That was the American way. Individuals have rights. There was never states have rights, or we shouldn't mess with states, or we shouldn't get rid of threats, or we shouldn't have manifest destiny, or any of this other stuff.
No, I disagree.
Real quick, the propaganda was convincing the populace that this applies to states, so we're going to have a world-based order, so we can justify the people we want to attack. Right? That's the propaganda.
No, but the early framers were, I would argue, just back against that. I mean, they were just imbibed in a Christian worldview that just comes with these, you know, like every Sunday, these things are preached. I mean, these kind of principles and how to act towards your neighbor, and, you know what I mean? Or how to treat your enemies, right? I mean,
Speaking of neighbors, let's say hello to Q. Hello, neighbor Q.
So hello, I'm just, and besides which, it was like John, was it John Quincy?
Yeah, treat your neighbor with love and patience as long as they're not black.
No, but it was a part of the American system. We don't go around the world seeking monsters to destroy. That, you know, we're not an empire. They understood that a republic and an empire are you know, contradictory
What
ideas.
year was that? Was that before or after Bretton Woods?
Wait.
Oh, that would be before.
Do you think they considered? Do you think they consider? What do you think? It's such a weird thing to say. They did not think empire was invading countries.
No, the idea of it was the idea of a republic becoming like an empire like Rome. You know, those are two contradictory. They were men that made that argument. It was a contradictory idea.
Yeah, but
they wrote before World War I and World War II. If those same framers had lived through World War I and World War II and saw the supremacy and ascendancy of America, they probably would not have written that.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not that they thought a republicanism, like a government that has a republicanism government, a country that has that government. It's not that they thought that that country wouldn't invade or take territory, because every form of government did that.
Don't touch our boats.
I mean, they were doing that. Like
right,
after
but
they created the country.
The argument was that was a guarantee of failure down the road. That's all. I mean, this is what destroys nations. You know.
Okay, but they were doing that within their own lifetimes after writing the Constitution, creating the country. So they clearly didn't think just taking territory was a problem.
Well, I don't know.
What do you think that they meant?
What territory did we just conquer by war from another nation?
I mean, a good chunk of America.
Yeah, we took America from Britain, so clearly we did want to establish an empire.
Oh, that and the people
Well,
that were here first.
Let's not forget the Ind-
We,
let's not
we,
forget
we,
the
we
Indians.
slaughtered a bunch of native nations, right?
Yep.
And then we fought
Yeah.
Britain again, and then we we had this one-term president that threatened war with Britain again unless Britain gave us all their territory in America.
Really?
Yeah.
Washington.
It's
No,
the
it wasn't
white
Washington.
man. It's always been the white man's fault, Ironic. Sorry, it's the white man.
It's the same
The
guy who
darker
got
you get, I mean, less problems the darker you get. I mean, it just seems like the white man caused all these problems.
Europe, if Europe never happened.
It's the same guy that got Texas for us too. I can't remember his name.
Oh, Sam
The Polk?
Houston.
Stonewall. No, not Stonewall. Andrew Jackson.
No, let's see here.
I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about.
James Polk. It was James Polk.
Polk, yeah. In one term, he got all of the land from Mexico and Spain and all of the land from Britain, and then killed a bunch of the natives, slaughtered them to take their territory, right?
So he was a Republican?
No, I think that was pre-Republican Party.
But like he was a Whig or something, maybe?
Whip.
I don't know.
What does it matter what party he is assigned to?
No, I was just curious of what government he was.
Look here. A
But the
Democratic
whole-
Party.
But ironic, the whole reason I think you're heading toward the Monroe Doctrine, the reason why is because America was weak. And so, of course, we shouldn't go fight monsters in other countries. We should allow Europe to weaken themselves in World War I and II. And after all the chess players are already off the board, we swoop in and take the board. And that's what we did. And I think that's perfectly right.
Just don't touch our boats. That's all you got to do is not touch our boats.
I kind of think we should have kept Italy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Hillary's. What about all the conspiracy, all the banking conspiracy?
We also should have nuked France.
Or like the world banking, or,
There's a lot of dirty
powers
stuff.
that be that have their hands in all this.
You're right. There's a lot of dirty stuff that goes on, and I think that we can handle that behind closed doors domestically. We don't need to put that on the world stage.
Okay, so I'm not for secret government.
No, I'm not saying secret government. I'm saying that we don't need to have Iran telling us what to do. We don't need to have France telling us what to do. We'll
We
decide
especially
what we'll
don't
do.
need France telling us what to do. Fuck
Yeah,
France.
we'll decide what we'll do, and then we'll do it.
Turn France into a fucking glass floor.
I'm cool with that.
Fucking hate the French. The stinky little fucking.
Well, not as bad as the French hate you, probably.
Yeah, and I'm with Rex in the external chat. When we got Cuba, we should have just kept it.
Yep.
Definitely, definitely, I believe that. But
It would have
I mean,
solved so many problems.
even today, I'm like, if it could be handled, like, I mean, I think it could be handled in such a way that, I mean, I believe we should be able to liberate the people of Cuba, and we're without being,
Mister, don't attack countries because they're not threats. You're like, oh, we
I
should
know.
liberate Cuba. What the fuck?
Well, it has to do with, caring about the people of Cuba. I don't want to take over.
let's go.
Cuba.
Let's go
I
take
just
care of
wanna-
another country, even though ours is currently falling the fuck apart. Let's go worry about other people's countries first.
No, I'm for. I am a fan of regime. If you're gonna do something like to help the world from a corrupt nation or something, then go and fucking small missions and decapitate the fuckers, and just keep decapitating until some fuckers realize they better change. Not rule like fucking assholes.
Wait, what do you think we're doing to Iran right now?
I know that you're just making an argument for Iran.
No, I'm not, because the Iranian people are not suffering like the Cuban people. I mean, the Persians are happy with their leadership.
Hold on. No, they've got snipers shooting old women that are gathering to protest. how are those women that are getting shot in the head by snipers
Iran's
not
not
suffering?
suffering. We're just getting
I
children
don't
bombed
believe
every
you.
day. You know.
Like this is like all you hear about is this current war is I mean, you still hear people
Police
talking
action.
about how the people were out in the streets protesting the government, and that was all a Mossad CIA operation.
It's
Bro, you need to go get.
I
You need to
believe
go get your
Cuba has no
tinfoil.
oil now. I mean, if we cared about them so much, how come we're not allowing oil over there?
Well, I would disagree with what he's just said about CIA and Mossad. It was the opposite. If Trump would have stepped in and supported the revolt in Iran, maybe things would have been different. But for whatever reason, he didn't, and that therefore the thing failed.
the thing failed. The CIA coup failed.
No, if the CIA would have been involved, it wouldn't have failed. But because Trump refused to have them go in,
I believe it's documented that they did do that. They supplied weapons. They were in there, you know, trying to stir shit up. But what the fact was that the people weren't upset. Like the people, the only thing they were upset about was like sort of the normal shit that goes on, you know, power, economics, and this and that. But it wasn't about the war. Or,
so let me know. You made a statement. I just want to clarify. I want to clarify.
It wasn't a pro-West. It wasn't a pro-Western rally.
Before you do that, Hillary, make sure you have your tinfoil hat on.
I do. So of all the women getting shot in the head by snipers, which of them were carrying American weapons?
What evidence is there of that? First of all,
video evidence taken by people right there.
Right. Okay. So what's the charge, or what's your complaint?
You said that the people weren't suffering under the Iranian leaders. And I said, well, the women that were gathering to protest in the streets that were getting shot in the head by snipers, they probably do feel like they were being mistreated. And then
When did the snipers start taking people out?
Right.
And then your argument was that they all had American weapons that were supplied by the CIA. So I wanted to know which of these women had American CIA supplied weapons, and you couldn't produce any evidence.
Right. So what makes you think that because these forces are taking advantage of crowds that don't you know how color operations work?
Of course.
They manipulate snipe, they manipulate women that are, soon to be sniped in the head. Right? So for you to point out that what about these things doesn't address the fact, what about the color revolution that the CIA and Mossad instituted?
I didn't ask what about, though. I was just addressing.
I asked what about, like,
okay.
This was not just a natural revolution in the street. That's what, like that. Don't you know what happened in Ukraine? Same deal. Same fucking shit.
I disagree that they were the same deal. I do understand what happened in Ukraine, but this seemed to be, and yeah, of course, there's lots of internet media and stuff that's telling the Iranians what to do. But the Iranian people, for whatever their motivations were, did go out and want to protest peacefully in the streets. I didn't see any CIA weapons in any of those women's hands when they were getting shot.
What sources have you listened to, generally speaking, in these last 6 months or whatever regarding this Iran? Like, have you listened to any commentators on the Iranian side discussing what?
Yes, I've heard a few Iranian college professors that have gotten on the internet and given interviews. Yes.
And what do you say to those? Like, to what, like, there was that one, he's pretty, I mean, there's one guy in particular I always see, Morandi or something, maybe, Professor.
It might be the same guy I'm thinking of.
Wait.
He seems very level-headed, reasoned, like he points out, sort of obvious facts, regarding, some of the history, whether it's, the Iraq-Iran war before, which was a previous attempt at, taking Iran out.
Wait, I got a question. Is this guy in Iran?
I think he's a professor at the University of Tehran. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah, I don't believe him.
Yeah, there's a few different guys, and I agree with Serb. If he's in Iran and he's not dead or arrested, then that's because the government is wanting him to talk. If he's outside of Iran and he's saying all these things are happening, and the guy in the video I'm talking about was in Europe, I think, giving interviews. And so because he's not in Iran, I'm more likely to believe him because he's allowed to speak his actual mind.
Yeah,
okay, I don't know about all that. I mean, I think I don't know. I guess I don't like weed out who, the information sources. Like, I just try to listen to them, and just like anybody, you sort of, I don't know. A lot of times, I'll hear someone, and my initial reaction is, "This guy's a bullshitter."
Wait, time out. Hang on. Did you just say you don't weed out information that you get from other people?
That's what he said.
That's fucking crazy.
I don't
weed it out on that criteria.
What I'm saying is, I try to take in a large, like I wouldn't discount a professor just because he's from the University of Tehran.
That's not. Wait, real quick. That's not. We're excluding him because he is in a country where it's illegal to do the thing he's doing, and he's doing it with his name while being someone that's well known. Meaning, he's being backed by the government doing it. That's why we're ruling him out.
Okay, so but you don't apply. I would argue you don't apply that metric at all.
Yeah, I do.
Indiscriminately.
Yeah, I apply that metric across the board. If you are reporting something against anything, if you're
with
getting
your
on there
full name,
well, against anything, and you're a public figure, you're well known, the authorities know exactly who you are and where you are, and you're doing it from within a country where it's illegal for you to do that thing, I'm going to discount you. You are clearly propaganda.
Just like Charlie Kirk's
I'm
wife
not making
killed him.
such a claim, but I mean, I'm just like, that's a, that bias is like, is irrational.
No. Okay, here's another example. There's a professor in China. He's been on some podcasts recently. He quote unquote teaches classes to students in China in English, more or less about all the terrible things America did.
You're talking about that professor guy? That
Yeah,
there was a big
and he
because
He's not really a professor. He's a high school teacher.
or what teacher, whatever. But he posts his videos to YouTube.
He calls himself a professor.
First off, it's illegal for him to get into the international internet. Secondly, it's illegal for him to use YouTube. Thirdly, it's illegal for him to upload to YouTube. He's propaganda.
Why is it illegal for him to do that? Because he's Canadian?
No, because he's in China.
But
where the fuck did you get Canadian, dude?
He's a Chinese. His parents were Chinese immigrants, and he was born in Canada. Then he moved to China.
Oh yeah, no, China is very much not allowed to be on the open internet.
If you're doing things that can get you arrested for decades, if not disappeared,
and
you're just publicly doing it as a public figure, the government's clearly backing you.
Yes.
right, okay.
Wait,
I got no problem with that, but that doesn't mean that what.
Seb, he is a Canadian educator. He's not in China.
No, but he is. No, he's teaching. He's got a teaching gig in Beijing, I think.
I mean, from what I'm pulling up on the internet, it says Chinese-born Canadian educator and commentator.
Yeah, but all his stuff is in China.
He does teach in China.
Let me see.
I heard him.
Okay,
I heard him himself talk about that.
His citizenship's in Canada.
Right. He's Canadian, but he's in China.
So he's born in China. He lives in China. He works in China, but he has Canadian citizenship.
No,
Great.
he was born in Canada.
Well, someone said China born.
No, he's born in China.
But maybe he was
I
born in
thought
China as a
Serb said-
kid. I knew his parents moved to Canada. That's why he has a Canadian citizen.
Yeah, he's a Canadian citizen, right?
Yeah, but he's one of, I forget the term for it. His parents were like tourists, right? So there's these programs in China where you can, when you're about to give birth, they'll give you a date, like you go get a C-section or something, and they will fly you to a country where you want your kid to have a citizenship in, and they will perform the surgery there for the birth. They will be birthed there. They can get the citizenship, and most times they just go right back.
There's tens of thousands of Chinese Americans like that that just live in China. They've never been here except they were born here.
I'm just telling you why he's Canadian. That's why he's Canadian.
I wonder how that ruling is going to go down at the Supreme Court.
And I think I want to go so much farther than sort of what they're proposing. Right? I think if you're an immigrant to here, you can't vote in federal elections, even if you become a citizen. And I don't even think your first generation, your offspring, should be able to either.
Would you be okay with none of those people holding federal judgeships or federal offices?
Yeah, federal office. I'm fine with their children holding state offices, that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
That's
they're
fine.
children, but not them, right?
Yeah, not them. I don't want to hold them at any federal office.
I don't like the fact that Ilhan Omar is a congressman. You know, I don't think someone. She wasn't born here, was she?
No, I'm pretty sure she's an immigrant.
Yeah, I don't like foreign-born people being, eligible to be elected in Congress.
But do you know why she was eligible to be elected? Because her constituents pay taxes, and so because they pay taxes, she's allowed to be elected to the House. She could never be president.
Right, but I'm saying I would be in favor of the Constitution should have eliminated that possibility in the first place, or I'd be for a change. We should have America, isn't this deal with Israel showing the importance of having people in office that are American first?
There are two women that I know of. One was born in Ukraine, and the other one, I think, in Cuba, that are excellent Republican congresspeople. So for that, I would rather allow them to still hold their office.
I disagree with your assessment. I think they're excellent neocons.
Okay.
They're the neocon variety of Republican.
I know what you're saying, and I don't reject it.
I can't blame the Ukrainian woman, obviously.
But that one from Arizona is really hot.
I think actually.
Well, 5 lovely viewers, I'm going to just take this quick opportunity to please hit that like button, comment, subscribe, and all that good stuff. And if you feel so inclined, buy a cheap cup of coffee. Go ahead, sir.
I think it'd actually be best if we had an intermediate step between green card and full-blown citizen. So if you're the immigrant, you can't ever become a full-blown citizen. You can effectively get all rights but federal election voting.
Yeah, we have that. It's just called naturalization. Let them naturalize, just never get full citizenship.
Is that where is that really? I thought if you naturalize someone, they can become a citizen.
Yeah, once you become naturalized, you can become a citizen. But what you're saying, as I understand, and I would agree, just stop them in naturalization, never let them become a full citizen.
I suppose so. That is everything else.
What by itself is naturalization?
You're here legally is basically what it is. It makes you as if you were born here.
Except for you don't have any citizenship.
Well, yeah, you just haven't gone through essentially you haven't done the paperwork to be a citizen, but you're legally here.
You're here, but you haven't taken the oath to have allegiance toward the United States, and there are certain laws that don't apply to you because you're not a full citizen.
Do you have the full protection of the Bill of Rights?
Yes, even if you're here illegally, you have the full protection of the Bill of Rights.
Think about that. It's It's very similar to if you were born, but your parents never did any of the paperwork.
Or it's like it's like a pre-adult teen or something. Like, yeah, I don't know.
No, it's almost. I mean, if we're going to turn, one of the examples I would give was like, let's say you were an Indian that you were born on the reservation and you never left the reservation. So you are fully naturalized as an American, but because you don't have a U.S. passport and you've never served in the U.S. military, you might not be a full citizen, but you still have all the same rights, all the same benefits. It's just that you're not quite that last step.
My impression was that like as far as the process goes in America, to get naturalized was to, like, the final
No.
end point would be swearing that oath or whatever, and now you're naturalized, now you're a citizen.
No, citizen is one step beyond. So that's like the gold star on top of the A+.
All right, I just never realized that. Okay.
And what is the Clockwork is talking about? I think he means the Bill of Rights, and I would agree. It applies to everyone or nobody.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming.
Well, I mean, okay, so there are, based on your status, see, this is I don't know if the Bill of Rights is seems to be part of the universal treatment. I mean, it calls for anybody that's covered by the Bill of Rights, has all the full benefits of that. But people that come to America illegally, if they are not treated the same as people that come in legally, right?
They kind of are. That's the sad thing. And I agree with you. I think they should be declared outlaws, as in they get no legal protections. If you're here illegally, you get no legal protection.
Well, put it this way. If the government catches those people and just gets rid of them, however they want to, the people have no charge. It's not considered, their removal is not considered any kind of act against them.
I understand what you're saying, and if I alter it enough, I would agree that their removal is not anything against them. It's just a simple administrative action.
But anyways, it goes to show there is a definite difference between what, depending on what your status is, I guess.
If they picked me up, just the U.S. government, and flew me to Poland and renditioned me, even though I'm a U.S. citizen, they could do it. Then I should have certain rights to appeal their action, but I still couldn't prevent them from doing it initially.
Right, but the case I'm talking about where an illegal is removed in the situation like you're saying, they would have no recourse, and they would have no hope for any recourse in American law, at least.
The way the law is written, that's correct.
Because the law would consider that there was no infraction against them at all. They
Correct.
don't have a cause to bring.
You're right. That's exactly the way the statutes are written. But the problem is, then you get a federal judge to say, oh no, now you have to import someone from Honduras back to America because they're an MS-13 gang member. And so then that gives them a special status.
Yeah, I thought we were done with the Maryland man. Isn't he? Didn't the judge just now give him? Isn't he?
I don't know. I haven't been keeping track. I just thought that was so crazy the way that it was playing out.
Fucking, the fact that congressmen went down there to El Salvador and had a meal with them and all that shit. Oh my god!
Having mojitos in prison,
right? He was Guatemalan, I think.
Honduran, I think.
Oh, is it Honduran? Oh, I thought it was Guatemala.
No, MS-13 is from Honduras, I think, or San Salvador or something.
But at any rate, he went to a neighboring El Salvador. Wasn't his home country, right?
Something like that, yeah. But yeah, I say bring back the outlaw status. No protections under the law. Anything goes. And I bet you that would stop illegal immigration mighty quick. And we kind of have that within 25 miles of the border here in Texas.
Wait, explain that.
In Texas, within 25 miles of the border, as long as you can prove that a person crossed the border and they have not made it to the 25-mile mark, ranchers living along the border can pretty much do what they want with the person who entered their land illegally.
Oh, as trespassers?
Yep.
Like they can just shoot them dead, maybe?
Pretty much, yep.
Oh.
But the reason that normally doesn't happen is as soon as it starts to happening, then the drug cartels are going to say, hey, those are our coyotes. You know, you're messing with our money now. But back in the 70s, it used to happen.
I wonder, and I'm surprised we haven't heard much, but I bet there would have been times like maybe the 70s you mentioned where I wonder when the tensions between cartel forces and regular ranchers, on the border were really high or shit was going down all the time.
That's a good question. I don't know.
It sounds like something that could have happened, and most Americans might not be aware of it, just because the government wouldn't really want that out either.
Yeah, I think that there wasn't much of a problem in the 80s, but in the 90s, when they started all the drug wars, then that's when things sort of ramped up because the money became a big issue.
Was it the 90s when they were cutting mayors' heads off or shit like that, or was that later?
I'm not sure.
That might have been more recently, I think, where you'd have these.
It's been going on for a while. I think it probably was in the 90s when the drug wars started and the DEA was trying to clamp down.
Right.
Then the cartels got really aggressive and are like, well, screw it. If we're going to go paramilitary, let's just go full paramilitary.
Okay, that's another case. Like Mexico, to me, if Mexico is just going to be run by these cartels, fuck it. They're a bordering country. We should go in and fucking do a police action and fucking clean it up and then give it back to them in good order or something.
Well, like Clockwork,
I'm not opposed to that,
like Clockwork said in the comments earlier, how did that work in Vietnam, Laos, and Afghanistan?
Right,
Clockwork
but see, it would be
80s.
different. It would be different for Mexico because they're right here. And same with Cuba. Like, I mean, because we're like, I don't know. It just seems like we could develop just instant economical fucking ties and shit that like everybody would be happy except the former government leaders.
Yeah, like in theory, we could take Cuba. And there probably wouldn't be much of an after problem.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's no geopolitical shit going on there, Yeah,
I mean, Cuba. We would pump a bunch of money into Cuba, make Cubans happy. A bunch of American Cubans would flood Cuba.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it would be full of Americans.
Yeah.
I think Puerto Rico would be the one that would be most upset. They would say, well, why aren't you invading us? We're poor. We want you to take us over.
Yeah, because you fucked up and joined us, motherfuckers.
Poor Puerto Rico. I think they voted to join the United States now, I think 3 times. Or become a state, I mean.
Yeah.
And I think they're just being ignored.
Could you imagine being one of their congressional reps? Like they have reps in Congress, right? They just don't have any voting powers like that.
Right.
Like what kind of? I mean, imagine being one of those guys.
I thought they voted against being a state. They don't want.
Yeah, they did that they voted to become a state like 4 times in a row. I think they won. Decide to join one every time out of that 4. The first time, a bunch of people that didn't want it purposely didn't show up to vote, so it caused a big issue.
It's become a tax haven, though, hasn't it?
Oh yeah.
What does America gain if they like? I keep hearing the Democrats are going to make Puerto Rico a state. You know, is it just a blue state? Is that what they're looking at?
Yes.
Yeah, it will
Same
most
with
likely be a
DC.
blue state, but we do gain a bunch of taxes. Right?
Does
They
Puerto
get
Rico have
benefits and they
much-
don't pay taxes.
What natural resources do they have that of any value?
I would have to look. I mean, they can grow sugar, like sugarcane and stuff.
Okay, typical, just typical Caribbean shit.
Yeah.
Puerto Rican women, come on.
The main thing though is that they get a bunch of benefits that they don't pay for, like everyone else does. That's what I'm interested in. I would prefer to get rid of the tax haven, then collect the taxes for the benefits they're receiving.
You know, some fucking Puerto Rican governor over there is a fat fucking rich bastard.
Oh, they are. Yeah, they're Puerto Rico is not doing well and hasn't done well for a long time.
Did Puerto Rico and Cuba ever have a strong economic relationship, I wonder?
Well, probably before the Communist Revolution, America and Cuba was pretty close.
Right, yeah. Huh.
In fact, I would say Cuba was one of the richest places in the hemisphere.
I'm totally ignorant
Per
on
capita,
that.
they were one of the richest places at the time.
But that being the case, man, it blows my mind that America ever let the fucking revolution take place. You know, I mean, like if anything,
right?
They couldn't fucking prevent that shit. Like they could have done a lot, and nobody would have said shit about it hardly. You know what I mean?
Well, it happened before America got into the full swing of stomping the commies.
Yeah.
Right. If the revolution
that
happened like
40s?
10 years later, it would have been a different story.
Yeah. Because to tell you the truth, I mean, it'd be cool to be able to go down to, fly over to Cuba, visit some casinos, smoke some cigars, all that shit, like what used to happen. Like you see the old movies, the clubs and all that. It's a fucking happening tourist place, man.
One bad thing will come from if Cuba becomes part of the United States. They're not going to have the classic cars anymore.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The only reason they have them is because they can't get new ones, so they keep figuring out how to fix them.
Don't worry, China's gonna make those bodies.
Yeah. If they could make those bodies, right, but make them like fiberglass out of something
Right.
more modern that just looks like the old stuff, I would love it.
Hell yeah. I don't know why American companies don't come out with a, nostalgic take on vehicles.
They do. Well, they have body kits you can buy to put on different vehicles.
Okay. No, I'm saying, but actually, come out, produce it.
Oh, it's because of all like the regulations and taxes and stuff on it.
Yeah.
They probably couldn't legally. They probably couldn't make a vehicle from the 1950s.
Well, I was thinking more of like 30s or something like that.
Or even that. Yeah. I'm like your local, like
the muscle cars,
like a local fabricator that made like one car a year because it was just him in his garage.
Yeah,
he can do that.
Right.
But a big business can't do it.
Yeah, now that's what I could see. You could see somebody, there's a small dude that just produces like, a lookalike of whatever the classic might be. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah. There's a guy not too far from me that makes like lookalikes of Model Ts.
Like I guess the 57 Chevy is the classic, right? I mean,
But if it's a new car being built, then they still have to go by the cafe standards.
right. Well, that's where, I mean, you could see a modern version of one of those old cars would be, it wouldn't be that difficult, right? It's just to make it look like it. That's the easy part.
Well, what this guy does is he buys I don't know what type of car he tries to get, but he buys a car with the registration VIN number and everything, and then he replaces everything but the engine. He takes the engine off, replaces the body, replaces the frame, replaces everything else, puts the engine back in, and they go, "It's this car."
Yeah, that's what I always say about the ship of Theseus.
Yeah, there you
Under
go.
Admiralty law, it is the bell that is the ship. So you can replace everything else
right?
as long as the bell is the same.
But I guess he probably keeps the powertrain and stuff too, right? The main stuff, but
yeah,
everything else looks like a Model T.
But yeah, that's interesting that that I wonder when that determination was made, Hillary's. But I'm sure it had to be based on because of insurance and business practices and all that shit, right?
Exactly. I'm sure that Lloyd's of London said, we have to determine what the ship actually is. We know this problem. So what is it?
Right, because there would be too many fraudsters taking advantage of this or that.
Yeah, it's great when they have to do it too, because it opens up a bunch of workarounds. Like, it's fantastic. Like, legally in America, the gun is the lower receiver.
Oh, the gun is the lower receiver?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can buy anyone of any age and any criminality or anything. You can buy every other part. They just can't have the lower receiver.
Okay, so even a convict, a former, convict could possess everything except that lower receiver?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, they can have the barrel, the trigger mechanism, the upper receiver, everything, just not the lower one.
So yeah, that's similar then to that bell law.
That's what the quote unquote ghost guns are, right? People would go out, buy all the other parts, and then they'll 3D print the lower receiver.
Okay. And that's why it's because of those laws that's why they can buy all the other parts legally.
Yeah.
Because I know there's a guy in New York that did that, and he's facing jail time, even though like everything he did was legal. I as far as I know, even the low, like I think he did 3D print, but
I think New York passed. I think they passed laws about reporting different things, and they have some laws against assault weapons.
Anyway, that's what happened. He printed his gun, but they got him because he didn't register it or something, or a failure to report or some kind of shit like that. But he's facing jail time, it's like 10 years or some shit or some. I don't know what he's facing exactly, but it's a significant, charge. But I thought it seemed to go against the Supreme Court's ruling to me. But that most recent ruling they had.
Bruin.
I don't understand. I don't know about that. I don't know about the 80% rule, but a lot of people do 80% lowers and then they just never finish them. And because they never finish them, it doesn't have to be serialized. And so then they don't have to do that reporting.
But it's still a functional weapon?
Yeah, apparently. I mean, I don't have any problem serializing my stuff.
Yeah, you don't have to file the serial number anywhere. Right, you can literally just take the lower receiver that you've made and just put A on it or 1 on it or whatever.
It has to be a series of digits, so it could be like A0. It could be like A0, and then it has to have the company who made it. I think because on mine it has to have my company name and then the city and state of its incorporation.
On yours,
well, I think that's. You're talking about this manufacturing sale.
Yeah.
The commercial manufacturer. I'm talking about individual.
I'm actually talking about Form 1, I believe. So it might not be the same for a rifle. But yeah, I think you're right. For a rifle, it's just like you say, it could be A12 and then that's it. And then like Remington or whatever the trade name of your business is.
I'm saying individual manufacturer, they don't have to be a business.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
individuals have the right to make the weapon themselves.
because like in Kansas, if you have an NFA item that will never leave the state, all it has to do is say made in Kansas, and that's it.
Yeah, I know they passed the same law Texas did.
Yeah.
I wish more states would do it for a bunch of stuff.
This reminds me of those right to repair laws that people are trying to institute. Or I guess there's an issue where companies are making it impossible for you to work on your own stuff or something.
Right.
Yeah. This would be fantastic. All we need is one state. We only need one state to pass it.
Yep. Then it has to be legal in all states because of reciprocity.
Well, I don't even know. Well, I mean, reciprocity, I think, works the opposite direction.
That if something's illegal in one state, it has to be illegal in all states?
No, it's that reciprocity would apply to an individual, where if it's legal for the individual to do something in one place, then it's legal for him to do it in all the other places. This is a you have to do it in this place.
Okay, well, yeah, that's what I was meaning. I was meaning that because it's legal to repair in one place, then it has to be legal to repair in all places.
Oh, well, it's legal to repair in all places already.
Okay.
What the right to repair laws are trying to do is they're trying to force manufacturers to, even if they have to sell them, sell the tools, the manuals, and all
in order to fix it.
In order to fix it.
Okay. Yeah, I know the farmers are like upset at John Deere and some other stuff because they're like, "Hey, I can't fix my own tractor."
Well, that's already been solved. The
Right,
legal
right.
system determined that farmers can hack the computer so they can make their own parts.
But that's just for farmers. But I'm saying once it applies across the board, then it just has to be legal in one state, and then all the other states have to agree.
Well, no.
I understand.
No. What it is once the companies are forced to sell the tools and the manuals and the parts in one state,
Right.
what happens is people from all the other states just order from that state.
Okay.
Right. And then other states will probably follow, because it will get, if only a handful of states pass the law, then they're getting a ton of business. Right, a bunch of sales inside the state.
Right.
So like once it starts, it will probably cascade. Whoever does it first, though, is going to make a ton of money.
I was going to say, it's the kind of thing that the first states that jump on will make a bunch of cash before everyone else normalizes it, right?
Yeah, there'll be a bunch of businesses pop up probably overnight that all they do is ship the parts they order.
Okay, now what I'm about to say is dirty, but if I was a small state and I wanted to make a lot of money, I'd go to some company and say, "Hey, we're thinking about passing this law. Would you like the lobbyist to not pass it?"
Oh, you mean that thing that a lot of people do all the time?
Yes.
That's a great. I love that idea. You reverse the lobbying
Psychology.
thing.
Yeah.
Well, what you do is instead of expecting them to hire lobbyists to then lobby the local governments or the state governments to not get stuff passed, just as a state government, just go, "Hey, we're going to pass all these laws, and if you don't want us to, you have to donate a bunch of money to the state."
Yeah.
Legal blackmail.
Yeah. That could be really abused, though. Maybe it's a bad idea.
Sounds like.
By the way, YouTube, we are just kidding. We're not actually going to do that. Wink, wink. It's all in Minecraft.
Like it's all fun and games when you're doing that to essentially like bully Google into doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then you could just turn around and do it for all the bad things too. Yeah, I guess maybe we shouldn't.
So, speaking of making things legal, I read in the state that I lived in that the governor said that they weren't going to try to pass weed legalization because he, quote, didn't think it would work. So a buddy of mine is writing a strongly worded letter to our governor. It's been really interesting to read.
4, 3, 2, 1. 9 hours. Praise 9.
It's a little past 4:20, but
Happy 420 also.
It's currently 5:24.
That doesn't matter.
it's probably 4:20 somewhere.
So, Serb, is your school done for the year, or you guys still got more classes?
Well, the main stuff's done. I don't have any like normal summer like college classes, but I still do stuff at the fire academy.
Cool.
So
Like,
we have
is dyeing your
stuff
hair
online.
purple? Is that part of? Was that a requirement for your taking your position? Or?
What the fuck does that have
Oh
to do with
no, no.
anything?
My university is a party to the Chicago letter. We don't do any of that shit.
You're not a DEI
No.
promoter.
I mean, there's some of that amongst the students.
Why wouldn't it be?
In fact, I overheard someone talking about how they were trying to get their friends into my class so that I could deconvert them.
That must have made you feel good.
Yeah. It's always nice when the girl that shows up with like a nose ring and bright green hair comes in one day without the nose ring and normal hair.
Have you seen that happen?
Oh yeah, yeah. A couple.
What do you say? What do you say?
I do not say a single thing.
Because you know better than not to.
Well, I'd want to wait until they
What
brought
were
it
you
up.
teaching? What were you teaching?
Economics. So it's all economics. Intro too. Those types of people, even after converted, are probably not going to take advanced courses. They're just there for their prerequisites. What's up for one? A girl I had my first year teaching was one of those brightly haired people.
Sir, what happens with I mean, I'm guessing like a serious economist or like a serious study of economics doesn't mesh well with the DEI principle, or I mean
I'm thinking the same.
But they would have to, like, are there noted economists that are employed by the DEI side that try to make our like that are put out there, or is it just they don't work, they don't work their time?
There are, but it's not like so. Economics is the purpose of it is trying to figure out how it works, and to explain to students how it works. Right. That doesn't have anything to do with what you should do. It's going to tell you the pros and cons of what you're doing.
Does it talk about causes and effects and shit like that?
Yeah. Yeah. So it doesn't say that DEI is bad. What it will tell you is all the negative effects from DEI.
like all the statistics of when DEI prints or whatever, when it's been employed, what happens. Like there's that kind of evidence.
Well, there's also some good stuff, or some stuff that people might consider good from it.
Right.
Right.
Just like communism itself. I mean,
Yeah, it's not 100% downside. Personally, I think the downside's way bigger than the upside to DEI. But there are some economists that think the other direction. They think the other side's more important than the negatives.
Well, that would just a lot go to one's worldview and just what they think is important, I guess, right? Oh.
Yeah. It's like a Christian can be a chemist.
What's a chemist?
Chemist.
Oh, a chemist. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it won't make them not a chemist, or it won't make them not a Christian. I mean,
right.
Economics is more like chemistry. It's not telling you what should be.
But I guess the chemist would have to view entropy as the work of Satan.
Well, you could, right? That would be more up to the individual person, is what I'm saying. It's just,
Right.
it's outside the scope of the field.
Right. It's illegal for Christians to study chemistry. Exactly, nerdy.
Think of economics more associated like with psychology.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's a big part of it. Well, I mean, unless you're an Austrian economist, then it's not a part of it because you're retarded.
Jesus Christ! All right.
No, you know, Austrian economists are retarded. They're just retarded.
What's a brief synopsis on Austrian economics? What it, can you
Can we say the same thing about Greek economics?
It is basic. All the stuff you think of when you think of like economics 101. The entry level stuff that everyone kind of knows about, like supply and demand.
Like supply and demand, and increase supply, demand will all that shit. Okay.
It's like the very basic principles. With there's an assumption of all rational actors, which is obviously a big problem itself.
Oh,
they assume rational actors.
They assume people make rational choices.
Yeah, and they have the premise that everything can be figured out from these basic principles. You don't need to do research. Right. Human psychology is not involved because everyone's a rational actor. Like all that sort of stuff's added on top of it. And when it was invented way back in the day, it made sense.
Okay, but what's Keynesian economics then?
Keynesian economics, like put into layman's terms, is just it's basically the acknowledgement that the government is a consumer. And then you can, as any other consumption, that consumption can drive the economy.
And it will in a case like America, right? I mean,
it will. It's just if you're. So I want to put it this like I'm not a Keynesian, but Keynes was right. Right. Your government can run a deficit, consuming a bunch of products, shooting that money into the economy to make the economy run or start back up. Keynes said you can do that. That's what you should do to avoid, economic downturns. But he also said that then on the top end, you have to tax. You have to tax and increase interest rates to take the extra gas you put in out. The reason why no one's really a Keynesian economist anymore is because the government will listen to the first part, where they'll print the money and spend it, but no one wants to do the second part.
Tax the people.
Yes.
Well, that's a recipe for failure, huh?
But like he's technically right. It's just practically it's not going to happen.
So what are the major economic models then besides those two?
The Chicago's basically nowadays it breaks them two major things are freshwater and saltwater. Freshwater comes out of the Chicago school, and it's very how do I put it?
Optimistic or
no, like it takes some Keynesian stuff, and it takes all the basic things from Austrian economy, but it's very into doing research. It makes models. Right? Whenever you see an economist on television talk about a model or showing a model, he's a freshwater economist. They make these models with as much information as they can get with some assumptions because there's no way to model the world entirely.
So are you serious about Austrian economics? They don't do research? I mean, they're like
no, they don't.
The research or something?
They don't. On principle, they think it can all be figured out from like these like basic axioms.
Or just like market prices will, or I don't know.
Well, they're more philosophers. If you think about what an economist is, they're more like a philosopher than they are what you would think of as an economist.
Okay. I guess I'm thinking more like an accountant is not an economist, right?
Yeah.
Or not necessarily.
And saltwater is much more into the spending money. The Chicago school is very conservative.
Heavy on the.
I look at these economists like psychologists or psychology because you are dealing with people and there are so many fucking variables. You can't make it. It's not that's why it's not a hard science.
Well, yeah. Well, that's why all modern economists do take in psychology.
Yeah.
So what was Milton Friedman? What would he be categorized as?
He's Chicago school. Milton Friedman's
Chicago school, right? Yeah, I thought. Yeah, he was Chicago.
It's the freshwater and saltwater is kind of the same thing. The main difference is the freshwater is more conservative. They make less predictions. They're more safe in what they say is going to go.
It's because of their modeling. It's because they believe their modeling or whatever. Or I mean, there's a constraint that they built for themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the saltwater does it too, but the main difference is that they're way more okay with just spending a shit ton of money. They're more the models they favor are models to where the government just spends money and you let inflation happen, and then they say inflation happens and the economy will level out and you'll have a new floor and you don't have to give a shit like this.
Oh my god.
That's
why the little guy is so fucked in America.
Right. It's their policy for the Federal Reserve to try to target that 2 to 3% inflation rate. The Chicago school's fine with there being essentially zero inflation, everything being balanced. They're okay with spending extra, maybe when you need to, but they want you to tax at the back end. Or they actually want you to do the prescription to fix the thing that you did.
Okay, what do you call it? Like, what is it? This kind of economy that we have, sort of, it seems like in America, is it like an inflationary economy where prices always go up? Like it's sort of, isn't that a built-in feature of whatever system we're using? I mean,
no, that's a policy. That's a political policy. It's not part of an economic doctrine or anything.
Okay, what would happen if or what would be the forces that would make prices and job wages just stable, where would you just have to eliminate all inflationary pressures or something, or
or you have to balance them. Right.
Okay.
So if you want the government to deficit spend, you have to have higher interest rate and higher taxes.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
But you don't have to do it all at the same time. Sometimes.
Right. It's just like tweaking here at this time, tweaking there at that time, that kind of thing.
Because you don't, under no circumstances do you want deflation. That will cause your economy to explode. Right, so those same people will recommend deficit spending when the economy's growing. So there's more things competing for the same dollars.
Well,
they will tell the government to spend money to level it out.
What is wrong with deflation? Because if we let technology create more of a supply that outpaced our growing demand, yes, prices would come down. Why would that be bad?
It would be bad for businesses. Because why would I spend my money on that thing today when it will be cheaper tomorrow?
Okay, but for the consumer and the voter, it would be good.
Electronics are deflationary.
On its face, it sounds good. But when all the businesses stop buying and selling, there's nothing for you to spend your money on.
Right. Okay.
Don't you want your TVs to get cheaper?
Well, it seems like is there a built-in assumption that without any tweaking, you can't just leave a system on its own, sort of, or?
Yeah, because of human nature and like the political realities about how countries do this or try to get ahead here or compete for this or that.
Right.
You're always going to have to be tweaking things.
Yeah, because of the actions of so many individual actors, right? I mean, basically.
Yeah. Internally and externally. People just do what they want, right? That will cause things to change.
I could totally derail all this agreement quick.
Give it a shot.
And that's how come we have to bomb Iran so that we can.
Yeah. Think of the tweak we'd have to make if we got nuked. Damn.
Yep.
Yeah, but then you have on the other side of the Gulf is very vulnerable. They rely. I mean, Iran. They have all their own water, natural water supply for their population.
Do
On the
they?
other side, they have to rely on desalinization plants, and they are easy targets. You have also you have reports now because of these bombings that Iran have put into UAE and Saudi, though they didn't cause much infrastructure damage. Psychologically now, because Dubai is wanting to be this haven for all these millionaires and rich to come, if they find it to be dangerous to be there, a lot of that money's going to leave that area.
That's already happening.
You know, one of the biggest losers from this Iran deal was China. They had to totally cave to Trump because they knew how screwed they were because their whole economy depends upon oil. And where do they get it from? The Gulf region.
Yeah. Almost way over half the energy is imported.
Right, but they're not.
China.
They do have Russia and Iran to fall on.
Yeah.
Well, not Iran right now.
Well,
that's the whole point. That's why I said.
I think China is getting Iranian oil right now.
How? Where's it coming from? How's it getting there? It's not going through the Strait of Hormuz.
Their tankers are staying close to Iran. They're going into Pakistan and doing shit there to get a switcheroo or whatever.
They've been talking about doing that and laying in pipe so that they don't have to get it through ships, but I don't know if they've ever actually gone through and laid it.
Ironic, do you know America has a blockade of the Gulf right now?
Well, it's a pretend blockade. They can't enforce it because their ships can't come close enough.
Does seem like some ships getting through there.
There's issues with that.
Not many.
And we don't have enough ships in there. We don't have enough ships to do actually a proper blockade. This is like propaganda.
Well, no, this isn't the 1950s. They just do it with radar and airplanes. Or jets. I shouldn't say airplanes. Jets. Right. It's not like where you had to like line up 500 battleships to blockade a Gulf.
Everything is propaganda.
At this view, it looks like Ivanic's on a boat.
Yeah.
I would agree with what Q just said. On some level, all information when it comes about these situations is propaganda. Even if it's true, you probably know it because it helps a certain side.
That's why I don't pay attention to the news at all. Besides, why do I need to watch the news when I have you fuckers talking about it all the time?
But Q, about when the bomb comes, about when Iran shoots that missile over here. Don't you want to know before it gets here?
Nah, man, I don't. I said, come on and fucking do it already. Jesus Christ. Get it over with. Please. The economy is already shit. Might as well blow us up and restart everything.
I have a conspiracy theory. I think with all the healthcare that is expanding in my area here, I think they expect something to happen in New York or Philly.
I mean, probably. New York, California, those would be the two big targets.
They're both those cities like an hour and a half away, 2 hours,
Yeah, they're not gonna be fucking shooting missiles at bumfuck nowhere, Indiana, my guy. I'm not worried about that.
It is what it is. Whatever happens.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Let it be. Let it be.
Let it shrivel up and die.
We can sit here and argue about everything, and yet we have no control over it.
Yep.
Only how we respond to it. It's the only thing you have control over.
Yep. That's why I think we should nuke France. Turn that motherfucker into a glass floor. They ain't done nothing for us in a while. Besides, what are we really missing out on if France disappears? Nothing much.
Should we kill millions of people because of the fucking view at the top of government because of their
Sure, why not? I mean, we've killed millions of people for less than that, why not?
Well, the problem with that is then the rest of the world would slowly turn against us. They wouldn't want to do any trade with us. They'd quit using our dollars. They'd quit buying our oil. And then that would diminish our position over a generation.
We'd miss out on croissants. We can make our own, nerdy. It's fine.
Yeah.
We don't need French croissants.
I really think this is leading these negotiations. In my opinion, is just leading to a East versus West. It's just gonna be a bipolar economy.
I thought you were gonna say it's gonna lead to a war in France.
No, you take care of that region. We're over here, and that's why we're going for Venezuela. We're going for Cuba. We're gonna take care. Take Greenland, the whole fucking West there.
We're not.
Let me properly characterize what you just said. It's not East versus West. It's West it would be awesome, and East would be suck.
The way it was going, China was on the ascendancy. They were into Panama and Venezuela and all these other places. But when we took out Maduro, that took Venezuela off the table. And then when we were threatening Greenland, that put EU on notice that they better not mess with us. We didn't ever want Greenland. I mean, if we got it, great. But we weren't going to go to war over it or anything. But we were just putting the EU on notice that there's a new sheriff in town. And then this thing on Iran told China, if you still want to keep being a manufacturing superpower, then you better side with us. And you better tell Iran that they need to get back in their own lane. So I think that this actually took us out of the East-West dichotomy and put us back into America overall economy.
Not seeing that. But, hey,
listen, I don't care about when or how the bombs are going to get dropped. As long as we get the fucking third season to Severance before, that's all.
Amen. Even if they have to shoot it in China, just get it done.
Just get it done, and then you guys, after we watch it, then you can drop the bomb. All right.
I hear a lot about this. I haven't even seen the first or second season.
It's amazing. You got to watch it.
It's a fucking great show.
I have not watched a TV series since Game of Thrones.
Oh, dude, you waited on a bad TV series. I'm sorry, buddy.
It's just how the internet has changed everything.
No, I need that third season, and then everything can get bombed to death. I don't fucking care.
I don't know.
But that's just it. With the internet, you can watch all the first season of Severance, then all the second season, and then you'll be caught up.
That's what I did with Game of Thrones when I heard about it, and I went back and I got addicted. I started binge watching.
Then you watched the last season, and you wanted to fucking die.
Yeah. And it was a good time, so it was good binge watching. So maybe a couple more seasons, and then I'll go binge watch it.
But that'll be like 5 years from now.
Yeah, bro. The rate that it's going now, it'll be fucking 15 years before season 4.
Game of Thrones it was in like 3 or 4 seasons before I started watching it already. I had to binge watch 3 or 4 seasons. Yeah, something like that. Easily.
Listen, I think it would be more forgivable if the last season didn't suck as bad as it did. Right? Season 7 was bad, and then the final season was just like, this is dog shit.
But isn't that kind of baked in though? Once they know that it's the last season, why are they going to work hard to do a great job?
The reason they did such a shit job on the fucking last season is because the people that were making that season were also about to start making Star Wars Episode 7. I think 7.
Uh-huh.
And so they're just like, all right, well, we don't really have to give a fuck about this, so let's just put all of our effort into 7.
Exactly.
But I would think though, I mean, they did come out with another season, but I didn't even watch it. It was on the Queen. I think it was a prequel, right? I think.
Are you talking about the House of Dragons?
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, did you? I didn't watch that.
I didn't watch it either.
I
I've heard
don't
it. I've heard mixed reviews about it though.
But I would think sometime, even if it was the last season, I don't know. Would you think of leaving it like an open door there for a possibility of like a comeback? You know what I'm saying? Like
It just depends.
I always would. I would always end on a cliffhanger and say, if there's enough viewer support, we always could come back.
And you got that the actors want to come back because they already made. It's a hefty commitment as like leading actors in those things.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, like I think it was Lawrence Fishburne that went on and said, "Hey, I wanted to keep being on the Matrix, and I couldn't get anybody to call me back."
Oh shit! Wow.
Yeah, but the last Matrix movie was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
They should have let that shit alone, man.
Well, it's just like the Hellraiser series. They keep pumping out bad Hellraisers because if they don't, then they lose the IP. So they'd rather lose money on it and make a crappy one than not be able to make one in the future.
Yeah.
Some of these decisions that they make. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's the same thing that they did to the Saw franchise. I actually enjoyed Saw 1 and 2, and then they're just like, all right, guys, well, we fucked up and killed the fucking pro tag, so I guess we'll start making movies that are like prequels, but also not prequels. So here's fucking Saw 9. Have fun trying to determine where it is in the timeline.
So I'm looking through my X feed. This maybe you heard of this guy, Hillary's a Houston attorney named Stephen Swain was caught on his own home cameras allegedly committing bestiality with the family dog Shipley. His wife installed the cameras for contractor work and got the worst footage imaginable.
Oh wow.
He's out on $75,000 bond. Is that illegal, I guess?
Yeah, it's illegal to fuck animals.
Now, if I was him, my first question would be, did I know about the camera? And then the second one would be, did my wife inform me of the camera? Because otherwise she's having illegal photography.
There you go.
He's going to get away with fucking animals due to the illegal.
No, he won't get away with it, but at least he can hurt her too. And if I was looking at everything he's probably looking at in his career, then I'm probably pretty sure I'd end up in divorce.
Divorce the wife and get back with the dog.
Without the cameras, exactly. And what does it say about the wife if he would prefer the dog over her?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. How bad is your head game? Like, Jesus Christ. You're losing to a fucking dog. How about if the animal consent?
If we could turn that into a philosophical topic, that would be bizarre because you're right.
Like we have the litmus test for animals, and if they're smart enough to consent to getting fucked.
Well, I mean, it's clearly an ape, right? Because it's a non-image bearer. This is the Jill argument. Everything that is not made in the image of God, whether it's a water hose or whatever, it must be an ape.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that shit's on Twitter. Twitter is only used for porn and racial slurs. Or both at the same time. Yeah.
I missed the old John Talks videos, but here's his latest. I haven't seen it.
It never fails. It never, ever fails. So the New York Knicks recently, which recently beat my Detroit Pistons, but we're not here to talk about that. The New York Knicks are going to the NBA championship, and President Trump has been invited by the owner of the Knicks. And so naturally, he was asked by a reporter whether or not he was going to go to the game.
So President Trump, the Knicks game next week?
No, I was invited to I was going to go on Wednesday, but they closed it out very quickly. They made and Jim Dolan's a great guy. He's, as you know, owns and in charge of Madison Square Garden. He's having a good year. Boy, what a team. They win all their games. They have some great players. I think I'll be going to one of the games. Yeah, I was invited by numerous people and Jim. And I think I'll be going. It's great to see it.
President Trump, on election fraud, President Trump.
The Knicks have really suffered for years.
What's your prediction?
They're doing right.
Now, a little later after that, Kathy Hochul was asked what she thought about Donald Trump saying that he was a lifelong fan of the New York Knicks.
Do you think of him saying he's a lifelong Knicks fan? I think that's how the Times reported it.
I asked him to name the starting lineup from 1993 championship team and see how he does.
Never, ever fails. When it comes to quoting the Bible, comes to like anything, even within politics, so many times they manage to gaff it up. But this is Kathy Hochul challenges Donald Trump to name players from the 1993 championship team. Here's the kicker. The Knicks did not win the championship in 1993. They didn't even go to the finals. I thought that maybe she had mixed it up, but they didn't even go to the finals. And they certainly did not win a championship. She was only 20 years off.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I have no fucking idea about basketball, but for some reason I thought Trump was going to name them off.
Real quick, all I'm going to say is fuck the New York Knicks. My team's going to take that shit. So...
Because the last time the New York Knicks won a championship was in 1973 against the Los Angeles Lakers. The only thing that I could think of is that she was mixing up the 1994 team that went to the finals, but they still lost to the Houston Rockets. Those were the years when Michael Jordan took a break from the NBA and played baseball. If not, who knows? Maybe those Chicago Bulls could have won 8 championships. So I'd like to thank that reporter for asking that question, because I have to say, it was rather amusing to see Kathy Hochul try to dunk on Donald Trump and just happen to come up 20 years short. All right, let me know what you think about this Kathy Hochul.
Okay. Hey, Frank is out there. What's a Heaven Downer? What's a Heaven Downer? Nice. Adam, what is going on here? What are you talking about?
What do you feel about the topic of animals consenting?
So being fucked?
Wait.
This was the bro Joe. Let him answer.
Well, we're animals. Don't we consent?
We do.
Yeah, can your dog consent to having sex with you?
No.
Are you sure?
Well, okay. I think here's a more important question. With technology going the way it's going, what if we could make it so your dog could talk and understand English?
We'll have like a translation machine, have a translator,
or you just change their brain, or you put cyber stuff in their head. Whatever way you do it, doesn't matter. Is it okay then?
It's okay to put the peanut butter on.
Right. As
I
soon
was
as they
wondering
gave
when
the
that was
ability
going
to
to
because
come up.
the dog's brain is about the brain of about a 3 or 4 year old.
No, but we're saying
make it equivalent. So what we're
going
saying, we're giving
along-
it the ability to consent.
we're going the long road on bestiality. Being okay, this is a fucking weird change up, man.
What if
It
we
would,
made
have,
the
to be,
dog?
it would have to be at least 3 years old, because then it would make the dog 21 in human years.
So if the dog was smart as you, then it'd be okay.
So the age of consent in dogs is 3.
It's gonna know what it would have to know what it's doing, like a human would know what it's doing.
Yeah, as I said, it's smart as you. Yeah.
This is some Alex Jones level fucking podcast conversation right here.
Oh, here, let me quote Alex Jones.
No, why? Wait, why do you say that, Q? Because these are interesting questions. Because this goes like one of the questions I raised like yesterday, or earlier about the whole incest thing. But we're talking about Down
I'm
syndrome.
sorry, what?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it seems like we can reason for some things, but then you take that reasoning elsewhere, then it becomes ethical questions. And
I mean,
like,
I don't think I'd be reasoning for incest regardless, but like, I mean,
so you don't think that people should be able to make their own choices?
No, I don't know, man. Look what
you have to know how the whole topic came up.
I mean, that's fair.
It started off. Should people with Down syndrome be able to get married and have kids?
So how'd that lead into incest?
Because it just, how conversations go.
Listen.
Well, my thing was because I've raised the question before. If a brother, because the ick factor aside, and if you can say there would be no reproduction, what would be wrong about adult brother and sister having sex?
And in many countries, it's legal.
Okay. I want to acknowledge that I helped get this conversation going, and now I'm going to leave.
You're a piece of shit.
You're a fucking arsonist. You're an arsonist. You're not a firefighter. You're an arsonist.
I gotta go do some stuff. I might be back later if you're here for a while. But
oh god, get too long already.
You're a piece of shit, sir. I hope you know that.
I'm here too long already.
Literally Hitler. How dare you?
He went to go pick up things and put them down.
I don't think I can reason incest because I've never thought about it. Like, all of my siblings are grown ass adults, and I've never once been like, you know what? I want to fuck my sister.
But would you deny the right to somebody else? Because that was really what the discussion was about, whether you should be denying rights to other people.
I don't think I can get rid of the ick factor. That's the problem.
And I guess this is where you were going with the dog thing and changing their brain, and if they were
listen. I was not going anywhere with that conversation. That was Serb.
Now, I read a story about a Houston area lawyer that got caught on his own home surveillance cameras going to town on the dog. And so then that's how it warped into, well, Green made the comment, well, what if the animal consents?
Oh my god.
By what? Backing up on him? Is that consent? Or is that...
We'd have to determine what is consent. Because I could say...
established.
Yeah.
We've established that the age of
consent. If a dog is humping my leg, is that, it wanting it? Yeah. Or can I have that dog arrested for assault? Sexually assaulting me?
How do we know between it being horny and establishing dominance?
Well, let's assume it was a female dog because we don't know it was a male. And let's say it was in estrus and it was just waving it in front of your face. It was like, come hit it, daddy, come hit it. And you're like, well,
right.
It's right there.
I think it's time for me to test the weight limit on my ceiling fan. Holy fuck. Listen, if that ever happens to me and a dog's doing that, I'm never taking acid again. That's for fucking sure. My dealer erased my shit.
Doggy faces. All doggy faces you're gonna see on your next trip.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not the
like, hey,
faces.
oh god.
Puppy fractals.
Oh man, was the governor was hitting it from the back.
Cute little puppy fractals.
Oh my fucking god.
What
Like,
up,
how-
ninjas? There's Kevin, Trusty Ape in the house.
I guess my question is like, when you get to the when you get to court, right? And they've got a video of you fucking a dog. What do you do there? Like what defense do you have at that point? Like, Your Honor, my client pleads
Temporary insanity.
My argument would probably be, this is AI generated. My wife is trying to blank.
The judge just hits you with a "Let me smell your dick."
Yeah.
Create a squirrel.
Oh my god! Like, what? I gotta wonder. Like, do they have kids?
We don't know.
Because if that guy has kids, their lives are fucking ruined, like forever.
Well, see, that's why the first question I had was like, did he know he was on camera, or did she install a camera without telling him? And if so, you can use that. Hey, I didn't
think she-
consent.
I think she installed it without him knowing, because this has been like a
Yeah.
ongoing thing.
But if they're married, it's kind of both their home.
No, hear me out, right? She thought he was cheating on her, and she was right, but it was with a woman.
Yeah. You know, I
Well, the way
suspect
that it was reported, she was trying to spy on the contractors. So if
Oh,
she
that's
installed the cameras and did not notify him, it doesn't matter that it's her house. The fact that she was operating them when he was present would be the issue.
Okay, my question was like, was it just regular ass security cameras, or like was this like a Ring doorbell thing?
It was probably like the one that you put up in the
What, they put
corner
it on
of
the
your
porch?
house or something. I don't know.
Because if you got caught fucking a dog on the Ring doorbell cameras, like you deserve to be where you're at. I'm
Well,
just
no,
saying.
if she's trying to catch contractors, it's probably like a book in the bookshelf, and they happens to see the whole living room. And then if he's like going to town,
Oh
I
my
don't know if
god,
it's the living room or the bedroom, but
she caught him on a nanny cam.
yeah, basically that's the way I'm taking it.
What kind of dog was it?
I don't think you're the one taking it. I think the dog was.
What kind of dog?
A
What
Chihuahua.
kind of dog was it? What kind of dog was it?
I don't know, but Nerdy's got a good point. What if he had married the dog? Well, then that would make it legal.
The court would like to present the smell of your dick.
I could just see the dog's signature on the marriage certificate.
Oh my
It could be a
fucking
nose
God.
print.
Your Honor, Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call this man's dog to the stand. Show me on the.
What's he putting up here?
Oh man, look at the dog.
Oh,
they had to blow the dog's nose
that
their face out.
It's a golden
blanked
retriever.
the-
That's even worse.
Face up.
Like, why do they have to block the dog's face? As if you're
The dog's the victim. That's why.
Holy shit. That's even worse, bro. Like, that's a golden retriever. You're actually a piece of shit. Like, get fucking death sentence, please. Holy shit.
It looked
Aren't
like
you
a
glad
mix
it wasn't
to
a
me.
Chihuahua?
Yeah, it looked more like a poodle golden retriever mix.
No, that's a golden. I can
Okay.
definitely do that.
He looked kind of down though, and looked kind of sad. But is he
Yeah, I
sad?
think I'm-
Is he sad
Look
that
like he was missing daddy.
because he got abused, or is he sad?
They said
took him away.
They said they got molested, or because he's not getting molested.
Well, did you see that it looked like he had been punched in the nose?
He's got a big zit in his on his nose, or maybe he got punched in the nose. Yeah,
I think his wife hit him in the nose before he got arrested.
I think that was from the dog while he was getting fucked.
Maybe.
Was he? Wait, was he doing the fucking, or is the dog doing the fucking?
Yeah, who was actually doggy style?
Or was this a peanut butter situation? I'm not Googling it because I'm not taking my fucking search history with this shit.
Just guessing from the law, I don't think it was a peanut butter situation, because in that sense, the dog would be initiating. So I have a feeling it was Meat and potatoes, if you know what that is.
This one commenter says the King James Bible explains exactly what to do in this case. It's not good for him, but liberating for the wife. I don't know what he's referring to though.
What's it?
Put them both to death is what it says.
And this guy says, so where was the peanut butter going?
What brand of peanut butter, Your Honor? Jif?
Creamy or chunky?
Was it Peter Pan chunky? Yo, what is up with governors doing weird shit? We had Anthony Weiner sending pictures of his schlong.
Oh yeah, this guy says, I hope the dog did.
What
This guy says, I hope the dog did that to his nose, sick bastard.
Yeah.
Anthony Weiner got caught sending his schlong to underage children, so probably
Yeah,
get
where is
in
Anthony
jail.
Weiner these days? What's he doing? Mm-hmm. The folder, was it? The folder labeled insurance. The files, remember the Wiener files?
Yeah, open the Wiener files. Jesus
Oh yeah,
Christ.
yeah, they were insurance. Yeah.
The whole
So Trump made another gaffe. This guy posts, he says, we are so far into Mad King territory with that White House. May not even bother to clarify whether Trump just confused Oman with Iran or is indeed threatening to bomb Oman. Because he said, Oman will behave just like everyone else, or we'll have to blow them up. So it sounds like he misspoke.
I mean, Anthony Weiner is still alive, so that's a surprise. What the dog doing? His dad. Jesus Christ.
Your Honor, I was completely innocent when I applied that peanut butter. What the dog did after I went to sleep is totally on it.
Your Honor, I was exfoliating my member and the dog sexually assaulted me.
That is a valid defense. But without seeing the video, we don't know the specifics.
Almost said something I probably shouldn't have. Well, I'll tell you later, Hillary's. Oh, fuck. Actually, I'm going to message it to you. Hang on.
All right. On Google, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So how's the fundraiser going, Brojo?
We hit a goal.
That's good.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for Sandy's generous donation. Put us paid for along with other donations, and now we have StreamYard for another year. There you go. So here you go. We're kind of celebrating now with this long hangout. We'll still take cups of coffee for other ventures, like doing giveaways and karaoke contests.
There you go, Hillary's.
Yeah, I agreed with you 100%.
What's up?
The DM he sent me, I agree with him 100%.
Missed the DM.
Well, if you want to say it, you can. It just prevents me from getting in trouble.
No, I don't want to get into it. Let's just say that tampering with substances leads to bad decisions.
Oh, dude, you couldn't give me enough substances to do that. I don't give a fuck. My God. Holy shit. You took man's best friend to a dark place.
Yep.
But Your Honor, they're meant to serve human.
Oh, and now I have a song in mind now.
If it actually went to trial, I don't think there's any way that he could win. He would have to get the evidence thrown out before it ever went to trial. Otherwise, he's lost.
I'll do it for the 420 mix, 420 break.
I'm pretty sure he already has lost.
No, he hasn't. He can do pre-trial motions to get the evidence excluded. Once the evidence is excluded, they don't have anything against him.
If they can't do that, then it's guaranteed he's going to settle before any trial. Though geez.
Yeah, definitely.
Dude, I can't believe this man's gonna be put on the register as a registered sex offender for fucking a dog.
I don't think so.
Yeah. No, there should be a whole nother different list for that.
Dog, I hope the wife gets all of everything that he owns in the fucking divorce settlement. I really do. Including the dog.
That's funny because he would be able to be around kids, but he couldn't work near a veterinarian.
Oh Lord.
He has to be 500 feet away from the nearest pet shop.
Yeah. You guys are joking around, but that actually could be a condition of his bond that he's not allowed within 1,000 feet of an animal.
Stay away from pet stores. No zoos for you. No zoos for you.
He gets hard as fuck every time he goes down the dog section in Walmart. It's just awkward.
Just think of that. Just think of that.
Oh my god, dude, that's fucked. You know, I sometimes ask myself, I wonder why I stopped going on the internet as much, and then you guys tell me some shit about this, and my brain goes, yeah, that's why. That sounds about right.
You could be a school teacher, but you can't be a vet.
Today, children, we're going to teach you how dogs can consent to having sex. Oh, fuck. I think I need to smoke some weed for that. Holy shit.
Smoke weed every day.
If only I had some.
I gotta find the song now. I was looking for the song. Where'd it go?
But Your Honor, the dog was always licking its genitals in front of me, so I thought I would help it out.
You're making common sense arguments, but in the court that wouldn't work. An animal by its very nature can't consent. So the only thing he really has is to exclude the evidence, saying that his wife didn't inform him of the camera. Therefore, it was illegal photography. Therefore, it has to be excluded.
Hang on, I got something for you guys. All right, hang on. Hey, bro, Joe, I got something for this.
What do you got?
Share screen. Come on, you piece of shit. All right, here we go.
What is it?
You'll see. It's nothing bad, I promise. It's like 20 seconds long.
What channel? Okay, see. What is it? Who is it from?
Arresting me for what? I'm not allowed to stand up for myself? I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry. I thought this was America. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was in America. I'm sorry. Oh, is this a communist country or something? I thought this is America. This is America. This is America.
How about that? And all the different names of the towns, Conifer, Pueblo, all these different places he's going to mess up.
Oh, dude, the sad thing is there's not a single South Park clip that doesn't fit into some conversation, I swear to God. We had a conversation with a couple of friends the other day.
Did you see the Britney Spears arrest video?
I haven't watched it.
Is there a recent Britney Spears arrest video?
Yes, there is. Yes.
Oh, what should you do this time?
Oh,
it was a traffic stop, but I don't know why.
It was a traffic stop. Okay. I'm a woman. I know my rights. You can't do this.
Ma'am, those are two mutually contradictory statements.
Hello. Hi, I'm Officer Batista. The reason I pulled you over is because you were swerving in two lanes. You were all over the place. I was on my phone. Everything okay? Yes, sir. I'm fine. Okay, do you have your license on you? Have you had any alcohol today? Anything like that? You've been dancing? Okay. You mind if I check your eyes? I'm gonna be honest, I do smell alcohol coming from your car, okay? That's why I want you to step out, that way I can ask you some questions and conduct a DUI investigation. If I feel like you're okay, then I'll get you out of here, okay?
Okay, but honestly, I don't trust that, so I'm going to call my lawyer, because I have the right to, as a woman to step out of my car. I don't want to, I was told this one time in Maui, and it was a joke.
Okay, I understand that, but this isn't a joke, okay? I'm an officer with the California Highway Patrol. I'm Officer Batista.
Okay, but they did the same thing, and I had to.
Okay, I get that.
Hour that the lady that I was with, I was supposed to be with me. I screamed her name for 2 hours in the car, and they
Okay.
left me in here. And
Okay, well, this isn't a joke, okay? I'm asking you to step out, okay? Would you like us to drive you around the corner where there's people that are going to be watching?
Yes,
Well, you're going to get in our car.
No, I want my car. I'm not going to go over there. I'll call you guys.
No.
No, sir, I can drive.
She thinks they don't allow her to move a car.
This is definitely California. They are being so polite and so nice. But then,
Yeah, good.
but then again, when they ran her tag, they probably know it's Britney Spears.
Yeah. Sir, I could drive. I'm totally fine.
We'll get out of the
No, I know my rights. As a person, no, I know my rights. You can't tell me, sir. I have hands. I'm a woman. I know my rights. I haven't done anything wrong.
Here, why don't we have you get out and sit in the passenger seat? We'll drive. I don't think that you're able to drive right now.
Sir, I can drive. I can drive to my home. I'm supposed to be meeting my children.
Please get out of the car.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, this is a lawful order. I'm asking you very nicely. I'm ordering you out of the vehicle.
I've been here a drink for 15 years.
Okay, well, maybe that's what it is. But why don't you just walk over to the sidewalk? I don't want to get in my car. Is it maybe okay? Can you move my car a little bit better? Yeah.
Little princess.
Okay. All right, we're just going to go on the sidewalk over here, okay? Okay, just up here, watch this way. Okay.
Look at her trying being all prim and proper.
So, like I said, that's the whole reason why we pulled you over, okay? Just because the way you're driving had me concerned, so that's why I wanted to pull you over and talk to you to see what was going on, okay? Now that I'm talking to you and as I talk to you in the car, I did smell alcohol, okay? So I'm just going to ask you some questions.
I had a mimosa, a baby champagne this morning.
Okay. All right, well,
eggs and a Benedict and French toast and
the next one you have a
cream cheese early this morning. But as of right now, for the past, I've been working on my phone.
Okay. Okay, so like I said, I'm just going to ask you some questions, okay? And we're going to do some field sobriety tests, and if I feel like you're okay to drive, then I'll get you out of here, okay? So just based off of your driving and the odor of alcohol on you and off of your eyes, you are going to be under arrest for DUI, okay? Okay? You're going to be under arrest for DUI. So I'm going to need you to turn around and place your hands behind your back for me, please.
I don't want to do that.
I know, I understand. I'm going to explain what we have to do.
I'm not getting blood.
We have to go get blood, okay?
That's illegal.
It's not illegal.
Yes, it is.
Actually,
what
it
you guys
is.
are doing is illegal.
Right? It does seem like illegal to force blood out of him.
Unless he has a court order from a judge, it is 100% illegal. But he's going to lie because he's allowed to lie.
Yeah. And you know, I thought Brittany would like the handcuffs. But
Yeah, if it was in private and stood on the side of the road, I bet she would.
It is.
Like I said, you're under arrest for DUI, okay?
I didn't have a DUI.
I didn't have a DUI.
I had a mimosa this morning.
I wasn't even drinking now.
You guys are lying.
You don't know much.
Oh, it hurt.
Like I said, once we get to the hospital, we'll take them off, okay? Just don't mess with them too much.
What's the hospital? Where's the hospital?
It's really close. It's right down the street, okay? It's off of,
What's a
off of
hospital?
Jan's.
How are you
That's
going
their
to
fake
leave?
accent.
You saw me sit there and do that test for that long?
I'll adjust them once we get to the hospital. We can take them off, okay? Maybe we can sit down.
You guys are evil.
I put the cuffs on as loose as I can put them on,
You're
okay?
lying. You put them on as tight as they fit. And they're really tight.
I guess the difference between there and here is he was saying you will be under arrest, and we have to say you are under arrest. Because we can't talk about what will happen in the future, just what has happened. Because my argument would be, well, I don't consent to being arrested then. If I will be.
Yeah, it was almost like he was asking for permission. Are you going to be arrested for DUI? Okay.
Right. No, it's not okay. Now I'll go ahead and leave.
No issues with that arrest, Irenic?
I don't think we should have. I don't think we should need police on the road. This is Minority Report shit. I hate it. I hate the idea of it.
We
Pulling
don't need
people over
police on the road.
Pulling people over and stopping them from doing what they want
Well-
to do because they haven't done anything. They haven't caused any harm.
She did. There was probable cause. She was swerving.
No, there's no
on the road.
what harm.
My brother in Christ, you do realize driving drunk can harm not just yourself, right?
When it
You
causes
realize
harm,
that?
then they should. Then you.
Oh,
should
so
get
we should only stop people drunk driving when they run over a fucking family of 4 instead of preventing that from happening. Because that makes a bunch of sense. That's not retarded at all.
Well, I like freedom over safety.
But
and liberty
well,
over safety.
you're just proving that you're stupid. Okay, like that's fucking retarded. Like actually,
She was swerving, and that's an endangerment. That could be an endangerment, and so there was cause for the police to pull her over.
Right. Okay. So what's wrong with them pulling her over and saying, "Hey, we noticed you're driving erratically. Please be careful and get back in their fucking car."
Because they smelled the
Because
alcohol.
she didn't cause any. The problem is you're having her stop before she causes any harm to anyone.
yes, like a smart human being. You stupid fuck.
Oh, so let's just.
Wait.
We should just put all black people in jail then in America.
Oh yeah, let's make this a race issue now. Because you can't accept the fact that someone's doing their fucking job to
No, I'm
prevent someone
saying
who's
if we're gonna
intoxicated.
prevent- if we're
Someone
gonna
who's
prevent-
intoxicated.
Start preventing
Hey.
crime ahead of time before it's happening.
If both you guys are gonna freaking talk over me, let's make arguments, not insults.
I mean, I have a
Hey, if you're gonna
insult, so
arrest
okay.
people before they do any damage, then or commit any crimes, then you might as well arrest all the black people because they do most of the crime per capita, don't they? Per
You're fucking retard. You just.
Well,
keep
why
doing what-
shouldn't you? If you're for putting people in jail before they cause any damage.
Hey guys, the police found like a bunch of fucking notes in my house saying.
Why are you doing that, Q? Why do you do that? Get up on the microphone and get all hot like that. Don't do that.
By the way, y'all, just saying the cops found a bunch of things saying that I'm going to shoot up my school, but they didn't stop me before I shot up my school because it they shouldn't do that.
Do you have a First Amendment right to write fiction?
What about a Fourth Amendment right?
Excellent point.
This guy doesn't know. He doesn't believe in the Constitution. This is why I believe in the liberty under the Constitution. And there's nothing.
Again, I'm going to say it seems that it was probable cause. She was swerving on the road. That's an endangerment. They pull her over. Now they smell alcohol. which is good reason for her swerving.
Sort of.
Right.
If I was going to lay this out, I would say she was on a public roadway. She can swerve all that she wants on a private road or a private drive like a parking lot. But she's on a public road, so then that means she has to follow certain laws. They pulled her over for swerving. There's nothing wrong with that. They could have let her go if they decided nothing was wrong. She said she was on her cell phone. Okay, so that's her defense. I wasn't drinking, I was on my cell phone. That's still illegal. Now he's going to say that he smells alcohol coming from her vehicle. That's actually something that her lawyer can argue. Well, her car may have been drinking, but she wasn't drinking. He never said he smelled alcohol coming from her breath. So maybe it actually was not a lawful arrest.
Now they didn't go. We didn't hear the whole sobriety test on the side. They skipped over that.
Uh-huh.
So when after they did that, it seemed like they determined to arrest her. Now, yeah. So
Wait, I thought
But we have to go by steps.
I thought she refused the breathalyzer, and then that's why they took her for the blood test. Isn't that how it goes?
Yes, the way it happened chronologically was he said he smelled alcohol coming from her car, not from her. So I think that him forcing her to exit the vehicle is one of the first problems that they're going to have. And the lawyer's going to say they had no right to force her from her vehicle because they didn't say that she was a threat. Once he had her out of the vehicle, he was trying to get her to do field sobriety, and she declined. And then he said, because I smell alcohol coming from your car, again, not your person, but your car, you're under arrest. Or no, he said, you will be under arrest. Well, okay, at what point did he actually place her under arrest? So if he cuffed her before she was under arrest, then he'd have to make another argument. I think she's going to beat this case if she has a good lawyer.
but if she was in fact drinking, shouldn't have she been arrested?
Absolutely.
So, Barojo, my argument is that I don't recognize the unconstitutionality of what the police state is doing to us. It's a violation of our rights to stop us, or to interdict and stop us, from traveling lawfully on the road, because I don't take traveling in my car as a privilege. I consider it a constitutional right that's enshrined in the Constitution.
But it's
Has
not.
to do with commercial. You can drive anywhere in America. You're allowed to travel. You're allowed to use the commutable trails across America.
You're conflating two different issues.
And that includes a car.
You're conflating two different issues. Absolutely, she has a right to travel anywhere that she wants. But once she uses a public road, she agrees to certain restrictions. And that's where Brojo and them are picking that up.
Responsibility to the public.
I'm saying having the police state out there interdicting people in on their going, based on whether they think they're going too fast or whatever. I'm saying those laws are a violation of the principles of personal liberty, and we should be allowed to drive as safely as we think, ourselves determine it. And now, if in the course of all of us doing that, if I should cause harm to somebody, then that's the legal point when the authorities can, make steps to correct the situation.
Should I be able to have a cannon pointed at your house? At what point? This becomes the question now. At what point do you intervene? I mean, some would say the cops should intervene if you have a cannon pointed at my house. This is no different than the car being pointed at the public.
This is like
at what point do we wait? Do we wait for the cannon or the car to hit somebody?
This is like when Heretic is out there on the street filming perfectly legally, and fucking asshole protesters who are ignorant come up and say, "Stop filming me! Stop filming me! Police, police!" And
it's not the same thing. This is not the same.
There's similarities there because.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I think there's supposed to be a certain duty to the public to protect the public, right? And she could be endangering the life of someone because she is in public. Like Hillary said, if you're on your private land, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You're on your private land. You want to drive around drunk, do whatever you want.
Every person driving on the road is a potential accident. I mean, you might as well not allow people out.
But you're making a different argument. Yes, they're all a potential accident.
What I'm doing is I'm taking the extreme because you say she's doing something dangerous. What if she says I wasn't being dangerous at all? And as a matter of fact, show me the damage.
She was on her phone. She was already on the phone being distracted.
Habeas corpus. Show me the body.
Nobody.
That's what I'm talking about. There's no evidence that I did anything wrong, that I harmed anybody. I shouldn't be penalized if I don't harm anyone. That's my point. And if I haven't harmed anyone, I shouldn't be stopped either. When it gets to the point where I violate somebody else's person or property, then that's the point when law is appropriately brought into the situation, not beforehand.
You're really not going to like my answer now that you said that. I was with you right up until you said you had to harm another person. In Texas, if you commit a crime, it's not against a person, it's against the name of the state of Texas.
Right.
So she committed. Right.
That to me, that's a fiction though. They had to invent.
It is. I admit that.
If you remember my mention of habeas corpus, right?
I do.
Like, where is the body? Show me the body. Then they can't do that.
All right. Let me. So let's go. If this went a different way, go the ironic way. Car swerving the road. Police is there observing. They observe this car doing, but they cannot do anything. And it's a wait and see what happens kind of deal. And then if she hits somebody or something, then the police interject. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he said, show me the body. And the swerving between two lanes was the body.
No. That's not any evidence of damage or the body is.
It is.
Show me the body with the bruises on it.
No, you're talking about a different body now. You're saying damages and you're saying harm. The harm was done to the name of the fiction. We both agree it's a fiction, but that is a fiction.
We already discussed that. That's illegitimate. That's an illegitimate. That's illegitimate. That's
actually it's the opposite. It's the opposite.
And I don't reckon. I'm saying my argument does not recognize such a fallacy.
So ironic in my scenario.
We're talking about real life. Talking about real damage.
In my scenario, is the cop just to not do anything?
There are no cops in my scenario. There are no cops.
But wait, there's cops on the street.
There's no monitoring of the
public. No, they're just on the street, eating donuts, and there goes the car swerving on the road.
Look,
what I'm saying?
Unconstitutional. This.
No, I'm there. It's a simple question. I don't know what the problem is.
Let's go to Irenics. This is like 2 or 3 years ago. Irenic made the statement that until the person hits another person, the cop shouldn't even be there.
Yeah, exactly. There should not be state police watchers watching the public. That's a violation of the principles underlie the Constitution.
So you don't want no cops patrolling the ghettos?
That's not.
You want cops patrolling the ghettos?
I think
yes, he does. He just doesn't want cops. He doesn't want cops watching white people. That's the problem.
Look, if there's crimes going on, and people want to hire police.
I didn't say anything about crime. I just said, do you want cops patrolling the ghettos?
Irenic's making a good point here. He's going back 400 years. No, Irenic, let me make your point for you. Go back 300 or 400 years, there wasn't government police, there were private police. So if you went to Boston Commons, you had one person who was the policeman. And until someone was actually harmed and the citizenry demanded that the person be arrested, people could pretty much do what they want. And I think that's what he wants to return to.
That's all I'm saying is we don't need, this.
So you want private police? You want private police?
No, I just don't want anybody.
That might be a good idea.
You shouldn't imagine if there was no traffic cops out there, and you just turn them into accident responders. Okay, that's kind of what I'm talking about. There's no tickets going out unless you know, any fines that are handed out are only to people that are convicted through the court process. And, you know, whatever fines are assessed or damages are deemed, you know, just or whatever in the
So there
case.
should be no cops on the streets at all.
Exactly. No watchers.
So no cops patrolling the ghetto.
No, not
Okay.
for traffic, not watching for
No.
watching
Wait, no.
Not,
Okay.
not even in the neighborhood. No,
Not even in the neighborhood.
They
Nowhere.
shouldn't be spying on us.
How about
They
cops?
should not spy on its citizens.
How about cops by the schools?
Hey, the cops. If the cops want to have a building where they, you know, that's where they're.
No, wait.
That's where they hang out, and when they're called, if the call comes in, then they respond. Fine.
There's a threat to a school, a bombing or a shooting. There's a threat. Call in or whatever. Wait a minute. I'm not finished.
All right, go ahead.
Do we wait till the bombing or shooting happens, or do we have police presence there before it happens?
I would say you have bomb threat protocols in place, and if somebody calls that in, then you implement them. That would be the point. You know, when the threat is, you know, when there's a threat, when the threat is there, right? Not before any call.
But
we just have to have the state in place watching us just in case.
But there wouldn't be if there was no funding because there weren't any traffic tickets being written. There would be no police to call.
No,
it would be up to the parents to come and respond to the bomb threat.
Having it, then you just have taxes support it. You don't need to just
okay.
So that's no argument.
So then there should be police presence if there is a call of threat.
If the citizenry deems it you know, good and fit, and you know the majority say, yeah, we want to have a response unit for this scenario or that scenario. All that's legitimate as long as it's through the people.
I'm pretty sure you're going to have the citizenry agree. Yeah, we'd like a cop to, you know, if they see somebody swerving down the road, if they see somebody swerving down the road, that they pull them over.
Citizenry isn't allowed to violate my constitutional rights. So my argument is the state being, you know, the state is acting unconstitutionally.
But you just said if the citizenry wants it.
Well, okay, under the libertarian scenario. Under the libertarian scenario, there would be no public roads. Every road would be a toll road. And because every road's a toll road, you're going to have police on the toll road, and everyone's going to be getting pulled over all the time.
I don't agree with that premise. I don't agree with that premise. I think we could have public roads.
Yeah, I think so too. I'd be more of a mini anarchist kind of deal.
We
need a minimal government, but on a minimal level.
I think we could have.
No,
infrastructure. The roads are part of the infrastructure that you need, especially emergency vehicles, military. It protects our borders, that kind of thing. So I think it would be part of that.
Same with public utilities. Could be.
I don't know. They would actually be considered public roads, though. I think that they would be government private roads instead of open to the public.
There is no such thing as government private.
Sure, there is. Area 51.
I'm saying, to me, anything that's government is public.
But that's not the way it's defined.
It's public in a representative democracy. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the Air Force base that I grew up next to was 100% private. It belonged to the government, and the public was not allowed on it except on certain days.
It belonged to the American people. But there's rules.
No, it didn't belong to the American people. It belonged to the U.S. government only. The Department of Defense.
What is the U.S. government then?
A legal fiction.
Well, I mean, who owns it? What person?
Nobody. It is a legal fiction owned by the foreign corporation known as the District of Columbia. That's not even part of the United States.
I don't know.
Right, well,
I'd say at this point, corporations own the United States.
Well, that's just it. The DC and the way the law is actually written, the DC is not part of any one of the U.S. states. The DC, the 100 square miles of DC is considered a foreign country. So just let that sink in.
Foreign country.
Yes. And it is the foreign country of DC that owns all the military bases. The American people don't own any of it. The American people get taxed, but they have no ownership.
Who
Oh,
signed?
just like our houses.
How could this fiction be established if there was?
Just like the houses.
It seems like there would be no one with proper authority to,
Just like the vehicles.
initiate such an instrument.
Okay, you're saying proper authority. The administrative branch can make certain things, and then the legislative branch funds it.
So let me ask this then. Does the role of the president or the representatives change when they are in Washington, D.C., as opposed to being outside of Washington, D.C.?
No, anywhere on the earth or off the earth, their role would remain the same.
So who's...
So basically, Washington, D.C. is something like the city of London.
Yes, very much.
Or the Vatican, right?
Or Vatican City, exactly. And I'm sure that when they made DC, those are probably the two examples that they were drawing from.
But the Pope is not the president of Italy. So I mean,
no, he's the head. He's the head of state of Vatican City.
Right, because
so Trump is only head of state of DC and president of the United States?
No, Trump is head of the entire United States executive branch, who he happens to be in DC. So the fact that he's not in the United States is irrelevant.
So if it's a foreign country, who's the head of this foreign country?
Oh, that's the really dangerous part. The federal bureaucracy is
just a bureaucracy.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Or the banks, or I don't know, or something else.
Dude, that's fucking scary.
It is scary. When you get deep enough down the rabbit hole, it gets very scary. And then when we see these weird things going on, it makes a lot more sense. When we see the CIA going into the Director of National Intelligence's office and start taking files, then it gets really scary.
And what is that story? It's so it's like I wouldn't call it conspiracy, but it's a story that involves the White House chronicler or whatever you call it. There's the official record keeper or something of the White House that has some fucking power. If they it's constitutionally there's none of this is ringing a bell for you, Hillary.
I think I know what you mean, because they subpoenaed her to testify in front of Congress.
Archivist, maybe? Archivist?
Exactly, the archivist. She determines which executive orders did and did not get signed. So if the autopen signs it and she says it was the president, it is the president, even though it wasn't the president. So yes,
or vice versa. Like she could nullify a true signature, though. That's the more concerning.
You're right. Exactly.
Trump for U.S. Pope. Well, the Pope is American. He might have been Trump elected or selected.
No, those two got beef right now, actually.
Yeah. Who's running this place?
But imagine imagine the huge monetary relief we could, the tax relief and everything. If we just eliminated all the traffic, courts and personnel, policemen and all that, and then just, go to a response, paradigm where you just respond to things that, like when an accident happens, then, you have ambulances. You don't need cops generally, or unless, but there would be units that can respond to robberies or things like that,
I would like if we only had a fifth as many police as we currently do. I think that's a good number.
And then somehow, I would say eliminate all legal fines, or eliminate all financing of the court system through the from the quote unquote criminals side, and just have the public pay all the, have the public all pay, uniform taxes to support the justice system. So we don't have any incentives for, quotas and shit like that, because, or whatever, we don't want to incentivize cops or judges going after the public for any reason, that, but for, fraudulent things or, because that's how things work, right? You want to try to eliminate the steps that where that fraud can grow or that abuse can grow.
That probably would help eliminate a lot of corruption. You're right.
I mean, on the other hand, if all the people involved in law enforcement were absolutely moral, just, right people, I wouldn't have so much of a problem, because, fair is fair. Most people would be fair about things, I think.
And depending on the part of the country we're talking about, a lot of law enforcement do view themselves as a sort of secular monk.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's how they should be. That's how it was when I was growing. When I was a young boy, that 9 times out of 10, you would never get a ticket if you got pulled. It was more of a, you better be prepared for like a half-hour lesson, on
right.
Why this isn't right, why this isn't good for me or anyone else, it's that kind of thing.
Well, even 20, 30 years ago, when most police would stop someone, it was really more of a fishing expedition to find out if any more serious crime had happened. And if it's just for speeding a couple miles over the limit, then they just give them a warning ticket and let them go.
See, but there's something that rubs me wrong about any state actor doing a fishing expedition. You know what I mean?
Then how do you know if they've got a dead body in the trunk?
Well, you don't.
Well,
tough. I mean, that doesn't let you violate, the rights of citizens just because you think there's a body in there.
See,
How about if you guess wrong? How about if you guess wrong, you have to take the place of the corpse?
If I may,
that you thought was in there.
If I may,
you have to volunteer to be the corpse. Then
I will.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
I mean, my arguments kind of boil down to a worldview that starts out with one person and another person standing on equal footing, deciding how to live with each other, sort of starting with non-aggression pacts and then going from there,
I can see where you're coming from, but I can also look back at things that I've witnessed where you had one guy totally brutalizing a community and the police refused to basically do anything, even though there was a ton of evidence against him. They were saying, well, I'm not going to stick my hand in his pocket to see if he's got a weapon. I'm not going to stick my hand in his pocket to see if he's got drugs. And so then this guy could just do whatever he wanted in these apartment complexes.
Who did he know?
He didn't know anybody. He was him. He was a businessman, let's say, not a legitimate businessman.
Mm-hmm.
And because of this, he could go into these apartment complexes and run it like New Jack City.
Mm-hmm. Somebody was getting paid off. He was paying off.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
It's like the mob. Pretty much like the mob there.
Anytime you identify a situation like that, I have to put the blame on the community of being, too much of pussies to let one bully fucking do that kind of shit. That's like, it's kind of, you should learn early, wherever it is, like, the bullies.
What should they have done?
Well, clearly they should have got their guns and shot this guy in the face, right?
Like a mob, the community, should have physically interdicted and tore the guy's clothes off and checked his pockets and said, "Here's where and."
Weren't you just preaching about cops violating your rights, and now you're fucking
No,
going out and being like, "Hey,
a role though."
I
He's talking about the citizenry.
Oh
yeah. So it's fine if a group of people violates one person's
only
right.
after
Got it.
criminal activity was. I mean, I'm suggesting that this guy, has weapons or is involved in actual malice towards people and doing things.
What if it's just words?
Well, if it's words, free First Amendment, baby. On the other hand, if somebody starts fucking mouthing off about somebody's wife and gets his ass beat because he, all understandable. And I'm not going to defend some asshole, but
you defend the beating?
I'm talking, but it's a difference if it's a state. Yeah, a state actor or an individual, two private parties is different than the state and one, in a private party.
Well, it won't stop at just getting punched, because gunplay is going to get involved. So somebody talks about somebody else's wife, and then the guy that talked got shot. But how do we know the person doing the shooting was a good shot and he didn't fire 5 shots into the apartments behind the guy before he hit the guy himself? And then who all is going to be? So is everybody going to be shooting at this one guy? Well, there's going to be an awful lot of overlapping fields of fire. Like how many people? So that's the reason why we have defaulted to a policeman coming and doing that instead of just having all the citizens shoot at everybody all the time.
Well, I understand why private police forces were formed. And
but it's not a problem if they randomly shot the gun at the apartments, Hillary's, until someone gets killed. It's not a problem until that happens, right?
Right, but you can't arrest people who you think are going to do crime. You got to wait till the crime happens. That's all my point is. Once a community would be perfectly justified in taking actions against a known bully who's been known to act out, and for whatever reason there was cowardice involved or whatever. But if they finally, if the guy might go too far, somehow, and then triggers the community, I don't know what injustice has occurred if the guy should get his ass beat, and and maybe he learns his lesson.
Guy's walking down the block in Washington, D.C. He's carrying a gas tank, a lighter, a shirt that says "fuck the government." He's he's trampling all over the American flag. He's on his way to the White House. At what point do we stop him?
Ironic.
Well, I would have to rely on the law, the language of any law that would apply to any where does it
scenario?
Where do his actions violate the First Amendment?
No crime has been committed yet.
Yeah, in your scenario where there aren't public police and where everything else, at what point should somebody and who should stop the person? Just to ask them a question of, hey, what are you doing, buddy? Because just asking them the question is the arrest.
Well, it's like anything, like the situation would have to just be resolved that, by the person's being threatened. If they are being threatened, if there's a threat, then people usually recognize a threat, maybe, right? It could be wrong.
In this scenario, who should it be that asks the guy the question?
Oh, somebody, a spectator, an observer, a person that's there.
So just anybody on the street should make an unlawful arrest?
I'm not saying they should make an arrest. I'm saying they would be
just asking the question. No, just asking the question, hey, buddy, what are you doing? Is going to be an arrest because you're imposing your will against him.
carrying a gas tank in one
Well,
hand, a lighter in another, and he's got a shirt that says "fuck the government," trampling all over the American flag, and he's headed
No,
towards
a guy on his stoop, passing by the time and then this guy happens by, and he shouts out to him a question. Hey, what are you up to? What the fuck's going on?
Okay.
I don't consider that illegitimate.
You're right. You're right. You're making a good point. If all he's doing is not approaching the guy and just asking a question, then no arrest has taken place. But the guy also hasn't been detained. So at what point should someone stop him to ask him the question?
Well, I don't know that someone should stop him.
So only after he sets the
Big
White
bet.
House on fire?
I'm gonna wear a shirt that says "fuck Christianity" and walk up to a church with an AK-47. Nobody's gonna stop me.
Well, it depends on what state you're in fact.
I wouldn't suggest doing that because people might take things into their own hands.
Yeah,
That's
but I shouldn't be stopped. I haven't done anything wrong. There's no bodies yet.
Right, and that would be a good argument you could make to the coroner, right?
You're the one making this argument, dumbass. I'm just pointing how stupid your argument is. You literally are.
I'm just accepting certain realities that liberty isn't always the safest thing,
That is true.
But doesn't mean you don't hold people responsible. I'm just my point is you hold them responsible after they commit a crime, not before. Now you guys, I guess you guys are arguing. Are you admitting you're arguing the other case? You're for arresting people before they do any harm?
No, I'm not going to agree with the addition of the word harm. I'm going to say that they should be limited as soon as they commit the initial minor harm before it escalates any further.
Well, you want to address threats.
How do we determine?
Address perceived threats.
Right. The thing is going to determine intention here.
I just don't trust the people saying, I don't trust people's perceptions, right? Especially the state actors.
And I already conceded that I'd like for the police to be about a fifth the size that they currently are because of the same reasons you're objecting to.
Just remember, guys, we're not supposed to stop tragedies from happening. We're supposed to act after they do.
Well, actually, that is enshrined in the Constitution. We're not supposed to stop them ahead of time.
So now take that argument to Iran.
Mine is sort of just a thought experiment to figure out how to better do this fucking shit. Because having police on the road interacting with the public through traffic means and stuff it really puts a barrier between the public and the police. It builds ill will between the two. It just can't help but do that. And I don't think the state has the right to do that.
Breaker one. Who is that?
I got it.
I was gonna mute you. I muted you because I didn't know.
So the Green River Killer and I'm trying to remember the other guy from California, that great big guy that cut off his grandma's head, I think. So the reason that they got stopped was because police pulled them over for suspicious road activity and they found a body in the trunk. So in your situation, that would never happen.
Right. And I think that's illegal. Like, that's so
okay.
That's so shady is because, the police use that. Like, see, I'm not for police acting fraudulently. Ever. Yeah. Lying. I think that's bullshit.
Speed limits in school zones are unconstitutional. I should be allowed to drive 100 fucking miles an hour in a crossing.
See, this is again, it comes down to this balance of individual liberties and responsibility to society, the collective, that's the thing.
Yeah, and who decides I believe I'm the best person to decide how safely I'm driving. I should be able to determine my own, safety behind a vehicle.
Of course.
You have to let people be responsible for their own safety or for their own harm they might cause.
Are you against about traffic signs? Like, say, for a curve where if you go too fast, it's going to be dangerous for you and someone else.
I'm for informative signs being put out.
Okay, wait. So, okay, if I'm with you on that standard, if I get to determine that when you're driving too fast, according to me, around my children, I can kill you.
Oh shit!
No, I mean there's something
That's a legitimate standard.
Something to be said for that, but
I agree with Sir. If you're driving too fast and I think you're gonna hurt one of my children, I should be allowed to shoot you in the forehead. No problem.
So well, hold on though. You didn't realize that the 25-mile-an-hour sign limited the car's ability to go past that?
That doesn't seem to need to be either here nor there.
No,
that doesn't need to be there. It's unconstitutional.
Traffic signs, they're lifesavers.
They're unconstitutional. They shouldn't be there.
No, traffic signs aren't lifesavers. They are the legitimate warning in which laws will be enforced upon you.
Right, illegitimate laws.
Well, you say illegitimate, but yeah. Like I said, if it's going to be left up to us how we deal with our safety.
Let me again, and we've gone down this road before, Irenic. When you go and register your car and sign it, that you agree to go, obey the laws and the traffic
I've
rules.
never read any of that shit.
So there is a contract. You make a contract there, with your license, your registration.
I don't consider myself under contract.
Well, you signed it.
Doesn't matter. Fuck it. I only signed it because it was forced on me. I couldn't,
Forced on you with a gun to your head? They forced you to sign it?
Yeah. Well, they forced me by convenient. It's a wanting to avoid the inconvenience, right? That's a way to force people to do stuff.
I actually tried to do that on my driver's license for the signature I wrote under protest, and they wouldn't accept it.
Oh, they really? Yeah. I mean, I think I've heard of other signatures that people do.
I've done that with my registration, just on the protest.
Text
I don't even sign it.
movements or whatever. People going by.
But see, that's the beauty. If you don't have a government tax agent that's actually reading the form, you can sign under protest, and they'll just file it, and you're good to go.
How about signing on a duress?
Just the fact that you're signing it, you are signing under duress because you would not have chosen to sign it if they didn't make you sign it. So that's
getting back to.
And just so the serve knows, the reason we're having this discussion is we watched the video of the Britney Spears DUI arrest.
Yeah, that's what started this.
So getting back to that, U.S. being I don't know, what is it? What kind of
foreign nation? Yeah,
it's a corporation or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's these people, right? That they and it's. I mean, that's an intricate part of their reasons why they don't think they should pay taxes, and some. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a whole other issue, rabbit hole. They use that for the sovereign citizens, right? And there's they claim there's a secret account under your name, your social security number, your bond, and all this other stuff.
But it also gets back to what he was talking about, like when you sign for certain documents, you're like, entering into the system, right? That kind of
Yeah, I've been down this rabbit hole. What's interesting though? The line on your checks that Mike does. It's micro writing. There's something. You need a microscope to actually read it. The line that you sign your name on. I forgot what it says underneath.
Oh wow!
Oh, you mean it actually says something?
Yeah, it does. There is. It actually does say something.
It just looks like a line. I mean,
it looks like a line, but you go and zoom in. It says something.
Oh my god!
Well, I would argue that because I could not see it with an unaided eye, that it's irrelevant.
I mean, it couldn't be legally.
No, it couldn't be enforced.
That is something interesting. all I can say is like, ever since I was little, I've chafed against like authority that didn't make sense to me, or like was wanting to contain or curb what I thought was perfectly legitimate to do. You know, like I thought I was a better judge of what I can be doing or not doing, you know, than, you know, this person. Anyways, like, so that was the beginning of my hard knock life. Because when you fight authority usually wins. That's why you learn just to fucking, you know, maneuver around it if you can, you know, set yourself up where it doesn't even, you know, you don't have to interact, you know, the least interaction with the state. That's my goal as possible.
Yeah, I can't. I've got reading glasses on and a magnifying glass, and I can tell there's writing and letters, but I can't make it out because, yeah, I would need something stronger.
Sometimes take a picture of it.
Wait, let me finish though. There is on the line now. They put the visible letters MP, and I wonder if that means microprint. But there is something printed there. You just need something very powerful to see it.
Probably, yeah. So it's saying it's providing you effective notice that there is microprint. So then if you don't look, it's on you. You know, you can print your own checks, right? Just off your printer.
Yep.
I think you can write a note.
You need account number. So, routing number and account number.
Yeah, actually, a check is just like a handwritten note, right? Like if you read it, you know, it's got a date, pay to the order of such and such.
It's exactly just a handwritten note. You're right.
And all checks are a convenient pre-printed thing that gives you blank spaces for the, you know, what you need to fill in.
Yes.
So now, oh, here we go. Okay, so I went on AI. Microprint on checks is a vital anti-fraud security feature. Prints text or patterns in a font so small appears as a simple line or a solid border. Under magnification, the tiny lettering becomes legible, helping banks verify an original document from a duplicated or photocopied counterfeit. The MP symbol, many high security checks will include it to alert you the bank is microprinting is present. So there you go. It does mean that. It's not going to tell me what it says, though. It's not telling me what it says according.
Because you never know until you get a microscope. What's on your check is probably different from Wells Fargo to Bank of America to whatever.
But I want to know what the legality is with the signature on that. What kind of, you know, I don't know.
I don't think that anything that they have microprinted can affect you. It's unenforceable against you. It's only something that they use to see whether or not it has been fraudulently made.
Well, it's.
But if you could print your own checks, then
it wouldn't have microprint.
Don't you need the microprint so they would
say
no?
Because if I have a checking account with Wells Fargo and it has all the right information and I print my own check, then they have to accept it. And if they don't, I have a lawsuit against them.
So it's about being informed. If you wrote a whole contract in microprint, it would be enforceable if you were made fully aware of what that microprint said.
Yes.
Or that it said anything, right?
Yeah.
But if somebody had a contract and then it just had the letters MP on it, and then you didn't know about the 27 pages of microprint, then you couldn't be held responsible.
You guys know that's
kind of what Rojo's saying. because there is microprint on the check, but he can't read what it says. Is he getting screwed somehow every time he writes a check?
Yeah, like, when you sign your name, are you consenting to something without even knowing it? That kind of thing, you know?
Do you guys know that today is World Otter Day?
World.
You're not
We
going to
ought
do
to
something with an
celebrate.
otter, are
We ought
you?
to celebrate.
Nah. I'm not a government official. I don't need to fuck animals.
We talked about that too, sir. I don't know. Sir may have been here for that one. I don't remember.
Here, I think.
Sir died.
I'm muted.
Serb is a
I was here for
figment.
the animal thing.
Okay.
Serb is a figment of your guys' imagination. He's not actually here. He's never been here. He never will be.
Yeah.
So
I've got a damn good imagination that makes better arguments than I do.
Exactly.
I understand. I myself just, I mean, I always understood bestiality as like, you know, a perverted, sinful thing to do, like, you know, as a Christian, from a Christian point of view or whatever. But I guess I'm surprised that it's something that's considered illegal. The way, like, it seems to me that would have been just part of the blue laws in general that were all, you know, across the South or whatever, you know, including, you know, gay sex and anything like that.
I think the reason that, and I don't know because it's been so many years since I've been out of practice, but there was a U.S. Navy SEAL and his dog got shot. And so that went from being a misdemeanor to being a felony. And I think that's probably when other laws about animal cruelty came into play. And that's probably what got this guy.
So it's actually an act against an animal that's being concerned about. I mean,
It's an act against the name of the state of Texas.
But I mean, they're okay.
But yeah, it used to be like a misdemeanor, and it was a largely unenforced misdemeanor because if it was on private land and it was your animal, then that was your property. You could do what you wanted.
That was going to be like, that was sort of the thing. It's like you could make the argument. It's like my fucking you know, I'm you know, it's my fucking property on my property in private, you might say, or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Why am I not surprised that you're arguing for bestiality?
No,
He's libertarian. He's remaining self-consistent.
No, I'm not libertarian. I'm really I'm for laws, you know, that kind of
that only benefit you. If they don't benefit you, you're not for them.
that add to the, you know, community, the, you know, the good of a community. There should be laws that, you know, I mean, I understand that laws and policies can affect, you know, how you know, the shaping of society. So you know, I'd like to see laws and ordinances and customs maintain that, you know.
You mean
give
like
us a few that you like.
drinking and driving thing that you were so against?
No, tell us some of the laws that you would want to see.
Well, for instance, homosexuality, I think that should not be allowed to be publicly demonstrated.
Should it be a capital felony?
I mean, you know, I don't know. I mean, I think it should just be like, how do you treat, let me see, what could be a sort of similar thing?
If we take this far enough, I'm for hand holding in public to be a third-degree felony.
Yeah.
Remember, this is my proving my point. You're only for laws that benefit you.
Like, what do we mean publicly displayed here?
Yeah, so I would like to see societies enact policies, or, you know, what I really would like is guilt and shame. You know, the guilt and shame, you know, paradigm to be very strong within communities, so that communities can effectually, you know, police themselves, right? Like,
well, Dallas is the gay mecca. If a guy kisses a girl in Dallas, should he be tarred and feathered?
Well, I'm saying, well, so with that background in place, as far as guilt and shame, like, because, you know, it's a little tricky. I don't, you know, sometimes law, you know, codified laws, or I don't know,
Like,
but
I'm
anyway,
confused.
my
How do
preference,
we?
but my preference would be that it goes back to something more like in the 50s, where homosexuality was something that most people would have been ashamed to associate with, and it was just kept behind closed doors. And I think I would prefer that in public, where children are involved and other, I'd like that homosexuality to be invisible, so it doesn't, so nobody's like, it doesn't attract anybody to that fucking.
Okay, but no laws.
Yeah, but
Oh,
community
yes.
standards change. So in the 2020s, all heterosexual sex is rape. So therefore, if a guy holds a hand of a girl, like something that's really horrible should happen to him, right?
Hey guys, I'm pretty sure all of you have seen a man kiss another man. Did that make you want to be gay?
Not at all.
I mean,
That's
it made me a little
curious.
queasy.
Really?
But it didn't turn you gay? It didn't turn you gay, sir?
And until the harm is actually done to anybody, nothing
Then
should
there
be done
shouldn't be
about it.
Exactly. What about you, bro, Joe? Have you ever seen a man kiss another man?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
homosexuality.
you should DJ a gay wedding in January.
Homosexuality.
Well, hang on. No, I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. Hey, bro, Joe, when you DJ'd that gay wedding, seeing two men kiss, did it make you feel like you were gonna turn gay?
No.
That's weird. It's a weird thing. A lot of people that seem to see gay people kissing don't make them gay, but for some reason it'll make children gay if they see it. That's a really weird thing.
Yeah, and hey, I'm sure just because you would watch a bestiality video doesn't mean you'd want to fuck a dog. It doesn't, so what's your point?
You are the stupidest fucking person I've ever ran into on this platform. Like, even
Happy
Jill.
420, West Coast.
You need to get around more.
You make Jill look smart, my guy, which is saying something. Holy fuck.
Jill isn't stupid.
So, ironing against public displays of affection?
Homosexual displays.
But
Why?
again, community standards change. So in this case,
No.
male on male is okay, but male on female would not be okay.
I'm not appealing to community standards.
But that is what you said. You said back in the 50s it was this way, and that's what it was in the 50s.
And but why was homosexuality considered shameful?
But why go to the 50s? Why not go back further?
What important thing about the majority of the population, caused homosexuality to be thought such?
Christian ethics.
Oh, actually, I was going to say the IQ was lower.
Yeah, that's actually fucking true.
Yeah, leaded gasoline. That's true.
I mean, I would argue that it's just obvious that homosexuality is
What harm is it doing?
what's the word?
Oh, I'm trying to figure out. Are you for there being laws, or do you just want people to shame gay people?
No, he's only for laws that benefit him and his point of view. If
Okay,
they
but-
don't
Yeah,
do
because
that,
I want to know if he wants a law, because then there's a little inconsistency here.
What I'm saying is, what my opinion is that anytime you when things like homosexuality are allowed to go on unchecked in society, it's not healthy for the society. It's not good for it.
Okay, so
in a religious sense, it's not good because it doesn't conform to Christian ideals, right?
The public displays of affection between homosexuals is more dangerous than a swerving car?
I don't know.
Well, I'm still trying to see if he wants a law or not.
I would just ask Sir to bring out, just correct Brojo on his, trying to say.
Well, I don't know because
his whataboutism, like you did me.
I don't know yet. Do you want a law enforcing this behavior, or do you just want people to shame them?
Well, my preference would be that society in general just would never allow that to, get to any point where, it's
Okay,
general.
so it's okay for people to swerve in traffic.
Okay, wait a second.
Like imagine if 90% of the population in America thought that homosexuality was disgususing, perversion.
You complain about
and
my
it should never-
whataboutism,
it
but you
should
want to
never
go
be
with the what
displayed. It
ifism.
should never be displayed.
Guys, just
So-
wait a second.
So, like
We have
in
to
a
dig down here. He's trying
political
not to dig down.
environment where 90% of the people feel that way, imagine
they don't.
Imagine how imagine the the
Imagine
tradition
all the people.
homosexuality
Okay,
that
so-
might develop, or the laws, or the like the.
Okay, Iron, I'm going to
Yes,
ask
we
you
do
again.
that.
Would you like a law or just want people to like shame them?
Well, okay, so there's.
Oh, wait a minute.
Maybe
where is it?
like I think what would be required would be like a change to the Constitution.
Okay, let's say we change the Constitution. Okay, we're going to make a law or we're just going to shame them?
No, I mean I'd be all in favor of a law.
Okay, so you... Okay, there's the inconsistency.
Yep, there
So
it is.
You wanted to be able to determine what's safe for you when you drive, but you want to tell them what's safe for them.
Hey,
when they
sir,
have
so
sex,
can
when
I
they
can I
have
make
sex.
sir? Can I add something
Right,
to this?
that's right.
No, it has to do with freedom
Hey,
and liberty, but
yes, it does.
Hey,
it's
sir.
it would be my argument that nobody has the freedom to carry on in a perversion.
Hey guys, so like I said earlier, if the law benefits Aaron Reddick's point of view, then the law is okay. But the minute that law goes against anything he wants, that law is dumb.
I mean,
No,
even
that doesn't
if
follow.
you're ideologically aligned and correct, there's no contradictions. That would always be true. So it's just I'm not worried about that. It's that like, could you
Two
not
men
get-
kissing
so-
makes him feel icky, so he wants a law to stop that.
I don't know. If someone's driving 100 miles down a road that would normally be set at 30, but we live in the world where there are no speed limits, is that not a perversion?
Nice.
It might be. I mean, you could.
Or we should have a law that stops them from doing it?
It might be by analogy, but
It might be.
it's not inherently perverted to go 100 miles an hour.
Is it
But why not?
dangerous?
It happens to be that you're in a, in that context is, changes things.
Is it
But,
endangering?
I would say there's
Like
no
you're
consensus
kissing
that
homosexuals?
Sexuality is not a perversion.
Like, what do you mean by perversion here? Do you mean against human nature?
Yeah.
Okay, do you think going 100 miles an hour is against human nature?
Being in a car is against human nature.
Like humans can't go 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't.
You mean unaided, sir?
I've gone
and he's
100
gonna make
miles an hour myself.
Yep, I knew it.
Okay, so you can be gay with a dildo. Is that okay?
I don't. I'll take your word for it.
Why not? Why just let them use a strap on?
Let who use a strap on?
The gay people.
What do you look?
This perversion's okay as long as it's aided, I guess. Maybe Viagra. Maybe that's all it needs because it's aided.
No, I think Viagra is a perversion. If you can't get your penis hard by yourself, then you're perverting your body. with Viagra.
No, because that's we're just enabling, right? Like a car.
Yeah, you're
does.
right.
Ironic, can Frank wear a dress in public?
Yeah, I mean that would be another thing that would be discouraged, and because
Is that a perversion? A guy wearing a dress?
Well, not in every circumstance. I've had a dress on myself.
I mean, I would say no. Guys wore dresses for most of human history. Pants are kind of new.
It's only a perversion if it's
I-
a girly dress.
In
He's
the
wearing-
Bible, the way you could tell if it was a man or a woman is whether or not they had a rope around their waist when they were wearing a dress.
Yeah.
Bra and panties. Frank wants to go around wearing a bra and panties.
I think it should be illegal not to.
Yeah, I think it should be illegal for Green not to wear bra and panties.
See,
Put them bitches on right now.
The secret a lot of Christians don't know is that it's totally within human nature to have homosexual sex.
And in the Bible, nothing prohibits. Well, I better not say that.
Yo, so let me ask
As
you a
far as
question.
I can recall, nothing prohibits it as long as it doesn't interfere with procreation.
So
You
say
can
that
be with another dude as long as you're still with the woman.
Homosexual sex is well within human nature.
It's within human nature to commit it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Okay, but ought human
We
beings
got less than an hour, and then we'll have to go to part 2.
ought human beings to do it?
Oh fuck! There's a part 2.
Oh, yeah. Actually, the majority of human beings would do it in some fashion.
Even if it's with my own hand.
That wasn't my question.
Well, no, with biology, there's never a 100%.
No, but ought they do it?
There's no ought. They do it. It's within their nature. You're the one that's trying to prescribe an ought to nature.
Well, no, I'm. My argument is that nature has a design that nature has a creator that has instructed us on the proper use of our bodies. So that's kind of my argument, and it's a perversion of that nature, that that unperverted nature, that where when you have if you're a male and you find yourself attracted to men, you should recognize that there's something the fuck wrong with you, and not just cave to that.
No, I mean the whole entire idea of the interpretation you have of like man should not lay with man is a medieval invention.
That what?
It's a medieval invention. Your idea of a man shall not lie with a man.
It's a medieval invention.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The way you're interpreting the passages in the Bible being anti-homosexual is something created in the Middle Ages.
No, I created it. I was completely unaware of that. I'm well equipped, I think, to interpret those passages.
Oh, okay, but the Christians and the Jews, and then of course everyone else that didn't get informed, right, going all the way back through human history, didn't interpret it as a blanket ban on homosexual sex.
I think the Jews did once Moses, explained it to them.
No. Actually, what it was is it was shameful to be the bottom. If you were a bottom, and let's say, for instance, you were a Jew in Judea, right? Not Israel, but in Judea. If you were a bottom and you were like a citizen or like a established Jew, you could be put to death, but only the bottom.
Right.
Unless you were a slave. A slave was okay.
And that's based on their interpretation, right?
Yeah, I mean that was pretty common throughout the entire world. That setup.
Was banning it ever common?
Yeah, if you were a free citizen of whatever community you were a part of, being a bottom was banned to the extent that you would be usually expelled.
Only for adults.
Yeah, or you would. Yeah, that's a key point. Only for adults, or you'd be expelled. You'd be sent out, right? You'd be exiled.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, obviously, I don't have firsthand knowledge or anything, but that's not my sense of how the community in ancient Israel worked.
I know, because the modern idea of this just doesn't tell you.
Just like they also preach that Jesus was white, even though he wasn't.
I'm kind of allowing my
So tops literally fuck bottoms to death.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think much is much, like, you know, from my experience, you know, of the whole idea and growing up and, you know, this and that. I don't see how, I mean, it's just my thought that it's always been recognized as, you know, nothing that,
Unnatural.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's
That's how you view it. Unnatural.
Yeah, I
Unable
know.
to reproduce, so it's unnatural.
But these texts get like reinterpreted. The words get reinterpreted in their meaning over time, right? Like, for example, the passage that's the literal "man shall not lie with a man like he would a woman." If you go back in the day, that meant you couldn't have sex with a man in your wife's bed.
Okay, and are you going to tell me what Paul meant?
I have to look up Paul. I don't remember Paul as much.
Laws are bad if they don't fit my point of view, okay?
Let's just make all laws illegal.
It's fucking
Huge Christian, right?
So,
yeah.
How many of you guys regularly
with homosexuality, gay marriage?
I got no problem with it.
How many of you guys regularly, knowingly, and on purpose violate laws that you're aware of?
Oh, I do every day.
I'm not going to admit to violating laws live on recorded stream.
Yeah.
I mean, and would you say that is that an act of not recognizing those laws?
Largely, yeah.
I mean, do you filter in, like, you know, when people are trying to put rules on you, like, are you, I don't know, I lost my question. Like,
Well, if it's an immoral law, it should be violated. And that was actually Harris County prosecutor's policy for many years.
And that there's also something about the Constitution related to this, where you shouldn't be forced to follow any unconstitutional mandate, right? Now, what if there's a mandate, but it hasn't been adjudicated by the court, you know, yet?
Okay, if there's no case law, then we really don't know how it's going to be interpreted. What's your point?
I don't know. I guess at that point, is it fair to say, unless there's some kind of established precedent like that, that a person might be free to ignore that law if he could make a constitutional argument about it?
Sure, but do you want to be the one that sets the precedent?
I mean, that's the thing, you know, like these these guys that fight the taxes and all that, sovereign citizens, I think I've heard Robert Barnes say that a lot of their stuff is correct, but it's just sort of like the reality of things. It's like there's no fucking way any judge in America is going to recognize any of these fuckers, no matter what arguments they bring. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things.
Some of them do. Actually, there are judges that are glad to have cases like that because they think that the law is immoral and that it should be challenged. So they're happy to get that in front of them.
I don't know how many of those there are, but mostly,
not very many.
Mostly judges are concerned about their careers and,
You're right.
So back to you wanting to make gay people kissing illegal.
I'm looking up Paul, what Paul said about it, and I guess it's supposed to be about pederasty, essentially.
Don't fuck children.
But pederasty between an older man and a boy, not like all pederasty. I gotta understand the idea of homosexual didn't exist.
I mean, shit, they were fucking everything back then.
In fact, as a word itself, homosexual is almost illogical because who reproduces via homosexual reproduction? Not humans.
So in that
So-
case, if a male dog fucks another male dog, should that dog get stoned?
So it's kind of like an oxymoron.
Only the bottom one.
Only the bottom one. All right. So does that mean that the top dog should be stopped after he comes?
But not by a policeman, only by other
Not
dogs.
by- okay. So, okay, all right. I have a confession. Ironic beats me hands down on the self-trap thingy, and I'm damn good at trapping myself. It's not gay if you're on a mountain or in a foxhole. I don't know, man.
Is there a beer that was it Big Dog or it wasn't Top Dog? Was it? It was like Big Dog that was out maybe a decade ago. Was it Big Dog?
You're right, Trusty. It's not gay if you're in a foxhole. It's bestiality.
No, it's just two soldiers enjoying themselves.
No, I was fuck off, Hillary. You know what I was doing.
I know.
Wait, okay, wait. Are you telling me, guys, that if your best friend in the whole world that you've ever had was dying, and his
Then all
only
you wanted.
request was one last hand job, you wouldn't put on a hazmat suit and give him a bro job?
That's un-American right there.
We have to call it
telling
that.
you what.
Why do you have to call it a bro job? I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what it's called on the street, a bro job.
Yeah, it is. It is called a bro job. It's brojo. Unfortunately, you.
I understand.
I've always seen your name as unfortunate because I was like, I wonder if he knows.
It seemed to have came up years later after the.
Yeah, I never wanted to tell you because I didn't want you to get.
I'm
mad
aware
at
of it.
me.
I'm aware.
Okay.
But anyway,
I was going to say right now, I'm not going to like it.
Yeah, like so.
But if I had like a glove or a hazmat suit or something, I'd do it.
But does that make you gay?
No, it doesn't make you gay. Being gay is being attracted to the same sex.
Hey man,
right?
what if you...
Theoretically, given the definition of what homosexuality is, you could just like getting it in the butt and let guys give it to you in the butt, and you wouldn't be gay, as long as you're not attracted to their body.
But what if? But here's the thing: you're forgetting, sir. Most people believe, like most Christians, will believe if a child sees two gay guys kissing, that child's probably going to turn out gay. So what if they accidentally walked in on a dude giving a guy a hand job? Will they turn out gay?
Look, I can't go 100% with you on this because it does seem to be the more people see gay people be gay, the more gay people there are.
It's called patterning behavior.
Yeah, like there is no gay gene. So there's no gay gene. There's definitely a mix between biology and behavior, right? But you're not gay just because you got a gene.
No, I disagree. I think there are some gay genes, and those are skinny genes.
They're just not identified by scientists.
No, he said skinny jeans.
Oh, skinny jeans. Oh, okay.
There you go. You got it.
Yeah.
Boom, boom.
Gonna say those jeans that Brojo's wearing look pretty gay to me.
I'm not wearing jeans.
It's just
How
a
do you know he's
joke.
wearing pants at all? See, I don't know. I think Ironic might be a little gay because now he's thinking about what another man's wearing. I don't know.
There's one thing I find really weird about trying to figure out how people are gay, and that is, if your mother had a bunch of sons, the younger you are in that lineup, the more likely you are to be gay.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why.
Oh, I was gonna bring up. There's also abuse. Young sexual abuse that happens.
Oh, that explains Michael Jackson.
Well, there are a lot of things involved in Michael Jackson, but he wasn't properly socialized around other people. So because he was cloistered in just his family with an abusive father, I think that led up to a lot of this.
But was he gay because he was the youngest?
I think
Was he
that's
the
probably part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think effectively his father programmed him into being autistic.
Yeah.
In a sense. And then being rich and famous his entire life didn't help either.
Why are you gay?
Yeah. Why are
Who
you
says I am gay?
Why
You are gay.
are you gay?
Why are you gay? You eat the poo poo.
Who says I am gay? You are gay.
Somebody asked Rojo the question if he ever saw a guy suck off another guy. Would you like to answer that, Rojo?
What's the question?
What's Green Soul?
What the heck?
Irenic's coming in on a different device.
But I don't remember if it was a panelist, meaning Irenic.
No, it was Green
like
Soul.
that. It may have been
Green Soul
like that.
asked if Green Soul asked if you've seen another man suck off another man.
Rojo?
Question is, what?
Green Soul is asking you if you have ever seen a guy suck off another guy. And because you didn't answer, he never followed it up, but he had that question.
Damn it, Serb's be fucking AFK, so now I can't ask my question.
But I would really love to hear Rojo's answer.
This sounds like one of those questions like, did you beat when's the last have you stopped beating your wife?
No, like it's not a trap question. Have you ever seen a man suck off another man?
Not in person.
Okay. But so you've seen it before, just not live, is what you're saying.
Right.
So did that make you feel like you wanted to go get sucked off by a man?
Now there's follow-up questions.
I'm just trying. I'm just trying
Asked
to.
and answered.
How high did your dick get while you were watching, Burger?
Well, why such a curiosity here, huh? What do you want? What are you looking for, buddy?
I think he's looking for some passion.
Hey, looking for some action? Are you looking for some action?
I think that's the real reason why you're so against public kissing from gay people is because you're secretly closeted.
Well, now you're talking to Tyrannic, not me.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's the problem with a lot of people. Like, oh my god, all gays should be illegal because they're a little jealous that they can't explore it themselves. Pursuit of happiness only applies to people that are straight and white, apparently.
Nerdy would like to know on a scale of 1 to 10, what is the most gay you have been? And he didn't direct that to any one person. But I would have to have a picture scale so that I would know how to rate myself.
I mean, I've been inside of another man.
I'm gonna mute you, Ironic. There's a bunch of noise coming from your mic.
I've been inside other men before. Does that count?
It counts somewhere on the scale, but which number?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the scale of 1 to gay? Like,
Nerdy should answer that first since he asked it.
Yeah. When Serb gets back, I have to ask him a question.
Yeah, 10 is maximum, but what would a 7 be? Because I may be more or less. Just you have to establish what a 7 is.
What's a 1 and what's a 10?
What's nerdy? I want Nerdy's answer first. What's he trying to poke? What's he doing? He's being a little fire starter. He's being a little instigator.
Well, that's the beauty of the game. You never know until we get there.
Yeah.
What was that phrase? was it combative honesty or not combative, but you guys were talking about
We
with
use
Will.
different terms: weaponized, brutal,
Oh, what?
strategic.
Weaponized honesty.
Weaponized honesty, I think it was. Yeah, weaponized.
Well, see, but nerdy, you can't be self-assigned if you're asking us how gay we have been. I'm only a 1, minimally gay.
So there's no 0 on his.
No, he said 1 to 10. And I don't even know what minimally would be. Like, you have never looked at another man? Again, without establishing what each number is, we can't know. But for you to say that you're less than a 3 without giving me actual, metrics, it's very difficult for me to believe that.
Yeah, I agree with Hillary's.
So what if you never ever entertained the idea of being with another guy?
You're lying to yourself.
Okay.
If the
Based on your own experience, or
if the idea ever even entered your head, even because someone else told you, I think that should be at
You have
least
had a
2.
gay thought. Yeah, everyone has had a gay thought once.
well,
Wait,
you
so
might. I could see an initial consideration and then a rejection, like something like that.
Still a gay
Like
thought.
sometimes those rejections are immediate.
But there's a gay thought me. Sir, out.
God damn it.
Dinner. Okay. Ironic, you're breaking up, and it might have been because Serb dropped out of the room. Sometimes that happens. Somebody comes in or leaves, it messes up somebody's.
Should I?
Well, so here's the question though, nerdy. If I've fucked a man but I didn't feel gay, does that mean I'm not gay?
It'd be hard to prove it, wouldn't it?
Why, for some reason, though, I call bullshit on this 99.9.
But look at the next comment I made: the law of large
say?
numbers.
Law of large numbers.
What's that law?
I'm just saying, if we're talking about, like, if I watched a million videos and I ran the numbers for how many of them were straight and how many of them were non, then I think it would be extremely high that almost all of them were straight.
Okay, that's good. You're going by the videos you're watching.
Right.
I mean, it's just everybody in their life has had a gay thought. Whether they gave into it or not is their own problem. I guarantee it.
Okay, raise your hand if you ever rented Brokeback Mountain.
No, never watched it.
Me neither. Anybody here watched it? I've mostly only seen memes with the characters in it.
I might have seen clips of it.
What was it? A rewrite of American West history where all the cowboys were fags?
No,
we're lowers. We're lowers.
No, it
you know
was.
what's funny is people write. Go ahead, Hillary.
If I remember it, it was Jake Gyllenhaal and his buddy, and they were like ranchers or something, and they went hunting or camping, and they had an experience.
It was Jake Gyllenhaal and
the guy,
Keith
the
Ledger.
night. Yeah, Keith Ledger. Yeah, Keith Ledger.
Actually, Sandy, there's an argument that because you like men, you're gay.
What? Sandy?
Yeah.
So women are gay.
Yeah.
That doesn't make you gay. Who's saying this
It does.
shit?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Who says I am gay? You are gay.
You are gay. You do that good.
Thank you. I mean, listen, it's an autistic tick, so I do a lot. You know, a lot of the funny thing about Brokeback Mountain was that, like, it's just proof that being forcibly being closeted does more harm than it does good. Because they were forced to fucking not say anything because they fell in love with each other, and if anyone found out, they'd get killed, and one of them actually does get killed.
I'm trying to imagine how hard it is in that kind of culture to even find someone. Because if you have to be so secretive about it.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be secretive now, so it's not as hard, but I imagine back then.
Yeah.
Too bad it didn't have a scene where afterwards he makes his way to a gospel preaching church out in the wilderness and gets saved and turns his life around and Jesus redeems
No, it's
him.
because it's because assholes like you were fucking 4 people getting killed if they had gay sex. So that's why.
I'm not for that.
I think you were. I think you are. Because you're so disgusted with people kissing in public. So what's to stop them from being killed whenever they do that?
Well, I have said that I wouldn't necessarily be opposed, like if the majority of a population wants to, would make it a death penalty law if you're caught doing that. I mean,
Or for people being fucking murdered for being gay.
But
dumb
you're not
motherfucker.
okay if the majority of the same people are for gay marriage.
Well, not only that, but you're not allowed to pull Britney Spears over for weaving in the traffic. But
Right.
if you're gay, you just get stoned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I was saying.
action,
Homosexuality.
Well, you commit an act. That would be the
It seems in your worldview, ironic, that homosexual PDA is more dangerous than swerving in traffic.
It is. God forbid,
No, I never said that.
You literally did, though. You were arguing the fact. No, hang on. Time out. You did. You literally did.
Well, my argument is that anybody that gets in a car has put everyone's life, in danger. So that's why I'm not for arresting people just because someone says their life is in danger.
You were arguing the fact that it should not have pulled her over because she was fucking swerving, and now you are saying that it is okay for 2 gay people who are loving and consenting towards each other to be murdered for loving one another. You stupid fuck.
No, it's first of all, it's not murdered, and second of all, I didn't say.
You would make a law against it, though.
The point about the swerving is. The point about the swerving is that there's no damage that was caused to anybody, right? So if there's no damage, there should be no penalty. There should be no restriction.
Okay, but if the guy is another
Can
guy,
you show in any case immediate damage caused by the PDA?
But
homosexual.
Yeah, what damage is?
If I could continue, but when two men engage in an act of homosexuality, that is an act of, right there, of perversion that's, falls under the law. And
driving a car for
what damage did they do? What damage?
They damage the image of God in themselves.
Perversion
and they put the community at risk.
Rennick, it's a perversion determined by who?
God.
God?
Yeah.
So you speak for God because there are other people who say that God is okay with it.
All right. Well, here's my pitch. I think that any
Well,
man
yeah,
that kisses a woman that's not
I'm going
his
on
wife-
my interpretation of the Bible, and my worldview based on that.
So you don't know if God actually said that or meaning.
Actually, no. What do you mean by actually no? I believe that. These are things I believe.
But you don't. But it might.
And
not
I
be
believe.
true.
I got a new argument. So because humans are God's property, if any person does any harm to any homosexual, they're acting against God's will.
You can hold on to them. I'm just walking.
Oh, by the way, I think that any man that's not married kissing a woman should be shot instantly.
I think
Because
our
it's
Rennick
causing
might be
harm.
okay with that.
It's causing harm. It's teaching that it's okay to practice things outside of wedlock. So I think it's perfectly fine to get shot if you kiss a woman that's not your wife. Or have
Well, I
any
don't know
sexual
about.
desire towards her.
I'm not sure about the penalty. Might be a little harsh on that one, but are you saying that if 90% of the population was in favor, that they shouldn't do it?
No, because of God, not because of what the population said. Because God.
No, I'm asking him though.
Oh.
No, I think because God doesn't want you to have premarital sex, or have any thoughts of any woman that's not your wife sexually. You shouldn't be allowed. So if you do that, you should be killed too.
You should be killed by the state.
Yep, I think it should be a death penalty.
And you're saying that based on what?
Death penalty.
He's bringing up an interesting point. What if, say, a woman kissing another man, not her husband, in public?
Death penalty.
Now what? Same thing as the gays?
I think that there is a strong argument for
There's
that.
argument. I'm not going to oppose that if that's what. I mean, what can I say if the community votes for those laws?
No, it's about the
No,
community. We're going back
not
to
the
your
community.
why, right? God's law.
Yep, God's law.
I'm talking about your shit interpretation of the Christian religion.
Okay, well, I'd want to hear the argument for where God calls for the death of someone that kisses another woman, let's say.
No.
That's not your wife?
Oh.
No, let me lay out the argument.
That's what I meant by another woman.
So the argument would be that because the wife is the property of the husband, if the wife, who is the property, kisses a man other than the husband should have a right to terminate his property.
Yep.
And where is that God says a wife is a husband's property?
Throughout the Old and New Testament, including Ephesians 5.
Yep.
No, where that's his property.
Yeah, she's the same as his ass or any other property. It's right in the Leviticus and Deuteronomy.
I'd like to see I want to see those. I haven't heard those.
Well, that's how it is. She is his property, just like anything else.
In every case, a wife is that way, or are you talking about some kind of slave interaction?
If you're under
wait, hang on. 1 Corinthians 7:4. The wife does not have the authority over her own body, but the husband does. Likewise, the husband does not have the authority over his own body, but the wife does. So if you are married and you go kiss another woman, your wife has the right to kill you, just the same as if your wife goes and kisses another man, you have the right to kill her.
Where does Paul? I missed that part of the killing in the context there.
No. If two gay men cannot kiss in public, in your opinion, without the death penalty, a man should not be able to kiss a woman in public if they are not married without facing the death penalty.
I'm not calling for the death penalty.
You literally said that they would be okay if the majority literally gave a law that homosexuality is punished by the death penalty. Those were your
right.
words.
I'm okay, to generally with a democratic process. We're in a representative government.
I'm okay with the democratic process of a man kissing a woman in public. He should be killed.
Different now, isn't that kind of government?
But I already granted that if the majority of people acceded to what you're saying, I would, same thing.
The problem here is you're like, if the majority of people agree on this certain point, I'm all for it. But God forbid the same majority of people here again are for gay marriage. No, because now it goes against your biblical worldview.
Exactly. Which I've
what we're talking about. See, when I argue, obviously, when I'm arguing that, for the kind of society I would prefer, I'm admitting that that's not the society I live in, and I was just now commenting on the society that I live in, I mean, and sometimes you do that. Like, it's not practical. Like, the country would never come along with what I'm proposing. I understand that.
I know,
But
but what we're arguing is what you think should be.
what?
That's what
Yeah. I
and
think
why we think it's a bad idea.
I think if society, well, I think it would be best if men and women kept their hands off each other until they got engaged and married, and that was the norm. That would be a lot healthier for everybody.
It would also be best for society if guns didn't exist, if war didn't exist,
No.
if capitalism didn't exist. But guess what? All of these things happened. All of these things exist. So you're
Guns-
making a stupid fucking argument that goes nowhere, and you won't admit that.
No, I just answered the question you asked me.
There's a difference between when Ironic makes preference statements and when he says that he thinks that something should be proscriptive.
And I'm also sometimes, it's like, right, if I'm referring to a biblical worldview standard that's not, not in place, that's just, how I think things ought to be. But I recognize the other constraints of the American political system, and sometimes I'm just arguing within that framework. Oh, there's another dog out there with mine.
Okay, gentlemen, I think I'm going to take this opportunity to close her down and take a
start
little
a new one.
break. We'll start one soon, but I need
Bye.
stretch. Get outside, get some fresh air. Come on. Freshen up. I got to freshen up. I got,
He's gonna go have gay thoughts.
Yes, I got to go entertain my gay thoughts.
Remember, it's only a crime if you.
I don't know. I don't know. See you in a little while, because I'm having fun. I'm having fun today. So I really appreciate it. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and all that good stuff. And if you are so inclined, buy a cheap cup of coffee. And may the force be with you.
Verily, the force within thee is strong. Heed it and conquer all.
And it's gone.